Our tale kicks off with a young man who's already lived through one whole life, once a tired, worn-out salaryman in modern Japan. Now he's Wendelin von Benubemeister, the poor noble's eighth son scrambling to carve out a life in a wild fantasy world. 7 years have gone by since he got reincarnated. Being the eighth son of a broke noble house isn't exactly a dream. His meals are bland and watery, like the family's tight budget is the first thing he tastes every single day. To break free from this future of poverty and finally claim his independence, he slipped into the adventurer's prep school, and the rules were brutal: no official guild on his roster, and no monster-heavy regions until he hit 15. It's a long shot, but it's the only one he's got then. During introductions, he steps up to his class, heart pounding, still pushing forward, announcing Bendelun Benubo Meister like the name is awkward in his mouth, even as determination burns behind his eyes. He didn't slide into that prestigious academy on his family's name, he barged in on sheer raw talent, blowing the scholarship exam out of the sky with a natural gift for magic and locking in his spot. Yeah, sure, the honor scholarship pays his tuition, but rent and food don't come for free. Now he has to earn his own keep, so get ready. His life is about to be a non-stop grind. He wastes no time buddying up with fellow student Erwin von Arnhem, cheery as can be, with a bow riding over his shoulder. Erwin finally spills why these classes end so damn early, so students can grab part-time jobs just to survive, and yeah, he's stuck in that same grind. 2, born into a noble line with 8 sons, so he's got practically zero shot at inheriting anything. Wendelin's family is broke in the most crushing way imaginable. Since he's got zero inheritance to count on, the only way out is to throw himself into adventuring. Wendeland spots a real kindred spirit and pushes for the rules to loosen, ditch the formal no titles and just call me Belle, he says, flashing a warm, friendly grin. Erwin flashed a grin, then he leaned in and said, "Call me Eru." Now that their partnership clicks into place, they set off for the hunting grounds on the double, ready to rake in some cash. Right as Eru rattles on, Belle snaps his hand up, shutting him down, then slips into silence and whispers with his senses on full blast, hyper-aware. As Belle starts to close his eyes, he blasts out a surge of pure magic shimmering outward in a roaring wave. Eru stares in awe as the detection magic ignites. He blurts out, "That's incredible. It's a must-have skill for every hunter, but watching it work that flawlessly, that's on a whole different level." Belle jolts awake, eyes snapping open. Then he shoots a finger toward a thick patch of trees. Peeking through the leaves, they spot at the source of everything, a huge, tusked boar. And this isn't some measly catch, it's a massive jackpot. Aru swings his knock and releases an arrow. Then Belle slams in with an idea, "I'll boost it." His hand ignites with raw power as he taps the arrow's tip. They line up shoulder to shoulder, then release in sync, and enchanted arrow streaks forward and smacks the boar right in the side. But it wasn't a killing blow. That boar just snorted, snapped, and got furious. It lets out a furious roar and rockets straight at them, so Belle snaps, "Eru, brace for the next shot!" And with one more explosive boost, he yells again as he channels his magic. This time, the arrow hits dead on straight between the beast's eyes, smashing with insane force and dropping it instantly. Eru finally exhales the breath he didn't even know he was gripping. He's a crack shot with his bow, but Belle's magic flips a deadly hunt into an instant. Sure win. Belle casually yanks out a magic bag and stuffs the massive carcass inside, leaving Eru utterly stunned. Still riding the high from their win, they decide to keep the hunt going. Belle kicks off his detection magic again, and suddenly a whole hidden world of smaller prey comes into view. Rabbits and birds scattered all within a kilometer. Eru, itching to prove himself, throws down a challenge. "Let's see who lands the biggest hunt." And with a cocky grin, he adds, "Losers buying dinner." Belle snaps into action and accepts right away. The hunt is on, and Eru's dropping targets with deadly archery, while Belle unleashes razor-precise bursts of wind magic to finish them off. 2 hours later, they counted it all up. Belle had grabbed 6 rabbits, but Eru stole the win by mixing rabbits with guinea fowl. And yeah, Eru's the winner. Just as they turn back toward town, Belle suddenly stops dead in his tracks. His detection magic ignites again, and this time it's not animals. "East of town 500 meters, he blurts, panic sharp in his voice. 2 humans and 12 Rishiki wolves. Eru's playful mood evaporates now he's locked in. "Should we race in and save them?" he asks, fully aware they might just make it on time. No time to argue, bell blows, and it snatches Iru right there. Fine, I'll go straight to emergency measures. Before Uru can even catch up to what's happening, Bell slams enhancement magic into their bodies and surges it all through them. They rocket forward like a cannonball, the world smearing into streaks as they tear through space at an unreal speed. Eru can only shriek, "Bell, what the hell was that?" They slam to a sudden stop in a clearing. Bell doesn't even flinch, he just shrugs and fires back, "Time's running out, come on, let's go!" They burst in at the last second because a pack of snarling wolves has two girls trapped and cornered. Bell spots them from class, and before anyone can blink, he and Eru explode into action with a full-on preemptive strike. Eru's arrow whistles through the air and lands dead on, dropping one of the wolves in a single shot. Bell has a way bigger plan first. He locks in their safety, then slams his palm to the ground and mutters. A colossal wall of mud explodes out of the ground, smashing a barrier between the girls and the raging, frenzied pack. With the danger finally shut down, Bell whips his focus to the last wolves because this is it, he declares, and he won't let them breathe. The ground rips with a violent tremor as dozens of razor-thin earth spears rocket up from beneath them, skewering the entire wolf pack in one brutal, unforgettable strike. The whole battlefield goes dead silent. Eru just freezes, jaw dropped in pure disbelief. He always knew Bell was a good magic user, but this is a whole different beast. And in that moment, Eru realizes with a jolt that his new friend was holding back hard during their little hunting contest. Now that the threat is gone, the two girls they just saved stumble closer, still shaking from what they lived through. Yeah, they're totally their classmates, same classroom, same crowd. Bell flashes them a reassuring smile and asks, "Are you okay?" Ina, the red-haired girl, locks eyes with him and realizes this is the 8th son of the Baumeister house. She's raised by a whole line of spearmanship instructors, vassals chained to a ruthless Margrave's power. As the 3rd daughter, she's got her sights set on becoming an adventurer too ready to blaze her own trail. Prodigy and combat magics. Louise beams at Bell and throws her thanks his way with pure excitement. Bell remembers that combat magic isn't just magic. It's a specialized art that fuses martial arts with magical power-ups. And then it clicks. Eru, Ina, and Louise are all here for the exact same reason as him, to carve out a life their birthright never even offered. Now that the crisis is finally crushed, this brand new party races back into town, ready to unload all their hard-won spoils. The hall is jaw-dropping once they're done selling everything. They stride out in sync, each clutching a fat pouch of silver coins. And yeah, that's a seriously unreal payday for just one afternoon's work. Because Iru won their bet, he's throwing a lavish dinner for everyone. The girls are totally head over heels for Bell, staring in awe as his unstoppable magic blows them away. Lewis just can't stop gushing, and it's absolutely mortifying, Ina. Eru just lets out a heavy sigh, cursing the fact that it feels downright unfair to even try to battle a mage. Finally, the question bursts out, "Hey, how did you learn to use magic that crazy?" And Iru blurts it out like she's reading everyone's minds. Bell admits he taught himself the basics, but then he reveals he had a special teacher to show him the real stuff. Louise blurts out that magic users are 1 in 1,000, and that Bell is the only one who earned a magic scholarship. So everyone leans in hard, brimming with nerves and curiosity as they wait for his story. Bell pauses, his mind instantly snapping back to the weird childhood training that still feels unreal. At last, he caves. "Look, it's not like I'm dying to hide it," he says, leaning in. "You know about the talking corpse?" Eru's eyes fly wide. He's finally heard the rumors everyone's been whispering about. Bell stares them down and says, "Yeah, he was my magic teacher." And just like that, Bell digs into a memory from 7 years back. As a kid, he stumbled into a forbidden forest, and there, out of nowhere, he met the mysterious, ghostly man named Alfred Ranford. Alfred finally confessed he wasn't alive anymore. He was a spirit, a cold echo of who he used to be. And now the whole world knew him by one terrifying name: the Talking Corpse. That's why Bell's detection magic couldn't sniff him out. Alfred was living outside the whole normal spectrum of life. Alfred had been pacing and hunting for the one disciple with a massive magic reserve, someone he could finally hand his 30 years of hard-earned knowledge to. He saw that spark in Bell, and Alfred struck a deal 1 week of brutal, hands-on training right in his face, fast-tracking Bell's growth to a level he could never reach on his own. For Bell, a kid starving for a shot at real independence, this offer hit like destiny, one he simply couldn't turn down. The training hit harder than anything Alfred could have dreamed because Alfred kept showing up with mountains of food, using a sneaky little ruse to make Bell's family believe he was out just picnicking the whole time. Their first lesson was vessel merging. He had them link hands, and Alfred's massive magic power surged into Bell, leveling out both of their reserves. Bell's heart slammed with panic. What if it pushed him right into an explosion? But the instant Alfred's ice-cold, ghostly hand gripped him, he knew this was the real deal. The transfer worked. Alfred practically exploded with joy when he realized Bell's potential was even bigger than he ever dared hope for. In the next week, Alfred drilled him non-stop until he could finally swing elemental magic swords that sparked with flame, chilled with ice, and sliced through the air with the power of wind. And even the boring stuff, like a stone sword, Alfred made it sound deadly important because if you're going up against Earth-type monsters, you need that kind of RPG-level gear. He pored over Alfred's private grimoire, devouring the exact theory of magic it laid out. After just 1 wild week of training, this young Bell could slam one spell out and shatter a massive boulder like it was nothing. But every power came with a warning. Alfred slapped Bell with the brutal tale of his own demise. Once a legendary adventurer, he died going toe-to-toe with a monstrous beast, and one tiny lapse in focus wiped his entire life out in a single moment. Frustrated. But he admitted that running into Bell and passing on his legacy filled his chest with a joy he'd never even dreamed of. Then the real showdown arrived, the final lesson, and the reason they met at all. Alfred came to train Bell in holy magic. He finally spilled the truth. He wasn't some harmless spirit at all, but an undead zombie chained to the world, doomed to stay. And with his last breath, he begged his disciple Bell to unleash holy magic, cleanse his cursed body, and finally give him eternal peace. With a shattered heart but iron resolve, Bell nodded and agreed. For 2 brutal weeks, Bell fought tooth and nail to learn that terrifying magic, one that demanded he channel his own life force just to make it work. Finally, he broke through and made it happen. For his graduation gift, Alfred handed him his most prized treasure, an enchanted magic bag packed with a lifetime of goodies, gear, food, and enough wealth to last forever. When Bell poured his magic into it, his mind instantly got slammed with an unimaginably massive inventory list so huge it was almost impossible to even make sense of. Alfred beamed with pride and told him it was the master's final farewell gift for his #1 pupil. At last, the moment arrived. Alfred tipped his gaze to the sky with calm in his eyes, and he murmured, "Your life starts right here. Grant my wish." With tears blasting down his face, Bell thrust his hands up into the air. He unleashed his holy magic, and a warm, painless glow wrapped around his master like a comforting blanket. Alfred's final words were a burning promise. "Leave your name in history, and you'll become a legendary magician." Then he vanished into nothingness, finally at peace. That unforgettable, bittersweet moment with his master, Alfred Ranford, is what lit the fuse because it's the exact start of Bell's life as a magician. Over at Frontier, during a loud celebratory meal, their smiles finally shift into talk about the new partnership, and Ian, grinning like he already won, cheerfully tells Erwin just how lucky he is to have Bell fighting by his side. Erwin, the ultimate pragmatist, snaps back immediately. Sure, Bell's a combat mage, but he's also a spear user, and that combo's legit still, Erwin insists. Ina and Louise have the superior setup. Louise cuts in and says, "Since both Ina and I are vanguards, our party lineup feels way too lopsided." But Erwin just snorts at the whole idea. He claims that with a monster-level mage like Bell, normal party balance doesn't even matter no matter the roles. Bell's magic can smash through any gap. Blushing at all that praise, Bell barely makes a sound, just sips his drink quietly. Erwin's ambition ignites. He lays out his plan. The 4 of them can swap roles whenever they need to, with Erwin taking the bow for ranged hits while Bell charges in with his sword, because he's dead sure that if they team up, they'll become the strongest party in the whole school. That night, after they devoured a big, hearty meal, the crew split up and went their separate ways. As Ina and Louise head home, Louise goes unnervingly silent like all her earlier spark just got snuffed out. Ina clocks it right away and blurts, "So what's going on in that head of yours?" And Louise admits she's scared, just not for herself, for Belle. Ever since the school saw his insane magic with their own eyes, everyone's been staring at him non-stop because he's not just some normal student, he's a dead-ed magic scholarship kid, and that kind of talent only comes once. Louise lays it out. Every ambitious student is lining up to recruit him, and every noble house is eyeing him as the perfect marriage prize, because once people clock his worth, it's only going to skyrocket from here. Ina tries to crack a joke, teasing that Louise is basically admitting the guys can't help themselves for cute girls like her. But Louise just shrugs it off and declares, "I'm just an average short person," like it's no big deal at all. She reminds Ina, "You're still just 12, and tells her she's been way too brutal to herself. And then it hits her like a lightning bolt of clarity. A brilliant, simple solution. She whips her gaze to Ina, eyes blazing with determination, and shouts, "That's it! If we make it official and form a party with Belle, we can lock in his side for good." This isn't only about chasing adventure, it's their master plan to lock in a future together. She doesn't even pause. She blazes in and orders them to file the party registration form right now. Ina's stunned, speechless by how fast it all hits, but Louise just waves it off like it's nothing if the boys don't want it. They can toss the form, low risk, huge payoff. Next day, school bells shriek, and the unsuspecting Belle and Erwin gets yanked straight into their teacher's office. The teacher thrusts a party application form into the air showing their names, and the whole class freezes in total confusion. To their shock, he doesn't even question it. He approves it, praising their call like it's genius, pointing out that all 4 of them are top-ranking students, and somehow they've formed an insanely well-balanced, fearsome team. He slips them a couple of sealed envelopes, tells them to prove him right, and then sends them on their way. As Erwin strides down the hall, he can't resist poking fun at a baffled Belle, so he leans in and asks, "Which one's your type?" Belle's still trapped in a 25-year-old mindset, and the second he's called a lolicon, panic spikes in his chest. He blurted out a denial so fast he totally forgot he's the same age as them in the flesh. Erwin just breaks into a laugh, flashing his finger like, "Yeah, both of them are undeniably gorgeous, no question." Right on cue, Ina and Louise burst into the scene, dodging embarrassment as they apologize, claiming they sent in the application without even checking with them first. Erwin, practical as ever, just flashes a thumbs up like, "Sure, let's try it out. It's not some permanent deal." Belle spots how much easier it is to go with the flow than to fight back, so she just nods along and boom, their party is officially formed. Ina suddenly snaps back those envelopes the teacher slid into her hands. They're invitations to a garden party hosted by Margrave Brehilder. Right here, Louise wastes zero time. She grabs the moment and demands Belle leave at once, because the Margraves have him under their watch. She smirks and calls it out since Belle's living at the Brehilder estate. He's getting VIP treatment, so you can bet that means his party members are about to rake in perks too. Belle quickly brushes it off, insisting it's just a low-key hangout. But the vibe turns sour on the spot. If it's a formal party, everyone's suddenly expected to dress up, and the frantic preparations weigh on the air like a storm waiting to break. Erwin spots his opening, hooks an arm around Belle, and figures since Belle's the one with the money, he's definitely taking them all shopping after school. Soon they stumble into a lavish, high-end boutique like they've been thrown into a whole new world, miles away from their usual adventurer gear. As the boys get fitted for their tailored suits, Belle freezes in pure culture shock, realizing that back in his old life, he'd never once worn anything custom. Then the price tag for just one suit hits him like a truck, and he can't even fathom what the total bill would be for all of them. While the rest are buzzing with excitement, Belle locks eyes with Ina and sees the sadness weighing on her face. He yanks her aside and asks what's wrong, and she finally admits in a soft voice that she's terrified of how hard this is going to drain her savings for new equipment. Belle brushes it off like it's nothing. Forget all that, because this is her rare shot to dress up, kick back, and just enjoy being a girl. Then he tosses in the idea that she should get styling tips from Louise, and Belle's cheeks go red in an instant. Later, Ina stands there torn in two, gazing at a dazzling, wildly expensive necklace, then reaching for a way more affordable one. Belle strides in with total confidence and tells her the pricier one is way better. When she asks why he's smiling, he leans in and whispers that the gem's the same color as your eyes. He doesn't treat the buy as a cost. He sells it like a celebration, like they're finally making it official and becoming a real party. That one heartfelt line seals everything. That final bill is downright insane, but man, their spirits are soaring even higher, and they decide to kick off their brand new partnership with a hunt the very next day. The brand new squad hustles to the school's request board, chasing a payday so huge it could change their whole lives. The receptionist spots the perfect one, a job meant for exactly 4 people. But here's the twist. Another crew of 4 already snatched the spots. So yeah, now they've got to team up with someone else. And turns out the other 4 are also top 10 students. The mission sounds almost too easy. Head to the backyard and wipe out the vermin in the orchard. And the second they show up, their rivals are waiting, led by the fiery twin-tailed girl, Aurelia. She clocks Belle instantly and barrels straight to the point, no hesitation. She storms right up to Louise and confronts her face to face. Accusing their group of theft, Belle slipped away and formed a secret party with him behind everyone's back. She fires back that if her team's grades are just as sharp, then they've got every right to team up and party with him too. Louise snaps back that the teacher approved their application ages ago, then calls them cowards for trying to steal their member. Insults crash through the air and Belle jumps in to calm everyone down, but the tension is so heavy it feels like it could snap. Erwin, always blazing with ideas, calls for a competition to settle everything right here, right now. Whoever wipes out the most vermin, your team or Belle's, gets the official green light to team up with Belle, and Belle immediately agrees, calling it the most fair, straightforward challenge. The girls from both teams light up the moment the match starts, itching to prove they deserve every inch of the spotlight. The orchard owner leans in and says the real threat isn't the birds in daylight, it's what crawls in after dark. Hearing that, Belle's modern know-how kicks in fast. He starts asking for scraps, unwanted clothes, and even mirrors. He rushes to work and starts cooking up clever low-tech fixes for their daytime problem, fast. He whips up a spinning, reflective bird repellent and a super simple noisemaker, leaving everyone else staring in total shock. But his masterpiece, this scarecrow, looks so disgustingly real that it's like a zombie just crawled out of the dead. It blasts the girls into screaming panic, but Belle, he's absolutely beaming. His creation isn't pretty, but it gets the job done. As dusk crawls in, a bone-rattling screech tears through the air. This is where the real fight finally explodes. The students braced as the night's vermin dropped from the trees, closing in fast. They're monkeys, and there are a whole lot of them. Ina flashes a smug grin, claims monster slaying is where her team owns the spotlight, and orders the boys to stay back. At Louise's signal, the 4 girls from both sides explode forward together like one unstoppable force. The battlefield erupts into chaos, and Anna's spear slices through the air like it's alive, while Aurelia swings her polearm with bone-crushing force. They slice through the monkey horde with brutal efficiency, carving a deadly path straight ahead. Lewis drives in with a thunderous kick, and the monkey gets blasted through the air. But the moment Aurelia drops one monster, 2 more crawl out like the woods refuse to let her win. So with fire in her eyes, she pushes deeper, cutting into the dark to find the edge she needs. But in the black of the darkness, something way worse was already waiting. 2 huge glowing eyes flickered into view, and a deep growl rumbled through the trees. A monstrous bear the size of a nightmare tears out of the shadows, way bigger than anything they've ever had to survive. Aurelia freezes in pure terror like her blood turned to ice. The beast rockets forward, swiping her and her partner aside like they're nothing but dolls. The boys hear their screams echoing from far away. Pinned to the dirt and helpless, the 2 girls can only stare in terror as the bear rises for the final, bone-crunching attack. This is it. The end. And then 2 figures exploded out of the trees like they'd been waiting for the perfect moment. Ina and Louise tear forward at blinding speed, cutting off the bear's strike with flawless teamwork. Louise rockets a crushing kick into its head, and before it can stagger, Ina drives her spear deep into its side. And just as the clock ticks down, the boys finally roll in right on time to catch their teammates tearing into the action. Louise slams down another brutal kick, and the impact leaves no room for mercy. Blood exploded through the air in a wild spray, and Ina ends it for good with one last crushing thrust. The colossal bear drops to the ground, crushed and finished, while Belle and Erwin stand there, frozen, speechless, and staring in total disbelief at that terrifying strength. Lewis rockets over to make sure the two girls who went down are still okay. For a brief moment, Aurelia goes silent. Shock and pure humiliation blaze across her face. Then, with a sour sort of respect, she finally lifts her gaze and admits defeat. "Yeah, I guess I have to say it," she tells me. "You're definitely one of Wendellin's party, too." In that instant, the rivalry finally dies off. What's left is a raw, hard-earned respect for just how powerful they both are. But the very next day in class, the boys are still buzzing non-stop about that fight. Erwin can't stop raving about how insanely strong Ina and Louise are, and with them in the party, he feels totally safe. Then he swivels toward Belle, flashes a cheeky grin, and goes, "All right, pick one, who's it gonna be?" The second the question hits, the air goes dead silent and Belle freezes on the spot, totally thrown off, while the girls behind him crowd closer, eyes blazing, begging for an answer he straight up doesn't have. Chasing thrills, but at just 12 years old, Wendell is trapped with von Benubo Meister Bell to his friends, and they're stuck in a twisted limbo. In this world, aristocrats can't just toss their titles aside. He's stuck waiting until adulthood before he's allowed to renounce them. So for now, he has to play the noble role, even when none of it feels like him. His current mission, crashing a high society garden party in a fancy carriage, riding in with his friends Irina and Louise, feeling pumped and completely baffled all at once. Eru can't help wondering if they got invited for the same reason as Belle, but Ina shuts that down with a way more practical theory. She figures it's simple. She and Louise got the invite because their dads work as retainers for the host, Margrave Brigerator. And then she smirks like, "Words out." Everyone's talking about how insanely good they've been at that adventurer prep school because their name keeps climbing, and now it looks like the Margrave wants to see these promising rookies with his own eyes. As they roll up to the estate, that colossal mansion hits them like a wave no one can even speak. It's a jaw-dropping palace blazing under the sun, an absolute spotlight on the Margrave's power and insane wealth. This isn't just a house, it's a loud, unstoppable statement. The garden party is pure splendor every year. The region's biggest names show up: nobles, guild leaders, and church officials, all packed together and mingling like one massive power-filled gathering. Iru points out that moments like this hit harder than anything, proof they truly belong to the nobility, worlds apart from where they started. For a bunch of hungry adventurers, the real star is the food straight up the main event, and Iru, whose family is only a viscount, can't believe her eyes at the feast laid out before her. But Ina and Louise don't even hesitate. They barrel straight into the meat, a rare, ridiculously expensive delicacy. Bell flashes them a warm, responsible grin and tells them to dig in because he's already done the math in his head, figured he can cover those fancy outfits, and basically dares them to enjoy every perk. While his friends chow down, Bell's head drifts somewhere else, his family's bleak future hanging over him. Yet he feels strangely numb, like he's already checked out because in 3 years he'll be grown and finally free to sever every tie. And honestly, it sounds like the cleanest plan in the world. But a silky voice interrupts his thoughts, straight up calling his thinking way too naive. Belle jolts her gaze up and finds a sharp-suited, swaggering man so confident she can't even ask his name yet. Then Ina and Louise thunder over, panicking as they frantically hiss that he's being rude. And just like that, Belle realizes it's the host himself, Margrave Amadeus, Freitag, Vombre Erater. The Margrave doesn't even blink at Belle's cluelessness. He's shockingly kind, and he tells Belle it's only natural he wouldn't recognize him. He even admits he's been dying to invite someone from the Baumeister family for years, then hesitated, because he knew their money troubles would turn the trip into a nightmare. Then he hits the real point, grinning like he already knows everything, leans in and asks, "So you're a magician, huh? Tell me I'm right." The invitation wasn't meant for some poor noble's son. It was meant for the mage. The Margrave leans in for a private word, and with no escape in sight, Belle gives in and agrees. They burst out of the loud, bustling party and slip inside the grand mansion, climbing a towering staircase straight into the Margrave's private quarters. Belle's mind is sprinting in circles. Why would someone this powerful want anything from him? Inside that room, the Margrave plays him like a puppet, asks if Belle hasn't caught on yet. praising his raw talent while ripping into how painfully inexperienced he is. With a low, steady command, he demands, "Come out now." A rugged man in a mage's robe suddenly bursts out from behind a curtain. The Margrave takes one look at him and crowns him their chief magician, Brantark Ringstat. Brantark steps forward and introduces himself, once a blazing adventurer. Now he's serving in the Margraves. Then boom. The Margrave drops the bombshell. Brantark taught Alfred Rainford Bell's ghostly master. Bell gets completely floored. Brantark just smirks, because even now Bell's senses are still too dull to clock the other mages, which is why he could have been hiding in plain sight. Brantark plays it cool, but those eyes are razor-sharp as he pokes the bell, sensing every ounce of his distrust. They finally slam their cards down and lay it all on the table. This is a full-blown negotiation. Brantark is desperate to uncover what really happened in Alfred's last moments. Years ago, Alfred was ordered to haul a magic bag stuffed with enough supplies to fuel the Margrave's expeditionary forces, so the Margrave's grand plan only got bigger, layer by layer. And just like that, the supplies were swallowed by the darkness, because when Alfred died, the bag vanished too. Bell lays it all out for them how he tracked down the undead Alfred, the brutal training that broke him, and the inheritance he walked away with. He leans in and asks if they really doubt his story. Then they shake their heads like, no way. Brantark confirms it right away, no hesitation. He tells them he can feel the magical echoes of everyone he meets, so for years he followed Alfred's haunting trail, until he finally knew the truth. Alfred had turned into a lich. He meant to put his former student to rest, but Thelford's magical signature started to stir proof he'd finally found a disciple. Before long, the whispers started flying some gifted magic user from the Backwaterbemeister family had snagged a scholarship, and suddenly everything fell perfectly into place. That final undeniable proof hangs right at Bell's hip, the magic bag, and it's Alfred's. They demand their supplies back, and Bell instantly nods, no hesitation. With Brantark guiding him, he sees it all clearly and dumps that whole mountain of goods into place. The Margrave scans the list, and his eyes blow wide as the price worth billions in today's money hits like a punch. So they hand Bell a crazy 20 cut of the entire value as his reward. But they're not done yet, because the Margrave knows that for a mage, money is never the real prize. With the supplies back in hand, their territory's finances finally locked in and stayed stable. And just like that, Bell is handed the ultimate reward. He's allowed to inherit all of Alfred's riches, packed in the guild bank, spread across real estate, and crowned by the one thing that matters most, his mansion. Turns out the mansion sits right near the adventurer's school, super close and perfectly convenient. It looms massive and unstoppable, held in perfect shape by preservation magic. As Bell locks eyes on the gargoyle-snarled gate, he can't shake the gut feeling that those two powerhouses just dumped all their heavy responsibilities on him for their own gain. As Bell closes in on the gate, he spots it's been shut tight with a magic stone lock, one that's almost certainly tuned to the owner's exact magical signature. Alfred had already slipped in a memo, laying out the whole process step by step. To prove it's his, he has to tear down the old password, forge a brand new one, and pour his magic into the change. Bell thrusts his hand onto the stone, and a surge of raw power makes the ancient gate groan as it tears open. The instant he steps into the yard, everything explodes into motion. Stone golems slam awake from the mansion's automated defense, immediately flagging him as an intruder. With his brain racing, Bell snaps to the memo's orders and slams his hand against the magic stone again, forcing it to recognize him as the new owner. The golems lock up, those glowing eyes flicker out for a heartbeat. Then they reboot with a jolt, swapping Alfred Sama for their new owner, Wendell and Sama. Their threats melt away as they straighten up and march off. Exploring his brand new home feels like walking straight into a dream. The whole place gleamed pristine, all thanks to some slick preservation magic. It's got everything. There's a library, a modern kitchen, and to Bell's absolute delight, even a real bathroom with a toilet that flushes. After the harsh, primitive chaos back at his family home, this place hits like heaven. A few days later, Bell hypes up his crew and invites them over for an all-out tour. They're totally speechless. Louise can't stop staring at the magical appliances, things so wild and powerful they blow past everything her own family has ever owned. The talk swings to cooking, and Eru goes, "Bell, you're incredible. But just when you think that's the best of it, Ina and Louise step up and prove they're just as deadly in the kitchen. Meanwhile, Iru admits his cooking skills are basically non-existent. With a bright smile, Belle skips into the kitchen and starts planting goodies for the girls. They throw a feast to celebrate Belle's fresh new home, clinking cups like, "Cheers to our new HQ," while Iru proudly calls it their headquarters. It's basically a flimsy excuse to get them to stay over, and Belle sees right through it, but he's still grinning, because having his friends nearby is all he really wants. Then Louis catches sight of the bag Iru's been clutching. He proudly holds up his homemade yogurt like it's a trophy. A switch snaps on in Belle's head. His old life memory blares fermented milk, warm it up, and carry it in a bag that gets shaken all day. It's basically a ticking bomb waiting to detonate, or at least that's what he tries to shout too late. The bag bursts open with a sickening splatter, hurling sticky, sour yogurt onto everyone and everything in sight. That smell hits like a punch, absolutely horrendous. Suddenly, the golem slams into the room and alarms blare as an irregularity is detected. When they spot Belle safe and unharmed, they immediately lower their guard. The girls are smeared in the mess, and they announce, loud and proud, that they're taking a bath, leaving the boys stuck cleaning up the chaos. Yuru's mortified to the bone, but Belle, always the good friend, waves it all off like it's nothing. When the girls ask to use the bath, he nods and lets them in, then quickly zaps Eru to shut down his own dangerously perverted thoughts. In the bath, the girls soak in pure luxury and can't stop gawking in awe. Louise decides the water's still not hot enough, and she watches the magical faucet scramble to fix it using her own mana. She grossly misjudges how much power she needs. Then a brutal beam of energy blasts from the faucet, launching the girls back as they scream. Once again, the golems slammed through the wall and their security level cranked up even higher. Every human except Wendell and Sama gets wiped out, and they charge forward, declaring war on the terrified girls. Belle bursts in at their screams, hurling himself between them and the golems. He has to explain his own security system again, for the second time today, that these people are his friends. He lets out a heavy sigh, realizing the golem's AI learning is basically a myth, like it never even starts. That night, the girls slam the decision down. Belle's punishment is simple. They're staying over. While Belle and Eru soak in the bath, Eru starts teasing him about how the girls are always clinging to him like he's candy. He grins like, and they're adorable too. Belle detonates into a chaotic splash, flinging water everywhere as he panics and screams, "I'm not a lolicon!" Later, he lies there awake, staring over at the sleeping girls. He can't deny they're cute, but the moment he thinks that, anxiety claws up his chest, because all he can remember is his old, type, mature, glamorous women. So when did his taste flip so hard? He scrambles to justify at same age, so it can't be that weird, right? For now, he shoves the storm of confused thoughts aside and forces himself to sleep in his chaotic new home. On her day off, Elise's mind sparks. She whips around to Belle and begs him to take her somewhere. Belle, still clueless as ever about romance, figures she's only getting a tour guide because he knows the area better. That's not it. She pouts and demands, "I want to take the lead." On a date, she's totally caught off guard, just laughs it off while Ina and Erwin roll in, chatting like they've already got their own plans for the day. Looks like today's a holiday, and the two of them are heading out right now to hunt down brand new weapons. Belle's mind races and she whirls on Louise, pitching the idea, "Let's hit the shops and grab some fresh magic tools for me." The second she sees him, her face bursts into a dazzling, unstoppable smile. And just like that, Belle finally nods. This is their long-awaited holiday, so they might as well step out and soak up the fun together. They push through the noisy town streets, weaving past the crowd as they go. Belle steers the crew straight into a specialty magic shop, and the second they step inside, they're hit with a dazzling wave of enchanted gear, glowing trinkets, intricate artifacts, and high-powered magical devices stacked everywhere, all screaming that this city doesn't mess around when it comes to top-tier craftsmanship. They drift through the shop, scanning every tool and trinket on display, like they're hunting for the next big thing. But when it's all said and done, they storm off with nothing in their hands. Later, sprawled in an outdoor cafe, Louise leaned over and demanded to know why he hadn't bought a single thing. Belle leans back and says with total confidence that the magic tools his mastercrafts aren't just good, they're straight up superior. They're swapping prices, and Bell can't stop himself. His brain instantly flips every cost back into yen, and the moment he does, he realizes just how brutally expensive even the simplest stuff is here. He wonders if those specialty goods are actually worth the price. Then he snaps his focus right back to Louise. He leans in and asks her if she wants to get into combat magic tools. Louis jumps back in surprise, but Belle keeps going, telling him she can tell his magic has only begun, and it's got way more room to bloom. Of course he says it, cracking a grin and taking a sip because, yeah, only a magic user can truly spot another. Ever since the entrance ceremony, he couldn't ignore it. Her magic was way stronger than any ordinary magician's, and he could feel that power vibrating in her. He just knew there had to be a reason behind it. It feels like the perfect opening. Louise steps in and starts pouring out her story, because the Oofle Bakehouse has been training and mastering combat magic for generations. Since she was a kid, she was a prodigy too powerful for her own good, but her father and brother only had average magic, and that gap cracked everything, leaving her shut out and alone at the dojo. Bell leans in, eyes widening as he realizes, holy hell, how awkward it must have been for the adults to keep getting upstaged by a little girl. But Louise quickly shuts that down. She wasn't truly lonely at all. In the neighborhood, there was always Inna. She faced the same terrifying trouble. Her own massive strength was way more than she could handle. Her face pinched with regret as she remembered that night their party got boxed in by a pack of wolves, and she couldn't stop thinking that if she'd only powered up her magic sooner, they never would have ended up there. That's why she's been grinding non-stop training not only for herself, but because she's surrounded by monsters like Erwin and Ina. When she's around them, fire lights up inside her. She demands to get stronger, and she's going all in on her dreams, side by side with them. She playfully pokes Bell's chest with a finger, teasing him to straighten up and act like a real escort. Then he grins and nods like, "You're right." He tore back to his lavish mansion. Bell rifled through his magic bag, grimacing as he saw his consumables were nearly gone, and he knew he had to refill them As he strides out, his golem gardener starts acting like he knows exactly where he's headed. "Yep, we're going somewhere." Bell even shrugs, saying he's just heading to the beach for a bit. The golem just freezes on the spot, totally lost on the beach. Just a heartbeat later, Bell taps into his mana, and a glowing magic circle ignites right under his feet. He blasts upward, flinging himself skyward with his flight magic until he's soaring high above his estate. The golem stares as he shrinks into a tiny speck, swallowed by the sky. From where Bell stands, he sweeps his eyes across the land, locking onto his bearings fast. He spots the Lig Mountains stretching south and locks in the route instantly. With a wicked grin, he cranks the power to full throttle. He blasts off like a rocket and rockets straight for the beach. Surging into view, the sparkling ocean glimmered as they finally arrived. He dives straight into it, hitting the first item on the list, salt. He thrusts his magic and hurls a colossal sphere of seawater into the sky, then tells himself plain as day that humans can't live without salt. He figures he can score a solid paycheck just by selling it, and he's even lined up some handmade vases to stash it in. But this is just a side mission because the real reason he's even on this trip is clear. He's determined to craft a perfect staple of Japanese soul food, miso. He flashes back to his past life, Shingo, where he helped run the whole process himself. Back then it was brutal, but with magic this whole thing should feel way easier. With a flick of his powers, he purifies, ferments, and ages the ingredients in a blink. Then one final flash of light hits, and he's done. Success. But he's not done renewed fire in his heart. He locks in on an even tougher mission and starts making soy sauce. And once again, he pulls it off right when it counts. To celebrate, he fires up the grill and throws on fresh lobster and clams he snagged just nearby. He dips a juicy bite of cooked shellfish into his freshly mixed soy sauce and chomps down like it's pure heaven. The flavor hits his tongue like a thunderclap, so damn good it knocks the breath out of him. Then nostalgia crashes in, dragging him back to a home he swore he'd never taste again. The rich, salty soy sauce hits like a gift pulled straight from the sea. He realizes this craving for Japanese food isn't just a personality quirk. It's basically a curse haunting him. In this whole world, he's probably the only magician who can conjure miso and soy sauce. The very next morning, he was back in his mansion. Before the sun even peeks up, Bell is already on his feet scrubbing rice and cooking a full meal in his huge kitchen like it's go time. He grabs chopsticks and whips up his miso soup so perfectly it feels like magic. Soon, the full, proper Japanese breakfast is finally ready: grilled fish, fluffy tamagoyaki rice, and a steaming bowl of soup. Itadakimasu. He digs in like it's the best thing on earth, savoring every single bite because nothing hits like Japanese food in the morning. After he devoured his meal, he throws on his gear, tightens the straps on his sword, and feels the day's about to get hit with his absolute best. A few days later, the party is blasting through the sky on a glorious, magical airship, staring in awe as the deck opens up to the most breathtaking view they've ever seen. That ship is pure tech magic, an ancient heirloom from a vanished magic civilization. Then it got rediscovered and fully retrofitted to finally run on modern magic. Their destination just ahead, the royal capital. The whole trip was sparked by a heated talk about summer break coming up. While everyone was already scrambling to line up part-time jobs for new gear, Belle got a letter from his older brother. Eric turns out he was getting married, and he invited Belle to come to the wedding in the capital with some friends. Before he even finished the page, the whole place exploded with excited noise. "We're going!" And just when it couldn't get crazier, their instructor, Brantark, stepped up and declared he'd ride with them, guarding and leading them himself. Even so, Belle can't shake the feeling that Brantark's after something bigger, pulling strings just to score a free trip to tour the capital for the Margrave. Right now, they're tearing into the airship's lavish interior like it's a hidden treasure. As Ina and Erwin stare in awe, a beautiful spear mounted on the wall has them completely hooked. Belle spots that Louise has slipped off on her own somewhere. Right when he's about to hunt for her, he suddenly hears chaos erupting from the lower deck. Curiosity strikes, so he leans over the railing and boom, there's this massive crowd packed tight, and right in the middle, an arm-wrestling showdown roaring to life. Right in the dead center stands Louise, daring anyone and everyone to face her for a massive cash prize. A hulking dude strides forward, smiling like he's already decided he'll tag her onto his 20-win streak. The match kicks off, and before Luis can even break a sweat, he hammers his arm down onto the table. The crowd erupts like a thunderstorm. She's unbelievably strong, and everyone can't believe their eyes. Challengers kept rushing in one after another until each one got cut down fast. No chance to breathe. Before you know it, she's racking up a 50-win streak, and the whole crowd is clawing for someone to finally take her down. Then this distinguished, power-packed man steps in and volunteers to be her next opponent. The match kicks off, and for the first time, Louise looks like she's finally getting overwhelmed. With one last, brutal burst of strength, the man smashes through her and takes control, and the crowd erupts into wild cheers because the girl finally gets beaten. But Belle, up in the stands, clocks every single move instantly. He's fully convinced she threw the match on purpose. Later on, he finally catches her and calls her out. She tries to act clueless, but Belle clocks every single detail and shuts it down. He breaks down every move of her master plan. She milked her winning streak to pull in a giant crowd, then intentionally crumpled under the pressure so everyone would stare at the match while she vanished unnoticed in the chaos that followed. A sheepish grin blooms across her face, and just like Belkin always does, she drops the line, "You see right through everything." Then she slams a heavy pouch into his hands. It's her way of paying back that loan for their travel expenses. Belle gasps when she peeks inside. There are hundreds of silver coins piled up in there, way more than enough to cover Belle, Ina, and Erwin. The others swear they'll pay him back any day now, but Louise shoots him a sly look and tells him to just hang on to it for them. She snaps into a dramatic pose and roars, "I'm a devilish woman." Belle can't shake the feeling that she's still got a little too much kid energy to pull off that look. Her playful smile flickers out the moment she admits it. Her aristocratic pride won't let her be in his debt. She tells him to at least earn some interest on the loan, but instead of more money, she leaned in like she had something else in mind, and then plants a quick kiss right on his cheek. With a wink, she shrugs that doing it on the mouth was way too embarrassing. Then she bolts down the hall. Belle stood frozen, completely stunned, while his heart hammered like it wanted out of his chest. A slow grin crawls across his face. Then a cute girl steals a kiss from him. And honestly, he's got zero reason to complain. As he strides down the ship's corridor, a sudden, brutal surge of ominous magic slams into him, washing him over like a dark wave. He freezes on the spot then. A beat later, Brantark bursts into view, face grim, and you can tell he sensed it too. It's a presence so massive and terrifying that no human could ever match it. It's not some wild beast, and it's definitely not just an average magic monster either. The cruelest part. Their whole flight route was custom-built to dodge every single monster zone. So what the heck is this thing supposed to be? Suddenly, the whole airship jerks forward and blasts into an insane burst of speed. Brantark snatches the bellboy and shouts, "Come with me!" as he yanks him straight toward the main deck. The passengers are in full-blown panic, screaming for answers as they demand to know why the route got switched out of nowhere. Brantark strides straight into the chaos, and his booming voice cuts through the crowd like thunder. He storms up to one of the ship's officers, and the second the man sees him, recognition hits. No way, it's the legendary magician, Brantark Ringstadt. With every eye locked on him, Brantark steadies the panic, promising he'll speak for them, figure out what's happening, and get answers. Bel's jaw drops in awe because his master isn't just standing there. He's commanding the whole crowd like a completely different person, and everyone gives him respect on sight. Brantark marches up to the officer, declares Bel his disciple, and promises he'll be stepping onto the bridge with him. They stumble up to the bridge, and the captain's shoulders finally drop as relief floods his face when he sees them. He tells them that talking it through won't do a thing. This is one situation you only understand once you see it with your own eyes. Bel whips his gaze to the window, and terror slams through his veins. Slithering right alongside their ship is a colossal dragon monster, but its towering body is all bare bone. Brantark's face has gone deathly pale, and just by looking at its shape and size, you can tell this isn't some run-of-the-mill dragon. His voice sinks into a chilling whisper. Dread drips from every word an undead dragon. That trip started like a calm little cruise through the sky until a colossal shadow smashed over the airship in the blink of an eye. It's a dragon. But it's not made of flesh and scale. It's a bone dragon, all skeletal ribs and deathly frame, a nightmare walking straight out of the grave. Brantark's face drains of color. He's a veteran who's seen everything, but that look in his eyes is straight-up terror. He snaps at the captain, screaming, "You think we can take that thing head-on and win? Don't be an idiot." Through the ship's main window, that beast looms like a ripping nightmare in the clouds, and the captain demands, "What can we do?" For a heartbeat, it looks like the answer is nothing because that dragon won't stop, and all they can do is brace, defend the ship, and pray. Then Brantark gets hit with a sudden idea like a light bulb popping in his head, and he realizes the exact key to keeping them alive. "That dragon," he muttered, and grim clarity snapped across his face. It wasn't alive, it was undead. If it's undead, then there's only one truth it can mean. Holy magic. So that's the crack in the armor, and relief hits the captain like a wave as he whips around to face Brantark, the famed magician. But Brantark just shakes his head. He's a monster of a mage, yet holy magic isn't in his toolkit. And the room goes silent. Every gaze, every hope, every adventurer's eyes snapping onto one target. Bel just stops cold like the whole world holds its breath. He jabs a trembling finger at himself, his voice snapping as it cracks. "Well, wait! You mean me!" The sheer absurdity slams into him like a punch, and he blurts, "No way impossible, I haven't even faced regular magical beings before." But Brantark shuts that down instantly. He stares at Bel with a dead, serious look, like he's delivering a command, and tells him that even for humans, there's always a first time like it's no bigger than the weather. Bel snaps. He grabs his mentor and shakes him like he's trying to wake reality up. And seriously, what kind of world makes an apprentice slug a legendary dragon on day one? Brantark yanks him back into place, his voice ironclad, "If you don't fight, every single person here dies." Then he lands the final crushing hit, and as he stares at Bel, his face eases for a heartbeat. "Man, if Alfred were here," he says, dragging the late master's name into the air, he'd flash that refreshing grin and tell me, "I'll be right back." The moment those words landed, they struck harder than any punch, just brutal, completely unfair. Bel's master was a terrifyingly great magician, the kind who risked everything for their dream, and now, in this exact moment, Bel realizes he has to become the successor that legacy deserves. Inside the main cabin, the captain steps up and pleads with the passengers, doing everything he can to shut down the panic that's surging higher by the second. Bel's friends finally catch up, Terror and determination flicker across their faces because they know they're about to get in the way. None of us belong here. We've got no place in this story. All they can do now is throw up prayers and beg the world to keep him safe. The hatch to the outside deck screamed as it creaked open, and the turbulent sky came crashing into view. Right as Bell is about to step out, Brantark slaps a hand on his shoulder. Once this is all over, he drops his voice to a serious whisper and tells us we're diving back into real training. Bell locks eyes with him, dead stare, no backing down. So don't die. Bell returns the glare, a spark of defiance burning back at him. I won't die at this age. And with that, he vaults off the ship wrapped in a shimmering barrier he forged with his own hands. He hangs in the sky like a pinprick of light, dwarfed by the colossal bone dragon looming behind him. Brantark's plan was painfully simple: blast out on magic, then dump every last drop of holy power he had into purifying the dragon. Then Bell can't shake the feeling that this plan is kind of half-cooked. But we don't have time to waste. Forget all that and lock in on the dragon. Brantark's voice keeps hammering in his head. Now take off from the ship. Leave it to me. He's got to trust his instincts and unleash his magic. No hesitation. Bell sucked in a deep breath, then poured his magic into one blinding holy orb of light, building it until it practically hurt to look at. The dragon snaps to the danger instantly, unleashing a silent roar as its jaw drops open, bracing to strike. A storm of dark energy blasts out of its maw, screaming straight at him. Bell's instincts scream. First he bolts, shouts "barrier," and slams his shield up just before it hits. A brutal blast crashes into him, and the impact hits so hard it feels like it might rip reality in half. The barrier is barely holding. Damn, that was close. His heart hammering as he mutters, shaking from how dangerous it got. That dark energy slithers past him and tears through the land below, smashing everything in its way and leveling an entire forest. But as Bell watches everything crumble, he realizes he can't waste time on a drawn-out fight. Brantark is holding the ship together, yet the ground is getting smashed, and Bell knows he has to end it right now. Now he clenches his focus, steeling his doubts and driving straight on. He has to cram all his magic together, forcing that holy power into one crushing, can-to-breathe kind of attack. He imagines it vividly, trapping the whole bone dragon inside a cocoon of blazing light. He rockets through the air, twisting out of the dragon's clumsy slashes. He just needs a bit more time, some extra power. Fine, he snarls, and shoves his magic straight to the edge. No holding back, maximum magic. He unleashes everything. Then a blazing supernova of holy light erupts from his body, blasting outward in a huge, silent wave. The dragon is pinned dead in the middle. Its bones sizzle and snap as the purifying energy chews through it. But nah, you're not done yet. He's got to keep feeding magic into that spell until the beast is trapped and utterly immobile. The dragon thrashes like a living storm, battling tooth and claw against its own inevitable destruction. Finally, with one last sickening shudder, its bones started to crumble and fall apart, crashing into nothingness and diving toward the earth below. Beleaguered and weightless in the sky, Bell can barely breathe. She whispers, "Is it over?" From the ship, Brantark's voice thunders out, "Man, I swear I thought I was going to lose it, tear through and fix every bone like, what a stupid waste." With a shaky sigh of relief, Bell flicks his magic and steers his barrier into place, then dives in and scoops up the tumbling skeletal remains with his magic bag. His final prize is the dragon's core, a giant, crystal-clear magic stone that throbs with raw, earth-shaking power. As he drifts back onto the ship's deck, his friends explode toward him, piling in fast for a massive group hug. "Not bad at all, kid," Brantark growls, grinning like he just won while Bell sways on the edge of collapse. "Oof, my magic's tapped out." Brantark just lets out a smug chuckle and ruffles his hair. "Yeah, that's exactly what I expected." The way he flew while gripping a barrier, squeezed his magic to the limit, then ended the dragon with a flawless holy spell. Only my disciple could have pulled that off. He pauses, hand still resting on Bell's head, and you can see the awe hitting his eyes, pure, real admiration. "You're something splendid," he whispers Alfred Ranford's disciple. Later, they finally pile into a luxurious cabin, and everyone just freezes, staring in awe at the gigantic magic stone like it's about to explode with power. Bell shook his head. This wasn't just any dragon at all, because it was a legendary ancient monster so warped by time it had turned undead, and it was so rare it practically didn't exist. Erwin bursts out laughing, admitting they got clobbered by bad luck running into it, but they hit the jackpot anyway, because Bell and Brantark were right there on board with them. The tension melts away and it turns into pure relief packed with laughter that fills the room. Alterio, their merchant buddy, studies the stone like a pro, then grins and says it's going to sell for a pretty fortune. He flings out a starting bid so colossal the whole party goes silent, like that gold could power their magical airship for a whole quarter of its lifespan. Alterio and Brantark. Turns out they're old adventuring buddies. Both of them smirk and admit they were the ones who killed that ancient fire dragon, and they even reveal the ship's magic crystal came from. That legendary brawl shattered Alterio, and injury hit hard enough to force his retirement, and it's what pushed him into building a life with the Merchants Guild. Bell, ever the pragmatist, snaps that since Brantark kept the ship safe while he battled the dragon, this was a true team win, so they're splitting the profits. Brantark just cuts him off with one brutal, booming no. He shrugs off the achievement and money like they're just noise, then demands only 1/10 of the profit to cover the trouble he went through. A mysterious term he refuses to explain, leaving Bell totally baffled. Brantark is clearly playing chess, handing Bell the resources and the connections he'll need to survive what's coming next, as his friends were already lost in sleep, dreaming up every sweet they could buy. Bell can't shake this gut feeling Brantark is acting way too suspicious for comfort. His mentor just shrugs it off with a laugh, and the whole crew erupts, celebrating like crazy as they finally roll into the magnificent royal capital. But when they finally touch down, it's anything but calm right away. A whole squadron of royal knights comes charging to greet them. As everyone spills out, Brantark bolts the moment he can, then vanishes into the crowd like he never existed. Can't even process what's happening. The massive port falls deadly quiet. A knight in gleaming armor rides up on his warhorse and jabs his finger straight at him. Wendelin von Benubo. Meister's voice rings across the square like thunder. Bell just goes completely still, frozen in shock. The night keeps rolling on, and we're raising a toast to you for crushing that ancient dragon with pure righteousness, because His Majesty just sent a message. He points you straight at the royal palace, and just like that, you've got an audience at the royal castle. A tense meeting with the king. Then the brutal truth of what he's done finally slams into him, hard. Then it hits him. Everything clicks into place. Brantark already saw it coming. Some stiff, formal ceremony was inevitable, so he ditched it before it even started. Bell, who already panics just from a job interview, is now being yanked into a meeting with the king, the ruler of the whole country. His friends yank their hands up in a big goodbye as the guards escort him into a glittering royal carriage. Across from him, the knight just smiles. Then His Majesty leans in and says, he wants to talk to you. You fought that ancient dragon, safeguarded a priceless national treasure, and saved every passenger on board. Honestly, I'd call you a hero. And just when you think it can't get worse, the knight leans in like that pressure wasn't brutal enough and says the king's got a request and it's for you. A request. But what in the world could the king possibly want from him? As the carriage rattles forward, the royal castle finally bursts into view, an absolutely breathtaking monstrosity, so massive it feels impossible. It's absolutely massive, and Bell, the kid who only wanted to be a simple adventurer, is about to march straight into a world that's way more terrifying than any dragon's lair. And honestly, calling it impressive is an understatement. This thing is a full-on fortress. A walking monument of power that makes everything he's ever seen look tiny. His mind snaps straight to the biggest mansion he's ever seen, and it gets obliterated in an instant. This castle is 10 times the size, no contest at all. Then a man in gleaming plate armor waves them forward, like he's calling them into the real world. As they're marched through those glittering palace-level halls, Wendling can't shake the feeling that he's the whole damn country bumpkin out of place. The sheer size of it knocks the breath out of him. Then he leans toward Artolino and whispers, "Why is Warren personally escorting us tonight?" Warren isn't just some guy, he's the commander of the Kanoan Knights, holding real power and answering to no one. Artolino adds that he's also Brantak's disciple, the royal court magician himself. So yeah, He's one of the kingdom's most dangerous, capable players. Warren caught him and blurted, "So you know magic?" Wendelin just shook his head because in his unit, they didn't sling spells the old-fashioned way. Instead, they're magic knights warriors who pour magic into their bodies and gear, boosting everything until they become unstoppable, superhuman fighters. Warren leans in and fires off a sharper question. Does he know a man named Alfred Ranford? The second Dylan's heart lurches. He remembers it all. Everything he knows comes straight from Alfred. Warren's face relaxes, and he flashes back to the time he met Alfred years ago, instantly clocking him as a top-tier magician. He could feel an immense, impossible dread lurking behind Alfred's calm, gentle smile. Warren whirls toward Wendelin, and the look in his eyes screams, "I get it," because he swears he felt the exact same massive magical presence from Wendelin. Brantak had already warned that Wendelin's magic was way beyond even his master's, so now it all clicks. That's why the king wants to meet him himself. They roll up to a gigantic wall of doors, flanked by stoic sentinels, and the moment hits. This is it. The throne room. Wendeland's panic spikes, but Warren grabs his attention and reassures him because the king is weirdly honest, already clued in on exactly what to do, and he tells them there's nothing to worry about. Artolino fires off a last-second crash course in royal etiquette, but Wendelin just waves it away because as a broke noble's son, they pounded this stuff into him from day one, so he'd be ready just in case. He swallows hard, takes a deep breath, and strides forward as the doors burst open. A towering, intimidating throne room stretches out before him, packed with the kingdom's mightiest people, all locked on him like predators. A royal announcer blares out their arrival, thrusts them before the king, and celebrates the heroic feat that just crushed an ancient dragon. Artolino yanks Wendelin down fast, dragging him into a proper bow. A calm, regal voice slices the silence. It's the 37th King of Helmet, commanding them to lift their heads. The King Swendelin, if you want to remember the name, reigned with his age right there in the spotlight. When Wendelin says he's turning 12, the king pauses staring at him like, "So young," and mutters that age and magical talent clearly don't match up. He praises Wendeland's brutal power, describing how he crushed the beast by unleashing flight, a holy light spell, and a magic barrier all at once. In cardinal robes, Hohenheim leans in and says only a handful of magicians can pull off a holy light spell on that scale. He pitches it as the perfect reward, have them deliver Wendelin to the royal capital's main church and baptize him there. This baptism isn't some normal ritual. It's a privilege meant for royalty and the richest merchants, and you don't get it unless the main church itself grants permission. Wendelin gets the honor, and Artolino immediately clocks it as a slick move to squeeze out donations. But the cardinal cuts in, this isn't about money at all, it's about recruitment. And the second Wendelin, a force like no other, shows up. Every religious sect in the city scrambles to claim him. The king's minister grabs him by the logic and basically begs, "Just take the Orthodox Church's offer, trust me. You don't want the headache that comes after." Wendelin nods, and just like that, it's done. But the king isn't done yet. His eyes narrow a fraction, and you can feel it, there's more coming. He's got one burning wish for Wendelin. He spills the truth. Wendelin has snagged the dragon's bones, and that massive magic stone is now in his hands. The king wants to buy every one of those items from him. He drops a state secret. Then the truth hits harder on the capital's edge. A ruined magic airship from an ancient civilization just sits there like a buried warning. It's a massive ship 4 times bigger than the one they flew in on, and right now it's completely dormant. Wendelin snaps the pieces together right away. Those dragon parts are the missing key to kick the ship back into life. The king confirms that modern magic crystals are tiny and feeble, too weak to wake ancient tech, but a giant stone like the one Wendelin has. That's the perfect power source. And that dragon's insanely tough bones can be crafted into replacement parts, patching the ship's gaps and rebuilding its armor. The king throws out his offer, and Wendelin can't help but stare at the gigantic, shimmering magic stone sitting right there before the throne. Yeah, he accepts instantly. How on earth could he ever say no to the king? The Minister of Finance almost drops dead from a heart attack. "Your Majesty, the price," he sputters, while the king stays cool as ice and calmly declares they'll pay a grand 500 white gold coins for the items, and the minister looks like he's about to faint on the spot. Later on, Artolino would lay bare what went wrong, and the ship's parts were going for about 100 white gold coins in the market. When the dragon bones showed up pure rarity, they dumped in another 300, and suddenly the total rocketed to a jaw-dropping 500. King Cooley fires off a question to his finance minister about the auction price, and the poor guy can only admit it's going to be even worse. Then Cooley presses harder until he's forced to face the fact the king will probably have to dump thousands more into materials anyway. The king's play is pure genius by grabbing that stone right now. He just saved the kingdom a fortune and locked in a game-changing military weapon. He shuts down every single pushback from his budget-obsessed staff, cold and final. Wendelin freezes in shock. He can't believe kings actually bother with these lame details themselves, instead of dumping them on some poor subordinate. But this king is a razor-sharp negotiator, and you can practically see exactly why his country stays rock solid. Then the king drops the real bombshell behind this grand ceremony. Wendelin didn't just lay the dragon down. His magic barrier blocks the dragon's dying breath so it can't blast all the way to the capital and trigger a full-scale catastrophe. Wendel's eyes went wide with pure shock. He had zero clue the stakes were this brutal. Right then and there, the king crowns him the Dragon Slayer for this blazing act of heroism. He surges off his throne like the whole kingdom just snapped to attention, and hands Wendelin a metal relic shaped like two dragons, the legendary dual dragon medal. As the court erupts in applause, Wendelin struggles to even register what's happening. But then King Helmut, the 37th, drops one final world-shaking bombshell. He personally grants Wendelin von Benubemeister a seat as the 6th Associate Baron. The words slam into the air, and Associate Baron Wendelin is left completely stunned, like his brain can't even process what he just heard. Artolino jabs him in the ribs, whispering, "This is the oath I told you about." And before Wendelin can even snap out of his daze, a sword gets shoved into his hands. He drops to his knees and murmurs the oath of fealty, swearing, voice shaking, he'll serve the king and the country with his life. Right there in the grand throne room, everything changes. His life flips forever in the blink of an eye. He's loaded, he's got a medal on his chest, and now he's stepping into the courtroom as an officer of the court. Later, a carriage roared out of the castle and swallowed them in motion. Fresh metal gleams on Wendelin's chest, and it looks like it's burning with power. Artolino is practically bursting with joy, gushing that nobody has earned that medal in over 200 years. Wendelin can't even process it yet. He's the head of the brand-new Baumeister family now, totally cut loose from his father's line. He's getting zero land to rule, so they're telling him, play the fine cloth noble. But don't worry, he's still walking away with a fat pension. So yeah, the best part is, he can still make it to prep school. But here's the twist. Everything's tangled up. He's only 12 now, and he's suddenly a baron, with a reality that leaves him just as confused as everyone around him. He's climbed up the social ladder in a huge leap. His father may be a knight, stuck at the bottom of the aristocracy, but Wendeland is now a baron, solidly in the middle ranks, and somehow he's even outranking his own father. He knows his father won't lift a finger, but the worry for Eric still gnaws at him. They're two brothers fighting the same brutal struggle until Wendelin suddenly climbs higher, and that victory hits him like a wave for the first time. He feels weirdly alone. Right when his thoughts start spinning, the sight of a stunning mansion hits him bam! And there's his brother Eric, waiting there with open arms. After a quick, heartwarming chat, Artolino slips out so the brothers can finally catch up. Eric grins and tells Wendelin, "Before we even get settled, I've got to introduce you to my new family." Inside, Wendelin squares up with Lutcher, the ruthless head of the Brandt family, right on the edge of getting hit. His wife Marion. Then there was Marianne, gorgeous and dangerous in her own way. Wendelin's thrown off by all the stiff formalities, but the head of the house steps in and calms him down, saying everyone in the capital can't stop talking about his heroic deeds. Wendelin, the king of compliments, blurts out how stunning his new sister-in-law is, and her face lights up instantly because for an only child, the thought of finally getting a younger brother feels like a dream come true. Right then, Luis and Ina's party bursts into the room, grinning ear to ear as they spot him because they already know the news. He flashes the medal, announces his brand new title as Associate Baron, and their jaws drop in pure disbelief. Erwin's eyes light up instantly. "No way, you're serious?" he asks, and a sly grin spreads like trouble across his face. In the drawing room, Erwin steps up and lays out his plan. He's begging Wendeland to take him in as a vassal. He lays out his nightmare as a knight's younger son. His future looks brutal, either crawl back to farming or scrape by as a low-ranking adventurer, because the aristocracy runs on connections, not talent. He practically pleads with Wendeland to take him on. Before Wendelin even gets a word out, Ina and Louise cut in, begging, pleading, and swearing they need to be hired too. Everyone in that room is left staring, stunned like, wait, is this even allowed? The head of the house lets out a chuckle, technically, not a real yes, but because Wendeland would make rejecting them a nightmare, he's choosing to let it slide. He tells them that these days, noble families barely grow anymore. Money problems squeeze them shut. Eric points out that ever since Wendeland's new status kicked in, merchants are going to swarm him for connections while women are lining up to beg to be his mistress. Even if it was only on paper, having a handful of trusted friends as retainers would be a massive lifesaver. The trio is bursting with joy. Erwin vows to keep 2 people safe, and Ina offers her help for free, like it's nothing. Louis cheekily says he'd way rather be a retainer than some mistress to some creepy ancient noble. Then the head of the house makes it crystal clear, since Ina and Louise are the aristocrat's vassals' daughters, they're not just good candidates, they're fully qualified to be married into nobility. Louis winks, shot back, declaring, "Fine, then they'll just be my concubines." She learns fast, and she's willing to play his mistress until she's finally grown up. Wendelin is totally flustered, mumbling that they'll shove that whole topic aside for now. But Louise won't back down. She keeps telling him she's gonna blossom into a beautiful woman, and when she does, he's the one who's gonna get played. At last, the day of Eric's wedding has arrived, and the celebration is already exploding in full swing. A loud, familiar voice booms through the air, and Wendeland snaps his head around. Eric is there, grinning and waving like they've been apart for years. Wendelin's deadpan, "It's only been 2 days," lands like a shrug, but Eric just laughs, yanks Wendelin into a bone-crushing embrace, and cheers him for shooting up to associate Baron like it's no big deal. Eric, the generous big brother, shoves Wendell a heavy pouch of coins, his share from their latest wild adventures. But when Wendelin leans in for a look, his jaw drops hard because the stash is wildly, impossibly massive, enough to bankroll a whole army or set someone up for life with the finest liquor, and he can't wrap his head around it. Eric is just handing it over like it's pocket change. While they stride through the loud, bustling courtyard, Eric clocks it instantly. Several key people aren't there. He sweeps the crowd with tense eyes, and the worry on his face says it all. The bride's parents are nowhere in sight, and that silence screams danger. Right then, Brantark shows up and greets them with a huge, warm smile. Eric immediately barrels ahead, demanding to know if the Baumeister family's donation has finally shown up. And the bride's mother snaps with pure stress. She admits she's fired off multiple letters, but not a single reply has come back. A calm, warm air snaps in an instant as a man barges in, face blazing with rage. Then he roars that the dowry from Wendeland's father has still been paid. A wave of icy dread slams into the group. This isn't a small mistake. It's a brutal public humiliation that could blow up their entire future. They stumble onto Wendelin's other brothers, Paul and Helmut, completely crushed, like they've already lost everything. A stormy darkness looms over them, and Wendelin can feel it. Something is horribly wrong. Paul keeps tugging at his collar, and then, like the universe just cursed them, he confirms their worst fears. He tells them their father, supposedly wise, never once saw it coming that Eric would end up marrying into the exact same family that Kurt, the oldest, belongs to. Every last coin from the family got burned on Kurt's ridiculous cult, leaving 0 for Eric's dowry. So with Paul and Helmut stuck as royal guards and set to inherit nothing, their father basically expects them to have nothing coming. Wendelin gets absolutely crushed by how brutally incompetent everything is. No other option left, he strides forward and volunteers to cover the dowry himself. Without blinking, Wendelin dips into his magic bag and starts unloading a king's ransom furs piled high, silk bolts shining bright, gemstones glittering, spices spilling out, and even top-quality supplies and qualipins appearing as if from thin air. But when Wendelin sweeps in and rescues the family from total disgrace, his brothers go completely speechless. Relief hits them so hard you can practically feel it. His friends huddle and whisper, This is the golden shot make connections. Win favor a chance most nobles would spill blood for. Even Brantark nods along, saying that for aristocrats with no real family muscle behind them, it's moments like these that help them climb step by brutal step. Brantark pauses and lays out the Baumeister family's past generations ago. A second son with no path in the capital burst into the wild frontier and founded a village where the old world never reached. Tucked between towering mountains and a wild magic forest, that land was claimed, becoming the Baumeister territory. 4 generations later, Wendelin's dad, Arter, runs the family as the new head, and everyone still laughs at how notoriously ugly his relationship with his own parents is. The bride's family is absolutely terrified of what's coming because defying a Margrave is one thing, but they never even borrowed a single coin for the dowry, and that makes it feel like a far bigger slap in the face. But Brantark cuts right through the panic, insisting the Margrave won't punish an entire family for one man's mistake. Even so, Wendelin can't shake the sharp sting of his family's miserable reputation. Because he saved the day, Eric vows that the Brihadar family will pay him back every last bit in full. It's a brutal reminder that an aristocrat's pride isn't some clean, perfect crown. It's messy, twisted, and complicated. Once the dowry was finally paid, the wedding kicked off perfectly. Then the whole hall erupted in applause as the happy couple soaked up cheers and heartfelt wishes. Wendelin gets completely swamped by guests, and even Ina and Louise are getting bombarded with attention. By the time night crashes in, he's totally wiped out, no strength left in him. And back in their room, Erwin brags about how popular he's become. But Wendelin groans that it's way more stressful than her own wedding ever was. Erwin starts drifting into dreams of his own future, but Wendelin snaps him back and warns him that with his shiny new title, trouble is about to get wildly complicated. And it's not like he's only bragging about those girls lining up to be his partner either. Right in the middle of the talk, everything explodes into a wild twist. Everyone suddenly hammers home what really matters. The terrifying idea that Wendelin could get formally adopted by some higher-up noble. Before he can even wrap his mind around it, they shove him straight into a formal meeting with the head of the Luckner Marquis family. Wendelin looks totally lost. He's never even heard of them. Eric fires back, telling him they're the Mangirabadan family's parents, the same folks he'd just met at the castle. The Marquis turns out he's the kingdom's Lord of Finance, breaks into loud, delighted laughter, and then admits the royal budget is a total disaster, all while he looks genuinely blown away by what Wendelin can pull off. Suddenly, Eric panics because the pieces click, and he realizes the Luckner family runs Braybrook Prep, the same school Wendelin attends. Since Wendelin's schooling is being bankrolled by the Marquis, the moment he steps in, he's got the Marquis's favor hanging over him like a debt. The Marquis smiles warm on the surface, razor sharp underneath, and urges Wendelin to seriously think about joining his family. Eric shoots out a quick apology for the sudden pressure, then admits that if this plan actually goes through, they'll be closer than brothers ever could be. Wendelin stands there under the starry sky, and the weight of everything crashes down on him as he stares at that mansion. He realizes the truth the hard way: being an aristocrat never, ever means a simple life. For the rest of the vacation, he shoves it out of his head and soaks up the capital's sights and sounds like any normal person. Meanwhile, in the grand throne room, the air turns heavy and painfully quiet. Palace Chief Magician Klimat, Krzysztof von Armstrong, strides in and reports everything straight to the king. Their scouting mission into the Palkinia grasslands crashed and burned again. So long as the ancient dragon Grandi holds the plains in a vice grip, humanity can't carve out a single new inch of territory. The king is absolutely crushed by what feels like a whole 1,000 years of no progress against demon-held lands. A long, blood-soaked trail of expeditions that kept crashing and burning. That topic slams a brutal memory into Armstrong's mind. Margrave Brahirator, late to the clock, desperate for a cure, and so frantic he marched his forces right up to near annihilation. The king hits him with the truth during that battle. Armstrong didn't just fight to win, he lost his best friend and rival, Alfred Ranford. Overwhelmed by emotion, Armstrong choked up and begged for forgiveness after his outburst. But the king swats it away, grinning and reminding him they've been best friends since they were kids. Then the king drops the bombshell: Alfred's master, the legendary magician Brantark, is in the capital right now. Even more than that, he's taken on a brand new disciple. The same young man who pulled off what whole armies couldn't. Armstrong's eyes snap wide with shock as the king blurts the truth. Alfred's student is the very boy who just defeated the undead ancient dragon. A blaze flares in Armstrong's eyes, heat you can feel. He snaps, "I have to meet this young man right now." Miles away, Wendelin suddenly explodes into a massive sneeze that hits like a thunderclap, wondering if somewhere out there someone's talking about him like he's the main character. Back in the loud, non-stop capital of Wendeland and his crew are soaking up every wild sight they can find. The city was absolutely gigantic, at least 5 times bigger than their hometown, Brehobrook. But Eric quickly fires back, saying the capital has its own pile of problems. Life is getting expensive, food is running thin, and the water's turning nasty, so they have to expand into the nearby lands if they want things to survive. The Palkinia grasslands are the monster in the way. The last huge chunk of land still crawling with demons nearby. It's the lair of Great Grande, the elder earth dragon who's slaughtered countless adventurers and armies over the centuries. If they could bring it down, the capital would finally bloom and thrive. Wendell stared at the sheer size of that monster, baffled at who in the world could ever bring it down. Then Eric steered them toward a day of shopping. The boys hit the racks of fine clothes and scope out top-tier weapons, like they're gearing up for something huge. But the second Dylan shows up, he shoots Eric a look and sends him off to meet his fiancée, Miriam. Eric shudders as she remembers a past shopping trip with her, turning it into a brutal, exhausting hunt for bargains that felt like an endless marathon. Wendell and Chuckles tossed out a smug remark that women are the same everywhere. They both swear that if the girls would just hit the shops together, everything would finally calm down and life would feel peaceful again. Right after they slipped back into the manor, their calm evening gets violently ripped apart. Ina and Louise sprint over, bursting to show off their brand new dresses. They strike a bold pose, totally fishing for compliments. Wendelin, pure practical mode, leans in and basically praises the capital's fashion for being top tier, earning him a couple of deadpan stares. Erwin snatches the moment back by saying, "Nope, those compliments are for the clothes, not the girls." And then his worry spikes over exactly how much they just shelled out. Louise isn't bothered for a second. She's already plotting a hunting spree to rake in cash for the costs and bankroll their next shopping trip. Miriam Eris's fiancé leans in and tells Wendeland, real soft, "When pretty girls dress up, you're meant to tell them they look absolutely beautiful." Wendeline forces herself to follow her own advice and awkwardly tells both girls they look amazing on them. Erwin jumps in to help, but all he can blurt out is that Louise's red dress looks great. Meanwhile, she never bought a red one at all. Sigh in unison, and yeah, these two girls are a total lost cause. They tell the guys, if you want any shot at a passing grade with women, you'd better sharpen your common sense fast. That night, Wendeland crumpled to the ground, groaning that the worst kind of pain isn't the shopping. It's the brutal aftercare you get hit with right after a trip with women. Rolls Arbor. Wendeland is still reeling from his scorching win over the undead dragon, but the world won't give him a single second to breathe. Then Brantark, a fellow adventurer, swoops in and starts praising him right alongside a second figure who's way more intimidating than anything he's faced so far. They're blown away not only that he's Alfred's disciple, but that he's pulled off that feat with a calm, almost chilling vibe that keeps everyone on edge. Wendelin, still trying to play it cool, brushes it off, but his mind instantly snaps back to the moment he even ended up here. One minute he was out shopping with his friends, and the next, royal palace messengers dragged him away without a word. Like it wasn't an invitation at all, but a full-on kidnapping. Before he even had time to blink, he's already standing at an army garrison on the city's edge, and there he meets the royal palace's chief magician, Master Christoph von Armstrong, and Wendelin's jaw basically drops to the floor. He thought he'd get some doddering old wizard with a long beard. But Armstrong is built like a mountain, and with that kind of macho muscle, it's almost impossible to believe he's a magician. That staff he's carrying isn't some fancy weapon. It looks built to smash skulls and leave nothing standing. Armstrong scoots in close, flashes a sneaky grin, and asks straight up if he's nervous. Then he drops a bombshell. Now they're charging into battle side by side to seize back the Palkinia grasslands, overrun by a terrifying Grand Agreed monster. Wendelin is completely stunned. He's just a miner, and he has no right to be anywhere near demonic territory. But with nobility, the rules don't apply the same way now that he's the new head of the Baumeister family. He's been raised to a baron, and when the army gets mobilized, he steps up and answers the king's call. And this time, the king didn't just ask, he demanded that he join the garrison to take down a massive dragon. So much for blaming his age. Then it hits him like a truck he's been drafted. But when they spot Wendelin's face crumple with defeat, the others just shrug it off, tell him to quit, and swallow his fate. Brantark cracks a joke that Wendelin's legendary bad luck has to be contagious because the timing is way too brutal. This whole mess is so wild that the only thing left to do is laugh it off. Soon they're soaring above the endless Palkinia grasslands, each one sealed inside a shimmering magic bubble that shields them. Then they spot it in the distance right there. Their target, and that grand grade dragon, is absolutely massive, a walking legend and a real nightmare. Armstrong just bursts into laughter, eyeing that massive thing and making a stunned comment about how impressive it is. Right before the fight, Brantark leans in during the briefing and tells them the dragon is an earth attribute type, so wind magic can slice right through it. Every head whips to Wendelin. He straight up says his deadliest move is Cutter Tornado, but here's the catch: it takes a full 2 minutes to cast. That's forever in a brawl like this, but Armstrong doesn't even flinch 2 minutes. He scoffs, "I've got this." But the closer they get, Wendelin's panic turns to a cold sweat, and the dragon is massive, bigger than he ever dared to picture. Yeah, this is about to get brutal. Armstrong explodes into a roar. Magician mobile armor snaps into place. Equip. Mana blasts outward, snapping into place to forge a heavy, menacing black plate armor around him. Wendelin just freezes in total disbelief. Who is this magician, and how is he pulling that off? Brantark leans back and casually drops the bomb. This isn't just any kind of magic. It's a special type of materialization magic. Armstrong's staff snaps into a colossal warhammer, and the armor around him braces with defenses so brutal that even a normal magic barrier would pop like a tiny soap bubble. Armstrong doesn't even flinch. He rockets forward and drives his hammer straight into the dragon's snarling mouth. The impact hits like thunder. The beast screams in rage and lashes out, snapping at the armored magician. Wendelin just stares, completely locked in awestruck, so lost in the moment that even his breathing slows. Two titans clash and trade savage punches, blows flying as they battle to the death. The dragon lashes its massive tail, smashing Armstrong's armor with a brutal crack, but Armstrong doesn't even blink. Armstrong explodes into action, seizing the dragon's tail with raw, unstoppable power. It yanks the whole creature clean off the ground and starts spinning it around like a reckless kid playing with a toy. Wendelin is completely stunned. How much power does this guy even have? Brantark snaps back that the armor is strictly for defense, while that ridiculous strength. That's all, Armstrong, pure and simple. Just then, Armstrong, still clutching the dragon, shouts, "Is the spell ready yet?" Wendell snaps out of his daze, mana spiraling around him like a storm. "I'm ready." He roars as he fires off his ultimate Cutter Tornado. A brutal storm of razor-sharp wind blades bursts from him and slams the helpless dragon inside the vortex. The beast is demolished. Its tough hide gets shredded, ripped into ribbons. Brantark lets out a sharp whistle, stunned by just how brutal that spell really is. Wendelin calmly explains that the spell came straight from his master because he drilled into him demons don't get mercy. The dragon crumples to the ground, its life draining away while it bleeds out across the open plains. Wendell doesn't waste a second. He whips out his magic, scoops up the dragon's blood, and shoves the entire massive corpse into his magic bag. Armstrong can't hide his shock. He flat out says that when it comes to raw magical power, Wendelin has already blown past his own master, Alfred. But he drops a game-changing warning: keep honing your magic. Just don't get selfish or obsess over whether your confidence is good enough. It's a gut-punch lesson in humility from one of the strongest guys he's ever faced. Because with the big boss finally crushed, the grasslands are the safest they've been in a long time. Armstrong grins and declares, "That's it for today, I'm resting," then promises tomorrow he'll blast through the remaining demons and clean up the mess. "Wendelin's just a guest. Say it again." He starts stammering like he can't get the words out. He thought it was over, but Armstrong wouldn't let it go. He claims it's their duty to sweep the field clean and stop any more casualties. He's practically buzzing with excitement for everything he's about to do tomorrow. Wendeland and Brantark can only let out a bitter sigh, their faces shouting, Seriously, do we have to? 10 days after a brutal mop-up job, Wendelin and Armstrong get dragged before the king, fresh off the worst of it. The king praises them to the heavens for crushing the Palkenia grasslands and subduing every last threat there. He throws out a reward, but Wendelin shuts it down hard, saying the cash he already made from selling dragon parts was plenty. He's so loaded now he's honestly lost, like he doesn't even know what to do next, but the king digs his heels in, declaring that what Wendelin needs most right now is a name everyone fears. He elevates Armstrong to a viscount, and right there in full ceremony, officially crowns Wendeland as a baron. The king grins and tells them, loud and proud, that the kingdom's newest young talent has to hit sky-high expectations. Humboldt only has one option except, at last he's free. Wendelin tears back to his party, and the second he shows up, starts demolishing a mountain of food. He admits he hasn't had a proper meal in what feels like forever, like a whole month has vanished. He relives the misery of his week-long demon hunt. No breaks, sleeping in shifts, then grumbles that his two powerful partners vanished from the kitchen and left him stuck cooking everything. It was a summer vacation soaked in sweat, choked by dust and stained with blood. With just 3 days of holiday left, the whole crew decides they're hitting the streets for souvenir shopping before time runs out. But Wendelin refuses to sit still. He's determined to hit the capital and go sightseeing. He knows he can teleport back any time, but he insists the real win is soaking up the moment right in front of him. Right as he's about to blow his top, a man barges in and stops him dead. "Sorry to interrupt, Wendell. Donno, your baptism is ready." Wendeland freezes, and in the middle of all that chaos, he totally blanks out, like his brain just shuts off. They march him straight to the church's head temple, towering, majestic, and downright intimidating. He's not into religion at all, so all of this feels like a total headache. Cardinal Hohenheim himself steps in to greet him, and he welcomes him with open arms. The cathedral's inside hits you like a wave, jaw-dropping, breathtaking, and absolutely stunning. The cardinal blasts Wendeland with praise, insisting that his holy magic can fell 2 dragons, proving, in his eyes, that God's protection is wrapped around him. Wendelin flashes a polite smile, but deep down he's sneering at the idea that his magic has anything to do with faith. Armstrong, right there with him, quietly pressures him to go along, and the church proudly paints their demon-slaying spree as a holy crusade. The baptism ceremony marches on as planned, with reverent prayers and holy water splashing to seal the moment. After that, Wendelin drops a huge donation, and the cardinal personally invites him into his office for tea. Once they finally sit down, the cardinal snaps his order, "Elise, bring the tea." The door swings open, and a young woman in a nun's habit strides inside. Wendelin freezes speechless because, hands down, she's the most breathtaking person he's ever laid eyes on. He's completely hooked, head over heels. Their eyes lock, and she studies him with this calm, gentle curiosity. "Are you a magic holder?" she asks in a soft, almost breathless voice. The cardinal cackles with pride, gleefully declaring her his granddaughter, his pride and joy. He tells her, "Yeah, you can use holy healing magic too," and then reveals she's training to become a nun. Wendelin's jaw drops when he realizes he's finally met someone else with a gift this rare. Then the girl beams, gives her name, and says, "Nice to meet you. I am Elise Katharina von Hohenheim." Welcome back, story lovers. Today we're jumping straight into the life of our brand new Baron Wendelin, because defeating a dragon was the easy win. The real nightmare is surviving high society. The countdown kicks off the moment Wendelin settles into a lavish room, staring across the table at a power-packed man, the church's cardinal. The cardinal beams as he proudly presents his granddaughter, Elise von Hohenheim, who's being trained for none of it. The second Wendell lays eyes on her, he's left speechless, stunned out of his mind, wrapped head to toe in a sister's robes. Elise looks almost unreal, her ethereal beauty pouring out pure grace. Wendelin, the ultimate pragmatist, can't shake the feeling that something's off. Why would a girl with rare, powerful, holy healing magic be sent on the road to becoming a nun? The cardinal lets out a heavy sigh, admitting that her talent is incredible, but his biggest wish as a grandfather is for her to live a calm, joyful life. He breaks out into praise for her gentle soul and stunning beauty, bragging that the line of guys begging for her hand will stretch forever and that the competition will be brutal. Wendelin just couldn't stop himself. He flashed a grin and cheekily pointed her out like, "So you dragged me all the way here just to brag about your awesome granddaughter, huh?" The cardinal doesn't even try to deny it. She straight up admits that tons of powerful families are circling her. Wendelin nods without hesitation. She's absolutely stunning. For a split second, those old salaryman instincts from his past life slam back in, and he starts breaking down the whole mess like it's a hostile takeover meeting. But right when he's about to think his way through it, the cardinal locks eyes with him and drops the question straight to his face. "So are you willing to accept her as your wife?" The question smacks Wendell like a ton of bricks he'd been trying to keep things polite, maybe even assuming it was some sneaky political move. But then it goes straight for the jugular, a marriage proposal, right out of nowhere. Before he can even get a word out, the cardinal slams the decision down, matter closed, case over, with a finality that refuses to budge. Then comes the rest of the espers, and the punchline hits. He drops that. He's already got the king's official nod, saying their majesties actually thinks they'd make a perfect match. Wendell staggers out of it, totally frozen, because he's been shoved into an engagement with one of the most wanted women in the whole kingdom, like he never had a choice at all. Back in the capital, Wendelin finally reunites with his party, and they huddle up, plotting how to burn their last 2 days. He has to awkwardly choke out the news that he can't join because he's already booked for an appointment. Turns out the appointment is Elise herself. She's come to pay him a visit. The moment he introduces his fiancée to the group, the whole room freezes in dead silence. Every single person gets hooked. The second she steps in, her presence pulls them in like gravity. Erwin, never the subtle type, just blurts it out, "Her breasts are huge." Elise, all poise and sparkle, tells him that since Wendeland has been swamped and never made it to the capital, she's stepping up, she'll be his personal tour guide. She's already sliding right into her role as his future wife, practically pushing him to ditch the formal stuff and call her Elise. Wendelin tries to keep things dignified, insisting it's not appropriate, but she brushes him off with a sweet little smile that's instantly impossible to ignore. He was like, "Yep, it's exactly like this." Before they can even blink, a sharp-looking butler named Sebastian steps in, sent by the cardinal himself to set up their date and make sure everything runs smooth. As the new couple storms out together, the rest of the party just stands there, trying to digest the shock of the news. Erwin turns practically green with envy, groaning that he wants a fiancée of his own. Louis shoots back, deadpan, telling him that if he wants one so badly, he should probably go slay a dragon first. In a last-ditch burst of desperation, Erwin blurts out that Ina should be his fiancée. Then she shuts him down immediately, like a bullet to his hopes. Brantark, their teacher, has to spell it out for them because this engagement was a cardinal's move, backed by the king himself, a political masterstroke, not some love story. It's all about power. Aina fires off a sharp question, grilling Brantark about the girl he was meant to introduce to Wendelin from his own lord's territory. Red-faced, Brantark blurts out that his heart is reserved only for Miss Anita, and the girls are left staring in total confusion. Then he pivots and tells the girls, "The official wife seat is taken, but the mistress role is still wide open, and the competition is on." This lights a fire under them, and surprisingly, Ina is the first to step up, declaring she'll give it everything she's got. Louise immediately follows, betting this move will lock in her family's spearmanship dojo by building a whole dojo for the Baumeister family. Erwin sharply realizes that betting a powerful noble as his mistress is one of the safest, most reliable paychecks in town. And just like that, Ina locks onto a brand new dream, become Wendelin's mistress, forge a combat magic dojo from the ground up, and rise as the very first female master. The moment hits now, the race is officially on. Meanwhile, Wendelin and Elise are on their very first date, and the sparks are already flying. They're out buying fresh clothes for him, and for the first time in ages, Wendelin's actually smiling, wandering around, stuffing himself with great food, and soaking up time with a beautiful girl. He feels like a totally normal young man, and honestly, it's the perfect breath of fresh air then. While they're strolling, he gets hit with a shocking truth about Elise. She's the niece of Master Armstrong, the absolutely absurdly muscular magic instructor. He also digs into her legend, the Saint of Hohenheim, earned by years of non-stop charity and healing the everyday people, where she treats everyone with the same kindness no matter their rank. Is perfect. Staring down at the city below, Wendelin feels something shift. He cracks open his truth. Sure, they call him the Dragon Slayer, but he doesn't feel like a hero at all, and the weight of a title he never chose feels crushing. This hits Elise deep in her bones. Just then, Sebastian the butler leans in and murmurs a secret to Wendelin on the very first date. A true gentleman always brings his lady a gift. After the dragon hunt rakes in a fortune, Wendelin realizes he's set for life and he agrees. Walk into a fancy jewelry store like you're about to uncover something priceless. Wendelin leans on everything he learned in his old life, and he instantly knows this social mission is loaded with stakes. The shopkeeper slaps down a special ring. Its dark magic stone looks like a bottomless void, and it's built to gulp up magic so the wearer can fire off intermediate-level spells. Wendelin instantly unlocks its real power. Anyone without magic can use it, and even a mage can slap a spell into it ahead of time for a true emergency. That price: 3 platinum coins, an absolute fortune, one that even most nobles can't afford. He begs to give it a shot, pours a little of his mana into the ring, and boom! It ignites with a brilliant, blinding glow. That lease practically blasts out raw, overwhelming power the moment you lay eyes on it. Wendelin doesn't even blink. He snaps back, "I'll take it." Elise is absolutely horrified by the sheer extravagance, and she flat out refuses to accept a gift that expensive. But Wendelin, swimming in more cash than he can even spend, treats the price like pocket change. He breaks down how it actually works. This thing can swallow her healing magic and turn into a lifesaver the moment disaster hits. So she smiles and accepts it with all the love in her heart. But Wendelin isn't doing this for show. There's a deeper play. Handing over something this valuable is basically a public "we're engaged" announcement, locking the deal in stone and broadcasting it to every corner of high society, while the church keeps a tight grip on his safety. Thanks to the cardinal's influence, it's a political checkmate, pure and simple. The second Elise steps back home, her grandfather clocks the gift's real meaning on the spot. He's stunned to realize Wendelin isn't just a powerhouse mage. He's a crafty political mover who knows exactly how to twist power to his advantage. He quizzed Elise, asking if her new fiancé was pissing her off. She just shook her head and said, "No complaints." In the stillness, Elise can't stop thinking, why did this boy from a poor, noble family suddenly rise to become a legend? And it hit her hard the moment he spilled his own feelings about the weight of his title, because in that confession, she finally felt seen, like he truly understood the burden crushing her from day one. She's convinced that even if her magic vanishes, this kind man will still treat her the exact same, and she's sure they're meant to be a perfect couple. Belle snatches the envelope, and with everyone begging for more, he starts reading it out loud right then and there. News hits like a bombshell just when graduation at the prep school was supposed to happen. The master shuts it down, and now all 4 of them are stuck in the capital, training as real, full-fledged adventurers instead, and you can feel the panic in the air because nobody saw this coming. Belle stayed suspicious, then spun to Burkhart, who shot back that the letter was 100 real, penned by the master himself. Burkhart lays it all out, and honestly, it clicks instantly. He looks Belle dead in the eye and says, "For a kid like you to take down 2 dragons, prep school has nothing left to teach, and it's not just Belle." He glances at the others and bluntly calls it out. Their skills have already blown past anything the instructors back at school ever taught. It's a blunt call, but he's dead on staying in the capital. With all that better support and tougher battles, is the rocket fuel route to real growth, way faster than grinding through 2 more years of basic classes. Here, the whole setup, every bit of infrastructure, every expert, every opportunity is on a completely different level. Belle weighs it over and over. Yeah, the perks are right there, but anxiety sinks its teeth in his gut. That capital is a viper's nest packed with dirty politics, and Belle's terrified someone's gonna shove him into a noble's power game like a helpless pawn. Their chat skips the boring stuff and rockets straight into the truly exciting twist, their brand new mentors. Erwin's eyes flare with excitement the moment he hears he'll be training under Master Warren, the head of the personal Knight Brigadier. Ina can't stop grinning. She's about to meet the Spearmasters through the Imperial Knight Order. And as for Belle, Burkhart grins at him and basically swears he's about to get the absolute best teacher. So yeah, there's still the big practical problem looming over them. What happens to their home back in Breburg? Burkhart waves it off and grins, saying Belle's teleportation magic means they can pop into any time they want, and to top it all off, the capital is handing them a brand new house? No, an entire estate right here just for them. A few days later, the new training regimens finally kick off. As Erwin and Inna rush toward the castle to train with the Imperial Order, Belle and Louise get split up and handed totally different instructions. They get ordered to sprint to a military facility across the city somewhere completely different. Louise, true optimist, swears it has to be because their skills are built to grow side by side. Belle isn't convinced. He points out their fight styles are total opposites. He's a long-range artillery mage, and she's a close-quarters brawler. Training them together sounds like a waste of time, but Louise grins from ear to ear. She'll take any excuse to be right beside him. They finally hit their destination, and it's not just some building. It's a massive, colossal arena that dwarfs everything around it. They push through the gates, and the moment they do, the whole place swallows them, towering so hard it makes them feel tiny. This isn't some dusty backstreet training camp. This is the real deal. Belle clocks it instantly. Whoever runs this place is no nobody. They're important enough to command a space like this. Right as they're soaking it all in, a side door explodes inward. A massive hulking figure steps into view, and a jolt of terror snaps through Belle's veins. It's Master Armstrong, the ridiculously muscular mage, bellowing with pure hype like a thunderclap, and he's shouting, "So you've come." Belle's soul nearly rockets out of his body, out of every teacher on Earth. It had to be him. Armstrong is bouncing with pure hype, confessing he was so pumped for their first lesson he couldn't even sleep, while Belle, on the other hand, is swallowed by this heavy, gut-deep dread, like this lesson is about to be absolute hell. Louise can't stop staring. She's totally hooked by the rumors of Armstrong's wild, muscular magic, the kind that lets him summon armor and smash into dragons face first, up close and personal. She's dying to learn it, but Belle recoils in horror like, "No way, that's a brawler's move, not a mage's." He spots his way out. This whole training is clearly tailor-made for Louise, the close combat specialist. He scrambles for an excuse, insisting he'll step out and leave her to handle it. "I'm the one who's all about long-range magical support, remember?" he says, flashing that strange smile like it means trouble. Armstrong isn't buying it for a second. He slams his hand onto Belle's shoulder so hard Belle stumbles, and Armstrong snaps that he hasn't even tapped his full potential yet. He boasts that his magic mobile armor is the perfect workout for magic circulation. Any mage would thank him for it. Then he lands the finishing blow and drags Belle's old master, Alfred, into the fight. "Your master was a genius with mind-bending magic, sure, but he couldn't throw a punch in real life. If he'd learned my armor technique, he never would have died that way." Those words slammed into Belle like a punch to the chest. He wasn't wrong. Alfred's deadliest enemy wasn't a villain or a weapon. It was his own frail body. Belle realizes he jumped the gun, and that this wild training might be exactly what he's been missing, so he nods and agrees. Armstrong flashes a grin, and you can tell this training is working for him too, because that walking mountain of a man hasn't hit his own magical limit yet. The idea that this monster could grow even more terrifyingly powerful is pure dread. The first lesson throws you right into mastering the magic flows. Belle, Louise Armstrong, and a dozen more mages grind through the whole day in relentless high-intensity practice. By the time it's over, every single one of Armstrong's disciples is sprawled on the ground, wiped out cold and mana empty. They snap their heads to Belle. He looks totally fine, and panic hits as they wonder if he's not human at all. Even Louise, who was only soaking up the ambient magic, suddenly feels dizzy. Armstrong, of course, shrugs it off. Nothing touches him. And that's when Belle clicks everything into place, because Armstrong is just like him, a total bottomless pit of mana. Louise's eyes snap wide with sudden realization. If he's anything like Belle, then his magic still hasn't hit its full limit yet. Armstrong erupts in a hearty laugh, and he can feel his power swelling with every pull and push. He's fully charged again, itching to kick off round 2 and finally start materializing his armor. Belle can only freeze in pure horror as the man's endless, terrifying aura crashes over her. A little later, the party gets yanked into a bizarre quest, pushing deeper into a forest while Armstrong and Burkhart march right alongside them. Belle can't wrap his head around it. Why would 2 top-tier masters personally step in for some small guild request? Burkhart lays it out. The pink hippopotamus they're chasing is notorious for causing pure chaos. Meanwhile, Armstrong just stares like he'd rather be anywhere else. Turns out Burkhart doesn't even have the whole picture. His superiors just stamped orders on his desk and sent him in to help. Pink Hippopotamus sounds goofy and harmless, but he's the first one to swear they've shown up for a real reason. Armstrong leans in and makes it crystal clear this isn't just any demon. It's a rare, protected one. Their goal isn't to slaughter it. They're rushing to haul it to a safe, protected zone without a single thing going wrong. Belle lets out a huge sigh of relief. Sure, this protection quest sounded easy. Then Armstrong's face hardens and the vibe flips. The target is about to lay its eggs way too soon with a premature birth. Yeah, and that's the terrifying part when a mother hippo guards her egg. She doesn't just watch. She unleashes a brutal nope spell on anyone she thinks is coming for her. Belle instantly suspects it's a mind control spell. Yeah, but there's a weird catch somehow. Women are banned from taking this quest at all. That's why the girls aren't here. Erwin locks in with a grim stare, realizing they picked him only because he can fight. Armstrong relives that past encounter with this spell, shaking like PTSD is ripping through him. I don't want in on this quest at all, he screams, but even with terror clawing at him, he whips his gaze to Belle and pins all his hope on Alfred's disciple, making Belle's stomach drop, because this feels like the worst possible turn. They finally burst into the clearing. And there it is, just a sparkling, super cute, very pink hippopotamus, the kind of creature that somehow matches its name perfectly. Armstrong creeps forward with razor-sharp caution. The hippo just stares back, deadpan and unmoved like it's refusing to care at all. Suddenly, its eyes blaze, an invisible surge blasts through the group, and every single one of them locks up like statues. Even Burkhart, the hard-earned veteran, can't shake the spell's crushing power. Belle's vision blurs. His consciousness slips away as his mind gets yanked straight into pitch-black darkness. He jerks awake in his old high school classroom. A girl's voice slices through the air and screams his real name, Shingo. So he snaps his eyes open. He's back on Earth and the whole world's about to feel it. It's Shizuka, the prettiest girl in school, and she's nudging him awake after class. They're alone, and she scoots closer, whispering, "Say my first name." And when he does, his heart starts sprinting like this is ripped straight from a romance novel. She closes the distance second by second. Then she leans in and presses a kiss right onto his lips. That feeling is unreal. He can't stand the thought of this moment ever ending. Right when he's drowning in that blissful illusion, a hand clamps onto his shoulder and rips the whole moment apart. Rage blazing, he spins around like a weapon ready to wipe out anyone who dared cut in on him, only to lock eyes with Master Armstrong right in front of him, worry etched on his face. He snaps back to reality, poof, the beautiful field vanishes, and in its place, the horrified faces of his comrades stare back at him. He whips his gaze around and spots Erwin and Burkhart frozen in this weird, mind-bending embrace. The horrifying reality of the spell slams into him like a nightmare. It finally clicks, he gets it now. That spell won't hijack your mind. It conjures a slick illusion made from your darkest, deepest wants. Now it's painfully obvious why they were forbidden in the first place. After a few more brutal fails, the whole party crumples mentally and emotionally. Burkhart looks like he's seconds from puking, while the hippo just stares back with pure annoyance. That illusion shoved Belle and Erwin into the most painfully awkward hug imaginable. Everything goes up in flames. They slump there in crushing silence, completely shattered. Burkhart finally exhales. "All right, let's go home. We tried, and that's all we've got." He whips around to the others' same blank stares, no ideas left, and with a defeated sigh, he admits, "This is impossible. I'm done. I give up." At the end of the day, their mission crumbled completely. Total failure. No exceptions. A final note spills the truth after every bit of that trauma. The pink hippo and her baby still somehow made it into the protected zone alone, and all of it happened for absolutely nothing. While the capital sleeps in eerie silence, the Margrave's mansion is hiding something big inside. A secret meeting is in full swing. Louise freezes in shock as Ina slips into her room, a mischievous spark blazing in her eyes. "I've got something I need to tell you," Ina whispers. "Just you and me. Alone." Her thoughts snap straight back to Belle's official birthday party. It was this stuffy royal blowout crammed with nobles, and by the time it ended, Belle looked absolutely wiped out. Seeing how drained he was, Elise lit up with a brilliant plan. A second, Smaller party with only their closest friends, and the moment she suggested it, everyone jumped on board right away. So that's the whole deal back in the present. Ina and Louise plop down together and start plotting their next move. Ina has a massive plan. She's dead set on getting Belle the one gift he wants more than anything in the whole world. Louise lets out a heavy sigh, already imagining Belle's humble little answer like, "He's saying our feelings should be enough." But Ina refuses to go halfway. She's cooking up something truly special, the kind that's guaranteed to blow him out of the water. Louis drops a quick warning, "Don't jack your hopes up too high. Missing the mark hurts." Yeah. But Ina's spirit, it won't budge. They dive straight into brainstorming, and I swear Elise will hit him with her specialty intricate handmade embroidery, the kind she's known for. But what were they supposed to do? Right then, a wicked grin snapped onto Ina's face. She fired back, "I've got the perfect plan," her eyes blazing with pure mischief. With a dramatic flourish, she slams a book into view. Louise just freezes, totally lost, like, what even is this? It's a fancy, super expensive-looking novel, and Ina only admits she snatched it after the Margraves party. But the title hits like a lightning strike, stops them both cold. Then the master makes evening with that beast-like passion. The silence screams so loud it drowns out everything. The second Louise sees the title, her skin crawls, but Ina won't back down. She insists they have to read it. They crack open the book with shaky hands, and right there a maid laments that her master's been acting worn out around them lately. Louise can't shake this awful gut feeling, but Ina just shrugs and tells her to keep reading. The table of contents hits like a punch, chapters about miniskirts, cat ears, and even butler costumes. But then, bam, the final chapter steals the spotlight, Chapter 5, The Last Resort. And that's when it drops its name, Late Night Gift Strategy. They devoured the chapter, eyes wide with shock, faces twisted in pure horror. "Isn't this the most humiliating thing you could do?" Louise blurts, mortified to the bone while Ina just grins like it's the best idea ever. And me? "Yeah, it sounds perfect to me." Louis scrambles for a different plan, but Ina's sure of it. This book belonged to the Margrave, so it has to be a strategy that actually works. She sells it as a must-do power move since Elise is the main wife. She and everyone else have to fight tooth and nail to keep their place. Before Louise can even open her mouth, they're already debating ribbon colors like it's a done deal. The day of the second party finally hits, and it's nothing like the first one. It's a tight little crew of friends, buzzing with laughter and pure, real warmth in the air. Belle's got people all around him who genuinely care, and he's soaking it in like it's warmth poured straight into his soul, smiling so hard it lights up his eyes. The party's an absolute smash. But the real showdown hasn't even kicked off yet, because that night, the hallway outside Belle's room goes deathly silent. Ina and Louise slip inside, and Ina smugly brags that her combat moves can wipe away their scent. Now that's a perfect infiltration. Huddled behind the bed, they brace themselves. Louise practically shakes with embarrassment, whispering through clenched teeth, "This is for Belle's sake. This is for Belle's sake." Right then, the door swings open. Our sleepy Belle staggers in, yawning like it owns the place, totally clueless. He sets his candelabra down, rubs the sleep from his eyes, and then bam, he sees them. He freezes instantly, brain glitching out as he stares at the two figures posted by his bed. His mind stumbles, trying to keep up with what he's seeing. With a sharp pose and ribbons placed just right, Ina and Louise lock eyes and roar in perfect sync, "We're your gift." Belle freezes on the spot, completely stunned and speechless. Louise turned every shade of red from head to toe, and that crushing silence just wouldn't let up. What is this? Some kind of reaction she's about to explode from. In the blink of an eye, Belle snaps forward and clamps his arms tight around her. Bell rang. She snapped her breath in, completely stunned. "Yeah, got it, I totally got it," he blurts, face pressed into her shoulder. He's sure Louise would never pull something this reckless by herself, so he turns and thanks Ina for pushing her to do it. Louise is still stuck in a daze, wondering whether she's losing it and only dreaming. Bell yanks back just a bit, sincerity blazing in his eyes, and then he admits, "Honestly, this really hits the spot for me." Still, he insists you're attractive even without pulling stunts like that, while Ina hangs back in the background, pouting like she's been totally left out. He keeps talking, voice turning deadly serious, admitting he's been letting other people's opinions steer him lately, and that his brand new noble status has him feeling trapped by the pressure. This right here smashes every last doubt. He flicks his gaze from Louise to Ina, eyes burning with unshakable resolve. I'm going to marry both of you. Later on, once everyone's finally dressed and ready, Louise can't shake the shock of that sudden proposal. Ina, brimming with ridiculously smug energy, her wild, unconventional plan was a gamble, but somehow it worked way better than she ever dared to dream. Life keeps rolling. Bell's climbed up to become a baron, but him and his crew are still calling the Margraves estate home. They spend every day grinding and training, pushing themselves harder than ever. And they tour through the city on holiday adventures, soaking up every corner. But this setup won't last no way. If he's a baron, he needs his own mansion, period. Elise lays bare the brutal truth of real estate in the capital. Every fancy aristocrat district is packed to the brim, and when the kingdom was founded, every last inch of land was claimed. He has no choice but to snatch up a pre-owned, second-hand house. Reality hits as he steps into his new station. Now he has to secure a house, hire staff, and rebuild his entire life from the ground up. With the best connections on his side, he asks Elise to track down a legit real estate agent, and Elise practically beams as she agrees. A few days later, they finally run into him, August Linyenying, all sparkles and flamboyance, so suspicious he practically shines with it. The whole party is on edge, side-eyeing him hard like he's got shady intentions written all over him. But at least it reassures them this guy was personally vouched for by the cardinal himself. August leads them to the first property, and it's a full-on nightmare. There's this giant, rotting mansion looming over them, spilling out a dark, creepy aura that makes the air feel heavy. The whole crew grinds their teeth because they can't think of a single good thing to say about it. August grins and spills the dark truth. This place used to belong to an earl, and those butlers had enough, killing him for his cruelty. Ever since then, his vengeful wraith has prowled those grounds, luring other lost souls in like moths to a flame. The mansion's gate is hammered shut with a holy church symbol, an all-or-nothing barricade meant to trap the undead inside. Bell quips, "Why don't they purify it themselves?" And August snaps back that they already tried and face-planted so hard it was brutal. That's the truth. People hide behind tight lips just to dodge the crushing public embarrassment. That seal is so brutal they can't even squeeze a single look inside. Then the pitch hits. This mansion is absolutely jaw-dropping, valued at over $1 billion, and yet they're asking only $10 million. Bell's eyes narrowed hard, and then click, everything snapped into place. "Tell me, did you already know?" he said. "You brought me here like you planned it all. Sure, I could purify the place from the start." Bell, as pragmatic as ever, figures a lease gamble might actually turn into the perfect learning ride. But at least it cuts him off right away. "No, I can't go," she snaps. "It's way too dangerous even for practice." The rest of the party finally nods. So why on earth would her grandfather, the cardinal, order them to walk into a death trap like this? Alyssa's mystery agent turns out to be her grandpa in disguise, finally drops the truth and spills his entire grand scheme. He knows that as Wendell's fame keeps exploding, every noble house is going to scramble to lock him into a marriage. By having Wendelin snatch up this cursed mansion, he nails two problems at once, scoring a killer location for next to nothing and planting a power move so those meddling aristocrats think twice. It's a mind-blowing, high-stakes political drama that bites back. Elise finally sees the whole picture, and her resolve hardens like steel. "If that's the way it is, then I'll do it," she declares. "But only if it's to purify this mansion for Wendell and Sama." Bell gets a quick touch from her, then blurts out that he wants her as his sensei, begging her to teach him purification magic. He grins, genuinely thrilled that she's finally snapping because it's proof she's got his back. Once the deal was locked in, they geared up and charged straight for the haunted estate. But Bell isn't finished. He whips around to the agent with a grin and asks, "So what do we get out of this A discount?" Then he flips on the charm with Elise, batting his eyes and sweet-talking, asking just how many mansions he'd have to purify to earn one for free. Then he vows her anything, like she's already his future wife. The lesson kicks off. Elise shows him the holy barrier basics, shielding him from the Wraith's physical attacks like it's instinct. The moment they cross onto the grounds, the spirits rip into the air, unleashing raw magical power like a furious lightning storm. They howl savage curses at the intruders, like the night itself is screaming. Bellarex throws up a blazing wall of light, and Elise gives a nod of approval. This thing is more than strong enough. All right, I'll start Purify area now, she says, calm as fire. The Earl's wraith rockets forward, shrieking like a nightmare, yet it's oddly peaceful, too. Soft light spills out in a soothing wave that calms the spirit. The moment that rage starts to boil down, shock crashes in and takes its place. Blissful peace. My body turns weightless, like I'm being lifted straight into the heavens, and I can barely hear it whisper as it all starts to dissolve. Elise tells him these spirits used to be human, and her magic doesn't create miracles. It just lights the path so they finally reach the afterlife. Now it's Belle's time standing outside the gate. The whole party watches a massive blast of holy light erupt like a blazing miracle. Belle's purification is wildly different, so crushingly powerful it doesn't feel like guidance at all. It feels like total annihilation, and the spirits vanish in the blink of an eye. His party even gushes that his magic feels warm and comforting, but Elise can't shake the nightmare vision that he looks like a villain about to fire off an ultimate attack. A few days later, Belle dodges back out and runs straight into Brantak outside the now purified mansion. He tells them the Cardinal handed him an even more dazzling mansion as a reward for all his hard work. But Brantak's face hardens. "You're still naive," he growls, voice cold and low. He's heard whispers from the church. This mansion's bell was said to be cursed, and the ghost behind it is the wraith of a maid who was brutally murdered here. And this spirit has a cruel little habit of ripping its victims to pieces and... Yeah, it just so happens it's the one nasty property Belle still hasn't purified yet. The day kicks off nice and calm. Wendeland and his party are laughing and joking like they've got no idea what their special training is really about. For Louise, it's all about one thing: food. If the training means grilling and cooking up meals, she's convinced that's exactly where she'll shine. But their easy banter gets yanked to a stop when a weird conversation drifts over someone saying, "This nobleman's favorite food never changes, not even when the occasion demands it." It's just some random gossip, yet it crawls under Wendell's skin. And the second it hits, he and Louise snap their heads around like they can feel a presence watching. "Who's there?" Wendelin blurts out, and his hand rockets straight toward his weapon like it has a mind of its own. Right out of nowhere, a huge, pompous-looking man strides onto the scene and introduces himself like he owns the world. Duke Romanus Alberto von Helter. Wendelin and his crew just stood there, totally stunned. This random guy shows up out of nowhere and immediately starts throwing down drama, and while the Duke flat-out dismisses everyone else, he locks eyes on Wendelin and demands a duel. Before Wendeland can even blink, the Duke whips a white glove straight into his face. Wendelin, nimble as a shadow, slips the pathetic throw with barely a blink. Then the Duke erupts, sputtering and seething as he rages, "Why'd you dodge, you coward?" Totally dumbfounded, Wendell blurted out the only logical question, "Why would you want a duel with me?" And the Duke's reply was simple and absolutely unhinged. He wanted to reclaim his Alice Chan. The Wendell clan crashes the party right away, cutting through the chaos and trying to end this nonsense fast because Elise is Wendell's fiancée. So what gives some stranger the nerve to make that claim? But the Duke didn't roll up solo. His smug, glasses-clad advisor stepped in and dropped a chilling truth under the law. Aristocrats are allowed to settle their wars with duels. The rules are shockingly brutal. You're allowed to injure, even kill your opponent, and right on cue. He flings another glove while Wendell dodges it again like it's nothing. Wendelin's a pragmatist. He slices right through all the chaos. "All right, I'll accept, but tell me straight, what do I get if I win?" The advisor just smirks at him and promises that beating a duke will rocket him straight into legendary, untouchable fame. Wendelin didn't care one bit, and when the advisor saw that, they slammed down an ultimatum answer by tomorrow, or else. That night, the crew tears into the ridiculous mess they landed in while Elise steps in and connects every missing dot. This Duke Helter had popped the question ages ago, but her grandfather, the Cardinal, shut it down cold, and she swears that refusal was a brutal slap in the face to the Duke's family and rank. Burkhart lays out the whole political chessboard. Duke Helter is the previous king's younger brother, and marrying Elise would have been a massive power play. Then they hit the real shock: this duke already has 24 wives and he's neck-deep in debt. And trust me, this guy isn't just ambitious, he's a straight-up scumbag. Elise's body tightened as she finally admitted it. She'd really wanted her engagement to Wendeland to be the final push that made that old lecher drop it for good. Their mentor, Brantak, chimes in with his 2 cents, and once he hears the conditions, he shoots Wendell a confident look like he's already got the plan figured out. He grins and tells you, just accept the duel and get it over with. Yeah, he looks genuinely fired up, and he practically tells Wendeland, don't take it easy, go for it. Wendeland trusts his mentor's judgment and steps right into the challenge. That night, while he's up on the balcony staring down the coming battle, Elise slips in and panic hits her hard as she begs him not to risk everything, not for her sake, not for anyone. But Wendeland's resolve doesn't budge. He grabs her hands, and his eyes don't waver. You're already my fiancé, he declares, burning with determination. I'll crush any fool who dares touch you, even if he's a duke. He promised her he'd never hand her over to someone like that, and he swore he wouldn't be reckless either. Elise's eyes lit up with pure relief and unstoppable happiness. In Wendeland, just getting this moment with her feels like a win all by itself. She presses a soft kiss to his lips, then whispers, I believe in your victory. And that's exactly the boost he needs. The duel day finally hits, and the arena erupts, packed wall to wall with fans roaring for blood. The announcer's voice thunders over everything, screaming up the main event: the legendary Dragon Slayer, Baron Ballmeister, going head-to-head with Duke Helter's chosen representative. Wendeland snaps to the truth right away. This duke isn't fighting himself at all. Across the arena, the duke smirks like he owns the place, bragging that the greatest fighter in the world has his back. Wendeland's standing there, hands ready, demanding to know who's he facing. The duke just scoffs and flat out says he'll never burn his own energy on someone like him. Then, boom! A deep rumble crashes through the arena as a massive iron gate starts blasting upward. Out of the darkness, something charges into view. No knight, no warrior, but a hulking armored dragon, and Wendeland's face twists into pure, stunned disbelief as, no way this is real. He just knew he'd be duking it out with a human. The Duke's advisor just bursts into laughter because the duel rules never once said the representative had to be human. While the crowd erupts, Wendeland's friends up in the stands stay weirdly unbothered, munching snacks like it's just another normal Tuesday. Wendeland spots just how ridiculous it all is, then turns to the Duke's party and drops a crazy idea. Hey, you should jump in the fight too. The advisor rockets back with a terrifying scream, barking orders for the dragon to attack. The beast slams forward, but Wendeland is already gone. Then he rips loose a scorching fire spell. It slams into the dragon's side and boom, nothing happens at all. The flames just splash off its scales like they're hitting stone. But Wendeland knew this would happen. He confirms his worst fear on the spot. The armor is forged from mithril, and without wasting a second, he flips the whole fight with a crushing magic barrier. The dragon spits a flood of fire, then the shimmering shield drinks it all up, and Wendeland stands there, totally unscathed. The Duke and his advisor just stood there, stunned out of their minds. How on earth was their dragon's attack this pitiful? The dragon, seething from its own defeat, snaps its furious stare away from Wendeland. So they're going after a new target, the very dukes who brought it here. The second that beast charges, their party erupts into screams of pure, shaking terror. Right when the dragon is ready to obliterate them, Wendeland shoots his hand up. He refused to let them die here if a wild dragon swallowed them. The duel they cheated into would blow up their reputation for good. Suddenly, the very same magic barrier that protected Wendeland snaps into place around the Duke's group. They're safe, but they're completely clueless. The Duke's advisor is the only one who finally clocks it. Wendeland just saved their lives. And Wendeland, he can only facepalm at how insanely dense they are. And just to top it off, they immediately start screaming at him, "Do something about the dragon!" With a heavy sigh, Wendeland snaps into focus. Roger. He gathers his magic, and from the ground a massive razor-edged stone spear explodes upward. With a sharp flick of his wrist, he flings it straight at the dragon's head, right into its one weak spot, where it pierces clean through. The massive creature crumpled to the ground, finally beaten. Wendeland wasn't about to waste a single bit. He snatched up the valuable dragon corpse and shoved it into his magic sack before anyone could blink. The moment the fight ended, Burkhart and the royal guards charged into the arena, seized the Duke and his crew, and hauled them off for ruining a sacred duel. As they get dragged off screaming, Elise barrels into Wendelin's arms, flooded with pure, shaking relief. He pulls her in tight, basking in the victory's rush and all the sweet feelings that come with it. The whole arena goes silent as the hero pulls his love into a tight embrace. Later, Wendeland's friends look back at the chaos and realize the whole disaster is officially the king's problem to fix. It's like they can barely stop feeling sorry for the Duke. Burkhart shows zero mercy, growling that if he had his way, he'd beat the man senseless, and that brutal line sends the rest of the party into pure terror. Wendeland just lets out a heavy sigh. Duke Helter dodged a bullet this time, but this whole mess screams that he's got to be way more careful from here on out. Back in the capital, Bell and his crew finally feel like they can breathe, like life's falling into a steady groove. For once, until a casual chat sparks the next big threat, and you can tell it's about to hit hard. Chilling out with his brother Eric and the ex-Dabra this year, the two of them casually brought up the martial arts tournament that's coming next. Bell is totally clueless. Then his world gets flipped when he realizes this festival isn't some small-town thing at all. Dazer lays it out plainly. Every noble has to do it at least once in their lifetime. No excuses. That truth slams into Bell like a wrecking ball. He has no choice in the matter. This isn't some invitation, it's a duty he can't dodge. Eric breaks it down. No matter if a noble's main weapon is a spear or a bow, swordsmanship is the status symbol, and the battlefield's last lifeline when everything else fails. Yeah, there are terrifying spells both sides swore to never cast again. So in these tight fights, it's all down to steel, breath, and inevitability. That's why nobles who can slice like legends earn the kind of respect people actually fear to give. Eric sighs and admits that, when he was younger, he tried it too, then got knocked out almost the second it started. Desire slips in a small catch. Nobles with baron rank or higher can hire a proxy to fight in their place. Bell's not high-ranking enough to splurge on that, so he's forced to handle it himself, and the idea already grates on his nerves. The tournament he's about to enter splits into 4 brutal arenas: swordsmanship, spearmanship, archery, and the no-cheating, straight-up hand-to-hand brawl. A light bulb snaps on in Bell's mind. "Hold up," he blurts. "If this is just a fight, can I steamroll it with my insanely overpowered magic?" But Dacier slams the door on that hope. "No way! Magic is banned, period." The second Bell hears it, her face crumples into pure despair. And the worst part? This tournament is supposed to prove raw. No excuses fighting skill. The one thing Dacier can't do to save his life. Next thing you know, he's about to bite back fear with action, and the first blood he touches is going to be his own. He can't shake the shame of his sword training years ever since he was 5. He's been swinging a blade, but every attempt still lands awkward and completely useless in his hands. He's never needed to grind for it because he's been sitting on a true cheat code magic. It was his go-to-fix for everything, whether he was cutting down dragons or just trying to scrape by. But in this arena, his biggest edge turns to dust, because he's been betting everything on his magic until dread hits his stomach, and he realizes this tournament is a trap built to rip open his worst flaw, and the others stare at him like he's already broken, stuck between pity and straight-up disappointment. Later, the crew bursts outside, and Erwin is out there training with pure, unbreakable fury. He swings for the fences and declares his mission lands 6 wins in the qualifying round. Bell, already resigned to losing, can only stare jaw-dropped in disbelief. Erwin's fueled with pure fire, trained by a legendary swordsman. He feels it's his duty to prove he can perform at his best. He's not just battling for his own skin. He's fighting to make sure everyone sees his training wasn't for nothing. Dazer stands there, eyes blazing, and can't stop admiring that unbreakable spirit. Bell just lets out a tired sigh, watching his friends grind non-stop while he's stuck in full I'm-gonna-quit mode. Tournament day finally crashes onto the scene. The Colosseum looks unreal, but Bell barely even notices he's already lost in a daydream about his bento lunch. The whole team scatters into their own divisions. Elise, the powerhouse, charges into the hand-to-hand squad, while Aina grips her spear and slides into the Sojutsu division. And then Erwin drags both himself and a painfully reluctant Bell straight into the Kenjutsu, aka the sword division. The first round kicks off in dojos all over the city, and whoever loses gets sent packing straight back to the main coliseum. Just 2 hours later, a beaten Bell slumps and waves weakly at his friends. He got absolutely rocked in his very first match. He breaks down his monumentally terrible luck because his opponent is the captain of the Royal Knights, and it's over before it even has a chance to start. Erwin steamrolls his first match with a crushing, no doubt, victory. The squad watches Erwin keep crushing his opponents. His training has clearly cooked into pure skill as he wipes out even seasoned adventurers with terrifying ease. A few minutes into the match, he snaps into action and blasts his opponent's sword straight out of their hands with one deadly, perfectly placed hit. As Erwin steamrolls his way through yet another win streak, the rest finally call it and go grab some food. 3 hours later, a wiped-out Elisa finally stumbles back into the group. She's completely wiped out. She tells him that fighting with her tiny frame and outpacing stronger enemies with sheer speed, no magic leaves her absolutely drained. She ripped off an insane 4-win streak until a grizzled veteran stepped in and beat her using the very same fighting style she'd been relying on. Everyone's stunned because a 13-year-old in her very first tournament pulling off a 4-win streak is basically unheard of, like an achievement on par with some high priest. To lift her spirits, Dacia leans in and nudges Bell, urging him to tap his magic and heal his fiancée. Elise, always the queen of teasing, slides in close and grins, asking playfully if he wants to see the wound hidden under her clothes. The joke totally throws Bell off guard, and the entire group bursts into laughter. Right after that, they link up with Ina. She clawed her way to victory in all 6 qualifying matches, but something's off. Her smile doesn't reach her eyes, and deep down she fears she won't make it past this point. Her final foe was a flashy showman who swaggered in and named himself the Great Wheel Person. But Ina, the strategist, didn't just spot a show-off. She saw the bigger play. She dug around and uncovered it. His name was Roderick, a gifted noble who looked promising, yet was drowning in family troubles. He's got killer skills in finance and law, but his own relatives are shoving him out. Spotting a future ally for Bell, Ina wasted no time. She snagged his contact information. When it's Bell's turn to report his results, he just grimaces through it and shoots down the whole conversation. He'd rather not talk about it. Right when the hand-to-hand finals kick off, Elise just stares on with a bored, unimpressed look. "This is so boring," she snaps under her breath. "If magic was on the table, I'd wipe out at least half of these guys." Right then, Byrne finally bursts onto the scene, utterly wrecked and crushed to the bone. Turns out he got nailed in his 6th and final qualifying match too, leaving him with 0 chances left. And the killer part. His opponent was Warren, their own master, like the universe scheduled the worst possible luck just for their group. With the crowd roaring like thunder, Belle still can't wrap her head around all this hype. Then he spots a guy setting down bets and it clicks. This tournament's charity is just a cover because Angle is running massive-scale gambling behind the scenes. A couple days later, the lame tournament finally fizzles out, and the only one celebrating is Elise, because she absolutely raked in money on her bets. Time rockets ahead. Bell is 15 now, and 2.5 brutal years of relentless training have finally burned into his bones. He and Elise crumple in a field, drained to the bone, while their mentor, Dacia, looms over them like it's nothing. Still cool, still steady, no sweat at all. But all that training has paid off hard. Bell's magic reserves have skyrocketed, and he's unlocked a whole arsenal of brand new skills. With Elise by his side, he's mastered magical mobile armor, blazing high-speed flight, and raw physical boosts. Elise has even crafted her own self-healing spell, plus a meditation technique so personal and rare that even a high priest couldn't copy it. She's crushed. She can't heal anyone, but Bell cuts in and reassures her. Having a solid powerhouse backing the party is pure gold. Their brutal training gauntlet is finally over, and they made it through every last grueling second. Tomorrow's Ina's 15th birthday, and once it hits, they can finally register as true adventurers. But one last beast blocks the road, a final exam against the very man who trained them. Dacia towers in front of them, ready for impact. "Come on, give it your best shot," he dares them. Bell's mind goes into overdrive. What's the move here? A cold, calculating idea flashes through him, and then he blurts out a shocking lease. He quickly backtracks, bursting into laughter like it never happened. It's not like I'm holding on to any grudges, he says, flashing a smile that doesn't quite reach his eyes, and then, but deep down, he totally can't help it. He still remembers those 2.5 years of pure, unfiltered hell training that felt less like school and more like getting dragged through a military boot camp. Oh yeah, he's about to pay his master back with everything he's got, no holding back. We're finally on the same page. They snap into action and cook up a battle plan fast. Belle is going to be the distraction she'll keep Desi tied up with non-stop, flashy magic barrage after barrage. Once Elise's focus locks in, she slips in for the final blow. Belgren's got it. Now let's crank up this magic bullet minigun and start tearing into trouble. The instant that spark hits Bam, the battle erupts. Bell grits his teeth and crushes his overwhelming magic into dozens of blazing, shimmering orbs that swarm around Dasir. He doesn't hesitate for a second, he unleashes the whole barrage at once. The attack hammers without mercy, an unbroken torrent of explosive energy. Daisha cackles as his enchanted armor shrugs off every blast, effortlessly. And when that kid tries to claw at my armor, Daisha leans in and taunts him. But Bell knows this isn't about landing one lucky strike. It's a grueling war of attrition, and he just has to keep driving that pressure harder and harder, non-stop. 30 minutes later, the battlefield has become a smoking crater, like the world just got punched in the face. Finally, a crack rips through Dassier's defense magic bullets, slam through and smash his gauntlet to pieces, and Bell blurts, "Yash, it's hit its limit." He's ripped open by fear and he screams at the top of his lungs. Fueled by her physical upgrades and that magical mobile armor, Elise rockets forward into a full-on blur. She blasts toward Dessier at full speed and her fist blazes with raw power. With a thunderous boom, she drives her fist straight into his chest, shattering his defenses and blasting him into the ground. The attack tears through the ground and rips a gigantic crater into the earth. When the dust finally clears, Daisha stumbles out, his magical defense is totally shattered. A proud, wide grin blooms across his face, and he practically shouts, "You too, look at you! You passed!" But just as they're cheering, he drops the warning, "All right, boy, you and I. We've still got a ton of training ahead. And yeah, I'm counting down to our rematch." Fresh off their insane heroics, Wendelin and his brand-new party stride up to the towering Adventurers Guild headquarters. Now it's time to make their status official. Wendelin strides up to the registration counter like a battle-tested veteran, not a rookie. "We want to register as new adventurers," he declares, with his friends standing right behind him, all confident and ready. The receptionist starts sorting the paperwork, then stops cold the moment she sees his name. Her eyes snap wide in pure disbelief, and she stammers, "The hero dragon slayer, Wendelin-sama." Still stunned by the whole moment, she steps into the next form, her voice trembling with pure respect. Elise flashes a warm, gentle smile, and she nods. "Yeah, that's right. I'm Wendelin-sama's fiancé, and I've decided to adventure with him." Wendelin jolts because hearing her say it so openly still knocks the air out of him. He knows she means every word. This girl who already lives with him, cooks for him, and leans on him now wants to tie her whole adventuring life to his, too. It's an enormous leap of trust, and yeah, it's a bit too much to handle all at once. Shocked for a split second, the receptionist snaps back into motion. "All right, then," and gets right to work. The party's name is Dragon Busters, a pretty on-the-nose pick. Wendelin-sama is the leader, and she doesn't hesitate. She confirms it right there. And the whole gang, Irwin-san, Ina-san, and the countdown to summer is on 5 people, right? Once everything checks out, their registration is sealed done. She slaps a stack of adventurer manuals into their hands, and it's their official crash course on the rules of the trade. The brand-new Dragon Busters rush into a nearby cafe to tear open their brand-new handbooks and review every last page. The guild signs him up way faster than it should have, probably because they never bothered to check the hero who saved the capital yet. When Wendell flips through the pages, a weird emptiness hits him, like he's finally an adventurer, but it still doesn't feel real. These rules are basically common sense: don't kill or steal, don't mess with someone else's mission, and for the love of everything, don't leave towns in ruins when you roll through. Irwin chuckled at the basics, but Ina was already laser-focused on the practical stuff, pointing straight at the part about the rank system. Turns out an adventurer's rank is judged by the quests they rack up. The kind matters too, and it all mostly comes down to hunting monsters or hauling back stolen items. To level up, they're gonna have to jump in and help other adventurers crush their quests. Suddenly it all clicks in Wendelin's head. He jabs a finger at a particular page in the manual and then says there's one exception: missions to hunt down sealed historic ruins. Unlike normal jobs, these quests don't just pop up the kingdom itself, hands them to the guild, and the guild slaps them onto the perfect party. Erwin looks totally unimpressed. So basically, we're stuck hunting a pile of brutal, strong monsters until someone finally tells us to go stare at some ancient rocks. Sounds lame, but that's how most high-level adventures roll. But Brantark cuts in and finally looks up from his coffee, then tells you straight up, your situation is totally different. He slams a document across the table, and as Wendell grabs it, his eyes blow wide with pure shock. The moment the rest of the party slipped in, their relaxed vibes vanished the second they spotted the official seal. You don't say, Wendland mutters through clenched teeth, his voice razor-tight. Brantark confirms his gut feeling this is a compulsory mission, no choice about it. If the kingdom calls for it, he tells you straight up, the guild has to hand you the assignment, and you've got to start hunting immediately. The puzzle snaps into place. Wendland finally gets it. They were never meant to be treated like normal rookies, and the kingdom wouldn't hand a high priestess like Elise to some simple escort job. Ina blurts out, wondering if these fresh-faced newbies can even pull their weight when the stakes are this sky-high and the veterans can't afford to lose. Brantark flashes a smirk, because with your party's reputation, they'd be crawling to you for help any second. It finally hits home for everyone. Sure, they might be fresh faces in the guild, but newbie is the last word you'd use for them. The weight of this hits Wendelin hard like a punch. This isn't a normal assignment, it's a command. Wendell bares his teeth and flips straight into tactical mode, because this can wreck the whole search mission. Even with Brantarkson on our side, we can't trust the outcome, so if things go south, we retreat on the spot. Brantark's playful grin evaporates into cold, deadly focus. Then he slams his fist on the table and the whole room jolts. You fool, listen to me. If you drop dead, you're getting 0 pennies, so cherish your life, got it? If anything goes wrong, we run no doubts, no questions. Understand. It's a brutal life-or-death lesson, this isn't a game. And boom, this is it. Their first real official mission starts now. They roll into Parkinia Meadows, staring at ancient ruins that look like a monument left behind from some forgotten age. It's almost shocking how peaceful the whole atmosphere feels. Brantark tells them that just a short time ago, this place was still buzzing with academic research right up until a bunch of archaeology students swept through here not long ago. But then one student brushed a weird stone on the wall by accident, and then boom, a hidden path plunging deep underground was uncovered. And ever since that day, the whole place has been locked down with heavy, relentless guards. Right when the tale turns sinister, Brantark unveils the Adventures Guild, and they fire off 11 parties to hunt the brand-new passage, only for every single one to vanish without a trace. A cold shiver crawls through the group. He checks it and says, no one ever returned. If anyone had lived, the priesthood wouldn't have had to go hunting for them. Driven to the breaking point, the guild threw together a second expedition, bigger, badder, and packed with their most elite, high-ranking adventurers. But even they disappeared without a whisper. Every soul from that second wave vanished for good, with not a single survivor ever making it back. Those were the wildest adventures we ever lived. Brantark's voice turned grim as he said, all of them are gone. One look at that level of destruction and there's only one real explanation. Brantark locks eyes with Wendelin, and in that moment, a hatched dragon seems to blaze right behind them. After the kingdom's intermediate mages got wiped out in those failed attempts, this party has become the final lifeline. Only Wendeland, Louise, and Elise stand between everyone and disaster, and their magic power is way beyond the norm. Brantark can't believe it after just one party. You've already got 3 monsters with that kind of power in the same room. Wendeland's size hits like a gut punch, and the weight of our mission finally sinks in. So tell me, are we really the only ones left who can take down this dragon? Erwin lets out a shaky laugh to break the tension, and honestly, if they call themselves Dragon Busters, then it feels like winning is already written in the stars. Wendlin keeps his voice calm and says, "No more talk. Let's go in." Their very first job as the Dragon Busters is simple. They have to earn the name. As they reach the gate, the guards slap them with a warning, "Obey the king's order, retreat fast if trouble starts." Then they give one last nod, and the whole party slips into the dark. They drop down a long, twisting staircase, and the air turns cool and wet against their skin, while the stone walls glow faintly, bathing the whole path in an eerie, otherworldly light. The silence doesn't just hang there, it crawls under your skin and makes your heart race. No monsters lurk in the shadows, no traps waiting to snap shut. Nothing at all. Wendlin slings a detection spell, stretching his senses outward, and tells Louise to mirror it. Then everything goes wrong. He feels nothing at all, not even the tiniest rat pattering in the walls. At the foot of the stairs, the tunnel spills into a gigantic chamber. "Be careful," he snaps, waving them forward like one wrong step could cost them everything. The moment they step out, the room's massive scale hits them like a wall, and they're completely stunned. The cavern yawns wide, stretching so far their light can't even touch the end. And the whole party can only stare in stunned silence, awestruck. But the vast space is totally barren. Yet as they sweep their lights across the black void, Louise's razor-sharp eyes lock onto something out there in the distance. With just one door left open, they creep forward on cautious steps, inching toward it. And when they finally lay eyes on it, their breath gets snatched. An enormous, ornate dragon statue on a throne, carved from glittering crystalline metal that practically blinds you. It's a masterpiece beautiful enough to steal your breath, terrifying enough to make you run. Brantark stares at it in awe. This metal statue is unreal, right? He says it to Wendeland. But after all that hype, all they end up with is some fancy art installation. Then Brantark's eyes drop to the floor at the statue's base, and there it is, dark, ugly splotches that claw their way across the otherwise perfect stone. Cold dread crashes over him the second he figures out what it is, scorch marks everywhere, and it just showed up to burn the last adventurers alive. His eyes bulge with terror as he yells, "Hey, you guys back up now!" The tension in the air is so thick it feels like it could choke you, and Brantak, the battle-hardened veteran, roars at everyone to get ready to throw down. But Wendeland can only stare. Totally baffled, right in front of them towers this huge, ornate dragon, all polished and still, so they figure it's just a statue, and they laugh at the old man's paranoia until that dragon's eye snaps open and blasts a brilliant, terrifying light, and the statue starts moving. Right before anyone can even react, the golem dragon rips its jaw open and blasts a terrifying wave of pure magical energy. "Run back now!" Brantak screams, and that earlier warning hits with terrifying truth. The party scrambles for cover as the blast rips through the chamber like a hurricane. This wasn't just some pretty decoration. It was a trap, laid down by a guardian from an ancient civilization, humming with magic nobody remembers anymore. A golem dragon built for war and roaring like a living nightmare. Brantak just stands there, staring pale as paper because after decades of adventuring, he's never seen anything like this monster, built for one reason only, to guard this place. Burkhart's blood turns to ice as that old story slams back into his mind. Two whole parties of adventurers teaming up like brothers and still getting wiped clean. Armor shattered beyond recognition, with their bodies gone from that same empty ruin. Even with all his insane power, Wendelin can't shake the fear clawing at his stomach. This is his first real life-or-death fight, and he's facing a legendary party killer right out of the gate. An hour drags on, and the whole scene feels hopeless. The battle has ground into a brutal stalemate, with Wendelin slumped on his staff, barely holding himself up. And yeah, this is bad. And Elise lays it all out. Golem's outer shell is pure mithril, and it shrugs off their strongest X like it's nothing, while Brantak's magic barrier is the only thing holding back that devastating Brax. But they can't keep the wall up forever. Wendelin cracks a joke to break the tension like, "Okay, what do we do?" And then I snap, "Maybe I should ask it to stop breathing seriously." Then it hits him. This thing might be powered by a hidden magic crystal, and that's the real nightmare. Even if they could aim straight at it, they'd need a full day of non-stop magic just to drain it, and they're out of time. Dude, after what feels like forever, grinding through this brutal assault for roughly half a day, The dragon suddenly shuts down. The non-stop onslaught finally lets up, and the whole party exhales like they've been holding their breath. But Wendelin doesn't relax one bit. He snarls that this thing might have a backup power source, and it could kick back on any second. With a confident grin, he calmly shrugs and tells Belle, "It's totally fine." She strides over to the golem's side, fires off a casual point, finds the switch, and flips it like it's nothing. "There's a switch, I just switched it off." Wendelin's face twists into pure disbelief. All that terror, all that struggle for a guardian that was basically a giant, deadly toy. Once the guardian shuts down, their focus snaps straight to the huge door it was guarding. What in the world could be so priceless that it needed a guardian so insanely powerful? Burkhart jabs at the door, and to everyone's shock, it growls open like it was never locked in the first place. Brantak snaps at him for being careless, and Wendelin is already darting his eyes ahead, checking everything like a hunter. "But look, my detection's not picking up a single thing out of place," he says, and the all-clear drops like a green light. They burst through the doorway into a room so empty it feels like the world just went silent. It's a dead end. Burkhart can't mask his disappointment, grumbling that he thought he'd find a whole mountain of treasure. While the others just stare, Brantak suddenly gets it and pure horror crashes over his face. "This is it! This is bad!" He rips open the air, screaming, "Get out of this room!" Because the truth hits him hard. The room isn't just a place, it's a trap. It's already too late then. The stone floor under them explodes with magical light. An invisible force suddenly slams down on them, trapping them in place. "My leg, I can't move!" Burkhart roars as he thrashes against the enchantment, locked in place. Wendeland feels it too, like his feet have been sealed to the floor with magical superglue. And yeah, he screwed up. Brantak snaps with curse words, realizing his senses have gone dull ever since he retired, and he knows he should have seen it coming. Wendeland's mind spins the moment he feels that unmistakable tug of forced teleportation magic. "This is a disaster," he hisses. "They're hauling us somewhere and I have zero clue where." In a blink of blinding light, their whole world falls apart. They slam down in a tangled heap, groaning through the pain from that brutal landing. Brantak snaps off a quick head count, and when he realizes everyone's fine, pure relief hits him like a wave. Right after they fall in, he snaps into analysis. This trap drinks in just enough power to spring itself. A non-mage could have stepped on it without a sweat, but they'd never have made it past the golem dragon in the first place. Wendelin's gut drops as he finally gets it. This ruin wasn't random at all. Someone built it to hunt mages, and every stone is set to lure them into a deadly, precision-made trap. They slam into yet another stone room, only this time, a warning sign is carved right above a set of stairs that plunge downward. Wendelin studies the ancient text, and when he deciphers the words, "Welcome the upside-down killing," a cold shiver races straight down his spine. Brantak's expression turns grim, so the death trip isn't a maybe anymore. He's made it crystal clear. Wendelin snaps the pieces together in a flash. Normal ruins let adventurers drop lower and lower, but upside down means they're already stuck at the very bottom, and the only way out is to claw their way back to the surface. They retrapped. Brantak can't stop himself from buzzing with excitement at the challenge, already daydreaming about the treasure they might uncover, which makes Burkhart shoot him a deadly glare. Then Burkhart blurts out the most obvious question. "Wait, can't Wendelin just teleport us out?" Wendelin snaps his head side to side, grim as steel because that teleportation trap wrecked his sense of direction, and now he can't lock onto their old coordinates to warp back. Whoever built this place, they knew exactly how to shut down a powerful mage's abilities. This place was forged to erase people just like him. Even with everything looking bleak, Elise insists the room feels strangely safe, like a little sanctuary that's protecting them. They take her cue and waste no time, settle in, recover, and refill their magic for the brutal ordeal waiting right around the corner. 3 hours later, refreshed and ready, they launch into their climb. They surge up the endless staircase, and when they hit the door, it roars open, revealing that familiar hall. For one heartbeat, they swear they've slammed right back to the beginning. Then Wendel's eyes blew wide with terror. "No way," he stammered. "We'd just reached our first hall and there wasn't a door in sight." A sickly rhythm of metallic stamping pounds from the far end of the chamber. Something's coming, and it's getting closer. A whole army, yeah, a literal army bursts out of the darkness. Armored golems piling forward, row after row, stretching as far as the eye can see. Brantak confirms the nightmare is real. He reveals a full golem army, packed with knights, swordsmen, archers, and spearmen. That sheer number hits like a tidal wave. It's straight up overwhelming. Wendelin knows this isn't a normal war at all. Those constructs don't flinch, don't bleed, and don't break. They just surge forward and keep fighting until they're wiped out completely. The grim truth hits like a punch if they want to live. They've got to erase every single last one. Brantak barks orders without even blinking. Stitching a battle plan together on the spot, Erwin, Ina, and Louise take the front line because their brutal close-quarters skills are the only real answer to the golem's mithril bodies. Wendelin slams the truth down. He seals the door behind them, but teleportation is still a no-go, and now they're trapped. Plan. It's brutal. No sugarcoating it. They'll stagger the battle in shifts. The vanguard trio clocks out to rest, while the others keep the line from cracking. Brantak's math is cold and unforgiving, 3 hours of sleep a day, and that's all they get. It's a brutal work schedule, an absolute death march, but it's the only shot they've got. With Elise channeling healing and banishing their fatigue, and Wendelin backing them up with magic support, they might finally surge past their natural limits. The rules are locked and 3 warriors step forward as the vanguard. Wendelin and Brantak stood as the mid-guards, and Elise stayed behind as the rear guard, keeping their healer on standby through every hit. "All right, this is the plan," Wendelin growls, jaw tight with grim resolve, and me, I don't want to die anytime soon. Each of them digs deep and finds their resolve. Erwin surges with fire, desperate to prove he's got what it takes. Louise, Ina, and Elise clash in a fierce fight for the future. They're dreaming one where they can finally marry Wendelin. Their passions and hard-earned dedication turn into shields, and when Brantak's final thunderclap command hits, the 3 vanguards scream in rage and slam straight into the sea of metal. The battlefield keeps roaring, like steel and stone are pouring in without end. The party is boxed in tight by a silent army of glowing-eyed golems, and their relentless march won't stop. But Wendelin, always the strategist, has a plan. He shoots his hand up and says, "My magic will cover us now. Let's throw a wrench into the golem's march." He blasts the golems with a brutal wind barrier, no shield at all, just a thunderous concussive wave that crashes through the entire army. The constructs get blasted into chaos, their perfect formation cracking apart into a wild, tangled mess. With the enemy shattered and scattered, Erwin's grin explodes across his face, pure battle lust, like he can't wait for the fun now. Without even a heartbeat to think, he barrels straight into the chaos, his sword flashing like a streak of lightning. He darts between the towering golems, snaps his blade into the cracks of their armor, and drops them one by one. As the Titan's constructs crash down and splinter into rubble, Erwin's excitement explodes even more. Ina follows his lead, rockets forward, spear raised high like she's about to strike first. With a ferocious battle cry, she lunges forward and drives her weapon in, blam, tearing the golem's torso clean apart. With laser focus and deadly grace, she whips her ponytail through the air and cuts down yet another enemy. Fierce determination blazes in her eyes like a wildfire about to break loose. She becomes a raging whirlwind, leaping and spinning through the enemy ranks, shredding them in her wake. Once she carves out a clear spot, she locks her feet in place and scans the battlefield like she's ready to strike. She spots the mounted golem commander and launches her spear like a thunderbolt. The projectile hits dead on, blasts the knight off his mount, and hurls the horse crashing hard into the ground. Ina nods, satisfied, and just like they planned, their ranks erupt into total chaos. She shouts to her comrade Louise, "Hit the knight golem leaders!" They're the priority targets hiding deep inside enemy lines. Lewis snaps a crushing kick into gear, blasting herself off one golem and shooting into the sky. She drops onto its shield, and a determined shout rips free from her lips. He crushed the enemy soldiers into stepping stones, trampling them without mercy. She springs from one head to the next like a flash of grace, vanishing into a blur of motion above the battlefield. She lands dead center on the tip of that golem's spear, perfectly balanced, smiling like she owns the world because all that brutal training with Armstrong is finally hitting pay dirt. With a jaw-dropping leap, she rockets straight toward the commander. Her glowing fist rockets into the golem's core and boom, it shatters in a blazing burst of light. From where they stand, the mages see their 3 vanguards slam into the enemy and tear straight through. Brantak looks pleased, but Wendelin's calm instantly shatters the second he spots an archer lining up a shot straight at him. Mithril arrows and pure panic hits as he realizes his magic defenses won't hold. Before the arrow even lands, Brantak steps right in front of it. "Leave it to me." A barrier blasts out of his hand, and instead of catching the arrow, it whips it back, sending that shot ricocheting straight into the golem ranks. Wendelin goes wide-eyed. This wind magic is the same one he uses, yet it hits a level his brain can't even process. He snaps into action right away, brandishing a plan to teach him, and the other guy nods back with that knowing smile, only after they make it through this ordeal alive. Right when they finally steady themselves, a fresh danger slams into place. Golems roar to life and slam those massive shields down, forging an unbreakable wall. "Hey, Erwin," she's pointing. "Are those the shield guys?" Louise blurts out. Erwin's face turns grim as he bluntly admits they're nothing more than walking meat shields. These are built like tanks made to barrel straight ahead and soak up every single hit. Louise just smirks, then she grins wider like, "All right, that's my thing." She shot her palm forward and ripped the air open with a surge of raw power, an aftershock wave. The energy rips straight through the golem's shield and slams into its body with brutal force. The whole construct shatters into dust, and its defense collapses like it was never there. The whole party goes silent when Louise unleashes that technique she tells them it's a forbidden family art, a shockwave that slips through shields like they're nothing. Then she admits she needs even more power to trigger it fully, but for now, it hits harder than anyone could have hoped. Erwin and Ina are blown away. "Louise, that is seriously incredible." Ina grins and says, "You've really leveled up." Louise stares at the mountains of golem parts, her eyes locked in deep thought like, "Sure, this request is tough, but at least they finally get to try out all our different techniques. Even the others can't deny it, this brutal dungeon is hammering them into better warriors, one hard lesson at a time." After another brutal wave smashes in, the party finally grabs a much-needed breather first, tending to the wounded, then throwing cure magic to the exhausted fighters. She shoves a drink into Erwin's hands, and the second he takes a sip, he recoils at the flavor until she grins and tells him Wendelin showed her this concoction to knock down fatigue by refilling salt and sugar. Brantak overhears it all over again, utterly dumbfounded as Wendelin's weird but somehow dead-on knowledge strikes again. With the sounds of battle roaring in the distance, Brantak casually declares, "I'm going to sleep first." Everyone else stares, stunned how in the world could anyone fall asleep in all this chaos. They swarm around Elise, begging her to cast sleeping magic anything, just let them finally crash and get some real rest. Wendelan turns down the offer, all focus on Alyssa's safety, and he leans in like, "Hey, are you getting real rest? Please tell me you're okay," his voice trembling with honest worry. She flashes him a reassuring smile, but you can see the strain cracking through everyone. 5 days slam by in a dull blur, constant fights, broken up only by quick bursts of magical sleep. Brantak yanks Wendell awake with a violent shake. Wendeland feels totally hollow. His magic should have come roaring back, but instead there's nothing inside him. No motivation, no spark, no push forward. "Mentally, it drains you to the bone," Brantak snaps. They've grabbed all 9 floors, but every single one is a carbon copy, same layout, same enemies, same mind-numbing grind, so there's zero triumph, just a soul-crushing loop. Wendelin's so wiped out that he drops into a seat and still takes over barrier duty from there. When Elise drops off his lunch, his eyes practically flood with tears. Those burgers and sports drinks are handy at first, but after 5 non-stop days, they turn totally flavorless. He breaks down because the distance between his dreams and the real world is crushing him. His focus wavers and the barrier starts collapsing in on itself. He blurts out an apology, then explains the real job of the barrier, it's a funnel, letting the vanguards control exactly how the enemies pour in, but on their very first day, the true horror of their situation finally hit with full force. They spotted golems hauling off the leftover fragments of their defeated kin. At first, they swore it was just cleanup. Then the nightmare hit. They weren't done destroying. They were hauling them back to be repaired. This wasn't a normal fight. It felt endless, like it would never end. To win, they had to shatter the core crystal lodged in every golem's head. They didn't catch on right away, but once it clicked, They shoved their way through and finally made it to the 10th floor. Worn out and completely crushed, Wendell drops one final, exhausted, "I swear this is the last one." They march up to a towering, ominous door, and you can't help but wonder, is this really where it all ends? A dark premonition slams into him unless he's just imagining it. When those doors creak open, a giant monster crawls out of the dark, wielding a throne like it owns the place. A draconic golem fills the room, and its crystal wings flash with pure, predatory menace. They just stand there, slack-jawed, and can't even believe their eyes tell me you're messing with me. After a brutal battle drains them to the bone, the party finally slams into the next chamber only for a colossal dragon golem to roar right at them. Exhaustion hits like a punch. Just survived pure hell, and now they're about to march straight back into it. Wendell clenches his teeth as a cold, dark thought claws its way in. Whoever built this place has to be seriously twisted. No time to whine, though he drags in a deep breath, fires up his team, and shouts, "All right, we push ahead." This chapter is a pure test of endurance. One brutal push forward as everything tries to crush them, and they fight to hold the line. The new dragon golem doesn't waste a second, its maw snaps shut, and a blinding sphere of energy forms, ready to unleash. It blasts out a devastating breath attack, just a raging torrent of raw power that scorches the air itself. Wendell hurls up a magic barrier at the last second, and the blast's brutal pressure warps the space around them. This one hits even harder than the last he's straining just to keep that shield up, while Brantak, the battle-scarred mage, wears a grim face. "So what do?" they ask. "We wait another half-day for the mana to drain." Wendland snaps his head side to side. "No way, that's impossible. They can't stomach another grind through until it dies. War again." While his eyes rake over the towering golem, Wendelin notices a sharp glint flickering right beside its tail. A cable. His eyes snap wide. Yeah, it's getting power from somewhere else. This changes everything. Waiting it out was never on the table. That thing has an infinite power source, so the party snaps into strategy fast. The cable is made of mithril, meaning magic can't touch it. That leaves one brutal answer: hit it with pure brute force. "Worth a shot." Wendelin grins as he hands Louise a specialized throwing spear. She nods once, then her face tightens with pure determination as she locks in her stance. "Here I go." The whole plan is a gamble. She lines up the timing, slams up a barrier, and screams to open a hole. She needs a clean shot, so for one heartbeat their only defense slips. With a furious scream, she flings the spear. Fueled by wind magic, the spear erupts into a spinning cyclone of destruction, then rockets forward straight as an arrow, unerringly true. It rockets across the chamber, diving straight for the golem's power line. A clean strike lands, snip, the cable snaps in half, and the whole party explodes into cheers. "We did it!" But their relief crashes fast, tragically, because the dragon golem, cut off from its power source, still keeps mowing them down with relentless fury. It's still driving forward, still blasting, just turned into a brutal endurance grind, a non-stop test of raw, magical stamina. At least the outside mana supply is gone now, packed down to a Brantak-sized trickle as I brace for another long, brutal fight. For half a day, they're trapped in a brutal deadlock. Wendelin and Brantak straining to hold the barrier as the golem slam them with non-stop infernal fire. This golem doesn't even flinch, its power never dips, and its attacks stay just as brutal as they were from the very beginning. Wendelin's drenched in sweat, his own mana stores running dry, so... Tell me, how much longer can we last before it all collapses? He's gasping for breath. Then out of nowhere, a new sound crashes in from behind them, a rhythmic, clanking march. They spin in horror and see it, an entire army of tiny, night-dark golems crawling forward to crush their position. They're sealed in no escape, no way out. "Hey, seriously, this ain't fair," Irwin snaps with a grim little smirk. An attack from behind. But whining won't save us. Louise and Ina grab their weapons, and I'm right there with them. A pincer attack is dirty, but we've got to crush these guys right now. They slam into the chaos, a desperate vanguard clashing head-on with a legion that never tires. But it's a losing war. Every golem they hack down, another lunges in right behind it. Louise fights like her life depends on it, fending off wave after wave, and then it hits her. This won't end, and if it keeps going, we're getting wiped out. As his friends get swamped, dread creeps in on Wendelin like ice, and yeah, this is going badly. His fatal blunder was thinking the same plan could work twice. Now they're boxed in from every side, with an unstoppable force glaring ahead and an endless army pressing in from behind. Stop wallowing. Think about what we do next. Brantak's razor-sharp voice slices right through his panic, and you can't help wishing we'd gone on the offensive in the first place because then we wouldn't be here. He's right. Wendelin snaps his gaze to his battered friends, and as their steps drag and slow, you can practically see it. They're not going to make it much longer. His resolve hardens like steel. There's only one escape. I've got to take down the dragon golem as fast as I possibly can. People might just say that to sound smart, but Brantak leans in. Are you actually holding a real plan? Wendelin's eyes blaze with danger. I'll do it, he growls, his voice razor-thin with intensity. Cancel the magical barrier and unleash everything, every last ounce of my magic power straight at them. His plan is straight up insane. One reckless, high-stakes gamble. He's going to remake the dragon golem's breath attack with his own magic. He's aiming to shove the enemy's strike back with pure force, then smash its head off in one crushing, unstoppable counter. He lays out the theory. This golem's magic has no element at all. So when he slams it against his own identical magic, it should explode into a brutal burst of heat and force. But here's the real problem. Brantak fires off the one question that crushes you. How much magic power do you've got left? Wendell flashes a confident grin, and I've got only about 20 left in me. To cover the gap, he yanks his final ace, a high-purity magicite crystal, and crushes it in his fist, unleashing a violent surge of power. All right, then. I'll use this to jack up my powers. With fresh determination blazing in him, he yells, All right, let's do this. Truth hits the air. Wendelin snaps. All right, I'll undo my magic barrier first. Brantak starts pouring his power into Wendelin's warning, and Wendelin growls, I can't keep this up for long, kid. He finally got it. Then their replies came crashing in, and with that, they dropped the only defense they had left. He clenches his focus, seeing the golem's breath in his head raw, wild, unstoppable. Then he finally unleashes it. A wild flood of his own non-attributed magic blasts out of his hands. He nailed it. He copied the attack flawlessly. Two beams slam together with cataclysmic force, and a blinding flash detonates across the chamber. Kid, Brantak roars over the noise. Then hit it harder, put more power into it. Wendelin throws every ounce of power he's got into the last burst of the magicite's energy. Yet it still isn't nearly enough. The golem's beam grinds forward and shoves him back, slow but absolutely terrifying, damn it. Why isn't it finally enough? He clenches his teeth so hard it hurts, and his muscles scream back like they're about to give out. If he keeps going like this, he'll torch every last drop of magic and walk into the next fight totally defenseless. His vision wobbles and fades, and his body buckles forward under the crushing strain. Kid, snap out of it. Brantak's voice is drifting away like it's coming from somewhere far, far off. As his mind starts to slip away, one sharp memory crashes to the surface. It's his master, Alfred, showing him the real tricks of magic where the smallest adaptation turns the whole game, and that lesson is worth more than gold. And now Alfred's voice keeps pounding inside his head. He remembers the lesson like it's burned into his bones when the magic is unknown. Punch back with the exact same spell your opponent just used. It grinds their momentum to a halt and throws their whole rhythm off. Alfred made it clear when it comes to those rare non-attribute spells, there's no element anyone can bully or exploit. You've got one move, hit it at full power, and crush it under your force. That memory slams into him like lightning. Back then he couldn't pull the shot, but now he's learned how. And he jolts back to the present, eyes blazing wide with the realization, master magic with no attributes, I could actually use it. Brantak clocks the shift in him and freezes. Kid, did you just snap and lose your mind? Then boom, he drops the crucial truth, since you can push your breath that far, I don't need a magic barrier anymore. Truth is, Brantak had been quietly siphoning his own magicite energy into Wendelin this whole time. Brantak stares at you with a deathly serious face, and says that if it's come to this, giving you energy until you pass out is the only option we've got. This is their last, desperate throw of the dice. Wendeland knows this is the kind of moment where you either go all in or you lose everything. Lewis yells that he'll help, but Wendelin cuts him off, shouting, "Don't you just stay locked on the golems right in front of you. Kid, keep blasting that magic Brantic roars." With one final earth-shaking push, Brontak dumps every last drop of his magic into Wendelin. "I'm giving you all of it, I'm holding nothing back." His words fade as he crumples to the ground, utterly drained. Wendeland surges with overwhelming power as a roaring river of mana crashes through his body. This is it. Brantak's power fused with his own. Now he's watching his beam bully the golems, shoving them back as it creeps closer and closer to its head. Teeth clenched to the bone, every ounce of him is locked on this last, final shove, just a little more. "I've got this. Just a little more." The air snaps with raw energy as man and monster grind against each other in a desperate fight. Wendelin bares his teeth and shoves every ounce of himself into the counterattack, but the dragon golem's breath keeps coming, unstoppable and merciless. Crap, he realizes his own power is slipping, and somehow the golems keep getting stronger, shoving him back step by step until he knows he's moments from being wiped out completely. From behind him, a voice slices straight through the chaos, Elise. Panic tears across her face as she blurts his name. Her sharp voice yanks him back, and his gaze drops to the ring on his finger, the one she handed him as a keepsake from their engagement. It isn't just jewelry anymore. It's a magic stone with real power, and in that crushing moment, he finally understands it's his only hope. Determination surges through him as he leans in and whispers, pouring his magic into the ring. The stone erupts in blinding light, and his spell surges tenfold like it's supercharged. Then the two Oppo energy beams slam together in a roaring explosion, rattling the ruins down to their roots. For one heartbeat, it looks like he shoved it back and clawed out a fragile stalemate until the illusion shatters, fast. The dragon golem lets out a thunderous roar, and its breath attack cranks up again, raw, brutal power surging forward like it's about to flatten them all. Panic crashes down on Wendeland. He knows this is a battle they can't survive. He whips around to Elise, voice tight as a wire. "Elise, get Brantark San and run. Get as far away as you can." He roars the same order at Eru and the others, but they're stuck in place, refusing to budge. "No," Elise shouts without wavering, refusing to let you go, like walking away is just not even possible. Wendelin realizes this isn't just a showdown. It's a full-on battle of wills where each side is trying to obliterate the other. Ina throws her magic forward, anything to help, but he snaps back, telling her to hold it, because her power wouldn't even scratch the surface against this monstrous force. She can only watch, powerless, as Erwin snaps in rage at the fact that they can't do anything else. He's crunching the numbers in his head, so close to winning it hurts one more meter, and he can drive his attack into the golem's head and finish it, but his magic is already slipping away. He can see his own defeat with razor-sharp clarity, and that horrifying realization makes everything feel utterly hopeless. His mind starts slipping, and all he can think about is Elise Sweet, from a top-tier family already engaged to that reckless scapegrace's son, and she never should have ended up dead in this place with him. She's got her entire future sitting right there, waiting to explode. Death, huh? Somehow that thought feels miles away. He can't stop wondering after all this madness finally ends, will he just snap awake in his old bed like Shingo Ichimiya? Maybe all of it Wendell, the Bindubo Meister and his crew, even his fiancée, and every wild adventure was just one insane, vivid dream. And now he's about to wake up and crawl back into life as a second-rate salesman. Then Elise's voice cuts through his fatalism, soft as silk, firm as steel, right as Wendell and Sama. He tries to tell her to walk away again. There are plenty of other people out there for marriage, but she shuts him down mid-sentence. "No, I'm going to become Wendell and Sama's wife, so..." Before he can even react, she shoots forward. Her lips slammed into his. The whole party freezes, staring in stunned silence. Then it hits. Wendeland explodes with a brutal tidal wave of magic, raw and overflowing everywhere. The girls are stunned, and one can't help but mutter a jealous whisper under her breath. At least he stumbles back and crashes onto the floor. Wendelin barrels up to her, totally lost. He thought she couldn't dole out magic straight to them, but she just says, "I do it every week." She lifts her hand high, flashing the ring like it's about to change everything. She tells me, "That's why I chose to use Light of Miracle. Wendelin freezes in shock because the Light of Miracle isn't just any spell. It's a legendary offshoot of elite healing magic, reserved only for people teetering on death. She didn't just yank him back to a fully restored body. She smashed a legendary spell down on him to refill an insane amount of his mana, like she was dumping power straight back into his pool. She tells him straight up she's not out of magic. She's just drained to the bone after throwing a spell that powerful. A blind spot. Oh no. Then it hits him, and a grateful smile bursts across his face. Thank you, Elise. Power surges back into him. He spins around and rushes to his friends. Guys, I'm sorry I really messed up by giving up. He scans his party, and confidence blazes in his eyes like a burning flame right before he says it. Don't worry. He charges the dragon golem one final time, pouring every drop of his restored magic into a single blinding burst of light, and if it ends him too, he's going out swinging, I'll blow your head off. He lets loose his full savage power, no breaks, no limits. The blast explodes into an enormous roaring sphere of destruction so massive it makes the golem's breath attack look tiny. The golem's armored head buckles, cracking wide under the crushing force as the fissure races across its entire body. It screams in a breathless, hurting roar as the light swallows it whole. A burst of magic ripples through the sphere, then it detonates an earth-shaking explosion that tears everything apart. The party snaps their arms up to shield their eyes from that blinding flash. When the light fades, the dragon golem, the so-called undefeatable guardian, shatters into pieces and slams down on the ground, totally destroyed. Silence slams into the room for one tense heartbeat, before exploding into cheers of raw, unstoppable joy. They pulled it off. It's finally finished right when I thought it'd never end. As the adrenaline dies down, Ina snaps back to the golem soldiers they just fought. So was that dragon really the dungeon boss? Just then, Brantark starts to stir Wendelin, clutching Elise for support, flashes him a tired, barely there smile. Relief slammed through his chest because I won. Brantark stares at the wreckage, then whips his gaze back to the boy exhausted, barely holding on. I knew it the second I saw that proud grin, kid, you're amazing. The whole party swarms together, cheering like they just snatched victory from the jaws of defeat. But the price was brutal. I am already scraping the edge of my limit, Wendell muttered through the haze as my vision blurred, and I could feel myself slipping out of consciousness. And just like that, Brantark and Erwin alongside him poured every last drop of magic until nothing was left. Then all three crumpled and passed out at the exact same time. The girls are stuck there, speechless, staring at the wreckage because their three strongest members are suddenly out cold. With the mages knocked out cold, the girls get stuck hauling them. Erwin grumbles that Wendelin's too heavy, but Louise snaps back, yeah, he's still a boy. Ina snaps back that she's hauling the heaviest one, pointing at the massive Brantark towering there. They push through the chaos and finally reach a towering grand door, the only way out. Beyond that, they don't find another dungeon floor at all. They crash into a massive, opulent hall that feels like a royal palace. This underground haven is so perfectly preserved by magic that not a single speck of dust has dared to survive for ages. They haul the three wrecked men into the gorgeous bedrooms they stumble on. With the boys finally catching their breath, the girls steal a moment to let it all sink in. Louise decides Elise deserves to sleep right beside Wendeland, because her bravery has earned her that spot. Everyone's convinced it was Elise's Light of Miracle spell that saved all of them. Ina suddenly flips the script with one scorching question. Does this spell really need a kiss to even work? That notion is downright fairy tale crazy, and it clashes hard with what the church preaches. Louise wastes no time and blames Elise for using the chaos to steal a kiss. Elise doesn't even try to deny it. Erwin can barely stay awake, groaning that Elise's devotion is so fierce it'll trap Wendelin forever, he'll never escape her. He mutters through clenched jealousy, then drifts off once more. Erwin wakes up a short time later and immediately tells them to take watch in turns. But when he whips around, Ina is already snuggled up on Wendelin's other side, and he's left totally stunned as the girls decide to stand watch by falling asleep right beside him. Half a day later, Brantark finally jolts awake first, and with Erwin fully back on his feet, the two step in for watch duty so the girls can crash and rest. Erwin strides up to the bed and suddenly stops dead because Louise has shifted in her sleep, straddling Wendell in the most compromising position imaginable. Brantark just smirks, clocking how insanely popular that kid is. He snaps at a flustered Erwin to just go to sleep, then swears he'll take him to a killer shop in the capital as soon as they're there. Once everyone's finally up and rested, they dive into the ruins and start exploring for real. This place is a bonkers jackpot of ancient magic tech. There's even a water faucet lined with magical gems that filters water instantly, plus a refrigerator and stove that are still running perfectly after 1,000 years. With everyone starving, Elise steps up fast and offers to cook a meal. They trip into what looks like a hidden workshop packed to the brim with bizarre tools and bubbling alchemical gear. While he scans the area, he spots a journal lying there. She yells for Wendelin and Brantark to come over right now. He spotted it instantly, the diary from the ruins' creator, Earl Iskrubek. Wendelin remembers the name Ishrubak, a legendary hero from the ancient magic age famed for carving the blueprints that built today's magic airships. Suddenly, Louise screams from the other room seriously. I couldn't believe how cool it was. She snaps into action, urging them to follow, and then right onto a balcony where a cavern of unreal scale sprawls out below them. Beneath them, a massive secret underground dock stretches out in the shadows. And out in the dark, dozens of sleek, cutting-edge magic airships gleamed like stars, lighting up the night. The whole group freezes in shock, and Brantark quickly plays it smart, leaving the hunt for that fleet of ancient, unstoppable warships to the kingdom. For the moment, they ditch the chaos, rest up, then chow down. Later, they pry open the deactivated golems and find the truth inside. Each one runs on an artificial personality crystal, powered by a special magic language that's basically computer code, straight from Wendelin's old world. They can't stop staring at the man who built all this, so did he lock away some secret power? Or was he just a lonely genius, sculpting his creations in silence because nobody was there to share them? They realized the truth might stay locked in mystery forever, and they finally wrapped up their first investigation. And Brantark goes full force. He announces he's coming back to the capital to assemble a real research party. He slams a teleportation item into action, and for now he dashed off, leaving Wendelin and the others in his wake. As he disappears, Wendelin gapes from the ruins, and when he looks up, he spots the royal cap glittering in the distance, closer than he could have ever dared to hope. A voice blares, "Dinner's ready!" Brantark's final command rang out, "Stay on watch, kick back, and don't move until he came back." And just like that, the immediate danger vanished. They huddled together and sank into their seats, letting a steaming, savory miso stew melt the exhaustion off their bones, just a quiet breath before the next wave of their adventure crashes in. Debriefing just kicked off inside the heart of the kingdom. The king and his top advisors crowd together to lay out what happened on that recent expedition into the underground ruins, the one that nearly ended in disaster. But trust me, the vibe is anything but celebratory. One of the ministers lays it out with a grim tone. The Adventurers Guild already sent 2 different parties to map those ruins and both got wiped clean. Their losses were brutal enough to gut the guild's ranks, so they misjudged just how many Wendelin would need an ugly mistake ripped straight from tragedy. The king won't pin it all on the guild. He leans back and broods, realizing that in the last couple years, Wendelin and Louise have blown up into terrifying, astonishing power. He even admits that if he'd known what was waiting down there, he would have marched in himself. Then he swallows a heavy breath, and the king takes his share of the blame. He admits he only followed Armstrong's advice, and rashly decided that one seasoned instructor Bruntak was all they'd need. Ringstadt even cops to his own blunders, admitting that. Looking back, underestimating Wendelin's party and rolling in without enough support almost got them all wiped out. But while everyone scrambles to blame someone else, one guy slices straight through the chaos. Finance Minister Lucknar stands up and jabs a finger right at the guildmaster. He finally spills the truth. Ringstadt didn't get the instructor role because of some guild choice. Someone high up meddled, and it was all thanks to a certain chief auditor. The guildmaster is completely stunned. He stammers about how it was some normal paperwork call, but the real truth comes spilling out. And here comes the bombshell. This chief auditor is the finance minister's own younger brother. Lucknar doesn't sugarcoat a thing. He's got a brutal feud with his brother, and everyone knows he's got a rotten reputation. He snaps the pieces together for everyone in the room. Then his brother, petty as ever, tries to sabotage Lucknar's faction by messing with Wendelin's party and hiring some out-of-practice instructor to hamstring them. Lucknar corners the guild officials and boom, they fold instantly, confessing they can't stand noble interference and that they never even wanted Ringstat's assignment from the very beginning. With a hand to the gods, he swears his life on the truth and the king actually buys it. Lucknar whips around to Ringstat and rips into him, saying his brother is a total idiot who gambles like he's cursed. He probably saw this as a sneaky power move meant to shove Lucknar out of his spot as finance minister. Ringstat fires off the obvious question. Surely the guild cleared him, right? Lucknar smirks. Nope. Rother got so thrilled at the idea of Wendeland's death that he actually wrote to Wendeland's estranged eldest brother, announcing the tragedy like it was already done, mailing it out a month and a half before it even had a chance to happen, sent through expensive magical express mail. That arrogance is unreal. Seeing this undeniable proof, Ringstat can only shake his head at the pure, jaw-dropping stupidity of what's happening. This man's petty gamble almost wiped them all out. Once the blame was finally pinned down, the talk instantly flipped, because the ruins held jaw-dropping discoveries nobody saw coming. A perfectly intact magical airship sits waiting beside a specialized dock, and right next door, a research workshop brims with priceless notes. Every single discovery hits harder than the last. First, the finance minister's face turns grim. This kingdom has to rope in Wendell for the fines, but the price tag is so huge it's downright staggering. He points at the standard adventurer's contract and says that 20 profit cut would straight up wreck the kingdom's whole financial system. The guild members start sweating buckets. Lucknar steps in to end it, locking eyes like a warning, and realizing since this is a special case, he's betting the government's usual cut is probably zero. Cornered and out of options, the guild officials snap to attention and practically trip over each other just to accept that generous offer. As they scramble off, Ringstat stares them down, disgust crawling in his gut. Sure, they might have been legendary adventurers once, but now they're nothing but spineless old managers, all bark and no bite. He clenches his fist and swears right then and there that he'll never, ever turn into them. The guild leaves and the meeting keeps roaring on without them. Armstrong snaps that anyone who signed off on the royal decree without solid backups deserves the blame, and the king's advisor nods right along. The king steps up himself, straight up owning every mistake, admitting he's not flawless, and confessing he's the one who gave the final order. To smash the payment crisis, the finance minister unveils a sharp plan. Baron Baumeister's ruins will stay officially under his name, but the kingdom will run them and keep paying him a usage fee until the entire reward is fully settled. Then Lucknern grins and rings right back with that Rice smile. Yeah, and you, my friend, just got the shortest end of the stick. He tells them straight up as the instructor, Ringstat doesn't get dibs on the party's earnings. He only takes the guild pay they've already agreed on. Only a pitiful 1,000 cents a day. The king flinches, calling it an insultingly tiny haul for a week in that death trap. And then he snaps that Ringstat's payout must claw its way out of the national budget, with a chunk coming straight from his own retirement fund. He tells Ringstat to keep it under wraps from Wendelin, then jokes that the kid's already swimming in monstrously good luck. And right then, a brutal realization hits Ringstat. Those 6 people in that party have him beat on luck, and somehow he's the most unlucky one of them all. He starts screaming in his head, trapped inside what he now calls a den of thieves, fearing Wendelin will burn through that massive fortune on who knows what. At last, the meeting finally wraps up. Then the king orders a formal summoning for a later date. The next day, Ringstat grabs his reward. Yet a looming shadow hangs over everything like doom in the air. He can't stop thinking about Cardinal Hohenheim, who sat through the whole meeting like a statue, then almost got his granddaughter, his betrothed, and even his grip on the church stripped away in one brutal blow. The pressure crushed him then. Just a week later, the cardinal quietly stepped down, claiming health issues. Meanwhile, Wendeland and his crew finally burst back into their home, dropping out of the chaos and landing safe at last. Their brand-new butler, Rodley, rocks up and absolutely explodes with relief. He blares, "Master!" at the top of his lungs like it's an emergency. He yanks Wendelin in a bone-crushing hug, sobbing like his heart's been breaking the whole time because he was so damn worried. Tears choke his voice as he sobs. "I had to survive 2 7-job interviews just to get this spot, and if I lose it now, I don't know if I can take it." As Wendelin gasps for breath, Eli steps in fast and offers to blast him with recovery magic. Inside, Rodley blurts out exactly what's been fueling his panic. While they were gone, a nasty rumor tore through the capital like wildfire. Master Wendelin and his entire party were wiped out dead. No survivors, no turning back. The whole group freezes in shock. Wendelin snaps, "Who would leak something this vicious?" And Rodley drops the bomb, his investigation pointed straight at one man. The chief auditor turns out he's the finance minister's brother. Lewis asks if this is Rodley's father, and the man answers coldly, saying anyone who abandons his child isn't a real father. Wendelin jokes like he's being killed off is no big deal, but Rodley snaps this time. He's dead serious. The chief auditor's raw hatred for the finance minister probably spills right into Wendelin too, since he's stuck in the same faction. But Elise says it best now that Wendelin is back home safe, that rumor is nothing but dead weight. Rodley grinned like a fox and said, "That's how nobles play the game. If someone spreads nasty rumors, you hit back with the same energy." Then he drops his brilliant counter-move like a knockout punch. He spilled a fresh rumor claiming Bemeister's party didn't just fall, they got wiped out when the chief auditor flexed his political power and sabotaged them through the Adventurers Guild. This fresh story is exploding like wildfire, and now everybody's eyes are locked on it. That rumor is doing its job while the chief auditor tries to wreck Wendeland. He ends up triggering his own downfall and basically self-destructs. The very next day, as they trudge toward the castle, Armstrong grumbles that certain nobles are hopeless, like they're already doomed. Wendelin shoots him a reminder he's a noble too, and Armstrong instantly cuts the tension by steering them to a whole new topic. Wendelin is hunched over a history book, fully locked in on the neighboring holy nation of Mafarkat, though somehow they know next to nothing about it. He can't stop thinking it'd be great to visit, but Armstrong shuts him down. This truce only lets them travel to a few chosen territories. He figured it out because 10 years ago he was the goodwill ambassador there himself. Armstrong breaks down how this ambassador exchange tradition has been running for a full 200 years. Wendelin casually asks if any citizen has ever defected. The question slams straight into his nerves, and Armstrong instantly erupts into a cold sweat, eyes wide, pure panic taking over. Just as he's about to speak, they slam into the royal meeting room before he can even get a word out. When Dylan gets left totally stunned, he can't stop thinking, what on earth did he say that was so taboo? Back in the capital, Wendelin and his crew march straight up to the king, breathless, to report everything from their terrifying first mission. Wendelin wastes no time. He straight up says he fully believed they were all going to die down there. To everyone's shock, the king dips his head a little, then apologizes, saying, "I misjudged things. I exposed you to those dangers, and I'm truly sorry." His advisors are left stunned, but the king doesn't flinch. He shuts it down with steel in his voice, saying a real ruler owns his mistakes, especially when his people pull off results this incredible despite him. He scans the young adventurers, labels Wendelin's fortune plain monstrous luck, and says that any normal party would have been wiped clean off the map. Then the king finally takes a breath, steps up, and greets the party the right way for the very first time. Elise is the one exception. He tells her she's blossomed into a real fine woman over the past 3 years, then fires off a question, has Wendelin been treating her right? With a soft smile, Elise reassures him that he's a genuinely kind man, snapping the king's worries like a switch. Then he turns to Irvin and Yena and tells them straight up that their mentor, Warren, is betting everything on their future, which makes a proud blush crawl across their faces. Finally, he turns to Louise and gives her a nod, basically admitting that if Armstrong, the master martial artist, locks on to you, you're insanely talented. "This is a hell of a crowd," he says with a grin, "and I swear great things are coming." Once the small talk dies out, the talk turns to the real prize, the underground ruins. Wendelin declares that the kingdom will take full control of everything, then drops the real bombshell they've unearthed an ancient airship maintenance dock so far beyond anything modern that it's unreal. Even better, there are 7 airships already docked, packed with magic crystals and roaring engines, and after a quick round of maintenance, they'll be ready to launch. The king adds they're already rushing the research, pushing it forward with what they've found since Baron Shabark's library basically laid out a way to mass-produce massive magic crystals, and now they're tearing into the last 2 dragon golems, hunting for any nasty hidden dangers. Wendelin remembers that massive crystal that powered a golem, and the king drops another shocking discovery. An automated golem repair workshop runs on its own gigantic sub-battery crystal. Then you've got the golem army itself, at least 10,000 of them so packed that the soldiers can't even count them cleanly. Wendelin points out that every golem is fueled by a ruthless mix of man-made crystals and magic crystals. The king nods and says the Mages Guild has already clocked it, especially the dragon golem's design because it's covered in magic absorption panels. A tech even today's mages are only just starting to build in rough prototype form. The king compares it to slapping solar panels on street lamps so the city drinks up energy instead of wasting it. Last in the treasure trove is the teleportation sigil. Now the Mages Guild is practically foaming at the mouth, ready to drop a fortune just to lock down the monopoly and one day use it to beam people anywhere they want. The king fessed up again, admitting his mistake before it pushed everyone into the grave danger he swore he'd prevent. But Wendelin just shrugs and calls it a stumble into a trap. Still, for a team on their very first mission, pulling that off was a shockingly unprecedented win. The king slams out his final decree. This kingdom is buying up every last inch of that discovery, no matter what it costs. Wendelin humbly accepts it. Later, the party bursts into the Adventurers Guild HQ to get every last detail about their reward. The receptionist snaps into action, rattling off what the crown wants: thousands of soldier golems, 2 dragon golems forged from mithril and orichalcum, 7 working airships, and the magic absorption panel technology. The list keeps piling up until even a teleportation sigil gets bought by the Mages Guild. Wendelin swallows hard and demands the bottom line, bracing for impact. The number she shouts is so ridiculously massive it fries their brains: 20,000 platinum coins for each person. But here's the catch. Paying that kind of money would crush the kingdom's economy, so they're splitting it up and paying it off in installments over the next 20 years. Wendelin fires off a quick mental math weight. They're talking about a whopping 2 trillion in Japanese yen, and his gut screams, this has to be a scam, because it's just way, way too much money. Louis suddenly clocks something even weirder because that usual 20 guild tax still hasn't been applied. The receptionist tells you straight up Brancard is officially registered as their instructor, so his paycheck gets handled separately with its own fixed, preset amount. The guild's footing his reward because anyone who gets kicked out of this legendary hall without the usual instructors would leave with basically nothing. Right then, Brancard himself appears, and for once he's wearing gloom like it's a mask. He tells the kids, I don't need your money, someone like me can't even burn through it all. He slams down a stern warning, don't let that fortune go to your heads. The whole party just erupts in laughter, teasing that only a truly special kind of idiot would manage to go bankrupt with this mountain of cash. Wendell daydreams about every crazy thing he could do with it, imagining his whole mansion built in solid gold. Brancard shook his head and admitted he used to think Wendelin was cursed with the worst luck, always getting tossed into impossible messes, until that same brutal bad luck somehow slammed him right into a gold mine. From this day on, he throws his chest out and proudly declares, you all are top class. Later on, a fancy formal invitation lands in Wendelin's hands straight from the Mages Guild. They beg to buy his magic circle spell and then hit him with a proper formal invitation to join their ranks, officially. He steps out of their headquarters and there, right across the street from their rival, the Guild of Magical Tools Brancard is waiting. Wendelin figures they're bound to get along just because they're neighbors, but Brancard instantly slams that idea shut with a dramatic, not a chance energy. Brancard lays it all out for him. Turns out the Mages Guild is ancient history, while the Magical Tools Guild is the newer crew, built from the ground up to dig into the past, then research and restore ancient tech. Because both sides get government cash, they're trapped in a brutal rivalry, fighting tooth and nail over every last dollar and ounce of power, battling it out over who can deliver the best results. Magic tools are blowing up with the public right now, so the Mages Guild is scrambling, begging for heavy hitters like Wendelin to crank up their prestige. Wendelin didn't give a damn about their political bickering, but Brancard tells him to just jump in and get it over with, because if he doesn't, they'll keep chasing him forever. Inside, they're met by the guild's president himself, Bernd Wallach, a real nobleman. But before Wendelin can even wrap her head around the paperwork, a sharp, bespectacled woman strides right up. And nope, she grabs his hand and shoves a card into it, like it's a secret key because it's an honorary officer's license. They flat out tell him that being a baron is all they need, basically. They're just riding on his famous name for publicity. Brancard shuts him down fast. This is totally unpaid, and there are zero real responsibilities. Wendelin finally gets it. The whole scheme is just to pump up their member count without paying a single person, because there's no joining fee at all. The president whips out an invitation and takes them on a tour of the whole facility. As they walk, Brancard leans in and whispers that the president is basically a manager, not a mage, and that fits perfectly with a nobleman's son who's way better with paperwork than spellcasting. Before long, they burst into the research lab, the guild's true core, where magical energy crackles in the air and mages are hard at work, training and practicing. Brancard couldn't hold back. He snapped off a jab at the president, claiming that even if every researcher here disappeared overnight, the guild's management would still be totally fine. Suddenly, a spry old researcher yanks him by the robes. "Hey, you're Baron Bowmaster, the one who sold us that brand new magic circle spell." He steps forward and introduces himself as Lucas Beckenbauer, top brass in the research department, and a proud, self-proclaimed magic fanatic, and he's heard the buzz that Wendelin's magic could stand shoulder to shoulder with the legendary Alfred's. Without a word, he grabs Wendelin and shoves him deeper into the lab like he can't wait to show him something unreal. He hurls them toward an upgraded teleportation circle from Wendeland itself, a sharper, stronger way to jump worlds. Beckenbauer practically bursts with excitement, telling them that their research accidentally triggered a reverse effect spell by sheer luck. Forget tossing it out. This circle yanks anything it wants from anywhere in the world straight to itself. Instead of dragging it out with an explanation, he decides to prove it with action. He slams his hands over the circle and hits the switch right then. It comes alive. A blinding flash tears through the air, and in the exact center, an object suddenly materializes out of nowhere. It's the kind of piece you'd never expect women's underwear is all that's there. Beckenbauer grabs the frilly lace, feels it's still warm, and basically declares, "Boom, experiment complete." He proudly shouts to the room that he got her panties off, and behind him a female mage just freezes completely stunned and mortified. As the researcher blurts out a frantic theory about how the spell could slice through time and hop across dimensions, mortified, the mage barrels over and slams his hand into his head, roaring, "What in the world do you think you're doing?" Beckenbauer tries to flex his authority, but it's obvious he's the one who messed up. Wendell tries to smash the insanely awkward tension, and then he says the spell is absolutely fascinating. Beckenbauer steadies himself and asks, "Want to try?" Then slams the warning down hard. It's dangerous, and only a few ever pull it off. He breaks down his wild target choice because this spell demands you perfectly picture where the object is. So he picked something he could see right in front of him. The chat suddenly turns deadly serious. Wendelin leans in and asks if it could, in theory, rip something out of another dimension. A parallel world. That little spark hit Wendelin like lightning because he isn't from here. He's from another world, and those legends. Yeah, they're real. He knows, because he's the living proof walking around. "All right, I'm going for it," he declares, and fresh determination sparks in every word. Beckenbauer slapped down one final warning. This magic costs a fortune, and the price skyrockets depending on how heavy the object is and how far it has to travel. Ripping something out of another world would be an absolutely massive gamble. Wendell decides to play it safe, steps into the circle, and tries to spot something small and close by. He pours his magic into the sigil, and the thing explodes in a blinding burst of light, way brighter than before. And then it hits him. Something is coming. Inside the Mages Guild, Bell stands in front of a blazing summoning circle, and the moment the air crackles with mana, the runes on the floor start to pulse like they're breathing. With one last burst of energy, something pops into existence right in the middle, and it's not some monster or legendary weapon at all. The whole group freezes, staring in pure shock at what's there. A pair of panties with a tiny yellow bunny stitched onto the back. Bran Tark and Beckenbauer. His companions dropped into a crouch and stared in complete shock, like they couldn't even process what they were seeing. And Bell, mortified to the core, can only sit there and wonder what on earth went down. He admits he was locked in and only half-heartedly zoned in on something lurking inside one of the nearby mansions. Right before the full hit of that violation truly lands, the room door gets blasted open with a violent slam. Fuming, Ina storms in, cheeks blazing with rage and humiliation, and jabs a trembling finger straight at Belle. "My panties!" she screams. She's totally stunned, staring like, how did he know I'd be here at the guild right now of all times? They quickly click it all together. This wasn't a lucky guess. It was advanced magic tearing through reality. To pull a specific item from a specific person on his very first try, all the way from the Upper Mansion District, Bell's potential is straight up terrifying. Beckenbauer is so deep in his wild analysis that he's basically gone. He's holding up the evidence and pointing at the shockingly cute underwear contrast against Ina's cool, calm, collected vibe. Right there, he blurts out. So this is what they mean by a gap mo. That's it. Ina's done for. What are you even saying? She shrieks, snatching them back like they're burning her hands, and with a sharp huff, he slapped them clean out of his hand. Flustered to the core, Bell stammers out an apology to Ina, who's still radiating pure, scorching rage. In the most painful moment of social awkwardness, he blurts out that he'll go underwear shopping with her next time to make up for it, and the whole room goes silent because she just turns red, nods, and quietly agrees. Brantark slaps him on the shoulder and cackles like, "Dude, you actually pulled it off again. Another girl just fell for you." Bell swears it's only because he's brand new and hasn't figured out how to control it yet. Ina told him to stop with the panties, so he grits his teeth and summons something else, deciding to try again. He shuts his eyes tight and funnels all his focus into one single unstoppable thought. The magic circle erupts in light once again. With a gentle poof, another object drops into existence right in front of you. Like clockwork, just a few moments later, it all happened. The door slams open again. This time it's Louise, looking absolutely mortified and furious, just like Ina had. Beckenbauer must have learned absolutely nothing. He jumps right back into his commentary and shoots Black a nasty look, asking if she's not a little too mature for him, then smirks and says it looks like she won't even need a bra. And right away, Louise catches him with a swift, brutal punch, sending him tumbling out cold. After everything blows over, Bell fires off his usual heartfelt apology again, then declares they're heading out for a fresh shopping spree of brand new underwear. And once again it works. Louise gives a quiet nod, her cheeks flushing as she agrees. This whole thing is spiraling fast. Ina shoots the question, "So you've got some secret hobby or something?" And Bell snaps back with a fierce, no-way denial. To stop any more chaos, she pushes him to call up something miles and miles away outside the city limits completely. He nods and decides this brutal disaster has to get wiped from his life, once and for all. He'll target his prize from deep in a remote spot somewhere no one's clothes can ever be snatched from him. He drops anchor in the northern seas of the Urquhart Empire, then decides it's time to call up some seafood. He clenches his focus and shoves his magic straight into the circle. Everyone freezes, holding their breath. Please, no wardrobe disaster, Bell. Get in here and win them over. With a blinding flash, a massive shape bursts into view. It's a giant bluefin tuna. Success because this thing is massive, brimming with magical power, and like Beckenbauer says, it's worth an absolute fortune on the market. Delia, whose parents run a fish shop, wastes no time, grabs her knife and carves fish with such killer skill that everyone around her stares in straight-up amazement. That flavor hits like a truck, and Beckenbauer finally cracks admitting Bell actually called something truly useful. Vowing to wipe out his panty summoner reputation for good, Bell goes all in. No mercy. He keeps blasting magic over and over, and the ocean keeps answering. Out comes a wild feast flounder, yellowtail, sea urchin, the works. Before long, the whole guild is stuffing their faces at a brand new seafood feast. With his mana reserves crumbling, Bell steels himself for one final summon, aiming his focus straight back to that distant northern sea. The circle flares with light. Poof, and just like that, another item drops into existence. It's a frilly pair of purple lace panties. Bell gone, no warning. He aimed straight for the middle of the ocean. So how in the world is that even possible? Beckenbauer, this self-crowned underwear expert, pulls them apart and studies every inch, then gasps at the impossibly perfect silk and the flawless stitching, way beyond anything the locals could ever make. Then it hits him. There it is, a tiny embroidered family crest. The Duke Philip family's mark from one of the most powerful aristocratic houses in the neighboring country. Bell went from being a local menace to an international underwear thief. Then panic hits hard. He blurts out to his friends, begging for advice on how to steal from a major noblewoman, but they just stare back, completely dumbfounded. Beckenbauer doesn't even flinch at the brewing diplomatic disaster. He just pushes his glasses up and shrugs off the politics like they're nothing, because the summoning experiment absolutely worked. Yeah, with no other option, Bell snaps into action. He stuffs the evidence into his magic bag and vows to never mention it again. The official record just basically shrugs and says the seafood summoning totally crushed it. Still, something good came out of the chaos. Belle was so impressed by Delia's skills that she later helped her open her very own branch of the family fish shop. Then the vibe turns ice cold. Now it's all about business. Inside a glittering mansion, Erwin, Ina, and Louise step into a tense meeting with Margaret of Bleikreuter. They're gathered to talk about that ridiculously huge reward they got for beating the dragon golem, and for them, it's not a blessing at all. It's a curse. Erwin warns that if his jealous brothers ever get wind of his inheritance, they might not just scheme, they could straight up try to assassinate him. And for Ina and Louise, it's a whole different nightmare because as noblewomen, they can't just break free and fend for themselves, and their families will move in fast, trying to grab every coin for whatever they want. The Margrave sits there, calm as stone, then drops the bad news because turning down the reward. Yeah, that's not happening. But he lets slip that there's another way out. Right then, Brantark bursts into the room. He's the one with the answer. He yanks out the official adventurer's manual, slaps his finger on Article 27, Paragraph A, and reveals the money disbursement objection system. He explains that this system is usually how a party settles pay disputes before things explode. Most people grumble about being paid peanuts, but Brantark points out the rules never say you can't complain when they're paying you way too much. The plan is simple. They'll use this loophole to file an official objection, then legally hand their entire reward share straight over to Wendeland. The whole trio bursts with relief. This is the exact escape route they've been praying for, the perfect way out of their trouble. A few days later, Brantark sits down with the Margrave and breaks the news the plan hit exactly as planned, and everything went perfectly. He admits, though, that Elias the healer never filed a single objection, and that doesn't shake the Margrave at all with the church official's daughter backing her. She has nothing to fear from some hefty sum, and he's pretty sure she handed her finances to Wendeland from the very beginning. But just like that, the vibe turns ice cold. Brantark starts to realize this whole thing was never random. It was a piece of a far bigger scheme. And then it clicks. He realizes the king and his ministers might have cooked this whole scheme from the start, because the capital's economy was stuck in place, and the slums were swelling fast. Then a ferocious magician from some backwater frontier territory suddenly materializes out of thin air. The kingdom's itching to tame his huge, wild lands, but they're flat broke and too politically scared to make the move themselves. So they cooked up a scheme that would let this young, wide-eyed baron rake in an absolute fortune. Their plan is pure genius and ruthless to the bone. They send Wendelin on a quest to carve out his own territory and burn through every last coin of his reward money. If he pulls it off, the kingdom gets a fully developed territory for free. If he flops, no one loses a thing because it was his money all along. Everything's falling perfectly into place while Wendeland, right in their crosshairs, gets used as the clueless bankroll for a huge national project. And to keep everything on schedule, the Margrave drops one final demand. Brantark must tag along with Wendelin on his next wild adventure. The game of nobles is way more deadly than any dungeon, and Bell is smack in the middle of it, whether he realizes it or not. In the grand halls of the capital, politics never stops grinding, crushing anyone who isn't careful. And General Edgar Sharp Mustache, Sharper Instincts, sits there, studying the whole shifting battlefield like it's already moving. He's laser-focused on Margaret Bleikreuter trading favors with the finance minister, and he's convinced it's just the opening move in a much bigger scheme. Right at the heart of this game sits the capital's newest obsession, Baron Wendelin von Benubo Meister. Edgar has run into this young man a few times already because he's the godfather to Wendeland's two older brothers, Paul and Hermudo. So of course he's shown him the courtesy. That connection slaps him with a full-on professional duty. Now he has to set up the newlyweds' nightwear. But this isn't just some family duty. Fresh intel slams onto his desk. A colossal, ancient underground military base has been found, and it's packed with magic flying ships and raging dragon golems. This kingdom has to lock down that asset, but their coffers are running on fumes, And with a sly grin, Edgar thinks, that's exactly where Baron Baumeister steps in to save the day. Even the king's in on it. He clocks the insane reward Wendelin just paid the kingdom, so absurdly huge it doesn't even feel real, and it more than pays for the new base. Only one kind of man would toss away a fortune like that to buy the kingdom's full backing and pour it into taming the wild southern lands, the ones that are about to become his domain. Edgar spots his opening instantly. The Baron is loaded and feared, but that power has a crack in it, because he barely has any loyal vassals of his own. Yeah, Erwin's a killer young swordsman, but he's got zero leadership experience, while the rest of the party is all potential star adventurers, not the kind of people who know how to run things. Edgar weighs his choices: grab the whole job for himself and risk turning everyone against him, or go talk to Count Armstrong, whose reputation with the young Baron is spotless, and choose the smarter move. But Edgar doesn't sit around waiting for results. He storms in and makes them happen. He spreads the southern region map across his desk and studies the official papers like a hawk, because Wendelin's feudal home is rooted in his family's original backwater estate. No, Edgar snaps back, and a predatory shine flares in his eyes like he's already claiming the whole estate, lock, stock, and deed. He dug into the family and found a sad bunch broke, struggling aristocrats with nothing left to spare. Arthur, the fifth-generation lord, seemed like the key, but the real disaster was his eldest son, Kurt. Edgar knows these scenes play out the same way every time. Put a bitter older brother with nothing left to lose in the driver's seat, and disaster is right around the corner. Kurt would probably try to hurt Wendelin to grab back what he thinks is his birthright, and that's Edgar's opening to act fast. He'll set up a security escort for the young Baron. To pull it off, he needs his trump card, someone who can lock his influence in place from the inside. The general marched through his mansion, bellowing for Lady Wilma. A maid rushes up to him and blurts that she's back in the kitchen fresh from a hunt. He follows in, only to find her poised over a just-caught deer, standing there like a totally different kind of noble. Nothing like the usual ladies. She's a hunter to the bone, born to stalk, track, and strike. Edgar cuts through the silence and drops a bombshell. From now on, call me father. Wilma stares up, completely stunned. And just like that, it hits her so hard she can't even speak. He shrugs and tells her adopting her is just a stack of paperwork away. And the whole point is to get her married no matter what it takes. When they finally sit down to a hot meal of freshly cooked venison, the mountain of meat on the table screams Wilma's skill. She digs in deep, relishing every bite like she just pulled off the perfect hunt. Right then, Gur nonchalantly drops the name Baron Baumeister. Of course she knows who he is, everyone in this world does. Edgar spills that the Baron is trapped in a razor-thin, high-society mess, where every wrong move could cost him everything. So now's the perfect moment to slip her in, acting like she's his security right under everyone's nose. Wilma tilts her head like she's clocking something, and this plan feels ridiculously roundabout. Edgar breaks down the brutal political chess match because for the last 2.5 years, the nobles have been scrambling, desperate to marry their daughters off to Wendeland. But the big spots were already locked in. Cardinal Hohenheim grabbed the official wife, and Margrave Bleichruder slid in 2 concubine candidates. And here's the real reason: every single one of them is already a top-tier adventurer, so trying to cram in one more candidate would be a nightmare. If she's going to be his wife, she better come armed with serious skills just to survive his lifestyle. Only problem is, Wilma wants in, and she's still underage. A shame, Edgar snaps, that your kind of fighting power would have been a lifesaver back then. But yeah, this is all part of the plan, he smirks at her, leaning in like it's their secret. And I expect huge things from you. And yeah, there's not a single girl out there whose battle power can match yours. Her mission is simple: start as an escort, get close to the Baron's party, and forge a bond so strong it everyone can't ignore. Wilma gives a quiet nod and agrees to give it a shot. This master plan lets Edgar slip right into Wendeland's inner circle, because once Wilma becomes a concubine, even as she's still an adopted daughter, it gives him the perfect excuse to worm his way in. He smirks, already clocking that even the king doesn't dare mess with the cardinals, because this move is pure genius, quietly pulling strings and grabbing influence. He leans in and asks Wilma if she hates the Baron. Then she shakes her head, quick as a snap. And then boom, her eyes light up. He's a dragon hunter, she says, grinning, and I'm thinking, He might even let me try dragon meat sometime, which is definitely a massive plus. She'll hold her opinion until she finally meets him. Edgar adds that Wendelin refuses to play along with that stiff, stuck-up aristocratic crowd. And most importantly, he's an absolute provider, so she'll never, ever go hungry. For Wilma, that sounds like pure perfection. She can't wait to see him. But disappointment hits hard. She's still too young to step into those demon-infested territories. Edgar grabs her confidence and tells her to give it her all, because the future of both their households depends on it. While the capital churns through political mud, Wendelin and his crew slip back into their true element. And now they're in a demon-filled stretch outside Bleachbrook, going full tilt with their training. Erwin and Inna storm into the chaos like a hurricane, driving straight through monstrous beasts with pure, unshakable fury. Wendelin and Elise keep a safe distance, totally blown away by the sheer fiery spirit burning in them. Elise can't believe it. An adventure debut this strange, and a direct order from the king. That's practically unheard of. Normally, these ruse sharpen their teeth by stalking monsters one by one in woods like this, straight up obeying guild orders. These aren't just bulky beasts, they're twisted by magic, towering and brutal, and every single one has a magic stone stuffed inside its core. And just as this colossal bear monster stomps in to crush everyone, you get hit with the harsh truth: one wrong step out here, and it's instant death. After a brutal day of struggle, Wendelin throws in the towel because that's the savage truth of being an adventurer, where you gamble everything for the shot at a reward. From the treetops, Louise and Catherine watch with bated breath, poised to spring into action the second things go wrong. Elise clocks it instantly. Even though Ina and Erwin are powerful, being outsiders who crashed a famous party makes them the perfect target for pure, boiling jealousy. People whisper that they didn't earn it. They just got insanely lucky. Elise steps in to defend them, snapping that a party who pulled off that much yet still turned away from most of the reward doesn't deserve the hate and criticism they're getting. But Katerina reminds everyone that even the tiny slice they marked still adds up to a fortune big enough to make everyone else green with envy. Right then, Erwin practically beams as he whips out the brand new sword he just bought with his own hard-earned cash. Wendell was joking that if he ever had kids, he'd hire the toughest swordsman he could find just to train them. And Erwin immediately throws himself in, reminding him, "Yeah, I guess you're my vassal." The fun fizzles the second Erwin asks his million-dollar question with all that cash. Why isn't Wendell building up his territory? Wendeland's smile drops, and his voice turns deadly serious. He lays out the huge risk. If the kingdom catches wind that you're dumping massive funds to buy land without their approval, they'll come for everything and strip you down to nothing. Erwin never saw the political nightmare coming. Running a territory is already brutal, and one misstep that sends your tenants packing can wipe you out for good. A gamble almost nobody dares to take. After training drains them and the tough talks finally end, the whole party's starving, so Erwin swallows his pride and apologizes for complaining. And Wendelin finally decides it's go time. "All right," he says. "We'll be back in a snap with instant teleportation." They burst back into town under a sky full of stars. Right as they're about to sell their loot, a voice they know all too well shouts from behind Brantak is calling out to them. With a grin, he joyfully sweeps the whole crew off to the Blycerator estate for dinner. While the rest of the party is buzzing about a free, high-class meal, Wendell and Spine feel it ice-cold dread slithers down their spines. They know these invites never come with good intentions, and something about it screams disaster. It won't bring us back because back in the capital, Wendeland and his crew end up seated for dinner with Margar of Blakeroder, one of the most powerful men in the whole kingdom. The Margrave stares out at Wendeland with proud, godfather-level confidence, his eyes gleaming as young Baron's name already starts making waves across the land. The talk instantly flips to Wendeland's latest exploits, and the Margrave can't help but smirk after he's already taken down a real, full-fledged dragon. Taking out other monsters has to feel like playtime. But Wendelin, the ultimate realist, cuts through the noise with a calm, humble answer. He basically says it all comes down to the situation, because he's seen firsthand that swagger gets you killed fast, no matter how strong you think you are. The whole mood flips when the Margrave brings up Wendelin's fallen master, Alfred. His words come out heavy as he recalls a man so unstoppable that not a single monster in the magic forest could have ever stood a chance. Alfred didn't get taken down by a beast he crashed down fighting for his lord and his comrades, buried under a brutal wave of enemies. And it was a hero's death, just a tragic one all the same. Once the pleasantries died out, the Margrave finally drops the real bombshell he needs Wendelin for an extermination mission. And it has to stay off the books, hidden from the Adventurers Guild. The second he brings it up, everyone freezes because he's talking about a deal involving Wendelin's father, and boom, it hits hard. This just got personal. The Margrave recounts a grim past 15 years ago. His family and the Wendelin's master were pulled into a catastrophic expedition inside the magic forest, and it all went horribly wrong. An army of 2,000 men vanished, and their bodies were never found again yet. He says the mission out loud: step into that forest and cleanse whatever's left of them. Brantak instantly realizes the terrifying truth after 15 years. Those soldiers wouldn't just be dead, they'd be something far worse. The faint of will would have turned into zombies and ghouls, but the ones with a huge ego like the Master could have twisted into terrifying, power-packed wraiths. With evil spirits packed so tightly into that forest, the whole place feels cursed, and it's so bad they need exactly what their party has in abundance: a holy magic leash that hits like a blessed hammer. The Margrave admits this mission is a logistics nightmare. The magic forest is miles away and deadly to reach, but Wendelin just grins, because he can teleport, so distance might as well be nothing. Still, Wendelin hesitates because marching into his family's territory without warning is a huge political taboo. The Margrave waves off his worries like they're nothing, then promises him his father would never dare refuse a man of his standing, especially with the mission sold as a move to protect his territory. It's a ruthless political chess move he boxes his father in and dares him to make the next move. They won't need a massive army, just a tight crew of elite killers. Then the truth slams down. There's one more reason for all this secrecy. If adventurers centuries from now dig up this undead legion and pin it on a single blunder by the Bleicherreiter family, their name will be stained forever. Wendelin understands one brutal truth for these massive, noble houses. Their name is everything, and that reputation hangs over them for generations. Elise, calm as ever, leans in and tells him there's no real reason to keep refusing just compassion, cutting through the hesitation. Wendell had barely grown a size when that familiar dread hit him again, like fate itself kept yanking him around while big-shot adults played out their grand schemes. Now that he's won, the Margrave just flashes a confident smile and urges him to dig into that meal and enjoy it. And for the moment, Wendelin decides to go for it. He shoves mouthfuls of the kind of top-tier food he only ever dreamed about as a kid. Then the very next day, the party regroups, bracing themselves for the brutal job ahead. Erwin scans their tiny group and his nerves spike. He can't shake the thought, is this really enough of us? Brantak leans in and reassures him because a huge army would yank every monster out of that forest, but a tiny elite squad. That's the only way. And honestly, with their experience and Elise and Wendelin backing them up, they've got more than enough firepower to crush 2,000 undead. Brantak then reveals Wendelin's secret weapon, extended diffusion magic passed down by his master. This is a brutally rare skill and it hits with terrifying power. It's basically area of effect magic turned up to 11. One fire mage can scorch an entire legion in a single blast, while the wind user ripped through the air and summoned a towering, deadly tornado. But here's the real kicker. Its power is all about synergy. Wendelin can boost someone else's magic and stretch one healing spell across an entire battlefield. And just like that, the whole strategy clicks into place. Elise is about to unleash one massive purification spell. Then Wendelin cranks up his diffusion magic, blasting holy energy across the whole forest to cleanse it in one brutal sweep, while the rest of the party's only job is to guard the two mages as they carry out the ritual. It's a mission that demands insane power and ironclad secrecy, so only their tiny crew can pull it off. Right when Wendelin is about to teleport everyone, Brantak slams the brakes and stops him cold. They've got one final stop to hit before they plunge into the forest. And Wendelin's face drops the second he hears where they're headed to meet his father. The dread felt so real it clung to the air. They lay it out for him. This isn't just politeness. It's survival and strategy. They have to haggle for the rights to anything valuable they might uncover, from rare herbs to ancient artifacts. It's the usual playbook for adventurers running missions inside a noble's territory. Wendeland just lets out a heavy sigh thinking about facing the family. He's basically abandoned crushes him. Erwin slaps a comforting hand on his shoulder and reminds him, "Listen, we're in the same sinking boat, 2 younger sons, discarded, and left with nothing, no inheritance." Erwin officially tossed aside his inheritance to chase the life of an adventurer, and honestly, that bittersweet risk paid off big. He struck it rich. That prompt makes Ina press Wendelin for the truth about his own status. He confirms that when the king handed him the barony, he immediately filed every last form to officially cut himself loose from the Baumeister household's inheritance. From the law's point of view, he's totally on his own. Honestly, he can't shake the truth he feels nothing real for his parents or siblings, like they're total strangers. Brantak slams a clap on his back, tells him to keep his chin up. He's a success now, so march in there and own the moment. He even laughs and says, if Wendelin's really going to be an adult, then he's got to learn how to drink like one. Wendelin sucked in a breath, felt his heart sink, and rallied his party. All right, here we go, one blinding flash, and they're suddenly dumped right in front of the house he hasn't laid eyes on in 3 brutal years. The party marched out onto the snowy stretches of the Baumeister estate, soaking in the massive mansion grand in scale, rustic in charm. You can instantly feel the massive moon's magic crashing into the air, proof that this land's power is about to explode. Wendeland just stands there, calm as can be, while the girls practically shake with excitement. "Now we're going to meet your mom and dad," they chirped, already acting like the 3 of them were his wives. Wendelin shuts it down on the spot. No hesitation, just a dead serious look as he cuts in, no. He lays out the whole political mess because his older brother, the heir, only has 1 wife. So why would Wendelin suddenly show up with 3 noble fiancées? Erwin clocks it right away, and that move is pure power. Brantak spells it out for everyone to see like he's about to roast his brother for being broke. Wendelin's a baron, while his own father's stuck as just a knight, and rubbing it in like that would be so disrespectful it could spark a full-blown incident. He jolts back to the pressure cooker days of his past life in Japan, the non-stop social tightrope, and even in this new world, the rules hit him with the same brutal familiarity. He steals his resolve, all right. Let's go all in and give it everything we've got. As they draw closer, the door swings open and an old servant, Helena, greets them. Her face lights up in shock when she sees him. Wendell and Sama. The reunion hits like a hug, warm, real, and full of emotion because she's already heard the legends about him, from chopping down dragons to diving into deadly dungeons. Soon, Robs and the other servants swarmed in, just as thrilled because the boy they'd known was back, and now he'd returned as a full-grown man. They can't believe how far he's come. This legendary wizard's reputation is so big, it practically echoes for miles. Then they spot the beautiful girl standing right there with him. "Those have to be your fiancé," they exclaim. Their praise never stops. Everyone's staring like they're queens, and I'm already buzzing about their kids. This house is about to be pure chaos and happiness. The second Dylan's thoughts start spiraling. They latch onto the wrong idea. They're convinced he's back for good, ready to plant his brand new life, and bring his whole new family with him. He whips his hands around fast, scrambling to set it straight. No, I've got my own house. I'm not even staying here." But they don't listen at all. Some of them even tell him to sell his place in the capital so he can rule from here. With no other choice, he blurts his chance and finally gets a shot in, "Wait, I'm not here for that. I came today as an adventurer. Could you please call my father?" And just like that, it works. Helena bolts out of the room to race to the master of the house and report everything. The meeting is set inside a huge, chilly hall that sends shivers down your spine. 3 long years of silence slam between them, choking every word. So what are they even supposed to say? Wendelin blurts, "Let's just get this over with, excuse me," and says, "I came all the way from Margreave Bly Kruder Sama today, and I've got a request for you." And right as he starts talking, the door slams open and bursts wide. It's his eldest brother, Kurt, and his face is frozen in pure disbelief, shock blazing in his eyes. "Wedge, what the hell? Why are you still alive?" he screams. The whole party freezes in shock. "Kurt, this person is my guest," their father snaps, but the damage is already done. Wendeland locks eyes with his brother, completely stunned. "Brother, what do you mean?" Kurt stammers freezes after what he just blurts out, and their father snaps into action explaining that a rumor has slipped all the way to the town center. A nasty rumor ripped through the streets. Baron Wendelin von Benubo-Meister and his crew had been killed inside a dungeon, and it all traced back to one source, the younger brother of a neighboring lord. Their father breaks it down. This place is cut off from the world, and any news from the capital takes a brutal month and a half to reach them by normal routes. An adventurer managed to cut the travel time short, and that's exactly how the rumor tore through everyone. Wendeland's mind is sprinting, and he blurts out a chilling question. "About my death, when did you hear it?" "Yesterday." Horrible thing. In that split second, Wendelin stares at his brother's face, pure shock, seething anger, raw panic, and it all clicks in his head at once. That look said, "No way." But somehow he was alive right in front of her. Total disappointment. His brother didn't even grieve that he'd lost him. He was probably seething over the inheritance laws. Wendelin's massive fortune would never pay him a single cent, not even after he was gone. Wendelin just stands there, stone still, because he already mapped this out legally and financially. He could feel it coming. Rumors like this always crawled into the light eventually. But realizing it and actually seeing it, two totally different hits. Watching his own brothers stare at him with that cold, greedy disappointment cracks him inside, and suddenly he's thinking, maybe coming here today was nothing but a waste of time. We kick off with Kurt Baumeister, the family's acting head, staring down the territory's finances, while his right-hand tainer, Klaus, slides this year's tax collection report into his hands. Kurt shoots Kurt a quick thanks, but his mind is already sprinting somewhere else. Harvest the wheat, slap on the tax, and then Klaus takes over doing every last painful calculation without breaking a sweat. Then they haul the flowers over the mountains to sell them, because that bloom is the lifeline that keeps their poor lands fed and afloat. But while Klaus scans the numbers, one comment slips out with a heavy sigh. If only Wendell and Sama were here, everything would be better, and then he realizes their sales price got hit harder than anyone expected. Kurt's eyes snap narrow at once. Was that just a slip, or a sharp little jab meant to land? The words from his father hit him hard. Klaus is never someone you should trust. Suddenly, the tax report in his grip stops feeling like paper and starts feeling like a weapon aimed straight at his chest. His father's words keep hammering in his head, telling him to keep a close eye on both Kurt and Klaus. But Kurt knows the real truth. His father turned selfish the moment he married a young bride, then vanished from his responsibilities like they didn't matter anymore. He kept his armies right by his side for protection, while he left the people to fend for themselves. He stays totally hands-off, but somehow he's always got his hand out, demanding his cut of the profits. Kurt's resentment has been simmering for years, whipped up by a cursed parade of troublesome brothers, Paul III's son first, grinding as a pioneer with nothing but dreams, then vanishing right after his engagement. Then his father, saying he was too old for it all, shoved every last responsibility onto Kurt's shoulders. And then comes Helman, the second son, and Kurt can't deny it. Helman is stronger, smoother with people, and downright more just better than him. He might look a little scary, but the kids love him because he's a natural leader and somehow always steals the spotlight. So his father pulled strings and had Helman shipped straight off to the chief of staff's house, cleaning him out as a threat. And who could ever forget Eric, the fifth son? He was ridiculously smart, yet he'd rather trust a bow than a sword, and at only 15, he detonated a massive scandal. During a meeting right in front of everyone, the boy genius tore into Klaus's tax report and exposed a glaring miscalculation. And just like that, the whole town went wild with rumors. Folks started whispering that maybe Eric should be the next heir, not Kurt. Kurt still clenches his fist, swearing to this day that Klaus did it on purpose just to tear him down. At last, Eric got transferred out to become a junior officer, and for a little while, Kurt's nerves finally stopped screaming. Then right out of nowhere showed up the most troublesome brother of them all. Wendell, the eighth son, born after their father had already hit 40. Right before he turned 6, the boy upended his whole life by blurting out, "I want to use magic." That one line lit up their father's eyes like a match, and it only made Kurt feel sick at how hopeful it was. And Wendeland delivered back when he was just a kid. He'd slip into the forest, hunt down game, haul back supplies, and somehow keep the whole family fed. He was a total prodigy, a living storm that you couldn't possibly ignore. Kurt still remembers pitching the idea to use Wendeland's magic to save the territory. Then his father shut it down hard, seeing it in a totally different way. "Don't be ridiculous," his father hissed, eyes snapping to the boy and seeing him not as a tool, but as a political weapon. The plan was simple, yet it sent chills down your spine. Wendell would clear out the pests, crank up food production, and somehow make everyone smile. The more Wendelin pushed forward, the more the people craved him. That thought would spread like wildfire across the territory, because making Wendelin the next owner was the safest play. In an age where the world finally rested, a powerful mage carried more value than some noble swordsman's heir. Kurt was relieved his other brothers finally left until this threat crawled right under his own roof. The final punch in the gut hit, when his own father looked him in the eye and told him the real goal wasn't his dream. It was kicking Wendeland out of the house. The pity burning in his father's eyes made Kurt's blood explode with rage. It wasn't advice at all. It was a cold verdict he would never be good enough. So when Wendelin finally left for adventurer school at 12, it should have felt like a huge relief. But the reports that came back were straight-up nightmares. Wendelin didn't just pass, he absolutely soared through his exams with flying colors, then even went and slaughtered a bone dragon. Every win piled up like another nail in Kurt's coffin, smashing his hopes flat. Then, out of nowhere, a letter crashed onto his doorstep. The letter came straight from the kingdom adventurer Wendelin von Benubemeister had vanished inside a dungeon for a full week, and everyone was already chalking him up as dead. He died. As the words hit, a slow, predatory grin crawled across Kurt's face. This wasn't a tragedy anymore. This was his opening. We jerk back to the present, and the dead man is standing right there in front of him. "God damn it, Kurt," he grits. "This is wrong." All his hopes got obliterated in a single breath. Wendeland didn't just live through it. He returned like a storm to steal everything back. Their dad ushers everyone inside and says, "We've got to talk," because Duke Blycroder just made a formal request. A mission slams into place, wipe out thousands of undead in the nearby demon forest. Kurt scoffs, basically calling out Wendelin, "So you're planning to borrow our men again?" Erwin slams him down with a cold, blunt no, and makes it clear they're taking charge of everything themselves. Doratio Kime is in the conversation, basically saying if you've got a dragon slayer and a saint at the party, then a couple thousand undead isn't even the real threat. Kurt stood there, tight-jawed, smoke rolling in his head, and utterly speechless. Then Wendelin finally hits the real reason they're all here: the payment. The class gets hauled in, and the bargaining kicks off right away. Wendelin throws down his terms first, every piece of armor and weapon from the 2,000 undead. It all lands in his party's hands. Give it years of neglect and most of it turns to trash, but buried in the wreckage, there might still be a few gems worth saving. Next, Duke Blycroder orders them to drag the fallen soldiers' relics back to him, and Wendeland demands half the profits for the job. The room goes dead silent. Every single person freezes, staring at that fearless, outrageous demand like they can't believe it. Kurt couldn't wrap his head around it. 50 is an insane, out-of-this-world fee, way higher than any territory like theirs should ever have to pay. Wendelin throws Kurt and Klaus onto the spot, demanding their opinion. Klaus, the ever-sneaky snake, shrugs that 30 isn't bad, and it's a quiet nod to Kurt. Yeah, he's basically admitting that deal is downright outrageous. But Wendelin won't move an inch, and he squares his shoulders like he's made of steel. Then he declares, "Fine, I'll take that offer." Then he demands the cash right there for the relics right now and snaps with a hard warning, "Don't even think about falsifying the numbers." Suddenly, two of Wendelin's own men swoop in and grab him, their faces hidden behind masks roaring with pure fury. Erwin's right on the edge of snapping and throwing a punch. Right when Kurt starts to enjoy the show, his brother Hellman storms into the room like a hurricane. "Don't be ridiculous," Hellman Kurt screams. But Hellman isn't here to bicker. He's already claiming it's his right to speak, since he's the head of the Branch family, and this is all about the relics. They were handed down through generations, and he barges in demanding the right to sift through them. Then their father shuts him down with a cold, clipped tone. "There's no need. Every funeral and memorial for the war casualties is already done." Then it lands in the room like a sucker punch, hard, sudden, and impossible to ignore. Wendeland's party just stares at one another, and the terrifying truth hits all at once. They brought in condolence money, but to them, the dead man's things were already worthless. Elise explains that if they don't purify the souls the right way, the dead can't finally rest. But in that poor territory, these ceremonies are a luxury they simply can't pay for. Kurt just smirks and with a sharp edge calls her a spoiled princess. "That's it no more, Kurt Dono," Wendelin snaps, rage spitting out of his voice as he demands, "Please stop saying reckless things." Their father snaps at him right away, chewing him out for that tone. But Wendelin's done playing the little brother straight up. His voice drops to a terrifying calm as he snaps, "All right, officially, I'm your younger brother." Then he grins and adds, "But I'm Baron Ballmeister, the Heaven Independent House." The words slam into the air like a death sentence, war declared at last, and Kurtz's face snaps into total, stunned disbelief. Our negotiation partner is Lord Ballmeister, and Wendelin's word is law. So tell me, you weak little, how dare you open your mouth at a moment like this, after insulting my fiancée? He yanks his hand back, but the message is already out there. He whips around to his companions. "Yeah, he's not exactly setting the gold standard for a big brother, huh?" They all nod, because what else can they say? Once the negotiations finally crash to an end, Wendelin strides up and declares, "All right, we're out of here. We'll come back when the job's done." Klaus offers him a warm room for the night, but Wendelin shuts it down and snaps that they're camping instead. Klaus muscles it through, only for their father to step in and shut it down because he's worried about their public image. He proposes a deal Wendel can stay at Hellman's place. Wendelin finally nods in agreement, and that tense meeting grinds to a stop. The negotiation turned brutal, but when it was all said and done, Wendelin walked away with exactly what he came for. Vel gives Hellman a small bow like he's sorry without saying it, his eyes apologizing hard. "Sorry, Vel," Hellman replies with a gentle smile. "This isn't something you need to apologize for me about, brother." Hellman just chuckles and ruffles his own hair. "Yeah, you're right, but Brother Kurt has been acting weird for the past 2 or 3 years." With the entire party huddled together, Hellman decides it's finally time he straightens up and goes, "All right, everyone history lesson." Then he tells them about their family situation, and Vel just gives him a nod like, "Yeah, go ahead." He points down the road ahead, and that's where we're headed now, the house of the Baumeister branch family I married into. The very line that's been head yeoman for generation after generation. His face hardens. The old head of the family was the late uncle for Vel and me and his 3 sons. They all got wiped out during that expedition into the magic forest. The news hits like a hammer, and the whole group goes dead silent. "I knew it," he mutters under his breath, because this story feels way too perfect, way too polished, and he can practically feel his party's doubts burning through the air. This wasn't just heartbreak. It was a cold political play. The flashback slams us into Grimm's battlefield, choked with the dead, where every male relative who got forced onto the expedition is wiped out in a single brutal strike. Hellman keeps the pressure on, spilling the ugly truth: if you cut out the kids, then Brother Kurt is the only adult man in the main family, and the same goes for the second son, me plus Brother Eric, both already adults during the expedition. The truth hangs over everyone like a storm cloud. Vel's father goes ice cold the moment he realizes the expedition will crash and burn, so the main family refuses to send a single soul. And just like they expected, when every man from the branch family dies, the main family swoops in instantly, marrying one of their own sons into the line to seize control. Vel reels from it, his thoughts sprinting. Is this some wild conspiracy, or the brutal truth? His dad was always careful, but this kind of icy master plan calculation feels different too, cold to dismiss. And the idea that his father could have wiped out an entire branch of the family just to lock down power, that thought chills him to the bone. Erwin, always practical, goes straight for the kill. "How'd you blend in and get them to trust you?" he demands of Hellman. Hellman bursts into a self-deprecating laugh, then admits, "From the branch family's eyes, I wasn't a guest. I was a vanguard my father sent to seize control. They treated me like a walking thorn in every single one of their sides." "So how'd you pull it off?" Vel demands, and Hellman's smile fades. His face turns dead serious as he says, "It was easy. I had to put the branch family first, even over the main family. With that one simple declaration, he basically staked his claim, winning his new family's trust for good, and lighting a fire under his brother Kurt's eternal rage. Vel spirals through his memories of his family's petty nonsense, especially the time his father flat-out refused to pay him for his own labor. Then he wonders if the real reason was fear that he'd negotiate back, and Louise just drags the point home that's still pretty pathetic. The comment slices through the tension, and the whole crew bursts into the long overdue laugh they all desperately needed. All right. Hellman finally throws the words down. This is it. The House of the Ballmeister branch family. As they step into the home, it blows the main family's estate out of the water. Then a bright-eyed woman greets them. "I'm back," Hellman says. "Welcome back, master," the servant answers, smiling. Her eyes lock onto Vel, and she winks. Wait, could that be the legendary dragon slayer everyone's talking about? Hellman just slaps his wife, Mara Rain, into the conversation, lays out what's going on with Kurt, and she only lets out a heavy sigh because that selfish eldest son of his is still an absolute asshole, even now that he's older. Vel's stunned at how casually she disrespects the head of the main family, but she shrugs it off like it's nothing. And honestly, I go even further. I say it right in front of him. They're ushered into a cozy sitting room far from the Spartan main house. Maureen Neeson. And right when Vel starts apologizing for the sudden group visit, but she's beaming, and I'm welcoming you all with open arms, only to watch you guys pick a fight with Kurt. To her, helping those adventurers chase down her father's and grandfather's relics is just plain common sense. Brantark is still boiling over from how they treated him earlier, but Maureen sweeps in and snaps him out of it by pressing a goblet into his hands. Thanks. He takes a sip, and his eyes snap wide with shock. Honey Dwine, he blurts out. Vel's jaw practically dropped. He'd only ever lived on his father's grim, hard bread and bland, tasteless soup, so the thought of being served something this lavish on the spot was straight-up mind-blowing. Hellman leans in with a smug grin. Yeah, I learned that the hard way the moment I married into this branch family. Unlike the main family, this branch actually sits down to real meals. They hunt, farm, and gather for food, and they don't spend their whole lives hoarding every last coin. My Rurine flexes with pride, and I've got deadly aim with a bow. Same goes for my younger sisters, too. Hellman nods along like it all clicks. Of course, the main family is obsessed with money. He lands a sharp jab at his father's miserly ways, right on the mark. Before dinner hits, the party kicks back and takes it easy to burn off the time. In the capital, the girls trade fashion gossip and spot every trend, while the men finally let their shoulders drop and decompress. Suddenly, Vel gets boxed in by a pack of wide-eyed kids. Whoa, it's a real dragon slayer. They whisper to each other in pure awe. Their eyes shimmer with pure, starry-eyed admiration. Vel can't even breathe right. Something weird crawls over him as he realizes he's 25 in this world. But his head feels like it's been 35 for years, and now he's an uncle for the first time. Hellman steps in and introduces his oldest son, Leon. Vel learns the other kids belong to branch families tied to him. Families he never even knew existed. He finally clicks his dad's paranoia about family politics kept him from ever truly reaching out to those relatives. He always felt it was smarter to keep his distance from them back then, especially once Kurt's suspicions started creeping in. But now it's all different. None of Brother Kurt's suspicions matter anymore, because he can't stop thinking. With a grin, he dives into his magic sack, and suddenly, all his worries vanish. He yanks out a mountain of perfectly wrapped presents, and the kids' faces explode with pure, unstoppable joy. Rumors spread like fire, and before you know it, even more kids pop up out of nowhere. Everyone lines up and grabs a present in order. Vel's grinning like he's the real Santa Claus. Even in this happy moment, he still clings to noble etiquette like it's written in his bones. The heir Leon snatches his gift first, then Carrara gets hers, and after that every other child lines up by rank and takes theirs next. Thanks, Uncle Wendelin, Leon chirps, and Vel suddenly feels an awkward jolt in their chest. Getting used to someone calling them uncle is going to take time. With gifts clutched tight, the kids suddenly turn the page. Now they're demanding a tale how you defeated the dragon. Seeing those eager faces, Vel couldn't hold back and shoots right into the tale. Right as he's pulling in his tiny crowd, the door bursts open. Klaus, The Branch family's head strides in with wide, impressed eyes. Vel's eyes widen as she finally lays eyes on him. Klaus confesses it was him who pushed for them to stay here, and he steamrolls the tension straight into Vel's father. It was a calculated strike meant to tear open the rift in the main family and unleash pure, ruthless chaos. He knew that would crank Kurt's worries to max, and Vel's father would never, ever have the guts to turn down his idea. This isn't some dumb village elder, he's a full-blown political chess master. So what do you want from me? Vel snaps, straight to the point. Klaus flashes a slick, cunning smirk, and honestly, it's nothing that looks dangerous at first glance. Vel's internal alarm starts screaming in his skull. Yeah, just like he feared, this guy reeks of a crafty old fox, and Vel can't shake the dread. Klaus's favor is shockingly dull. Just some run-of-the-mill business. I'm praying Vendelin Sama and your crew end up selling their wares right here, Abhazar. Vel and his crew finally let out a shared breath of relief, because this political mission was nothing like the terrifying mess he'd been bracing for. Klaus lays it all out. Sure, these people have food, but they're starving for everything else, spices, accessories, and even something fun to do. All they ever keep importing is salt, no jokes. It's the one thing they truly need to survive. Vel immediately clocks the real economic crunch. These little merchant squads haul supplies for 8 people, but they only roll in here 3 times a year. Their wagons are packed tight, so there's barely room for anything. Salt comes first. Every luxury gets crushed. They'll only take this trip because Margaret Bray Field is the one footing the bill for them. Vel muttered it out loud. I'm the one who feels guilty. My expedition to the Forest of Demons wrecked everything. And he knows guilt only burns for a moment once Brithhild thinks his debt is finally settled. Or when Kurt takes the reins, those subsidies get yanked right out from under him. The merchant groups got wiped out, and the whole domain got sealed so tight nothing could get in or out. And the absolute worst case, Kurt ends up wearing the crown as head of the family. Vel shoots a question at the domain. How did you survive before the merchants showed up? Klaus tells them how, back in the day, they'd send a whole party to Brightsburg selling furs there and hauling back salt. But that system only worked when the population was still small enough to breathe. Now they can't afford to pull people off the farms, because a 3-month trek through monster-crawling mountains would be a death sentence. Klaus leans in and fires off his real pitch. Vendelin, please hold a bazaar once a month. Vel already sees the answer using instant teleportation, and my magic sack makes this a non-issue, but he hesitates because this definitely isn't an adventurer's job, and Kurt feels it hit him hard. But Klaus already cracked the plan. He shrugs and says, I've got a way to get Arter Sama's permission, and then casually reveals he's already gotten the okay from Vel's father. Vel whips around to his crew, and Elise, still calm, still compassionate, steps in and says, we should try to hold a bazaar. The others snap into agreement in seconds. This is their shot to do real good, help the people, and maybe pocket a little profit too. But Erwin grabs Vel and pulls him aside. For safety reasons only, not the offer. He hissed it out in a panic, warning you even if you're a powerhouse magician, you still can't fend off assassins. While Kurt's all alone, he warns that his most fanatical loyalists might still be out there, ready to bite. The older folks here are so conservative they could brand Vel as a straight-up threat. Erwin tells you to sell your goods to the citizens and win their gratitude, because if they trust you, it'll sting even more when they start calling it a threat to Brother Kurt inheriting the main family. They win over the crowd, and suddenly their safety is guaranteed. Pure political genius, no doubt. Vel nods, and it finally clicks. You rewrite. If we're going to dive headfirst into this domain, then we should start doing real good for the citizens. His decision is locked in. He declares, loud and certain, don't worry, I'll hold the bazaar. The second he agrees, Hellman's wife steps up beside him. Darling, you want me to help, right? All right, got it. Erwin just shakes his head and laughs because Brother Hellman is completely whipped by his wife. With only 5 of them, setting up a bazaar before dinner feels like an impossible mountain to climb. But the Branch family wastes 0 time. Hellman and his wife fling out the mats, and even Brantark jumps in after buying up their whole stash of honeyed wine. The kids' curiosity sparked, and before anyone could stop them, they surged in, jumped on supplies, and hauled them along with everyone else. Seeing everyone team up, stacking jars of salt and other supplies, washes Vela with a warm, nostalgic rush. It hits him like a flashback, like the time he used to help out at summer festivals in his past life. But the real game changer, Vel's magic sack, he hauls that mountain of goods around like it weighs nothing at all. In what feels like the blink of an eye, everything's already set and ready to explode into action. Vel scans the shaky marketplace, taking in the stacked goods and the family he just found. Then a determined grin locks onto his face. Everything's set. Now the real adventure is about to kick off. The prep work is done, and Klaus the village headman can't believe his eyes when he sees just how much Wendelin pulled in and how insanely good every single item is. From shimmering glassware to blazing, vibrant potions, this remote territory suddenly got a stash no one's ever laid eyes on before. Vel, always the pragmatist, wastes no time. He blazes straight to the point. Does the main family have any complaints? Klaus shoots back, no, and explains that he made a deal with Vel's father. He'd get a clean 20 slice of the profits. Vel catches himself thinking, honestly, 20 doesn't even sound that bad for a tax. Then Klaus drops the other shoe. Vel's greedy older brother, Kurt, comes demanding a massive 30 cut, and Klaus has to haggle him down hard. Vel can't shake the irritation that bubbles up, because of course Kurt would try to squeeze out every last coin and, yeah, he's probably still nursing that grudge from getting shown up by Vel back then. With the politics finally locked down, the bazaar throws open its gates, and the crowd that shows up is downright insane. A huge wave of locals crashes into the area, way more than Vel's team ever expected. Klaus doesn't even flinch. He explains that for these villagers, it's almost all oof. They slave, they pay their taxes, they save what's left, and sure, they've got money, but there's nowhere to spend it. For years, their money kept rolling in steady, while their spending stayed razor low, so they piled up a solid chunk of savings. Spotting all those eager faces in the crowd, Vel flashes his sharpest merchant smile. All right, let's kick this show into motion. The second the bazaar gates creak open, the villagers rush in like a tide and flood every stall. True to Vel's prediction, the salt hit the shelves and instantly went flying off them. It became the hottest bestseller in no time. It's the kind of thing you have to have, and they can't make it themselves, so he studies the cost like it's a bomb ticking in his head, then slashes the price a little under the traveling merchants, and still, even with that, it's brutally expensive. Because of his teleportation magic, his production and shipping costs are literally zero. He could sell it for pennies, but that'd wreck the market and hand his brother Kurt yet another excuse to complain, so he keeps the price low, competitive, and fair. Next up, sugar. Because a woman suddenly steps in and demands to know what that weird white powder even is, Vel has to spell it out. This is refined sugar. In this backwater, folks have only ever seen the crude, black, unrefined kind, so white sugar feels like pure luxury. Even though it costs as much as the capital, she grabs it without a second thought, and her face lights up like fireworks when she imagines how thrilled her kids are going to be. Meanwhile, Elise and the crew are raking in huge wins, selling all kinds of other goods left and right. Bright dyed cloth, wild spices, rich wines, everything people need is getting snatched off the shelves as fast as it hits the store. Vel scans the shelf of sewing kits and kitchen tools, and it hits her all at once. Half of these items are gifts from other nobles, tossed at him just to earn his approval. And now he's stuck feeling weird about selling something he never had to pay for. Then a terrifyingly powerful thought slams into him like lightning. He churned out salt and sugar with his magic for free, then handed the rest of the goods over as gifts because he plans to sell everything else at market price, racking up basically a full 100 profit, and a wickedly brilliant grin cracks across his face. The bazaar was a roaring, can't-miss success day after day. Families streamed in and snapped up everything they'd only dreamed of, from illustrated books for the kids to top-tier tools that made the local blacksmith's best work look like a joke. As the day's winding down, Klaus drops a chilling truth: this insane sales surge won't last, and the villagers are burning through their life savings. If you want a real economy that lasts, it can't be one way. He tells Vel to do his part next time, like boost some of those local goods the honeydewine helmet makes, so the cash circles right back into the community. The sky sinks into night, but the villagers are still out there hunting deals, refusing to let the day end just yet. Vel watches Klaus and can't hide his awe. This old village headman isn't just good at ruling, he's razor sharp when it comes to trade. That night, the whole crew crashes back at the house and they're staring at an insane mountain of bronze coins. Louise, to everyone's shock, has a gift for counting money. Her hands glide in perfect rhythm, and the whole crowd watches, stunned by how effortlessly she pulls it off. While everyone else grumbles that the task drags on forever, she's somehow locked in pure zen. Brantark storms back right when they're bragging about those insane profits. He finally admits he'd been out there scouting the main family's residence. Good news, Kurt hasn't made his move yet. Bad news, something worse is crawling in, and it's already starting to brew. Brantark says the local craftsmen, especially the blacksmiths, are furious they saw those top-notch goods at the bazaar, and now panic has them shaking in their boots. They're painfully aware their own products can't keep up. Why would anyone pick up a bulky, locally made pot when they could score a perfectly crafted one from the city for a price that doesn't break the bank? Vel size. This is the kind of clash where a brand new industry barges in and puts the old guard on edge. He knows he can't afford to mess this up and has to tread carefully. After hours of grinding, they finally slam the last number down and finish counting. That grand total is a whopping 812,000 cents. Irwin crunches the numbers in a flash and realizes it averages out to more than 1,000 cents spent per person, kids included. He assumes the villagers must be poor, but Louise shuts that down fast. Nope, she says. They're not poor. They're just different. Vale remembers earlier, he handed some kids money as a reward, but they just stared at the bills in total confusion. Irwin clicks every piece into place, and in a city like Breitsburg, kids would grab that money and bolt straight to snacks the second they could. But right here, there's nowhere to spend it because they've never lived inside an economy. They don't even grasp what money is worth. This isn't just poverty, it's total economic isolation. The villagers snapped to that salt deal being a steal, but they had zero clue that money could work on a much bigger scale. They're totally cut out of the kingdom's money-making cycle. They hand over the money to their lord, and that's the whole deal. They realize the issue isn't that they're broke, it's that the cash just isn't moving. He grimaces, because deep down he just knows his father and Kurt will look at this scheme and shrug like draining their subjects for profit is totally fine. Aina blurts out that Klaus is the only guy in the whole domain who actually gets it. Hearing that, Klaus shoots a tired little smile and shrugs. Honestly, out of everyone here, I'm probably the one who's kinda weird. Then he leans in and asks, "Will you hear me out and listen to my story?" Back when the world was young, he leaned in and told me, "Yeah, I served in the military. That was 40 years back when he was only 20 years old." Thrown in as the second son with nothing to inherit, he and others like him had no choice but to turn into traders, desperation driving every step, loading carts with whatever they could grab and charging along the deadly mountain road straight to Breitsburg. They'd trek all the way there just to sell their goods, snag salt, and march back home, and they repeated that brutal loop 3 times every year. Their only export was sad, rusty iron ore low-grade junk that was basically worthless. It was a bleak life with zero hope on the horizon. Klaus's face turns grim as he dredges up the worst moments of that life. During one trip, his friend got torn up by wild animals, wounds so deep that infection took hold. It wasn't just bad luck. It was tetanus, the kind that leaves you with no cure. And as doom crept in, No refused to wait for a slow, agonizing death. So he cut off a lock of his hair and begged Klaus for one final mercy. With a heart weighed down like stone, Klaus slammed the final hit and ended it all. Klaus says, voice trembling with emotion, "Thank you for ending me." The room goes dead quiet. Then Klaus finally snaps back into the story, saying his short time in the military was just as miserable a petty border brawl between minor lords and the Baumeister family's head was hit with a demand he had to take part. They scraped together a pitiful little army of just 6 men, mostly second and third sons like him. It was a pointless bloodbath every time someone maimed or killed a soldier. The lord took a financial hit and had to pay the family compensation. Tragedy struck during his service. Klaus tore through a few enemy soldiers, scored a citation, and still, that brutal life of hardship never backed off. A few years later, his older brother succumbed to a deadly illness and left behind no heirs. So just like that, Klaus got shoved into the role of the new headman. He burned with one goal: he was determined to make a real difference. For years, he pounded on the Margrave Brayfield, until he finally cracked getting merchant caravans to roll in twice a year, carting salt to keep the whole domain stocked. He'll never forget the way those villagers smiled that day, because for the very first time, They were finally free from the deadly grind of crossing the mountains. As Klaus poured out his tale, Vel finally got it. This wasn't some random festival at all. The bazaar was Klaus's whole life's mission, a business built on decades of grit, meant to drag prosperity into his people's hands. Vel had assumed it was just celebration, but now he saw the rot buried deep in this remote land and the sheer force of the old man sitting right in front of him. All right, get ready because we're cracking open the dark secrets of the Baumeister family, and trust me, things are about to get brutal. The group drops down with Klaus, the village headman, and he starts painting a chilling picture of what happened in the past. He kicks things off by talking about how the village is growing slow, steady, and stubborn, like a tiny spark of hope burning in brutal lands. But Wendeland can feel it something bigger is hiding in the shadows, so he presses for more, and the moment he asks, Klaus finally spills it a secret history. Wendeland never knew at all. Layla, his mom, was once engaged to someone else before she ever married Arthur. Before Wendeland can even catch up, Klaus hits them with another gut punch. He had a son, the very successor, and the words once had land like a brick, turning Wendeland's face paper white. The second the party gets it, they all snap to attention and demand, "Did he pass away?" Klaus confirms every nightmare his face tight with a memory he can't outrun. He relives it in brutal detail. His son and his daughter's fiancé went hunting with Arthur, Wendeland's father, and that trip ended with both of them plunging off a cliff, only to be riddled with arrows as their lives snapped out. Arthur's official story claimed it was just a simple hunting accident like they'd slipped and fallen while chasing their prey. But Klaus knows that's a lie. Everyone in town avoids that cliff like it's cursed, and no seasoned hunter would ever be that careless. Wendeland's older brother Helman cuts in with a grim look, only 8 years old back then, yet he still recalls it like it just happened. He claims their father dug in hard, insisting it was just an accident and nothing else. Wendeland shuts the story down on the spot. If he tries to force the narrative and slap a gag order on it, people will get suspicious. Not less. Helman nods along, saying nobody's fully buying it, but what else can they do? Just swallow the Lord's words and move on. And before long, the whole incident gets shoved into silence, buried so deep that Wendeland, born years later, never even hears the rumors. Their investigation crashed into a dead end, because the villagers who discovered the bodies had no real clues to give, nothing that pointed anywhere. But here's the terrifying part. The moment one of Wendeland's companions spells it out, the logic hits like a hammer. If only one had died, you could shrug it off as a tragic accident, but both of them dropping at the exact same moment. That's no accident. That's a conspiracy. Wendeland clicks the pieces together, and icy dread slams into his chest. If his father gets to profit from this, it isn't just one person disappearing. He'd have to wipe them both. From the very start, the whole village already smelled Arthur's guilt because he was the only one walking away from that tragedy with something to gain. Wendeland finally steels himself to ask the question he's been dreading. "Do you suspect my father?" And when Klaus meets his eyes, his voice turns icy and unshakable. "Yes, I do." The direct accusation hits the room like a bomb, and everyone freezes in stunned silence. The story gets even darker. Klaus explains that right after the funeral, Arthur dragged him in and flat out ordered him to let the marriage to Leela happen, telling him to play along and act like it was all part of the plan from the start. Powerless as he was, Klaus had no choice. He had to obey. The moment it happened, everything blew up. Other village headmen snapped on him, shouting that he'd sold his own daughter to curry favor with the Lord. But Arthur's depravity didn't stop there. Klaus drops a bombshell that Wendeland's father had a weakness for women, and it turned his life into one non-stop disaster. He knocked up more women, then Klaus got stuck cleaning up the chaos, dragging every woman and her kids out of the domain, fast, so nobody could claw for inheritance. Wendeland is absolutely crushed when he finally realizes just how deep his father's corruption goes. Our tour was desperate to snatch Layla, the village's shining beauty, and once her fiancé and Arthur's son were out of the way, the road to her finally opened up. Still, Wendeland can't wrap his head around it. He gets the motive, but arranging a double murder feels wildly reckless, way too bold for the father he's always known. "Man, I don't think Dad's got the nerve to pull that off," he says, practically begging as he talks. Klaus lays it out. Arthur has two faces, The cool, calculating lord who craves stability, and the side focused on Kurt's succession. And this beastly guy snaps completely whenever it comes to the women he wants. Without solid evidence, it's just his word crashing headfirst into someone else's no proof, no way to win. But for Klaus, the emotional truth hits harder than anything else. He straight up admits his feelings throw him off. Yet he's still convinced Arter is guilty. And for years, he's been working in the shadows, quietly tugging strings and chipping away at the Baumeister family's power as his own silent rebellion. This clears everything up why that brilliant Eric stormed off to the capital and why his other brothers got shipped away. And that's when it hits you. Start wondering why Hellman got married into a branch family that absolutely hated the main house. Klaus had it all wired into his long-term scheme while Hellman, instead of snapping or raging, just stayed completely unshaken by the revelation. When Klaus asks if he'd rather have stayed, Hellman just shrugs, no hesitation. Plain, nope. He knew staying with Kurt would mean a brutal grind, measly pay, no chance at marriage for years, and yet he'd never change a thing about how it all turned out. The whole vibe flips, and Dren leans in, asking Klaus what he thinks about the next leader of another family. Klaus doesn't hold back, calling the guy filth. Wendelin's jaw drops at how blunt Klaus is, and Klaus just refuses to hold back another second. He spills his ultimate plan. He's pushing Wendeland to be ruled by a lord, and he means to build this whole land into something great. Wendelin protests that he's running a whole new family now, but Klaus just brushes it off. Nobles in the capital don't care about any of that. He steps up to Wendeland, urges him to remember he hates his own father too, and makes it clear the sins of a parent aren't something the child should ever have to carry. And right then, Wendelin finally gets what Klaus is really up to. This isn't revenge. Klaus is all business. He's spent decades shouldering the weight of this domain, drowning in the guilt of his past. He just wants this land to bloom and thrive, and he doesn't care what happens to him as long as that goal is met. Relief crashes over him, and those crushing words hang in the air as he storms out of the party, ready to wrestle the truth head-on. The next day, the vibe flips instantly. This time it's the real mission, and they charge into the enchanted forest. They're still stuck out on the outskirts, but teleportation is doing Wendelin proud. This trip would have taken a whole month on foot. Wendelin sits with Klaus's wish and feels it slam into his chest because becoming a lord, not for him. The thought of spending his whole life taming that massive, endless wilderness sounds flat-out exhausting. But the central government has a plan. Artur Gan and Herman are being handed the main domain, while Wendelin is stuck driving the development of the new territory. Elise makes it crystal clear he won't take this on by himself. Her grandfather and a crew of powerful allies step in, bringing manpower and the resources they need. Wendell immediately spots the political nightmare when that kind of money starts pouring in. Corruption doesn't just creep in, it explodes, and he's going to need a truly capable, trustworthy rep to keep the whole thing from going up in flames. And just like that, the perfect candidate pops into my head, Roderick. The group snaps to the truth. This isn't just a project, it's a massive political trap. The government's trying to boost skilled but under-the-radar nobles, then forge a whole new faction that stays loyal to them. Life for the nobility is brutal, and every day feels like a fight to survive. Elise lays it out straight. Wendelin's job is simple. Be the unshakable figurehead, the powerhouse core. Everything in this operation spins around. Wendeland mulls it over and realizes there's a real upside. He gets to watch the nobles up close, and if things blow up, he's strong enough to pack his things and vanish from the country. Hearing that, Elise lit up, beaming like a promise as she declared, "I'm your wife, so I'll follow you anywhere, even into exile." A flustered Wendelin scrambles to backtrack, but the party clocks her ironclad loyalty so funny it stings, and scary enough to make you blink twice. The others snap to attention and swear their loyalty to him, ready to follow him to the ends of the earth. And it spirals into a playful bickering match over who's got the most common sense. Wendelin steals a breath to reflect, and his party feels wildly mismatched. He's the overpowered mage with an outsider's viewpoint. Elise plays the perfect saint with a terrifying edge, and Louise looks deceptively fragile while being a powerhouse warrior. They've been hammered by everything life throws at them, but instead of spiraling over what if, they lock in on the mission right in front of them. They pushed deeper and deeper until the forest finally gave way, and they found the exact trail the old troops laid 15 years ago. Wendelin shot his hand up, magic sparking as it sensed trouble up ahead, and just like that, they'd arrived. And beyond that dark horizon, a terrifying truth waits an enormous undead army marching forth, their very presence choking the air with pure, poisonous evil. Louise Shivers felt the crushing, immense evil closing in on her. With a steel-eyed stare, Wendelin barks the order, "Let's start." He tears open a huge cloth and boom unveils a glowing magic circle made to supercharge purification magic. Then he yanks out several magically amplified megaphones and turns them loose like weapons. So the plan's locked in, and the whole crew is grabbing megaphones. Are they really not about to fight, but to cheer for the undead? What in the world is this totally unhinged operation? The plan's simple. Just not the normal kind get the undead to notice you by blasting them with pure, annoying chaos. With magic-charged megaphones, two of Vel's companions kick off a screaming brawl, trading insults and knocking the long-dead Margrave Brayfield with every nasty word. One gets branded a loser, blamed for the deaths of 2,000 men, while the other shrugs and grins, calling him a failure with negative talent. Vel even turns on the Margrave, blaming him for his master's death like it's all his fault. Elise squints from the edge of the woods, raising an eyebrow like, "Yeah, is this really going to work?" Brantark leans in and reassures her. Sure, the undead look mindless, but some tiny shred of who they used to be still clings on, and they're sharp enough to clock every time someone's making fun of them. And yeah, he's dead on. Those insults land perfectly. And out of the forest's dark shadows, the undead army starts to rise, their glowing eyes burning with pure hate. They lurch ahead in a crawling parade of rot and rust, drawn to the taunts like moths crashing straight into fire. As the shambling horde lurches out of the trees, the crew atop the hill braces hard. Scouts are finally here. Vel locks in the bait and snaps out the signal. Elise's hands start glowing with holy power as she kicks off her chant. Then a massive magic circle blooms beneath her feet, pulsing with blinding light. A heartbeat later it bursts outward, sweeping the forest in a quiet, shimmering wave that purifies everything it touches. The undead soldiers get blindsided, and a wave of sacred energy swallows their bodies whole. They don't even get a chance to scream one burst of holy light hits, and they crumble away right where they stand. The whole party braces for impact, and then it never even shows up. That wave of zombies just evaporates, turning into shimmering particles before they're even close enough to touch him. The undead legion's front line crumples apart, leaving nothing but empty suits of armor clattering onto the ground. Up on the hill, the knights just freeze in place, swords still up, faces blank, stunned that the battle ends with such an anticlimax. "Are they seriously too weak?" one of them blurts out, totally stunned. Yeah, everyone else basically agrees this was almost unfairly easy. The zombies just marched straight into the spell and got vaporized on the spot. After the first wave crumbled, Brantark barked the command to start hauling the armor back from the fallen. They pulled off the impossible and purified around 800 grunts, but Vel's got his eyes locked on the real prize, because it hasn't shown up yet. He can't shake the hunch that the leaders or even Margaret Brighthild himself might be clutching something valuable. They realized the first wave was nothing but cannon fodder. So here's the playbait the big boss into showing up, then drop a purification spell even stronger one blast, and this whole thing ends. Elise confirms with total confidence that she's sitting on more than enough magic to handle it. And they've laid the trap right in his path. 10 minutes later, the main target finally crawls out of the shadows. This one's different. Its armor is way more ornate, but the vibe is 10 times deadlier because it isn't the Margaret of Brighthild anymore. It's the previous one, twisted into a cruel joke of who he used to be. And now here's the moment we've been waiting for. While the party gears up, Brantark keeps the once noble man from crumbling any further. Ina coldly snaps that even if her brother swears the man is kind, kindness won't stop bullets or save anyone in war. Vel shuts out their chatter, sharpens his senses, and throws a detection spell into the air. His eyes shot open in panic. This isn't just the Margrave. Over 1,000 zombies are lurking in the trees, all packed within a 200-meter radius. Brantark gives him a confident nod, handing him the job like it's already done, and Vel whips around to Alice. "You ready?" This time they go all in. Vel shoves his own mana into Elise's spell, blasting the purification out to a huge 500-meter radius. With their hands blazing, they unleash a blinding burst of holy power that swallows the entire forest whole. A tiny sun exploding out of the darkness. The end is total annihilation. One blink, and the 1,000-strong army is erased from existence, completely vaporized. The rest of the party just freezes, staring in total disbelief. "That's it," someone blurts, stunned out of their mind. Brantark fires off his own detection spell just to double-check, and it comes up empty. The whole area is crystal clear. Once the danger is shut down, Vel leans in and tells Elise, "You can drop the spell now." Brantark barks at them to move fast now that this spot is clear. You can bet other monsters will come sniffing around. They waste no time rushing into the wreckage, clawing through the rubble to hunt down any valuable armor they can find. As they rummage through the stacks of empty armor, Vel spots something off something that makes his skin prickle. They'd ransacked a ton of armor off Margrave's troops, but the feudal lord's soldiers who fought beside them left nothing behind. The others snapped to it. He's right, and it's like those two armies were split apart the second everyone got turned into zombies. Brantark finally clicks the puzzle into place. Those feudal lords got shoved into a brutal losing war, and they're left with a savage, burning grudge against the Margrave who led them straight to their deaths. A grudge so brutal it refused to die even after he turned undead. And right away, Vel gets it. Zombies don't just attack, they chase the instincts they carried in life. If this is really a whole second, separate army of undead out there and they're coming for revenge, then yeah, this mess is way worse than anyone ever imagined. Worse yet, the second army is hiding beyond their detection range, so they're just sitting there, waiting to strike. Brantark clenches his jaw and decides they'll stay on guard, waiting for the perfect opening to strike. To prove his fears weren't just in his head, Vel cranks his detection magic to the absolute limit, blasting his search far beyond what's right in front of him. The moment he spots the results, his stomach drops. Thousands of zombies are stacked right on the razor edge of his range. But wait, those feudal lords didn't just bring soldiers, they fused their troops with an army of undead monsters. They're not just a mindless horde. Every monster they slaughter feeds the swarm, swelling it into a growing legion that turns the dead into fresh undead recruits. Brantark says it plain stuff like this can't happen without a leader. A real commander driving the charge. They don't waste a second before it all clicks. Leading this vengeful army is none other than Vel's granduncle, the mastermind who set this whole tragedy in motion. And somewhere out there, a sharp, clever enemy is keeping a close eye on them. So Azina doesn't sugarcoat it. Things are straight up bad. Before they even have time to process a single word, the forest erupts, then a swarm of undead wyverns crashes down from the sky. Hulking, monstrous boars and wolves come crashing out of the trees, charging straight at them. The ambush snapped shut like a trap. Elise snaps up a purification barrier the second it's needed. A blazing wall of holy magic slammed into place, stopping them dead in their tracks. But it still isn't enough. Those stronger monster zombies, crackling with dark energy, slip straight through the barrier like it wasn't even there. And that wall still won't hold off all of them. The party's frontline fighters burst into the chaos. Then the knight roars and swings his giant sword, cutting a monster clean in half. Louise slams her magic armor to life, and her fists blaze with raw power. Before he ripped the air open with a brutal, fearless scream, he unleashed one brutal punch and completely pulverized the giant wolf, ripping through the crowd with ruthless, no-nonsense speed. Inna moves like a dancer on fire. Her blade turns into a silver blur as she slices beast after beast to pieces. Her strikes land like a perfect execution, precise, ruthless, and deadly. While the ground forces clash, Vel whips his focus upward to the sky. He hurled himself into position and then gathered a massive sphere of energy with raw, unstoppable power. Then he unleashes a brutal magic beam that slashes through the wyvern flock, shredding them into dust. The sky erupts in blinding flashes as explosions tear the undead dragons apart. He pauses to size up the horde and realizes it's mostly undead monsters, not a single human in sight. The moment you see zombified wyverns, that grim new horror just crawled onto the battlefield. The sheer swarm of enemies is absolutely staggering. Louise blurts out the question. Are these really every monster Vel's master slaughtered before he died? Vel can only grimace and finally concede that, yeah, it really looks like that's what's going on. Brantark tells Vel that his master, Alfred, is a monster of a magician so strong that, to keep his students safe, he fires off a rare time-lag spell that pins every last one of the monsters down at the exact same moment. Lewis isn't thrilled that his training just became everyone else's mess, but Vel flips into full disciple mode, standing guard like a warrior, viciously protecting his master's legacy. The girls can only sigh as he gets swept up in his own awe and admiration. And he actually had the nerve to say this doesn't even compare to his wild past adventures. Just a few hours later, the second wave finally gets wiped out completely. The forest goes dead quiet, but right there in the stillness, one lone figure refuses to fall. This zombie isn't normal. He strides straight through Elise's most powerful purification wall, and not a single scratch touches him. Brantark clocked the armor instantly because it belonged to the last head of the yeoman for the Meister family. Vel leans in and tells the figure, "You died more than 15 years ago, and I'm here to deliver you peace." To everyone's shock, the zombie actually seems to understand his voice scraping out as he blurts a question about his grandchild. Vel locks eyes with him and drops the truth his successor is here, and even a great-grandchild has been born a girl who looks just like him. He leans in, telling the old man with total confidence that his family is living in pure happiness. The words cut through the years of undead fury, and the zombie's rigid stance finally loosens. Then he crumples to his knees, his sword clanging across the ground, and with barely any breath left, he begs them to purify him. Brantark finally understands this guy's rage at dying got him twisted into a ruthless, power-hungry lich. But when he learns his family is safe and living their best life, something breaks in his chest, and that peace gives him the strength to let go. Vel's lips curl into a faint smile because this was his master's real plan all along. He knew that man couldn't move on until he heard the truth, so he handed the purification job to Vel. And right there, Vel finally understands his master fully, a truly kind soul, even when it means wrestling the undead. As the dust settles, a crushing silence swallows the battlefield. Vel stares down at his granduncle, his corrupted soul begging to be freed, and with a heart that feels like it's breaking, he vows, "I'll purify you." It's done. Yeah, the job gets finished, but the real disaster inside the Baumeister family. That chaos is only just starting to explode. Velniels lifted his hands and a soft, holy glow spilled out like sacred fire. It's not an enemy anymore, it's someone from our own, lost and pleading for peace. As Vel unleashes his magic, the whole party goes deadly quiet. Everyone stares, praying like their hearts are on the line for that lost soul. They whisper rest in peace as the light surges brighter and brighter. The undead knight's corrupted form starts to crumble, and instead of some gory blast, it gently breaks apart into a dazzling spray of calm, sparkling particles. His armor smashes to the ground, hollow and lifeless as the last of his spear's light fades back into the void, an eerily calm, dignified end to a life cut brutally short. Once the grim job was finished, Vel's eyes snapped to the armor he pitched the idea, "Let's bring this back to Marlinson," and his mind kept circling back to his brother Herman's wife. But Brantark shot a hand up and nose went stone serious. "Wait, hold on. Before all that, there's somewhere I've got to stop first." With a sudden burst of teleportation magic, they don't land in some run-down village. They crash straight into the lavish halls of Brant's mansion in the royal capital. Waiting for them are Vel's other brothers Helmut, Paul, and Eric, and the air feels razor-thin with tension, like they've been trading secrets and dragging the family's dirty laundry into the open. Vel starts to speak, but Eric snaps in and cuts right to the point. "So tell me, is Klaus's story actually true?" Vel lays it all out, the nasty truth, the secret successor, and how Layla gets pulled into it, and yeah, it turns out his brother's suspicions were right the whole time. Turns out Brantark, the relentless strategist, used his power to pull everyone here because he could feel something terrible brewing back home. He sent a messenger to Helmut, and the moment it landed, everyone teleported straight to the capital to rip open the truth behind this mess. The talk suddenly twists sideways as Paul starts laying out the odd traditions of their world, claiming it's got a dangerously wild, promiscuous vibe. But every bit of chaos still runs on its own strict rules. After a successor finally arrived, it wasn't rare for both the husband and wife to slip into affairs. And the strangest part, If a woman went first, the man had no choice. He couldn't say no. Vel's already grinding through a splitting headache as everyone drones on, and when it's all done, they finally admit the real truth is one tangled mess only their father can unravel it. "Sorry, man," his brothers admit. "We can't help you much. What we told you is pure speculation." Then they dumped the whole burden straight onto Vel's shoulders and told him, plain as day, that if he truly wanted the truth, he'd have to hunt it down himself, because apparently he's become someone with serious influence. They lay it out for him. Straight up, these people in the domain are drowning in misery, and in their eyes, Vel is the only spark that can save them. They know one thing for sure: once he seizes control, the project can finally kick off, and that brutal, never-ending wait will be over. It's crystal clear. Vel has to seize the throne and become the new lord of the Ballmeister's domain. Vel lets out a heavy sigh, folding into his chair like the fight's drained out of him, because no matter how far he sprints, he can't outrun his family's destiny. And in the end, of course, it lands exactly the same, he grumbles to himself. Eric tries to break the tension, leaning in and asking Paul how his work's going. And just like that, Paul detonates another bomb. He's taking a leave of absence. "I've been hired as Vel's bodyguard. Yeah, this is my new job." He tells everyone he figured General Edgar would hit the roof, but the moment he met him, the guy was insanely supportive and even handed over a few battle-trained soldiers for Vel to use. Vel can't even breathe. Either General Edgar's got wild, frightening intuition, or he somehow saw the whole thing coming. The very next morning, Vel steps into the mansion's backyard and bam, an entire platoon of bodyguards is waiting there like they own the place. Vel gets swamped by it all, and Paul immediately snaps his head side to side. No way. Cardinal Honlhanheim, Baron Ruckner, and General Edgar would keel over if anything goes wrong. We have to brace for the worst. Paul kicks things off with the introductions, and right away he calls up Sigurd von Victor Lummer, the brilliant swordsman from a proud knight family. He's way more humble than you'd expect. He straight up says he's got mad respect for mages like Vel, not swordsmen. Next up, Otmar Hussein Prep. Troy showcases his wild no-silence hammer, turning every swing into pure noise and hype. He nearly explodes with excitement, yelling, "I'm the fourth son of the Baronet family. This is the biggest shot of my life. I'll protect Baron Baumeister, even if it means I die." And Paul has to physically grab him to keep him from charging. Then comes Gotthard Theodoric Phillips, quiet, stone still, and deadly, slicing through the world with knives and swords like it's nothing. And Rudy Ilvern Leister, the friendly 20-year veteran soldier who made even battles feel less scary. They're all tied to the district patrol, like pieces locked into the same mission. Paul breaks it down. This is a centuries-old system the royal government used to keep tabs on the noble domains. These days, it's basically a part-time hustle, something poor noble kids do to scrape together a little extra cash. Honestly, the Baumeister domain is so useless and pointless that the patrol never even wastes a trip. They just skip it altogether. Paul becomes the first guy ever to be ordered to patrol the region, an excuse that lets them march an armed escort straight into the middle of the problem. Right when Paul is seconds away from naming the last member, a tiny voice slices through the morning like a knife. "Hey, I'm hungry." Everyone whips their heads around because this tiny girl is gripping a battle axe that's nearly as tall as her. So yeah, this is the fifth bodyguard. Paul looks completely flustered, and Vel can only gape in shock like, how is this tiny girl even supposed to protect him? Her name was Wilma Otol von Askahan. One of the other guards mutters in total disbelief like, wait, she just devoured 5 whole portions for breakfast. And Vel's way too focused on the physics. How in the world is she gripping that colossal axe like it's weightless? He creeps toward her, slow and cautious, like any wrong move could set everything off. "Just call me Wilma," she says. Then she stares at him with eyes stretched wide. "I'm 13 and yeah, I'm hungry." Elise, always the saint, shoves over her leftover cookies the moment she sees her. Wilma grins and dives into the food, chowing down like a little squirrel on the move. Then she thrusts her hand out, begging for more. That's when Paul finally drops the truth. This tiny girl is the deadliest of 5 bodyguards, and even Warren, their master swordsman, had a brutal time trying to take her on. Vel's only ever heard the reason in dusty books, and right now, Wilma's got full-blown hero syndrome. It's a mind-blowingly rare genetic disorder, one that supercharges its host with insane muscle density, laced with magic-filled fibers. Brantark tells her that this means she can crush foes with unstoppable power for ages, burning almost no magic at all. Vel and Erwin get completely sidetracked by a thoughtless remark about her body compared to Louise's, and it snaps the room with a furious glare. Brantark slams the conversation back on track because the real bombshell is her wild power density. But that insane strength comes with a brutal price. She has to chug a massive amount of calories just to keep her body going, or she'll basically starve out of nowhere. So that's why she's always blurting, "I'm hungry." And Vel instantly gets it. Now that Wilma finally felt at ease, she locked in and said, "Edgar-sama told me to protect Duke Baumeister." Vel clicks the puzzle pieces into place. General Edgar tossed her in as his trump card, the perfect way to fix Vel's family mess and trap him in the general's debt. Classic politics, ruthless and calculated. But Wilma isn't done yet. Edgar-sama just ordered me to pull off one last job. With a stern face, she announces it since there's basically zero fun in the village we're headed for. "I'll be Duke Baumeister's partner every night." As soon as it's done, the whole group snaps to a stop. Everything goes dead silent. Vel is completely stunned. "Did you hear what you just blurted out?" His words choke in his throat as he stammers. She just nods, admitting she'd heard the Baumeister domain is dull and that the general only gave the okay if she kept Vel entertained. While Vel's freaking out, Elise can't stop giggling. She finds the girl adorable and decides she's not letting anyone hurt her. Louise and Ina aren't laughing. Their eyes narrow as a new rival steps in, a tiny, axe-wielding, calorie-devouring powerhouse. Wilma doesn't even notice the tension she just sparked. She's standing there like everything's fine, ready for a brand-new, unpredictable storm to slam into the Baumeister domain. With teleportation doing all the heavy lifting, it's easy to forget what the real world looks like then. In the blink of an eye, Wendelin and his party pop out and land before a grandma, not tucked anywhere in the mountains. For Wendeland, it's a bittersweet homecoming. Yet for his companions, it's pure shock, their heads spinning as they stare and blurt, "Wait, this is really our house." Their lightning-fast arrival blinds the Royal Guard escort, and he's left staring as he mutters that they didn't even get a moment to review the security plans for the trip. They huddle up fast to lock down every detail, because even when the trip is instant, they still have to do the whole formal thing. As they talk, Wendeland clutches Elisa close, then his eyes slide over to the silent girl with Wilma's giant battle axe. He needs Elisa's read on her, and Elise delivers cutting straight to the truth, calling Wilma clever, even if she's got a little immaturity showing. She's the third daughter of the Baronet Asgahan, an old noble house that's famous for sharpening swords and serving in the military, not stacking coins. Wendeland leans in, eyes sharp, and you can tell he senses there's way more behind this story. Elise spills the real problem, and Wilma slips into full-on hero syndrome. Sure, it supercharges her with monstrous strength, but it wrecks her body and fuels an appetite just as brutal. But if she didn't shovel down massive amounts of food, she could literally starve, and the bill was wrecking her family, fast, until it couldn't be covered anymore. Becoming an adventurer wasn't some dream. It was the only way to stay alive. The Royal Guard catches it mid-talk, fires off his own intel, and seals the rumor as true. Wilma. He tells it like it's a legend, has been fiercely independent since she was a kid, refusing to ever be a burden. When she was only 10, her power exploded to life. She snatched a weapon from her own home and marched straight up to General Edgar like she owned the battlefield. Recognizing her raw talent, the general took her under his wing, footed every bill, and sponsored her training himself. The Guard breaks down the political numbers with zero mercy. Sending Wilma to Wendelin isn't about love or marriage at all. It's the smartest move on the board. Wilma lands a heavyweight patron, and Wendelin gets a bodyguard with superhuman strength. That way she could stay right by his side and be useful, no messy noble politics in the way. She's exactly what his adventuring party needed. Now everything's crystal clear. Wendelin nods. All right, it's go time. They're finally stepping into the family fight. They storm into the manor and the reunion hits them like an icy slap. Paul greets them with a smile, but before anyone can trade pleasantries, Kurt Wendelin's oldest brother and the heir apparent pushes to the front. He claims he's there for district patrol, a laughable cover meant to keep close tabs on his now celebrated younger brother. Tension hangs in the air like a blade, and Kurt's fake cluelessness about the troll being just like the rumors only makes it bite harder. This trip isn't a warm family catch-up. It's all about business. Wendelin doesn't waste a second. He blurts out that the mission to pierce the enchanted forest and reclaim the cursed armor is finally done, and it worked. Kurt doesn't hold back. His reaction is a barely restrained sneer, dripping with quiet disappointment. Wendeland demands that the families of the fallen soldiers be brought together so the recovered armor can be returned to them. Kurt instantly shuts him down, and you can practically see his greed flare up. "Our village is dirt poor," he snaps. "So just leave that armor here and walk away." The message hits like a punch. He's trying to steal the armor and flip it for profit, and Wendeland's expression turns stone. He snaps, voice icy and steady. "I decline your offer." Kurt's jaw drops to silence, then rage explodes out of him. "Ho, how dare you!" But Wendelin is finished messing around. He snaps at Kurt that this mission was handed down straight from our grave Bree Field, and the orders are crystal clear. The armor has to be returned to the families personally. Then he lands the final blow straight up, reminding Kurt exactly where he stands. "I'm the one who'll be the next head of Baumeister's domain." Those words hang in the air like a blunt punch, daring Kurt to do something, and all he can do is stand there, seething, dead in the water. Wendelin lays down his dominance, then strides off like the whole thing never even happened. Paul gauges the wind's direction, then snaps into action and agrees with Wendelin's plan, swearing he'll gather every family that very evening. Wendell quietly pulls Paul aside and insists a different brother Klaus take over the whole thing, which screams he doesn't trust Kurt one bit. Kurt, desperate to grab back control, pushes for Wendelin's plans only to have Wendelin beg for permission to hunt in the territory for a few days, and Kurt shuts it down on the spot. Right before the argument can blow up, Paul cuts in and tells Wendeland to stop and remember there's something way more important he needs to do first. He's about to greet his mom, the one task he can't afford to mess up. They track her down in her room, and there she stands, pure, quiet grace captured in a single frame. She rushes to apologize for missing him earlier, admitting that his upgraded status has completely reshaped everything. The other brothers who tagged along spilled their own doubts, admitting they felt worthless compared to Wendeland, but making it clear they weren't bitter like Kurt. A crushing wave of helplessness smothers the whole family. His mother just listens. Sadness fills her eyes as if she finally understands. Switching the mood to something brighter, she turns the conversation and asks him about his fiancée. Wendelin can't hold back. He's thrilled to say they're finally with him on this trip. On his mother's order, he rounds everyone up and brings them all in. Elise, Louise, and Inna step inside, and you can practically hear their nerves crackling as they square up to their future mother-in-law. But her smile is warm and real, and it instantly melts every bit of tension between them. She quietly watches how effortlessly they click, something she never gets with the other mistresses in that house. The second she spots Wilma, she nails it. This is the girl the nobles are trying to shove onto him. With a heavy sigh, she glares at her three fiancés and tells them, "Listen, this world is chaos, so please back Wendelin the right way." They swear it right there, promises locked in. Now that the family greetings are done, the party finally exhales and the fun can start. They're ordered to stay put in the domain for roughly a week because the armor is getting forged and processed. So they don't start any drama. They hustle up their own food and move into a separate house to keep it all under control. Deep in the woods, Wilma instantly shows she's got real talent, snatching wild strawberries at a ridiculous speed. It was a survival skill she learned the hard way, out of pure necessity, because even with the general backing her up, her massive hunger forced her to constantly hunt and forage for food. Once they've stockpiled enough plants, the crew packs up and heads out to hunt. When Dylan grips his bow, nostalgia hits like a wave as he pulls the string back, and then he looses an arrow that lands dead on, straight in the rabbit spot. His archery skills are still razor sharp. But the second he scans the area, his gut drops someone's missing. Where the hell is Louise? Just a moment later, the answer finally hits Louise, spots a wild boar and decides she'll handle it herself. They spot her in the open clearing and grin as they bait that giant beast. The boar rockets in like a living blur of tusks and rage, then Louise just grins and barrels straight at it, launching forward and smashing a bone-crunching punch straight into its snout. That giant beast slams to a stop, drops hard to the ground, and crumples out cold, totally done for. Every single person is left speechless by the sheer brutality of her power. But the adrenaline's not finished yet. "Where's Wilma?" someone yells. Another party member thrusts a finger deeper into the woods and their jaws hit the ground. Wilma stands face to face with a beast so huge it makes the boar look tiny, a gigantic, ferocious bear looming over her. The whole party erupts into panic, yelling for someone to run and help her. Wilma, though, not even a flicker, she's totally unfazed. "It's been a while since I had meat," she mutters like it's no big deal. In the blink of an eye, she rockets upward, her massive battle axe hoisted high over her head. With one earth-shaking swing, she crashes the axe down and splits the bear's head clean off. His massive body slams into the ground, and just like that, the noise dies for good. Every single person in the party just stands there, mouths hanging open, minds shattered by what they're seeing. Wilma whips around to face them, looking totally calm like nothing just happened. Wendelin just shakes his head and says, "Yeah, this hell's got a lot of meat on it today." Then he grins, "Eat as much as you want later." That night they tear into a feast so legendary it feels like a myth coming to life. The royal guard snapped to attention, stunned none of them saw a meal this insanely good coming. With bear miso stew, roasted birds, and a wild veggie hot pot on the table, it's basically a king's feast, thanks to their successful hunt. Wendelin praises the amazing cooking, but he also can't stop talking about Wilma's shockingly skilled hand at butchering the meat. Elise grins and tells Wilma to keep eating until she's stuffed, and Wilma happily dives right in. Right now, with good food on the table and great company all around, the fights shaking the Baumeister domain feel like they're miles away. Back in the Baumeister domain, the whole place feels like it's holding its breath. Then Brant Hark strides in, grinning like he won, and tells Wendell that alcohol is banned for now. He lifts up a bottle and Wendelin's instantly like, "Wait, why are you drinking?" Brantark only grins back and says it's honey water, a local specialty. Turns out it's one of those Branch family creations. Right then, Herman Wendelin's older brother bursts in with his whole crew, and the second Paul, the blonde guy, spots him. He starts needling him right away. So I heard Herman is totally whipped by his wife. All the men start messing around, talking how guys let women have their way until it's crunch time. Then they go hard only for Herman's wife to snap, sharp and quick, like, "What are you even talking about?" It's a weirdly normal family moment dropped right into the middle of all this chaos. With the yeomen and their families packed in, they all start to worry there's a real chance the food won't last. Wendeland's crew steps in to help, but Wendeland shuts it down and decides he'll handle it by cooking up more food himself. The very next morning, Kurt marches up to Wendelin. His face twisted with irritation. He can't stand seeing his brothers click that easily. Wendelin tells them they had to drag the Hairmen to dinner because their own father was furious that Kurt got invited the day before. Kurt barrels straight in and demands to know how long they plan to stick around. Wendelin fires back with a clean, sharp answer. Until it hits, they'll stay only until the last payment from the main family is finally made. This whole tension kicked off the night before Klaus demanded it, and the families of the men who died in the war were forced to gather together. They'd come to seize the armor pulled from the enchanted forest, proof of their fathers and husbands, so they could bring it home at last. Kurt shuts him down cold, saying the armor can't be reused in its current state, then calmly suggests they just melt it all down. Then bam, he drops the bombshell and confiscates everything. He says every valuable item from the dead will be taxed at half its worth, but since they refuse to pay, he pardons them by sweeping up only the busted armor and swords. The villagers are left speechless. This has never happened before because they want to bury the armor instead of their own loved ones, turning it into a final, heartbreaking sign of respect. But Kurt shuts it down cold. He calls their sentiment pure nonsense, saying the metal can be melted and turned into farming gear, and that's exactly what will drive the domain forward. He corners the headman and demands to know how much longer he plans to cling to the mementos of the dead. The headman keeps insisting they paid for the armor with their own money, but Kurt won't let it go. He just keeps pushing, relentless as ever. He demands the armor on the spot, and the old man just freezes because that pragmatism is nothing but raw, unfiltered greed wearing a disguise. Right when Kurt is about to push things too far, Wendelin cuts in. "Stop meddling." He says cool as ice he gets why people want to reuse resources, but not like this. Then he offers a better move. He'll buy the armor from the citizens himself, at a fair, reasonable price. Wendelin spots the local blacksmith, Eckhart, right there beside Kurt. and she knows exactly why he's here. Brantark planted him among the men sent to spy on the bazaar. Wendell can't ignore it. His work is just plain subpar, while Eckhart sits on a monopoly in this cut-off world, holding the throne only because no one else has showed up. For generations, his family has stayed loyal to the Baumeisters, so yeah, that's the only reason he's even sitting in that position. Wendelin clicks Kurtz is aiming to run things, and if he takes the top spot, trade with other countries surges, putting Eckhart's shady operation in the crosshairs. It's not about justice, it's about guarding a corrupt system. So long as there's metal around, we're good, right? Wendelin says it with a sharp glint in his eye. Right before they can even blink, he shoots his hand up and a massive blast of magic erupts from his body. A flawless giant cube of raw metal crashes into the ground right ahead of them, and the impact knocks every single person speechless. Is this enough? Wendelin snaps, his voice slicing through the stunned silence. He swings his gaze to the blacksmith. You've got to be better with metal. I've seen your work, and this isn't your best, isn't? He tells Eckhart he's going to run a bazaar on a regular basis, but warns him that if he doesn't start sharpening his skills right now, real competition will smash his business before he even has a chance. He orders him to forge real farming gear from the metal and reminds him to cough up a brutal 50 tax every time he sells it. And the crowd, Eckhart included, just goes utterly silent, staring in shock. Back in the present, the confrontation keeps escalating. Kurt, completely outplayed, scrambles to save face and demands that they turn the armor into cash so they can pay the tax. Wendelin straight up ignores him, pivots to his own crew and shrugs, I'm just a nobody adventurer. Then he tells me, go ask Margaret of Brithild about what we're meeting to talk about today. He lays out the whole plan first. He hands the families the deceased's articles for the burial ceremony. While all that unfolds, Kurt stays hard at work supervising the construction of a brand new irrigation channel, keeping him busy, out of the way, and doing something useful. Later at the ceremony, Elise takes the lead in the sermon, her heartfelt words washing over the grieving families and easing their pain. She whispers that their loved ones have finally found peace, and for a breath, everything turns solemn, soft, and beautifully still. Aina is stunned, blurting out that she never in a million years knew Elise was even qualified to be a deacon. Wendelin admits he had no clue either, then shrugs and wonders if it's because he's never really cared about religion, so it simply never got brought up. He makes it crystal clear. Sure, he donates to the church since it's the state religion, but don't mistake that for faith, because he's not a devout believer. Still, Lewis can't take his eyes off the mouth-watering goodies. Brantark rides into Wendeland and asks if he's about to whip up another dinner just to rile Kurt. Wendelin grins and says yes, but they've got to wait until the memorial ceremony meal. He makes it crystal clear this isn't just about Kurt. It's about everything his followers stand for, too. The king can't just cut Kurt out of the line if he does it with no reason. The other nobles will freak out. So the real play is sneakier. They're going to push Kurt until he snaps, and make him lose his mind first. Brantark knows it right away. If Kurt keeps stacking more parties and pushing the crowd toward a better path, his frustration will keep climbing until he snaps and makes a fatal mistake. The plan's already working, rumors flying that Wendelin and Herman are hosting a memorial meal for the 77 people who died, and every family member is invited, so the villagers can't wait to jump in and help. To make sure the feast doesn't fall short, Wendelin promises he'll team up and hunt in the forest for enough food. Then boom, he shocks Brantark by blurting that he and Wilma have to hit the sea first. When you picture the sea, what's the first thing you see? For Wilma, it's crystal clear, straight-up seafood. He tells them he's already tasted fresh water before carp and catfish, and every bite pulls him back to the world he came from. But that muddy, fishy taste hits him hard. He can't stand it at all. Seriously, saltwater fish are, no doubt about it, the absolute best. With their goal locked in, they sprint toward the feast, hunting down one massive catch to make it unforgettable. Wilma asks if they're really about to dive in and snatch them with their own hands, but Wendelin cuts in with a way better plan. He shoves a thick rope into her hands and orders, "Hold on tight." She watches, totally stunned, as he summons a magic bubble around himself and rockets out over the water. Then he spills his ace in the hole, a gigantic fishing net he secretly bought beforehand, and everyone acts like it's the wildest surprise this world has ever seen. Once everything was prepped and ready, Once he gives the signal, they all lunge in together and start pulling. The net drags like a curse, and the second they haul it in, they get why. It's a massive, glittering mountain of fish dumped straight onto the shore. They're both blown away by just how much there is. They hammer out the plan a few more times, snagging so many fish they end up with way more than they could ever need. Wendeland then spots a rocky stretch and knows it's prime territory for lobster and shellfish. Before he even gets a word out, Wilma shoots straight into the water. A beat later, she bursts up from the depths, hemmed in by giant crabs and lobsters all around her. She raises it high, and Wendeland's eyes go wide at the massive size. Then he grits his teeth and dives in right after her. They sizzle up some of the day's catch right there on the beach, straight from the sea to the pan. Wilma takes one bite of the fresh lobster, and her face instantly lights up like it can't believe the flavor. It's the first time she's ever tasted something this delicious, and she's practically glowing with pure joy. Right after they finish eating, Wendeland snaps his head up and decides it's time to head back. He casts cleansing magic and scrubs the salt water off them. Then, right as it clears, something crawls up out of the water. A colossal serpent monster surges up out of the deep, the water churning as it claims the surface. Wilma goes still. Her face tightens like stone. Wendeland felt a cold shiver rip down his spine. "It's us, serpent, right here." Before Wendeland can even register the threat, Wilma bursts forward, battle armor poised and blazing, and snaps, "I'll handle this right now!" With a cold, steel-hard voice, she vows to seal it using her ultimate skill. Wendeland's jaw drops in pure shock. She tells him the serpent probably followed the scent of their huge catch, and then she pushes him back, saying she'll take it, because she can tell it's more than he can handle. With a quick, "Got it," she snaps into battle mode. Wendeland just stares, stunned as her magic power skyrockets out of control. He always suspected her base magic was weak, but he'd never seen her pump it up this fast. She clamps both hands on her hulking battle axe, way too big for her size, and launches straight into battle. With a thunderous roar, the serpent lunges, then Wilma blasts past it, and in one smooth swing, she buries the axe. The blade snaps shut, then the serpent's head pops clean off, severed in one deadly stroke. Wendeland can only gawk, mouth hanging open, slammed by pure, total shock. The colossal sea serpent barrels into the water behind them, sending a thunderous splash roaring through the air. He can't stop himself. He breaks into applause. "That's incredible," he blurts, stunned. "Seriously, you swing a battle axe that heavy like it weighs nothing." He finally clicks this quiet, cute girl who loves to chow down turns into a ruthless executioner the second the battlefield starts. The same way she handled the bear, she's already plotting how to drain the blood so the meat hits even better. Then it clicks. She isn't just someone important. She's General Edgar's secret trump card, no doubt about it. Back in the village, the memorial feast goes insanely well, and everyone's cheering like it's a victory celebration. The meal they served was anything but small, an all-out feast meant to honor the grieving families. At the center of it all, the sea serpent's head sits on display, and every single person just stares in pure shock. Brant Hark even admits he never thought Wendeland would actually pull off catching one, but he spots the silver lining instantly. "Isn't this the perfect chance?" He smirks, trying to get the citizens to see you as something better than that useless eldest son. Even Wendeland's own party is blown away, saying Wilma is way more skilled than they ever dreamed. Wendeline nods in agreement, suddenly hit by the truth this incredible girl needs him, and he's got a whole new responsibility to step up. Brantark demands to know what his next strike will be and when he'll poke Kurt again. Then Wendell shrugs and says it all hinges on Kurt. Just then, whispers explode through the crowd because a famous face has arrived, and everyone knows it. When Dylan whips around, he spots her instantly. Emily, his sister-in-law, Kurt's wife, and she's every bit as stunning and fearless as he remembers. The chapter kicks off with a heavy, formal get-together, and Wendeline suddenly finds himself staring down a surprise visitor, his sister-in-law, Amelie, Kurt's wife. When she looks worn out, quiet worry clings to her like a weight. Then Wendell steps in, and the stiff formality of the moment crushes the air. Wendelin tells me this isn't just any dinner, it's a memorial feast for the fallen soldiers from their recent expedition. And while the main family usually hosts, his brother Herman has stepped in to carry the weight this time. Amelie thanks him, and you can practically feel the heavy, unspoken tension hanging between them. Wendeland's buddy watches from the sidelines and blurts out that she must be some fearless wife, but Wendeland knows better. No way is she the brave heroine type, he thinks. He still remembers her clearly, the well-educated daughter of a minor country baron, and before he left, she was the one person in his family he just clicked with the most. Looks like his father and Kurt tossed her in here as their stand in some move to dodge dealing with him face to face. It's a classic power play, but watching her get trapped in the crossfire, it doesn't sit right with him. Seeing her standing there with her children, he felt his heart wrench, and he rushed over to invite them to dinner with him. He even remembers their names Carl and Oscar, and somehow that tiny detail cracks the tension just enough to spark a little warmth. Emily sighs it up, marveling at how much they've grown, and admitting she can feel herself getting older too. But behind that polite smile, her eyes scream one thing: fear. She's terrified for her kid's future, and in this family, that worry isn't just valid, it's earned. Wendeland finally snaps into action. He locks eyes with her and lays down a chilling forecast. A storm's coming fast, and he tells her, crystal clear, to grab her kids and get out. This isn't a suggestion. It's a command carved from grim certainty. As she reels from the shock, he throws her a lifeline. He's got friends, huge friends, who can lock in a future for her and the boys, safely away from the crash that's coming for Kurt's leadership. The relief hits so hard she snaps and sobs, thanking him over and over like she can't breathe. His friend yanks him aside, completely stunned, then blurts, "So you're actually serious about helping them?" Wendeland's face goes ice cold because this move is the heartbeat of his plan, and he's going to need Margrave Brithild's full backing if he wants it to work. A week later, the heroes are finally counting up every single reward from the forest purification. Klaus, the administrator, slams down the final numbers, and they're shockingly low, not because the haul was small, but because of where the money vanished. True to their deal, the Baumeister family was locked in to grab 30 of the profits. But then Klaus drops the bombshell every last coin of the family's colossal debt to Margrave Bree. Thilda is gone, wiped clean. The news hits like a hammer, rippling shock through the room, and he says the rest will be handed back to the family. Wendeland's dad, Archer, looks like someone just tossed a whole mountain off his shoulders like the weight never stood a chance. But Wendeland isn't finished while his father exhales in relief. Wendeland keeps the pressure on, pushing hard like, "It's better we clear our debts early, right?" And somehow he makes it sound perfectly reasonable. Then he slams the next point on the agenda, an ironclad 20 tax on his party's adventurer earnings, and it's got to be paid straight to the domain. He's running this like a cold-blooded pro, demanding the monthly statements to make sure every detail is squeaky clean. The whole class is practically buzzing with admiration. What a killer move. Arthur is absolutely seething cornered with no escape. Wendeland plays the rules to the letter, and Klaus backs him up, pushing Kurt's buttons like they're doing it on purpose. Wendeland clocks it instantly. Klaus is throwing him a lifeline, not trying to stop him at all. The negotiation finally crumbles, and Kurt is left seething with rage, utterly powerless. The moment the chessboard's first move gets made, Wendeland and his crew waste no time. They pack up their base and move straight into the Baumeister domain. Their plan is plain and brutal: crush Kurt under non-stop pressure until he either buckles or gets shoved out of power. They need a real headquarters for this, so Elise drags them to an ancient yet terrifying magician. He brings them out to a calm, empty field and sets the stage. With a dramatic flourish, the old man hurls a spell Wendeland's never seen before, and a massive mansion erupts into existence out of thin air. He's a pro at ripping magic apart and rebuilding it from scratch so powerfully that he can reshape whole buildings. Wendeland's jaw drops. Then he realizes even this insane magic has boundaries, because he still can't move underground structures. But one house won't cut it at Wendeland's demand. The old mage ripped open a teleport and hauled in several more buildings, hammering together a full-blown compound right in the heart of the wild. Everyone's jaw drops at the massive scale and the ruthless speed of it all. Wendeland unfurls his grand plan for the new estate: one house for his master, one for the security team, and the rest carved out for his party and staff. That's when the next bomb drops Paul, and all of his men have handed in their resignations. The flashback rips the truth open after their escort mission. General himself sends a letter: new orders, hit hard. They're done with the security team, and now they're Wendeland's permanent retainers. The rewards are unreal. Paul is about to get promoted to baronet, and he'll even inherit his own land to rule. His men will step into official service, and each one will get their own reward. Once it hits them what this really means, they're handed undeveloped land fully backed by both Wendeland and Herman, so they end up stepping in as the founding members of fresh new branch families under Wendeland. Taking down Kurt is the kind of dreadful job that will ruin your nerves, but the reward is life-changing. The men are over the moon, swarming Paul in wild celebration like the world just guaranteed their kids' futures, too. Their excitement turns ice-cold, fast gratitude mutates into a terrifying, zealous kind of loyalty. They start talking out loud about how they'll protect Baron Bemeister, tossing around the idea that they might accidentally wipe out anyone who gets in their way, even his own oldest brother Kurt. Wendelin has to rush in and shut down. His news way too excited retainers before they spark a full-on civil war on the spot. Now, in the present, Wendelin goes all in with a power move. He opens a shop in the new territory and hands the reins to the brilliant Roderick. The shop clamps down on shipments from the outside world, turning trade into a monopoly they control end to end. This is a blunt strike at the old power order by seizing the salt supply. He cuts the domain off from outside merchants and forces every last need to come from him. Kurt threw a full-on tantrum, of course. Their father shut him down hard, and R snapped that Kurt had done nothing when the Margrave ran the trade, so now he had zero right to complain, especially since Wendelin was covering the taxes. But this shop is only the warm-up Wendelin yanks Roderick along to his next job, a brand-new plantation field that sprawls for miles, stretching so far the horizon just melts away. Roderick is totally stunned, like his words got ripped out of him. Wendelin flashes a grin and straight up blurts his true goal, "I just want to eat some brand new rice." But underneath that simple wish, a cold, calculated plan is already at work. No one in his family ever had the nerve to tame this wild, untamed land, so when he rushes in and does it all himself, that lightning-fast magic screams Kurtz's incompetence to the whole world. He blasted the land with magic, clearing it, carving irrigation channels, and even supercharging the soil so it could finally thrive. Roderick jumps in without a second thought to run the whole new venture. Wendelin spills the truth about the endgame once the land finally starts pulling its weight. He'll hand it over to his brother Herman as financial help and lock in his alliances even tighter. This whole project is Roderick's training battleground, gearing him up for the massive development that's about to hit next. Roderick snaps a sharp point about security. This land stayed wild for a reason, because it's packed with deadly wild animals. With only a handful of guards, how in the world are they keeping a place that big safe? Wendelin just grins because he's already handled it. With earth magic, he summoned a gigantic defensive moat and slammed up an earthwork wall around the whole plantation. Local workers are already singing his praises, saying he made the land safe and the work feel effortless. But there's a big catch: these workers are getting crushed by one problem: they're short on fertilizer. They've got all the raw ingredients, but the natural process to put everything together drags on way too long. For Wendelin, this is basically nothing. He blurts out that he's a beast at fermentation magic, then he unleashes it, and just like that, the piles of waste snap into mountains of top-tier fertilizer. The farmers are left staring in total disbelief. That one spell is all it takes to lock in a perfect first harvest, and the grateful farmers rush to handle the rest of the work themselves. And they'll train the brand new workers Wendelin brought in, too. So who are these new workers? They're not random capital recruits. These are battle-tested rice farmers hauled in from the Margrave's own domain to train the rookies, and every last detail has already been mapped out. Later that night, Roderick sits with the whole mess on his mind, because the more Wendelin rises, the faster Kurt's position starts to fall apart. He sneers that Wendelin's method is brutal, a way to crush someone's future cleanly without you ever having to lift a finger. Wendelin won't sugarcoat it. He can't just wave magic and fix everything, so he turns to Roderick and asks, "Be honest, do you see me as someone you can't stand?" Roderick cuts in with a blunt truth, calling Kurt out for exactly what he is: a man who grabbed power without earning it, refused to change, and kicked his brilliant younger brother aside purely out of arrogance. Riche concludes that nobles don't always need to stand tall. Sometimes they've got to bow low behind the scenes. With the insane wealth and power Wendelin now controls, He bulldozed through what his family couldn't pull off for generations, and it all comes down to one brutal truth. Magic is an unfair advantage, almost too incredible to be real. Our party stumbles into the continent's wild unknown, swallowed up by a blazing jungle so alive and unreal it's nothing like they've ever seen before. The air feels syrupy with humidity, and every plant around them looks totally alien, like they've landed in the wrong world. As Brantark, the battle-worn adventurer, buries his face in a book to figure out where they are, the girls start feeling the heat rise fast. Louise grumbles that her armor is crushing her and wishes she'd worn something lighter. Then Ian instantly panics, convinced she's pushing him to make her change into something more revealing. As they keep bickering, Brantark finally snaps and speaks up. He's already swiped a giant monster and local products encyclopedia from the Lord, praying it'll finally explain what's going on here. He tells you this book is insanely ancient, packed with where all kinds of creatures live and which parts you can harvest. But here's the catch. The author themselves calls part of this book half-fiction, packed with pictures of things nobody's ever been able to confirm, and as Ina points out, one of those tropical ferns is sitting right beside them. Now that doubt is hanging in the air if this is real. What else in the book might be too? Brantark lifts his eyes with a grim look, and the whole party instantly follows where he's staring. From the trees, these bananas hang so massive they look impossible, like the universe itself forgot how to measure. The book insists they're supposed to be around 20 centimeters long, but the ones dangling over their heads are way bigger, so big they dwarf Ina herself. It looks like the endless mana flooding this land is making everything go way past normal giants blooming everywhere, like the world can't even fit its own growth. Before long, they stumble on a coffee fruit so absurdly huge it looks like it belongs in a giant's garden, and when they finally slice it open, the seed inside turns out to be totally normal. The magic in the air has turned the fruit's flesh into something way bigger, like it grew straight out of a spell, and Vel's definitely got that idea in mind, so they start snatching these bizarre souvenirs before the moment slips away. They're exploring spirals into a wild treasure hunt for colossal fruit, snatching mangosteen and cocoa, plus everything else hidden in the piles. To Lisi, a bowl full of pomegranate and a pineapple so massive it could feed a small army. But Brantark's smile drops. His face hardens as he points straight at the terrifying side of this discovery. If these massive, juicy fruits are just lying around, then you can bet your life giant monsters are coming, and they're stuffing their faces. Just like that, the jungle shadows snap to life, glowing, predatory eyes blazing, and the party's blood turns ice cold as the monsters loom as huge as the fruit. Next, everything erupts into a desperate, no-breath-left battle for survival against savage prehistoric monsters, saber-toothed tigers, and a hulking armored dinosaur smashing into the fight. The battle wipes the whole party clean out, every last one of them crumpling on the forest floor, running on absolute empty. Right when they're finally catching their breath, a calm voice slices through the silence. Vel, stone calm and completely unfazed, telling them, "You did great," and showing up to pick them up. As they finally catch their breath, Vel leans in and admits, "I'd love to roll with you on every adventure, but first I have to tame this wild land." And Erwin just calls out the brutal irony he's busting his ass for land that'll eventually be handed to his other brother, Herman. But Vel has a plan. He tells them that if his brother Herman only understood how valuable this new territory will become, he'd finally find the grit to kick out their brother Aragur, Kurt. Vel leans in and asks, "So how'd the exploration go?" Even Brantark, the veteran himself, finds his voice totally gone, because the continent is way bigger and way stranger than he ever dreamed, packed with unbelievable wonders no one has ever seen. Velnod leaned in and made it crystal clear. The savage, untamed wilderness is why things are calm right now. While the world is still out there, uncharted and dangerous, both his kingdom and the neighboring empire are too busy pushing into the unknown to even think about battling each other. With the mission crushed and secured, the party finally sprints back home. Meanwhile, back at the Baumeister domain, someone is absolutely furious. Kurt Vel's oldest brother and the heir locks his gaze on that thriving new plantation, venom burning in his eyes because he can practically feel his birthright slipping right through his fingers. He spots it, and boom, memories hit him. Vel came back, scrubbed the forest clean, then marched straight to their father for permission to develop the land and totally skipped him. Vel didn't just build a home, he raised a mansion so lavish it dwarfed the family estate. Kurt protested, but his father shut him down and demanded he grit his teeth and endure it. He storms into a showdown with his father, Arter, and Arter just shrugs it off like everything's running perfectly on schedule. Kurt erupts in rage, screaming that Vel's victory has zero to do with them and it only makes him, the future lord, look like a complete fool. Vel's magic snaps everything into place in a blink what normal men would bleed for years, and suddenly all their brutal labor feels utterly pointless. He's shaking with fear because he fully expects Vel to snatch the domain out from under him at any second. His father stays maddeningly calm, basically telling him, "That new area, it'll be ours eventually." But Kurt's blood runs cold when he learns the new settlement already swarms with over 360 people so big, it's bigger than the original village. Arter just shrugs and says it's totally normal. The center of power slides as a domain grows. Kurt doesn't call this growth. He sees a hostile takeover closing in. In a burst of desperation, he hurls an accusation at Vel dodging taxes, no less, but coolly fires back that Klaus has been auditing the books this whole time. Archer then dares Kurt to roll up his sleeves and check the finances himself. But Kurt, noble by birth, never taught the basic math everyone else learned can't pull it off, and now he's been totally outsmarted, cornered by the very ignorance that haunts him. He storms out, spitting curses at his father and his own crushing powerlessness. Kurt's next play is to rally the people, local craftsmen, and wealthy farmers who he's convinced are quietly fed up with Vel. But when he finally storms in for the meeting, the hall is nearly empty. One of the few guys there breaks the truth to everyone: their lives are over. Every customer has ditched them for Vel's brand new developments, so now they're all left jobless. Even worse, Vel's already snatched up the next generation, shipping the local craftsmen's kids to the capital as apprentices, all thanks to his connections, thinking he'd come back one day and seize control of the family businesses for good. The older generation either hung up their gloves to retire, or they signed on for work at Vel's brand new rice plantation. In a single ruthless move, Vel wipes out Kurt's entire power base with zero threats, and Kurt tries to warn them that everything's falling apart. But when he faces the domain, his words hit dead air. Their eyes are already gone, and they're no longer listening. More when he hounds them for an answer. They just shrug and tell him straight up, they've got nothing for him, no words, no backup, and that's it. It's finished, and he's got zero support left. Kurt bolted into the night, and pure, blinding rage swallowed him whole. He finally clocks it. Vel's been undercutting him since they were kids, always the bossy one, the one who gets results. He even remembers the gut punch of that false hope the messenger brought a letter claiming Vel was dead, and that cruel lie only fed his hatred until it burned even hotter. Suddenly, a voice snaps through the darkness, and a cloaked man in a wide-brimmed hat strides out of the shadows. It was the exact same messenger who carried that fake news in the first place. He leans in and tells Kurt that time is priceless, then hands him a small box courtesy of his client, Baron Ruchner. Inside, there's a strange magical artifact that looks downright ominous. The man smirks with a chilling calm, then lays it out. This is the weapon meant to kill Baron Wendelin von Binnubomeister. Back pressed against the wall and his future shattered, Kurt stares down a brutal, blood-soaked road ahead because the plan to wipe Wendeland off the map is officially underway. Deep in a secluded forest, a secret meeting is heating up while a man in a top hat slips a tiny, ornate box to Kurt, Wendelin's ruthless older brother. Hidden inside is an ocarina-like instrument built for one cold job: assassinating Wendeland. Kurt's expression hardens into pure suspicion and burning resentment, and the man in the hat steps in, lays out their shared nightmare, and says, "Join hands, we're both trapped and getting squeezed." The man spreads out the political chessboard, because for Baron Ruchner, his client Wendel's rise is a stone in the shoe, while for Kurt, it's a full-blown catastrophe. Back in the capital, the nobles are swarming like vultures, desperate to snatch a share of the concessions from those newly developed lands, because in their eyes, Wendeland isn't a home at all. It's a walking gold mine. The man grabs Kurt and drops a brutal truth out here. With so many power-hungry players in the game, a rural lord's successor like him is basically dust in the wind. Those words slammed into Kurt like a punch to the gut, because he knows deep down that it's the truth. Whoa, things just got dangerous. The capital's nobles are staring down Wendelin's massive fortune, and right now he's got barely any retainers to shield it. The man confessed that his own client tried to poison the world with fake rumors that Wendelin had died only for the stunt to explode in their faces and slam the client right out of the top tier. Desperation hit hard, so he yanked Kurt into this mess, praying he could somehow claw something back from the wreckage. Scoffs at first, but yeah, he's totally listening. The answer sits right in his hands. Play the ocarina to take out Wendelin, claim every land and property, and grab the development concessions control for himself. Kurt's face twists with dark, greedy hunger as the plan clicks into place. Kurt squints at the ocarina, skeptical as hell, like, is this tiny thing really going to help, or is it just a gimmick? The man leans in and swears the item he recovered from an ancient ruin is pure power magic, strong enough to call forth a force that will make sure Wendeland is wiped out for good. Best part: it costs nothing, just future favors on his end. Once Kurt agrees, he shoves the manual into his hands and orders him to get ready. The plan's locked in 3 days from now. Wendelin is set to inspect that lonely patch of undeveloped land, which means it's the perfect moment to strike. 3 days later, Wendelin and his crew are just hanging out, chatting like it's nothing while that inspection is still sitting right in the middle of the conversation. They laugh off Kurt's wild fantasy of inheriting everything, calling it nothing but a childish daydream. They already know Kurt's power is collapsing at a meeting of the main village's bigwigs. Fewer than half even bothered to show up for him. Suddenly, Brantark cuts in, face set in stone, and confirms their suspicions are dead on. He's been tailing Kurt for a while, and then he finally sees the moment everything falls apart. His panic hits right as his last support slips away. Then he drops a bombshell. Kurt decides he's settling this mess today. Today, Brantark tells it straight 3 days ago. Kurt met a shadowy outsider, and the whole thing screamed trouble. Wendelin snaps the truth together in a heartbeat. This has to be Baron Rookner's doing, the same noble who spread those cruel lies about his death. Brantark confirms that this man hands Kurt a magic item, and now the assassination is set to happen during today's inspection. Erwin's face twists with worry. Isn't that going to be dangerous? Brent smirks and shakes his head. Nah, not even a little. He lays it out with the exact item Kurt was handed. Wendelin practically can't be killed. World, this isn't a threat. It's bait. It's the perfect chance to reel him out and finish this once and for all, and he volunteers to go with them. Right as they're about to leave, a gigantic pillar of light slams down outside the mansion, roaring so loud it rattles everything. Everyone storms to the window, utterly speechless at the crater that just blasted into the yard. The dust finally clears, and there he is, Armstrong, the royal head magician, grinning like nothing in the world can ever knock him down. But this isn't just about him. Everyone at the party gapes in pure disbelief at what's standing behind him. A colossal dragon, bruised, battered, and wrecked, lies pinned to the ground, utterly subdued. Armstrong casually admits he was blasting through the air at full speed until the dragon slammed into his view. Then he snapped into action, beat it up, and decided to haul it along as a gift. But his epic grand entrance was for a totally boring reason: he still hasn't had breakfast. Moments later, he's chowing down on a mountain of food like there's no tomorrow. Still somehow hopping into a totally ridiculous eating contest with one of the girls. And he blows it in seconds, acting like a total kid who can't handle losing. Meanwhile, deep in the woods, Kurt and his cloaked crew hunker down and wait in the dark, ready to strike. One of them blurts out, nerves rattling, "Will the assassination actually work?" Kurt squeezes the ocarina like it's precious and grins pure certainty in his eyes, calling it the flute of malice, swearing that the moment he plays, he'll unleash a whole swarm of dragons and wyverns streaming down from the mountains, an army so massive that even Wendelin can't hold its ground against it. When a follower trembles and admits they're scared for their own life, Kurtz answers with something ice cold. He flashes back to how the Wendelin's master was crushed, overrun by sheer numbers. Then he growls that the flute will only shield the person holding it, and after that, the rest of them are just replaceable targets. They hunker down and wait, because Wendelin's party barrels closer so clear through the trees you can practically see every step. Kurt spots Herman and Paul, his other brothers, hidden in the crowd. What perfect timing, he sneers right on cue. He raises the ocarina to his lips and snarls, Those idiots who flatter my stupid brother, they'll all die together, here I go. A ghostly flute melody slices through the mountains, echoing like a warning in the dark. The Wendelins slam to a halt like something just yanked their strings. Is that a summoning flute? One of them blurts. Brantark's eyes pop wide. He knows that tune instantly. The infamous flute of the dragon tamer, but he cuts in fast, warning it calls up something way more terrifying than dragons. Kurt, totally clueless about the truth, laughs at their confusion from a distance, sure they're wrong, because he's convinced the dragons are going to rip them to shreds. A dark cloud slams onto the horizon and charges straight toward them. Kurt's men jerk their heads up in pure panic because those aren't dragons. Kurt's caught in a victory fantasy, and while everyone screams for him to stop, he ignores them like he can't hear a thing. Armstrong slams a brutal magic barrier around the whole party the instant the danger hits. That swarm coming at them. It's not some mindless beasts at all. It's a writhing storm of black smoke, pure malice given form, and as it barrels closer, Kurtz's followers start losing it, screaming for him to stop while the darkness swallows the air. They get swallowed by the dark, and their screams ricochet through the forest. Kurt just glares daggers at them, spitting, "Cowards," like it's the final word. Huddled behind the barrier, Wendelin watches the nightmare play out, and as the followers' bodies tear open, he realizes the black smoke is pure, brutal horror. Kirk and Kurt keep on playing, convinced they're flooding Wendeland with raw numbers and crushing the whole place. He doesn't even realize he's slaughtering his own men. The cloaked figures start to crumble, then they vanish into a storm of dust. Their bodies contort and split into grotesque, zombie-like horrors, groaning loud for meat. Their humanity evaporates as screams rip through the air like a brutal chorus. That's when Kurt's blood goes cold. With dread, he yanks at the flute on his lips, but it won't move because it's fused to him. Horror hits him like a punch he's been played, and once you start, there's no way to stop. He erupts in a blood-curdling scream, hurling curses at the nobles from the capital, while his dreams of power crumble into ash. Despair crushes him, so he makes one last spiteful call, then decides, if we're doing this, let's wipe out even more. Inside the barrier, Armstrong stays icy calm and lays it all out. Those black clouds of smoke aren't a monster at all. They're grudges given shape. That flute isn't for a dragon tamer at all. It's the flute of grudges, an ancient cursed weapon built for one thing: revenge. It siphons the user's hatred and feeds on the grudges hanging in the air, then twists the wielder into an undead monster, driving them to hunt their target down. Armstrong bursts into a dark laugh, and everyone knows Baron Ballmeister is absolutely hated. The group snaps to it. There's only one way to end this, and it's not by taking down the guy using it. They have to smash the magic item itself. The air itself reeks with pure malice one breath, and a normal person drops dead, so that barrier is the only thing standing between them and extinction. Dylan lays out the grim truth, and just like that, Kurt and all his followers are already dead. That flute won't stop until it cuts down Wendelin for good. Brant Hark jabs a finger at the spinning black smoke vortex, because the moment he's unleashed as the master of grudges, they're already dragging him toward undeath. From the dust and twisting shadows, a monstrous shape starts to form piece by piece, like something waking up. Kurt's followers got twisted into zombies first, and then Kurt got swallowed by their hatred until he became the heart of a brand new nightmare, a towering black giant. The giant, freshly born and absolutely furious, erupts out of nowhere and charges straight for their position. It slams its fists into the magic barrier again and again, but the shield refuses to budge. As things spiral out of control, Armstrong pushes forward and grins. "All right, it's my turn. Just watch me take care of this." He lifts a hand and snaps up a simple personal magic shield. Then it shrugs off the giant's brutal blows like they're nothing. With a thunderous roar, he lets loose a raging flood of fire, while my pillar of flame turns you to ashes, and you burst, great, razing. The whole party stares in disbelief as the black giant gets swallowed by a blinding holy inferno. But at least it hits the nail on the head if that's an undead thing fueled by pure grudge. Why aren't they blasting it with holy magic to cleanse it? Brantark clocks Armstrong's play instantly. This isn't about the giant at all. It's about cracking Kurt's soul right at the core. Even after it gets scorched by the flames of hell, the giant's unstoppable rage barrels toward Wendeland, so it just won't die. Deep in the Inferno's dark heart, Kurt's wraith still won't die, hollow white eyes staring through the void, and that cursed flute clamped to his lips like a living curse. The fight keeps raging. Kurt's hatred has twisted into a monstrous shadow giant, and it hammers the party's defenses over and over without mercy. Wendling clenched his teeth as their magic barrier shattered under the brutal force of the attack. Even with both of their powers stacked together, the barrier is barely hanging on, and the malevolence is leaking through cold enough to sink straight into their bones. This attack targets only him, and once Wendelin realizes fighting it head-on is a dead end, he whips his attention to Elise. He needs her power, her full cooperation, and he needs it now if they're going to pull this off. They've got to hit the offensive soon, but first they need to stockpile enough magic because once they're ready, a decisive blow is coming fast. He decides to pull the same ultra-concentrated holy magic they used in the Enchanted Forest. But this time, he'll have to buy himself enough time to set it up. While Elise zeroes in on gathering an immense amount of holy energy, Wendelin blasts into the air and zips around the giant like an infuriating fly. His plan is dead simple: move fast, strike from the shadows, and don't give anyone time to react, so he becomes the monster's one and only target, rage snapping onto him while the others stay back, watching from a safe distance. The party instantly spots the nightmare this creature is forged from smoke and pure malice, and every hit just lets it snap back into shape in seconds. And here's the big thing. Everyone knows Wendelin can't use holy magic himself. He's only there to pull their eyes away. Right when the tension hits a breaking point, Alice's voice slices through the chaos because her magic power is fully restored. With a steely glare, she thrusts the condensed sphere of pure holy power into Wendelin's hands. He swoops in with the sphere clutched tight, then fires a high-concentration purification spell straight into the monster's core. A blinding surge hits instantly, and the holy power detonates into a white flash, making the creature shriek as its shadowy body crumbles into nothing. It's actually working, look. The monster is vanishing right before our eyes. But the celebration gets yanked away at the worst possible moment. The instant the light dies out, those scattered sparks of grudge and choking smoke start gathering together, snapping into one. In the blink of an eye, the monster is fully revived, roaring back to life like that devastating attack was nothing but a little scratch. Darbus lays out the ugly truth until the grudges buried in its core die. It'll never truly be destroyed because it's stuck in a never-ending grind where everyone just keeps bleeding the same fight. And just when it gets worse, Elise has burned through nearly all her magic with that one brutal attack. Now they're stuck with nothing. Because without her, they've lost their only shot at this immortal monster. So when Wendelin realizes their ace in the hole blew up, he rockets back to the group because it's time to call a rapid-fire strategy meeting. As they argue over their next move, Darbus cuts through the tension. His master speaks up with total nerve, and he swears the solution is dead simple. Every head whips to him, and with a wild, dramatic pose, he blazes, "All right, time for holy magic." The whole party freezes silent, shocked, staring at the truth because this is news to everyone until he sheepishly admits it. He can't use it at all. He only tried once in his entire life, and it failed hard. Erwin can't even process it, trying to swing that brand new magic at a monster. This brutal is basically suicide. He urges a retreat, but the moment the words hit the air, everyone shuts it down. If this storm of pure grudges is set loose, it'll slam into the Ballmeister domain and tear the whole place apart. Criticism couldn't shake Darbus at all. He was blazing with purpose, fired up like this was his big moment, the perfect chance to finally master holy magic. He yanks out a dramatic book, Holy Magic Color Book for Beginners, written by their old master Alfred, and swears it's ridiculously easy to get. With that brand new book-bred confidence burning in his chest, he rockets off to take on the monster by himself. He drifts up to the giant, inhales deep, and locks in all his energy. He lunges his hands forward and pours every ounce of power into the spell. Then a tiny, pitiful spark of light bursts from his hand like it can barely breathe. It drifts straight toward the monster, and when it lands on its chest, it shatters into harmless mist that fades away instantly. Back on the ground, the whole party is cringing so hard they might implode, and when they demand a comment, Wendell plays it smart. He keeps his mouth shut. Even so, Darbus refuses to lose hope. He swears the monster is weaker than it was 20 years ago and says this is their moment to strike. His fresh attempts still scraped out only those pathetic little sparks of light. As this comedy of chaos unfolds, Wendelin's gut tells him something he yells to his master, snapping that his true fighting style is hand-to-hand, not long-range magic. He tells Darba, "Stop trying to blast holy magic, pour it into your own body." The master's eyes flare, and just like that, the brilliant idea lands. Dorbaz starts pouring holy energy into his own body, and a blinding aura snaps around him as overwhelming power blasts out like a tidal wave. He lets out a battle cry and rockets forward, primed to land the first hit. He throws the kick, but instead of a punch or a kick, he pulls off something so wild it feels straight up impossible. He rockets straight at the monster and throws his arms around it like a lifeline. Everyone freezes in terror. Touching a manifested grudge should be deadly, full stop. And yet it's working. The monster screams in pure agony as Dorbas holy or blasts it from the inside out, wiping it clean. He grabs the opening, shouts for the others to go all out, and their magic pile drives the already broken creature this time. It gets wiped off the map for good. When the dust finally settles, one cursed thing sits on the scorched ground, the flute of grudges, cracked and shattered to pieces. Looks like the fight is finally done, like officially over. Dorbas confirms it, yep, the magic item finally dropped. But as he finishes that sentence, a last wisp of Kurt's grudge slips out of the flute and streaks toward the horizon. Wendelin demands what they should do, but Darba just shrugs like it's hopeless. There's nothing they can do for some leftover remnant like that. So they grit their teeth and head to the church to report it. And just like that, the brutal, exhausting ordeal with Kurt finally slams shut for good. Once the dust settles and the chaos finally fades, the party huddles up to go over the official report. Baron Rockner's assassination attempt, kicked off by Kurt, got slammed down and stopped before it could land. Now they're rushing to spill every last detail to Arter Dono. Wendelin also points out that the wisp of Kurt's grudge is barreling toward the royal capital. Brantark instantly clocks the threat and wastes no time. He agrees to fire a magical message to both General Hohenheim and the king himself. Once the urgent stuff was handled, they hurried to the Baumeister family home to deliver the news face-to-face. Archer Baumeister, their father, swallows the news of his elder son's death with a crushing sigh. "That stupid son," he spits, burying his face in his hands. He mourns how Kurt's pride ended up sealing his fate for good. He tells them the royal family had already nailed his punishment in place, and the official tale says Kurt and his crew were the only criminals. True to their deal, Archer stepped away into retirement, and Herman seized the throne as the new head of the family. As for Kurt's punishment, the kingdom swooped in and seized most of the undeveloped lands his family had, then wasted no time handing them straight over to Wendeland. Even the king's got a long game he plans to bump Herman up to baronet later on, locking the family's status in place for good. This was just one piece of a much bigger political chess move. Conquering that untouched stretch of land now officially Wendelin's felt like a trophy he earned and couldn't wait to claim. Good news. Wendeland's got the development funds lined up, so he's set his sights on calling it quits around age 30, hanging up the adventure life, and finally running his domain the right way. That's a rock-solid life plan, no question. But Brantark drops yet another bombshell after clearing the underground ruins, wiping out a corrupted duke, and now getting the Wendelins promoted twice. They're finally pushing him up to become an earl. The moment that promotion hits, the whole room drops into a stunned, breathless silence. During the meeting, Wendelin whips around to Klaus, his old mentor from the village. "Are you really satisfied with how this ends?" he demands, eyes locked on you. Klaus snaps his head side to side. This isn't about some petty satisfaction. He's dead set on one thing. Kurt can't be the next head of the family. He just wants another son to take over. Arter spits out that in the end he and Klaus are identical. And those sons who used to hate each other with a burning fury, both of them are gone. This totally scrambles Arter's head. He's sure his other sons were thrilled with the choice, so he fiercely refuses to admit there's any conflict between them. Archer leans in and fires the question at Wendelin, what did Klaus tell him? Dylan just shrugs and fires back that reality is whatever your eyes decide to see. Seeing the crack between them grow, Klaus steps forward and promises to spill the absolute truth about what really happened all those years ago. Archer tenses up, steels his nerves, and nods in agreement. Klaus lays bare a secret heartbreak his son Gordon and the wealthy farmer Soonhein once stuck together like real brothers. But Hain's greed ignited. He started craving the title of village headman, and he wanted it all for himself. Klaus stumbled onto the truth by accident when he caught them screaming at each other in the woods, teeth bared, rage blazing. Trying to patch things up, he dragged them out hunting, but when the hunt turned deadly, Heine went for the kill, faking it like an accident, Gordon snapped back, and in the chaos of the fight, both of them toppled off a cliff right into death. Wendelin finally blurts out the question that's been haunting everyone. Why did Klaus marry his own daughter-in-law? Layla Klaus admits that with Hein and Gordon gone, the other villagers were already scheming to slip their sons into that marriage just to grab power. And if they moved first, it would have ripped the entire depart apart in a brutal fight. By marrying her himself, he steadied the whole village and kept her safe, and he swears that's the real truth. Later on, Wendelin finally tracks down Amelie Kurt's widow and rushes in to lay out the whole mess. She grasps just how heavy her husband's sins truly are, and she willingly locks herself away from the world in quiet seclusion. All she can think about is her kids' future. Then Wendelin promises he'll fight with everything he's got to help them. Pure relief hits her like a wave, and she breaks down in tears as she thanks him. So now we're just stuck waiting on the royal family's final verdict. It's over now, but that one incident will keep echoing through their lives for years. After the brutal showdown with his brother Kurt, life for Wendelin and his party finally eased into a steady, comfortable groove, while Armstrong, the total hype machine, dove headfirst into mastering his brand-new, fully magic abilities. Wendell tore his life in two. Some days he'd be out adventuring, digging through ancient ruins and punching monsters, and other days he'd snap into Lord mode, crafting plans to build up his brand-new domain. For one shining second, it looked like he might finally live wide open until the second he stepped back onto his estate, and that dream instantly shattered. And his friends were already waiting, glaring at him like trouble was breathing down their necks. Before he could even speak, the words slammed into him like a punch, and right then something terrible went down. In the royal capital, a brutal massacre had erupted, and the city would never be the same again. The horror came from a place he never could have predicted. Kurt's last, bitter grudge didn't just disappear. It rotted, swelled, and in 2 days it tore across to the capital as a monstrous phantom, soaked in pure hatred. Then it struck a noble party, slaughtering 80-plus people and warping their bodies into mindless zombies. The group sinks into their seats, trying to wrap their minds around the horrifying news. This wasn't random at all. The target was Baron Ruckner's brother. Elise breaks down the grim logic this thing steals Kurt's personality and consciousness, hunts down the one man Kurt despised most, the very guy who used him, and then delivers its revenge. She explains that the zombies it spawns aren't just mindless. They're lured by sound and scent, and they tear onward with an endless hunger. Kurt's grudge ran so deep that it shattered every single expectation they had. But this wasn't some run-of-the-mill haunting. It was a cold, targeted purge. Every noble tied to Baron Ruckner was wiped clean in one brutal night. The political fallout hits instantly, and it's straight-up catastrophic with 13 top officials suddenly wiped out. The capital's financial world crashes into total chaos. Wendelin immediately gets it this is a power vacuum, and every greedy noble is already sharpening their claws to grab the throne. But politics isn't what's running through his head when he thinks of his sister-in-law, Amelie, and her kids. A sickening cold dread floods him. He charted a peaceful life in the capital for them, dreaming that someday they'd inherit the old family lands. And now that their father started this royal disaster, everyone's coming for them next. No choice remained. He had to go to the capital himself. Wendelin and Armstrong didn't waste a second. They snapped into the kingdom's heart, ready to link up with their allies. First, they lock in Cardinal Hohenheim's support, and he swears he'll back them with everything he's got. Next up is General Edgar. He's ready to help too, but he can't resist smirking at Wendeland, reminding him that he still has to marry his adopted daughter, Wilma. Even in the middle of a crisis, some things stay the same next they head for the finance minister's estate. And what greets them isn't order, it's a full-on circus. A massive crowd of nobles has flooded in, shamelessly scrambling and clawing for the titles and lands left behind by the dead. It's a vile little display of pure opportunism, exactly the kind of move Wendell didn't expect to pull. When a guard steps in to block them, they toss out a quick mention of their title, Tiscount and Baron, and the guy instantly folds, bows, and scrambles aside, ushering them inside in a hurry. Inside, they spot Finance Minister Ruckner, eyes bloodshot, sleep nowhere to be found, and buried under the crushing weight of the crisis. They skip the small talk Kurt started the massacre, and now they've got to find a way to stop it. But then the minister drops a jaw-dropping twist and boom. It turns out there's an even bigger disaster coming. So yeah, Roderick is the problem. Turns out Ruckner was the one who fed Kurt the magic item for his assassination attempt, and now Roderick, always hungry for leverage, is weaponizing that secret to squeeze him for power and influence. Wendeland is stunned by the pure audacity this guy helped set up his attempted murder, then walks around like nothing ever happened. Cornered from every direction and even with the king breathing down his neck, the minister realizes there's only one escape left. His plan was ice-cold and ruthless. He wiped out Baron Ruckner's entire bloodline, then went public and cut every last tie just to save himself. The very next day, the king's verdict hits like lightning inside the royal palace. Baron Ruckner's whole family is branded as accomplices, and every bit of their property gets seized. Right after the announcement, Wendeland gets cornered by his brothers Eric and Helmut, who rush in to offer their condolences for the whole nightmare. Then the three of them get yanked before the king, like fate just called their names. With a shocking twist, the king elevates both Eric and Helmut to baronets, rewarding their rock-steady service like it's earned royalty. Then he whips around to Wendelin right as the king moves in, strips the undeveloped Ballmeister lands from the now collapsed knightly house, and hands all of it over to Wendelin, complete with a brand new title, Earl Ballmeister. Outside the audience chamber, Armstrong can't believe it, his brothers just got promoted out of nowhere. And Eric, the sharpest guy in the room, instantly clicks its inconvenience compensation, a royal apology for the mess their family name caused, plus a sneaky political play to lock in the new Earl's support. Armstrong slams his hand on Wendelin's back, barking that being an Earl isn't just a title, it's a whole new level of responsibility. But Wendelin just grins after all that paperwork. He already knows who to hand it to, and Roderick is about to get slammed with a whole lot of work. Now that the capital's political chaos finally calmed down, Wendelin gets to rip his focus back to home. The real mission, his dream from day one, is about to kick off, and now he's ready to carve out his massive territory. Now he's Earlbaum Eisterlord over more than half the land south of the Liege mountain range. Church and his brothers, Herman and Paul, have risen to become barons under him. Now they kneel as his loyal vassals. A tense final family meeting snaps shut the last loose ends. Amalie declares that she'll pack up her kids and move them into Paul's brand new domain, bringing Wendelin's parents along too, because this choice gives the children a real shot at growing up in peace, finally away from the capital's suffocating shadow. Paul's father, pure pragmatist, steps in and agrees to help Paul run his new lands, pouring his years of experience straight into the work. The families of the other men caught in Kurt's plot, people who never even knew about the conspiracy, will be uprooted too, so no one can turn prejudice against them. Wendeland hands them to Paul, and Paul grabs the new duty with unwavering grit. A few days later, Wendelin flexes the power of an earl, so when Paul steps into his brand new empty domain, he unleashes his magic and whips an entire village into existence in a single flash, leaving everyone staring in stunned silence. Staring out over those lush wetlands, his mind already sprinted ahead, sketching plans to turn them into something new. Then comes the brutal part, saying goodbye for real. On moving day, Wendelin watches as Amalie and her children head off, and it feels like his world splits in two. She closes in, whispers a thank you, and names him the new Earl the Dragon Slayer, while the air crackles with words nobody dares to say. He can feel it. Those kids are staring at him like he's the one who took their father's life. Amalie vows that once they're old enough to truly understand, she'll spill every last piece of the truth to them. With one last quiet, "See you later," the wagon rumbles off, hauling away the very last pieces of his old life. As they disappear into the distance, finality slams into Wendeland like a door closing for good. That family drama, those brutal betrayals, those grudges that ate at everyone done. Now he's standing on the edge of a brand new era, finally free to forge his future and tame the wild, untamed expanse of the Erlbaum-Eister domain. Building a brand new domain from nothing is a mountain they can't ignore, so the job kicks off with one sneaky, simple question. Where the heck do they even start? Yeah, our hero looks completely out of place, especially since that O-map in his hands is just a rough sketch he made himself, and he says it like he's desperate. Now it's a countdown, no room for mistakes, because they're basically flying blind. But his ever-ready retainer, Riche, brushes off the maps, then declares it's time to hit the ground himself and pick the headquarters site. Vel's completely baffled. Then Roderick grins like he's been one step ahead the whole time and tells her he already did all the legwork. He's tracked it down to 356 possible sites, and he's narrowing them fast. Vel's face drops hard. Roderick isn't joking for a second. He lays it out like a verdict where they build their headquarters is a choice that will haunt them for generations. Mess it up today, and their descendants will be stuck paying for it for centuries. Once Vel sees the logic, he nods, but then he blinks and asks, "How could we possibly hit all those places?" Roderick grins and answers, "Easy with Vel's teleportation magic, we'll inspect every single site in one day." All of a sudden, Roderick's energy explodes. He charges straight into Vel's space and roars about the king's observation, demanding they hurry right now, but Vel just wants him to step back an inch. The rest of the party can't stop laughing, while Erwin openly roars at Vel's misery. But his joy lasts about as long as a spark. Roderick jabs a finger at him and snaps, "Since you're my lord's bodyguard, you come no debate." The girls waved them off with prayers for a safe trip, swearing they'd handle everything back home, and just like that, the boys' grand tour finally kicks off. Then comes a brutal, brain-melting montage of teleportation that never lets up. They dash from place to place, and Roderick studies every tiny detail like it's a crime scene, only to find the soil here is awful. This ground won't budge, the elevation's all wrong, and the water source is way too far. Hours melt together as he keeps leaping forward and slamming the door on every site that tries to catch him. After tearing through all 356 candidate sites, the verdict is in, it's over. Roderick is glowing with pure ecstasy because they nailed it in just one day, exactly like they planned. Vel's completely drained, his magic has hit rock bottom, and all he can think about is face-planting into bed and crashing. Next morning, while everyone's still dragging themselves out of bed, Roderick storms into the room wide awake, fresh as ever, and drops the bombshell he's made his decision. He lays out his plan, saying he even eyed a coastal spot for trade but shuts it down fast, because the enchanted forest nearby would crush any chance he had to grow. Instead, he jabs a finger at a spot dead center in the undeveloped grasslands. It's got solid, flat ground just begging for a sprawling city to rise up everywhere. When Ina asks about how they'll get there, Wilma nails it. She just guessed right, the magic airships they'll find are waiting in the ancient ruins. Roderick already struck a deal with the royal family. Regular flights to this brand new land are locked in, and everyone is left completely dumbfounded. Now that the location's locked in, Wilma drops the next big truth: this town can't survive without a name. Vale immediately goes rigid, totally out of his depth. He blurts a couple shaky ideas, then just shuts down. Roderick jumps in with a rock-solid classic pick Baalberg, and everyone nods along, because they'd rather play it safe than get stuck forever arguing naming conventions. Roderick kicks off the next move. He declares they've got to build a security team and an advanced construction crew, and then he points straight at them and says, "You're the ones doing it." Roderick explains it all since Vel's the only one who can teleport them. They can't jump in big. They'll have to start small with a crew he can actually keep under control. The next day, they march into the center of their picked land, and all they see for miles is a sea of grass stretching to the horizon. Roderick, pure dramatist, steals the spotlight with a thunderous speech about the Baumeister family's 10,000-year reign, starting from day one. He kicked off his plan by raising a massive mansion, turning it into both the government office and an unshakable fortress right at the heart of the future city. There's one problem, this grass. Roderick just smirks, points straight at Vel, and that's the exact reason we hauled Milord here. With a heavy sigh, Vel drags himself to work and fires off his windcutter magic, slicing through acres of land in seconds. Backbreaking labor gets turned into a joke. Magic does the heavy lifting. While he's busy landscaping, The girls go full hunter mode, taking down packs of wolves as their meal. Meanwhile, Roderick storms in like a hyper-intense tennis coach, yelling encouragement non-stop as he drives them forward. They kick things off with their first symbolic move, slamming a single stake into the ground to start the construction. And when everyone erupts in applause, Roderick gets so choked up he's on the verge of tears. Vel is wiped out, just completely drained. That night, he finally catches a breath. His head settles in Elise's lap, and for once, everything feels like paradise. The whole party is wiped out from non-stop hunting and grinding work. Everyone's running on fumes except Roderick, who's still up all night, buried in paperwork like it's his personal battlefield. Vel has to admit it back when he thought that guy was a total weirdo. He was dead wrong, because the man's shockingly skilled and fully devoted to the job. This brutal grind drags on for days, and Roderick's logic is razor sharp. Every land Vel levels before the crew shows up makes the whole operation run smoother, no matter what. The party hunts monsters to lock down the area, but the wildlife won't let up. They fend off wolves, and just as a furious horde of bears comes charging in, Wilma snaps into action, landing a brutal kick to slam the danger back and secure the ingredients for their stew. 5 days later, all that non-stop grind finally crushes her. Louise insists she's okay, but Velzai's face looks utterly dead. He's slipped into a Zen trance, clearing the land on autopilot like a machine with no pause. And all that relentless hard work finally paid off, slashing their schedule in a massive way. Then boom, a breathtaking, majestic sight unfolds across the sky. A magical airship drops from the sky, spilling out the very first wave of workers, surveyors, and security forces. The lead worker's jaw drops. Those planes are so perfectly lulled it looks like magic. With pure relief crashing over him, Vel tears up as he welcomes them like a weight has finally lifted, and he's free at last. Just as he welcomes the newcomers, his eyes snap to a familiar face. Tristan, son of General Edgar, and, yeah, the guy is technically his step-sibling now. Roderick leans in and admits he pulled major strings using his insane connections to make the sons of military nobles take charge of the security team. Roderick snatches control on the spot, snapping the chaos into order with ruthless, masterful speed. Watching Roderick grind like this, Vel feels the weight of responsibility slam into his chest. No way he's slacking off now. At the very first security meeting, Vel fires off the grand vision like it's a battle plan for the future. First thing, build at least 10 airship ports, no exceptions. The kingdom will foot the bill for the ships, the Baumeister family will buy them, and retired veterans will step in to crew them. The ultimate dream is a fleet that runs on its own, fully independent, no strings attached. Roderick slams road construction onto the top of his urgent to-do list. Vel finally realizes the truth. This isn't just about a city at all, from airships to roads. They're forging the bones of an entire nation. Over breakfast, the crew leans in and lays out the day's game plan. Then Vel drops that he's heading for the enchanted forest, and suddenly it's screaming classic adventurer mode. He grins. Yeah, big smile. But his eyes betray a quiet reluctance. It's been ages since he last did anything for the Adventurers Guild. But Roderick snaps in fast. This isn't some playtime mission, it's serious work, and it's all for building Ballberg. Elise leans in and gently tells him, "Now it's your duty as the head of the Meister family." The weight of it crashes down on his shoulders, and all he can do is sigh and nod along. With a blinding flash, Roderick rips them away and drops them on a wild, rugged mountain range. He lays out the plan to slash costs and save time on their massive build. Vel has to handle the raw materials himself. Top-notch stone hauled from the mountains and tough timber pulled straight from the forest. Next, Roderick scrambles to sell the idea, claiming that all this hard manual labor will somehow skyrocket Vel's adventurer rank. Vel doesn't buy a word of it. This whole thing screams not an adventure, he deadpans, flat as a board. Roderick, trapped by his own flimsy excuse, finally snaps and admits the brutal truth. No materials means no construction. So yeah, Kel can't argue with that. He lets out a heavy sigh and mutters, "All right, I'll do it." Vel takes a deep breath, then blasts his mana out like a storm. He lifts his hand, and a blade of pure wind, his windcutter spell, slashes into the mountainside, chopping out massive chunks of rock in one clean cut. With another sharp gesture, he fires the watercutter and carves the raw stone into perfectly matching blocks ready to be stacked for the build. Then he whips around toward the forest and, with the exact same razor-precise magic, he brings the trees crashing down. Ripped off their branches, then smashed them through the machine, turning raw wood into perfect timber in seconds. The nearby workers just stand there, jaws on the floor, because this dragon slayer is chewing through stone and lumber at a pace that makes absolutely zero sense. But as they shower him with praise for his construction prowess, Vel gets a sinking feeling in his gut. This isn't what he asked for. He wants them to cheer him for being an adventurer, not for running a one-man quarry and lumber mill. Day after day, he grinds through the same relentless cycle cutting, shaping, churning, spitting out pile after pile of resources until the sun finally sinks. That evening, back at the mansion, the whole place crackles with celebration. The rest of the party roars through the forest, stuffing themselves on their hunt, then spilling non-stop excitement about every adventure, how they nailed the prey, dug up rare herbs, and tasted the pure rush of fighting monsters. The sky practically begged for trouble, and an adventuring party was ready to chase it. Vel slumped at the table, and a dark cloud rolled over him as he listened while everyone fired up with their wild, exciting stories. And when they finally pry about his day, he just mumbles that he snagged a few materials, too. Materials, they blurt, completely baffled. First, he lays it out loud, stone and timber, and he doesn't stop there. He piles it on in huge amounts. For a heartbeat, the whole table goes stone silent. Then Erwin explodes out of his chair. That's insane, Wendell and Sama. But wow, that's not exactly what I'd call an adventurer's win, is it? Right when Vel's hope is about to hit rock bottom, Elise jumps in, her voice brimming with real admiration. I know it's incredible, but look at the scale of it. She's building cities and roads in a dead, empty land. And she's the only one who actually understands. She tells them that moving that much material would take years. Then it hits the others, piece by piece, until the truth finally sinks in. She grew up watching people pour their hearts into building churches, so she knows exactly how wild Vel's feat really is. Her words hit like a healing balm when Vel hears them. Validation floods in and his smile lights up fast, energy snapping back into his body. Yeah, I will. Elise really is an angel that... Next day hits even worse. Roderick barks, all right, we're digging holes, and the job gets about as glamorous as it sounds. Vel gets sent to dig up the ground and uncover the foundations for the new mansions, and when he stares at those freshly marked plots, they slam him with memories of the ancient ruins from the textbooks in his old world. And just 1 hour later, those once little markings have exploded into huge, perfectly dug foundations. The workers are stunned. What took one of their fathers a full 2 years to finish, for just one mansion gets pulled off for several in a single hour, all done in a slick blur. But there's zero time to celebrate. Roderick shoves Lingvel, exhausted as he is, and hauls him straight into the next task. Vil's stomach drops as the chaos ramps up. He realizes he's basically turned into the project's magical construction machine. While Vel takes on the brutal heavy lifting, everyone else jumps into their lane. Elise and Ina set up the first aid station and handle the documentation like pros. Roderick runs the whole operation as the mastermind. He oversees every site, talks down merchants, and shuts down worker complaints before they explode. Meanwhile, Eru, Louise, and Wilma storm out with the security squads, tracking down the wild beasts that keep crashing into the project and forcing them to fight back with moats, mounds, and tough defensive planning. Next up on the list, roads. Roderick orders the crew to push wide main roads outward, all starting from the heart of the central construction site. To stop future disasters before they even start, they're cranking the process up from day one. Oversized Vel turns into a one-man human road paver, smashing the ground with magic using stone blocks like giant hammers to pack the earth down tight. He smashes the ground flat and tears drainage ditches along the sides, finishing every last bit of prep in a blink. His magic works like a total replacement for heavy machinery in this world. The work is flying forward at a dizzying, can't-look-away pace. With a whole new wave of workers arriving, Roderick grits his teeth and points out the truth: if the water doesn't stay steady, everything falls apart. Then Vel just smirks, because drilling a well is basically kids' work to him. One shot of magic, and the earth drinks it all as he drives the well deep in seconds. Ina can't stop staring. She knows from experience how brutally hard it is to break through deep bedrock. Seeing their months or even years ahead, Roderick grins and snatches up the clipboard. Let's push the second construction plan forward too. Vel's eyes go wide with terror. He's trapped, and every time he's efficient, the job multiplies until he's basically clawing out his own grave. Later on, Vel ends up in Roderick's office, worrying out loud about the workers still trapped in tents because he knows their drive will crash the second their basic needs aren't met. Roderick, the born strategist, leans in and tells him, "Relax, I've already got the plan moving." He pitches a trip to the royal capital, throw in everyone together, and finally let them breathe after earning every bit of rest. After weeks of dust and back-breaking labor, the party finally rolls into the capital, and the sight hits like a breath of fresh air. They dive headfirst into the city's pleasures, savoring fancy desserts at a cafe like it's pure bliss. But Erwin knows this trip isn't about chilling at all. It's got something darker hiding under the calm. Will seals his suspicion on the spot. These people aren't here to chat. They're here to meet someone who can finally crack the housing crisis wide open. Right then, a flashy, all-too-familiar face bursts onto the scene, yelling loud congratulations to Vel for his promotion to Earl Baron Linghanum, the same guy who sold them those rotten, faulty properties back then. His guard shoots up instantly. Linghanum drags them over to a lineup of beat-up, used houses, pushing them as a steal. Just slap on a little refurbishment, and boom, it's a real option. But then it hits him one more brilliant idea, and this time it blows the last one out of the water. He whisks them out to the suburbs, then drops the bombshell, a huge, brand-new housing development stretching for miles. He explains these are spec homes built by carpenters who can't even afford to live in them. Then Baron Rembrandt's team rolls them out and moves them, and you can buy them in bulk. It's a brilliant masterstroke. Housing Baalberg gets secured, and the capital's economy gets lit up in the process. Louise makes a solid point. So what about government and military facilities? Ling Hanning flashed a grin, no worries at all. He hauls them into a grand, lavish mansion, and it's totally empty. The last owner went belly up, so they're dumping the place for the cost of the land, and the building is basically thrown in for free. It's another win-win, and Vel can't help but feel stunned, like seriously impressed, despite how fresh the sting of getting swindled by this guy still is. Linghanum brags that he learned his high-turnover business blueprint straight from Vel, like, personally. Their tour isn't done yet. Off in the distance, a palace-like building looms, daring them to reach it. Right as they close in, General Edgar steps up to meet them. He points at the building and tells you it's a full-on recreational spot built for the royal military. The whole party freezes in shock. How on earth is the military pulling off this kind of luxury with a budget this tight? With a heavy, weary sigh, the general finally admits the truth. His predecessors turned it into a disastrous vanity project. The fees were so brutal nobody ever touched it, and now it's just quietly bleeding their wallets dry. The military is panicking, trying to dump it fast before it blows up into a public scandal. Ling Hanning, the ultimate opportunist, clocked that white elephant and pounced on the perfect chance to broker a deal. He pitches the sale to General Edgar as the perfect win-win for everyone. The general, desperate to escape the building, instantly agrees to sell. And just like that, Lanham's filthy schemes let Vil lock down yet another massive facility for his new territory. Once the real estate shopping spree wrapped up, they shipped every new house and grand building straight to Baalberg, and within days that empty stretch of land was sprouting into a thriving city. All right, buckle up. Let's jump into the next chapter of Vel's journey. After that brutal battle to seize his brand-new domain, you'd think he'd finally breathe, but nope. Being a noble, especially a fresh earl, handed a huge, untouched territory, means the real grind just started. Roderick, his relentless retainer, lays it all out. Earl Ballmeister's land is massive, and to make it live, they've got to build everything from the ground up. We're mapping out transport networks to haul the crops, carving water channels for the fields, building brand new towns and villages because the list keeps growing, and it never ends. Staring at the map, the plan hits like a thunderclap. Build a brand new port on the southern coast, fire up salt and sugarcane to jumpstart the economy, and push into mines to dig out the resources. It's a nation-building project, and Vel holds the blueprints as the chief architect. Roderick assures Vel has rejiggered the schedule so it won't wreck him. But Vel's crooked little smile screams that he already sees every single thing that's about to hit. And just like that, The next second has Roderick dropping to his knees, begging for forgiveness non-stop because the schedule is pure torture, and he's already driven Vel to the edge of magical exhaustion. Vel, true to his soldier's heart, shrugs it off and swears it's just the best kind of training because it forces him to test his limits. But Roderick peels past that brave smile. He really cares, and he grabs Vel's attention to ask what he's feeling deep down under all this pressure. And that's when Vel cracks into this massive, real grin like he can't help it, admitting he's straight up having the time of his life, whipping up roads, towns, and ports from nothing with his own magic. Yeah, it's pure thrill. This isn't just another monster-fighting power trip. Vel's power is pure creation, and the satisfaction hits so hard it feels unreal. After that brutal day of work, they finally hit the brakes and call it a night. Right before he finally crashes, Vel shoots a quick check into his fiancée back home. Right on cue, one by one they materialize in his communication crystal, each carrying their own worries. Elise, the elegant one, leans in and asks if he's really okay. Louis and Inna don't beat around the bush, they tell him straight up, to stay warm and, more importantly, to stop flirting with other girls. Vel just laughs like, "Relax, this is an all-male construction site out here." And yeah, Wilma's got one burning thought on repeat. She pushes him to promise that when he comes back, he'll go with her. Seeing them hits Vel like a flashback to his roots because deep down, he's still got that adventurer spark burning in his chest. He weaves through a loud, bustling pop-up market built just for the workers, and the air hits him with the mouth-watering smell of grilled food. He snatched a plate of grilled tripe skewers and a big mug of beer, savoring that hard-earned bite like it was pure comfort after a brutal day, and for a heartbeat, the Earl vanished, replaced by just one guy finally unwinding. Chilling out with his retainers, he gets the talk turned to marriage, and one of them blurts out that Vel, with his 4 fiancées, is basically walking straight in his father's footsteps. This sparks everyone else into thinking, what about our own future, their vows to their great lord, and the fact they've got to marry too, so their family lines don't just die out. In their world, it's just how things go until Vel finally got hit with it right now. For Tristan, the 4th son of a mistress, finding a good marriage isn't some fairy tale romance. It's a weapon for political power and social survival. This lights up Vel's memory right when he starts talking about marriage, yanking out a pouch the finance minister Ruckner gave him. Then he thrusts it into Roderick's hands, and Roderick freezes, utterly bewildered. In our marriage interview photos, there's a whole stack of them staring back at you. Roderick somehow went from nobody to the kingdom's most eligible bachelor overnight, now that he's set to become governor of this brand new territory. He's getting crushed by the sheer number of candidates, and his brain can barely keep up. But when they start digging through the photos, one pops up and it screams the absolute wrong story. Everyone snaps to attention when they spot a photo of a tiny little girl so young you can barely believe it. And then the truth hits. She's the finance minister's granddaughter, and she's only 8 years old. Ruckner's political chess moves suddenly snap into focus. He's making a ruthless play to bring his family's barony roaring back and weld his bloodline directly to the power surge of House Baumeister. For Roderick, this is a political checkmate, no escape, no negotiation, just a brutal deal forced on him, with a 15-year age gap staring him in the face. And Vel can only shake his head because those tangled, often ridiculous noble politics are still a whole new world he can't quite wrap his mind around yet. A few days later, the story snaps right back to work. Vel's down at the coast, hands-on, personally overseeing the construction of the new port. With raw, insane magic, he drags the seabed to the surface and carves out deeper shipping lanes, while Eru stands watch like a wall of steel. Sure, it's an enormous job, but Vel makes it look effortless. Meanwhile, Eru isn't just playing bodyguard, he's getting official training from the royal military, locking in his elite status as Vel's right-hand man and oldest friend. And that weird, one-of-a-kind bond is exactly why Eru matters, because as Roderick warns, once you're a lord, isolation can swallow you whole. Having a childhood friend, you can trust someone who lets you drop the mask and just be yourself, is priceless. This joke lands hard when one of the retainers casually blurts that Vel can't stand talking about friends. Vel suddenly erupts in a scream, "I know it," and then blurts, "I don't have any friends except ERU." It's a hilarious meltdown, but it nails just how tight their bond really is. Later on, Iru's offhand joke about wanting to play with women before he finally settles down lands him in serious hot water. In the blink of an eye, Vel's fiancé shows up, faces blazing with straight-up menace. Ina snatches her spear and declares, with steel in her voice, that she'll guard Vel's virtue with her life. Elise sinks a chillingly sweet reminder straight into his mind, and his responsibilities suddenly feel impossible to ignore. The message couldn't be clearer in noble society. Mistresses might get a pass, but casual flings are dead on arrival. Iru's left trembling in panic, boxed in by a tribunal of terrifying women. After all the politics and back-breaking grind, Vel finally snags his day off. Now it's time to honor his promise to Wilma and head straight into the enchanted forest to go hunting. And for one wild day, he isn't Earl Baumeister, the nation builder. He's just Vel, the adventurer, pumped to team up with his party and chase the thrill of the hunt. The forest is packed with rare monsters and priceless stuff like cocoa beans, and Vel, using what she knows from Earth, turns them into a luxury chocolate market. As they push deeper into the woods, Vel humbly leans in and tells Brantak, "Don't expect much from me. I'm still not a mature adventurer." Just then, a voice slices through the clearing, dripping pure condescension, "Ara Ara," and the dragon-slaying hero is somehow humble anyway. Out of nowhere, a woman materializes so perfectly hidden that even Vel never senses her approach. She drops her name like it's royalty, Katharina Linda von Weigel, and it instantly sounds like power. But that formal cloak, worn deep in the forest, gives her away immediately. As Vale explains, that cloak isn't just cloth, it's a high-status badge, reserved for grand, formal occasions. Wearing it here isn't an accident, it's a power move. She's a fallen noble, and she's come to burn a warning into the world. Vel's, those internal alarm bells are blaring in his skull. He just knows this is about to blow up into real trouble. Katharina snaps his own words right back in his face, laughing at how he's pretending humility while calling himself an immature adventurer. Brantak gets it right away. She's pushing back hard, challenging him to a showdown and itching to prove she's the better one. Vil tries to calm things down fast, telling them the forest stretches forever. There's no reason to turn this into a competition. But she wasn't having any of it. She wasn't buying a single reason. Crystal clear, Tim is her endgame. She's determined to beat the legendary dragon slayer, Earl Wendelin von Binnobameister, then use that victory as her launch pad to bring her family's name roaring back to glory. The tension snaps. Velix locks eyes on him. Boom, patience is gone. So tell me you want a showdown with me, don't you? That smug smile answers everything. Then the hunt gets yanked to a stop. Right on cue, a fresh challenger strides toward Wendelin. It's Katharina Linda von Weigel, pure aristocrat pride, blazing determination staring him down. She was born into a once great noble family that crumbled, and now she's hell-bent on dragging her house's honor back from the dust. So she sets her sights on one thing: beat Wendelin in a public showdown and steal the reputation she needs to make everyone remember her name. Wendelin, always the realist, proposes a no-nonsense challenge. Whoever can bring down the most beasts in one day of hunting wins. Katharina nods, then flashes a sly grin and drags the rules into the spotlight. This ends at sunset, and she reminds him, right to his face, that her magic reserves dwarf his. She's so sure of it, she's basically telling him he'll be out of steam long before she ever runs low. But Wendelin just glances back and stays totally unbothered, then smirks and fires back, that if his magic is weaker, it's she who should be scared she can't keep up. Right before they can start, a brute in heavy armor, most likely Katharina's guardian, steps in front of them and snaps that he won't let her charge in alone. Wendelin, desperate for a fair fight, snaps that bringing his whole party would be way too much, even if he can already feel Roderick, his own guardian, might blow up because he's still dead set on making this a true one-on-one duel. Right as they're about to lay down the ground rules, the sky suddenly turns pitch black. Then a gigantic figure drops out of nowhere and smashes into the earth with a roar that shakes the ground. And when the dust finally clears, everyone freezes because the girls burst into startled cries like they've just seen a miracle. The newcomer is a hulking mountain of a man with a wild mohawk. He throws his head back and bellows his name like a thunderclap. Christoph von Armstrong, the royal head court magician. And yeah, He's stepping in as the referee for this match. Katarina freezes because she just realized that name belongs to one of the most powerful mages in the whole kingdom. Armstrong shrugs off the whole situation. He's not here for show. He's here to make sure nothing goes wrong for Earl Baumeister, acting more like a top-tier bodyguard than some referee. Katarina says she'll keep an eye on Wendelin if she wins, but Armstrong waves it off on the spot, letting it slip that he's only there as pure precaution. He crosses his arms and doesn't even flinch about Wendel's safety. Then no warning at all. Armstrong lunges and snatches Wendelin by the back of his collar like a trap just snapped shut. He bellows for the gang to roll in, practically flinging our hero straight into the jungle. Wendelin is totally blindsided, yelping as the match kicks off with zero warning and zero ceremony. But when Wendelin gets hurled into the chaos, his party doesn't even flinch because they're busy doing their own thing, collecting cocoa while Mario's mission runs wild. Vel glances back, his spirits sinking, realizing they're way more fired up to make chocolate than to face that high-stakes duel. But his friends just grin and wave him off, vowing they'll guard the rest of the crew while he's gone. They've discovered. At least he finally understands just how serious this situation really is. She whips around to Wendelin, eyes dead serious because she knows Katharina won't feel whole unless she's knocked down in a real, face-to-face showdown. No shortcuts, no easy exit. With trembling hands, she holds his, wishing him good luck. Her belief in him rock solid and unshakable. With Wendelin's encouragement ringing in her ears, she nods once and then rockets into the sky, ready to go hunt. Floating there, Wendelin's magic bubble flickers, and he launches his search, while Armstrong hangs right beside him, casually chomping like this is nothing but a picnic. Wendelin doesn't waste a second. He spots his first target, snaps off a swift wind cutter spell, and the wild impala drops instantly. He yanks out his monster encyclopedia and double-checks the identity. A ruthless plan sparks in his mind. He's not just hunting, he's hunting smart. He'll smear the impala's blood as bait to lure bigger, hungrier carnivores that are worth far more. The plan hits like a lightning strike almost instantly, and the air turns metallic as blood-laced fumes spread, while from the deep jungle, a pack of saber tigers crashes into view. These beasts aren't ordinary at all. They used to be written off as legends, spotted only in dusty old picture books. But then a recent hunt proved it. These monsters were real as daylight, and their pelts sold at auction for an insane fortune for Wendeland. It's not a risk anymore, it's a gold mine. The tiger exploded forward, its claws snapping out like blades. Wendeland doesn't even blink. He just tosses up a magic barrier and the beast slams to a stop mid-charge. And now the real hunt is on. He has to take them down fast, but somehow keep their priceless fur perfectly unscathed. A brutal wind cutter spell would slice through the pelts, leaving them shredded and totally useless. He needs a lighter touch than a wild idea hits, and he glances at the trees around him with a grin. With a flick of his magic, he crushes the nearby branches into razor-sharp wooden stakes, all simple and brutally effective. Then he sets up a stealth ambush from behind, driving them straight for the medulla oblongata to end it clean in an instant. The executions are pure perfection one by one. The tigers drop without a peep, their magnificent pelts left flawless and untouched. But when Wendelin stares at his handiwork, boredom hits like a dull punch too easy. Still, efficiency is king, so he decides to keep rolling with this method for now. After effortlessly mowing down several packs of saber tigers, Wendeland. It's officially lunch break time to breathe and recharge. He drifts down, locks onto Katharina lounging nearby, then realizes her guardian is totally missing. She's laid out a mind-blowing multi-course feast so wildly extravagant it makes the jungle feel like it's hosting royalty. When he asks where her master is, her guardian winces and admits that the man spotted some mouth-watering berries and straight-up ditched his post to go hunting for more. Wendelin strides in, flashing a grin as she praises her jaw-dropping spread. Katharina swells with pride and declares, "I'm a noble, so even out here in the wild, I keep my elegance sharp." To his shock, she grabs an invitation and tells him she won't stoop to petty competition because this is just a meal break. Intrigued, Wendelin can't resist. She accepts her offer. Their lunch gets slammed to pieces when a massive southern grizzly explodes through the trees, right on top of them. Wendell, calm as can be, yanks out his encyclopedia, trying to figure out what it is so he can finally name it and move on. Katharina looks genuinely stunned. impressed by the way he stays so calm and how much he actually knows. As she's stuffing herself at the feast, Wendelin quietly digs into his own humble stash, just a couple of rice balls, scuffs his food aside, grumbling that it's boring. But he shrugs it off and says, "I load up on huge breakfasts and big dinners, so all I need is a light lunch." Katharina lowers her gaze, her voice cracking with real nerves, and admits that even after losing her family's land and title, she still counts herself as noble and, yeah, this is exactly the kind of feast that fits her station. When Wendelin asks how she even got it ready, she smirks and says only an adventurer at her level has cooks who can pull it off. Wendel's mind is freaking out no way. He's dead sure this place is untouched, just a cramped guild outpost with nothing else, so the thought of her having servants here to whip up a gourmet feast is flat out impossible. He stares at her, and for the first time he finally sees past the arrogant noble facade. He catches that familiar loneliness clinging to her, the scent of someone desperately trying to mask the cracks, and it hits him hard enough to spark empathy, so he chooses to back off. With their lunch done, the two lock eyes, agree to jump back into the contest and then split up, heading off in opposite directions. Wendeland keeps the hunt blazing, mowing down beast after beast until he spots and quickly takes down a rare white saber tiger. With night rolling in, he rockets back to Armstrong. The head court magician's eyes light up. He praises Wendelin for using clever magic to hunt without tearing a single thing, and that's how everyone knows he's a truly skilled mage. Armstrong admits the theory is easy on paper, but staying calm while monsters are bearing down on you, that's a whole different battlefield. Then Wendelin leans in and asks about Katharina's performance, and Armstrong grins as he calls her hunting style wildly flashy, so flashy it even gives away her Western nickname, Katharina of the Storm. Turns out she's a legendary adventurer. She shot to the top of the ranks within her first year after debuting at just 15. Wendelin looks blown away, but Armstrong just waves it off rankings, and rumors mean nothing once you're living in the adventurer world. Wendelin fully buys into it. He doesn't care about being number one either. He's locked in on one thing only, the results. They race back to find the whole party grinning like they just won the world, and Iru proudly announces their win, one massive pile of cocoa pods stacked and ready. They've already begun sprouting more at the experimental farm, but right now, this enchanted forest is their main lifeline. Katharina bursts in right on schedule, and there it is, a towering mountain of cocoa. She scoffs at Wendelin and snaps that he's got zero ambition always picking fruit like that's the mission, not hunting monsters like a real adventurer. But Wendelin's done with all this. He's totally over it and just wants to swap fishing stories, compare catches, then clock out. Katharina erupts in fury, demanding to know where the thrill of victory and the sting of defeat went. But he just stares you down, dead-eyed, like he couldn't care less who wins or loses. All he wanted was to slip through this without burning another bridge. He just didn't realize that the moment he thought he had things under control, everything was about to get way more complicated. The stage is fully set, and Katharina, the self-proclaimed top adventurer in the West, takes the spotlight first, ready to show off her haul. She smirks with total confidence, then throws her killer reveal, an enormous Sabir tiger, dropped in one single perfectly clean strike. The crowd buzzes with loud, heartfelt appreciation. That kill was pure artwork. One razor-precise strike straight into the carotid artery, showing skill so surgical it blows brute force out of the water. She flicks her eyes to Wendelin pure, silent dare, and Shiffy snaps back, like she knows he can't possibly keep up. The appraisers are already fired up, gushing over how spotless that pelt looks. A clean kill like this is almost unheard of, and once it lands on that auction block, its value is going to skyrocket. Katharina leans in and tells you the aristocracy is going wild for luxury gear carved from the enchanted forest's monsters, and that saber tiger, it's going to sell for a fortune. She steps up in front of her party, soaking up every praise like it's fuel, then grins and says, "I can't wait to see who's going to win." Then it was Swendeland's turn right on the spotlight. He murmurs a single word and unlocks his own haul. Then the whole clearing goes deadly quiet. It's not just one saber tiger, it's a whole mountain of them. The appraiser's jaw drops, and he stammers that there are too many to count, with barely a scratch in sight. Wendelin shrugs and confirms they're totally fine, so the precious monster blood can be harvested with zero problems. Katharina freezes in shock, and her mask finally slips. He coldly says he ended them all with one perfect strike to the base of the skull, then shoved their bodies straight into his magic bag to keep them pristine. It's pure, overwhelming efficiency and brute power, like the machine is built to crush anything in its way. She snaps the numbers in her head and realizes he doubled her haul at least twice as many. Right as she's trying to process it all, one of the appraisers suddenly gasps. Hidden deep in the heap sits the ultimate prize, a flawless albino suburb tiger, a near-mythic beast the aristocrats would shell out a king's ransom to get their hands on. That's it. She's had enough. "You think you've already won?" Katharina snaps, and pride burns hot in her chest. She jabs her finger at the rest of her kills, daring anyone to try to outshine her. With pure frustration blazing in her eyes, she snaps the rules on the spot. Real adventurers don't bend. They stay consistent. And she doesn't stop at one day it's a full week-long test. That sudden twist blows everyone's mind. Wendelin can only remember his childhood, because it feels exactly like a sore loser changing the rules of rock, paper, scissors right when they're about to lose. But to everyone's shock, he grins and actually agrees. He doesn't mind one bit, actually. He grins at it, seeing the hunt as pure fun and turning the whole week into a game he's determined to enjoy. His knight, Erwin, shoots up in protest, panicking that he's supposed to escort his lord, but Wendelin just waves him off like it's nothing. Katharina scoffs at the thought of needing an escort. She brags that an elite adventurer like her doesn't need anyone, and she insists she's conquered everything on her own. In that moment, Wendeland cuts through her bravado like it's paper. He sees his old self staring back, trapped in isolation and drowning in loneliness. She keeps on ranting, bragging how she turned down Noble's party invitations yet. But Ina's had it. She explodes, shouting back, "Just because you're off on your own doesn't mean you get to nitpick our party." And right there, she hammers the point better to stand alone than drown under everyone else's weight. Then she crashes in with a critical hit, and right then you realize it, you're not gloriously lonely, you're getting avoided because your personality is twisted. Ina lays out a jaw-dropping lesson on how the world really runs, insisting that partnerships and getting something back are the secret engine behind everything, from cutting-edge companies to proud aristocrats. Ina says, "I'm not a mage or an urn like him," and she says it with full conviction, "but I still know I've got pride as an adventurer." She snaps her weapon toward Katharina, daring her to step into a fight. Right away, the rest of the party surges behind her. Erwin, Wilma, and even Elise, sweet as ever, finally stepping forward, fed up with being branded parasites. Wendelin, still reeling from how fast everything flipped, shoots his master a question, "So what do I do about my escort?" Armstrong just bursts into laughter and announces he's jumping into the competition too, because that sounds like the wildest ride. The guildmaster jumps in as the referee and snaps it shut by naming that hulking warrior the official watcher sour news that hits him like a punch. And just like that, the teams lock in Ina's party of 5 versus 3 unstoppable solo monsters, Wendell, Katharina, and Master Armstrong. They nodded in full agreement and split up, promising to meet again by morning. The guildmaster drags Wendelin aside and warns him that Katharina's provocations won't quit, but Wendelin just shrugs, says, "I'll win by a mile," and keeps his cool. That's all it takes to settle everything. Because with morale soaring higher than ever, his party erupts, cheering for the victory ahead. Next morning, the rules finally locked in a 5-day hunt and gather showdown, where the winner is whoever racks up the biggest total value from their haul. The guildmaster leans in and tells them to slow down and pace themselves. Katharina slams in one final condition. This is the last round, and there's no more room for changes. Everyone agrees. With a hard stare aimed at Ina and Katharina, the referee shuts it down and bans any fighting between them. 2 women nod back, pure, silent fire burning behind their eyes. As they push into the forest, Ina slaps down her party's game plan like it's a battle map. They refuse to tangle with Wendelin's raw power because their real mission is to hunt down rare medicinal plants and fruits. Hunting is a gamble with your life on the line, but gathering pays steady and keeps your pockets reliably full. Katharina overhears the plan and sneers at their cheap little trick, but the guildmaster cuts in, snapping to their defense. He snaps at her for that narrow-minded view, explaining that being a true adventurer isn't about chasing flashy kills. It's about something deeper. It's all about hauling back useful goods again and again without getting yourself killed. and the guild would rather have steady, dependable earners than reckless glory chasers who burn out fast. Once the lecture ends, the 5-day game kicks off for real. In Wendeland, it's the same old grind. He casually wipes out another saber tiger, then catches himself wondering why they just keep sprinting straight to their doom. Right as he slides into his lunch seat, a sudden visitor bursts in and throws him for a loop. Katharina shows up, eyes wide, curiosity spiking as she spots that simple onigiri. He tells her the pickled plum inside is packed with a preservative, and then he offers her a taste. She takes a shot and then shocked admits it's weirdly, surprisingly good. In return, she hands him some of her own food, professionally cooked guinea fowl, while it basically scoffs at the whole idea that she'd ever cook for herself. Oh, it's absolutely delicious, no doubt about it. As a thank you, Wendelin swings his hand and whips up a dessert. Then he uses magic to blend a fruit drink right inside the cup. His wind magic control is so razor clean that not a single drop spills, and it leaves her genuinely stunned. That's when the conversation spirals into her nickname, Storm. From the moment she starts talking, she's back in her school days when a brutal wolf attack slammed into her. She snapped into action and blasted out a massive tornado spell to rip through the danger and save her classmates. No one got hurt, but her crushing power still terrified everyone, and from that day on, they cast her out. Wendelin finally cracks the mystery behind her prickly solo attitude, and as the days roll on, something unexpected sparks between her and the others during lunch breaks. She needles him for those plain, basic meals like he's never once tried to live a little, and then it hits him under that tough, icy exterior. She's secretly way nicer than anyone would guess. He tells her he finally gets what she's saying, that the weak can't just latch on to the strong, and she's left staring, genuinely shocked that he understood her real meaning. But her competitive fire ignites, and she swears she'll beat him before the day's over. Wendelin, totally unbothered, just stayed relaxed because to him, this was never a battle of winning or losing. At last, the 5-day competition slams to a close. And now hold on tight, it's time for the final tally. Wendeland's results come out first, and the sheer scale of his hunt is mind-blowing, a mountain of pristine carcasses, easily triple what Katharina managed, leaving her totally stunned and speechless. But the chaos isn't done yet. Now the appraiser heads straight for Ina's party. After they sift through every herb, fruit, and rare stash they've gathered, he drops a shocking truth when it comes to pure money. Their haul is worth more than Katharina's. Ina and her crew explode into cheers because they just won. Elise humbly admits that what she learned about herbs from the church turned out to be a massive help. But here's the real twist. Besides everything else they brought in, the appraiser says the party also pulled off a hunt for a few saber tigers. Wilma steps up, grinning like she knows a secret. Oh, about that. She says it bright and easy. I hunted all of them. She tells them she's using her one-of-a-kind magic fighting style internal destruction to smash their brain stems from the inside out, so the bodies come out perfectly unmarked. The technique is so viciously efficient that even Wendelin gets a cold shiver crawling down his spine. Then across the clearing, Katharina isn't mad, she's stunned, and a slow, impressed grin blooms across her face as she recognizes just how unstoppable that technical skill really is. The hunting competition is finally over, and now the results are about to be blasted out in front of every adventurer who showed up. Stepping up to the spotlight, the official slams the verdict for first place, and everyone already knows it's coming Count Bemeister. Vel's whole party snags second place, but the terrifying wizard Katharina swoops in and locks down third. But when the official scans the area, the man everyone came for is nowhere to be found. Vel's party is totally lost. 1 second they had him in front of them, and the next he's gone. They shout his name non-stop, and their voices slam through the clearing like thunder. Suddenly, a voice rips out from the forest's edge. Vel! He flicks a casual gesture and waves them over like it's no big deal. His friends are staring, completely dumbfounded, at what's right in front of them. Behind him, a mountain of monster corpses piled up, proof of a slaughter so insane it almost feels unreal. The other adventurers are utterly frozen in silence because this isn't hunting at all. It's an extermination. Brentek, deadpan as ever, leaned in and asked Vel how he pulled it off, like, did he just smash them all to death with fists packed full of magic power? Vel just shrugs it off because it's a simple, brutally effective trick, and he fully knows he's probably the only one on the planet who could pull it off. Right when the shock starts to fade, Brantak shrugs it off and says that during his hunting trip, he wandered into the forest's darkest depths and found some ruins. Everyone's hooked from the second it happens. He can't stop thinking about tomorrow. Convinced Vel's crushing win pretty much hands him first place before he even steps out. The others just signed up for a week, shut down their doubts, and agreed, resigned to it. Then Dubuki, another adventurer, cracks a joke that Brantak should hand the work to the younger generation instead. With a massive grin, Brantak bursts out that his second and third wives are both pregnant. He's got to rake in serious cash to get ready for the new arrivals, muttering that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. He bursts out loud, swearing he's praying fiercely for a daughter this time. Then, like a charging boar with zero chill, he announces that if a girl is born, he'll marry her off to Count Baumeister himself. The whole crew, especially Vel's fiancée, stands there completely stunned, and Vel himself is mortified out of his mind by that sudden proposal. Elise, always the calm one, slides in fast to cut the tension. She smiles and tells them the rankings mean nothing, and that first place belongs to their master, Brantak. Vil jumps at the chance to switch topics. Ready to move on once the plan's locked in, they sprint home and start prepping for tomorrow's ruin exploration. While they're packing up, Dubachi and Brantak shoot a question to Vel. Can he blast them a ride with his instantaneous transfer magic? Vil gladly nods and says his powers just leveled up. Now he can teleport as many as 20 people in one shot. With a blinding flash, he rips the whole crew out of the deep jungle and drops them somewhere else instantly. He bolted straight to the courtyard of his estate in Baalberg. Striding up to the mansion, Vel waves his guests in and tells them to drop their guards and make themselves at home. He's clearly lost in his thoughts, and Elise slips over and quietly asks if anything's wrong. A sharp thought flashes across his face like he's about to forget someone important. Elise grins like she already knows. "Is it Katharina?" she asks. "The one you were up against?" The gears in his mind click into motion for a split second. Then it slams into him like a lightning strike boom. That's when it clicks. Later that night at dinner, Vel snapped at his party, grumbling that Katharina is brutally tough and that handling her has driven his magic right up to the breaking point. But the others just grin and stay quiet, entertained by every spark of his frustration. Erwin can't stop himself. He needles the guy, straight up asking if Katharina is really his type. Vale shoots it down right away, saying she might be pretty, but she's got a nasty attitude and zero of the feminine charm people expect. But as he's scrambling to defend himself, one slip turns the tables. He blurts out that he'd helped her out a bit, which explodes into a jaw-dropping truth. He'd been eating lunch with her every single day of the competition 5 days straight. The whole table explodes in shock. Vil scrambles to save face, blurting that she's not that bad, and somehow ends up revealing she can actually cook for herself way better than anyone expected. Next morning rolls in, and they rush straight to the Adventurers Guild, where a bone-chilling staircase waits for them. Katharina storms up to Vel, spitting fire because he vanished before they could even settle the results of their fight. And when he tries to blurt out that he was just defending his brand tax-crazy proposal, she refuses to hear a word of it. He scrambles to convince her that everything was obvious and they'd won. Then she slams him down mid-sentence. For her, the fight isn't over yet. It's just getting started. Vil leans in and tries to talk sense into her, reminding her that she's already a top-tier wizard. He tells her, "Keep grinding if you do, fame and fortune will come right on your heels." But the moment he speaks, her rage spikes. She screams that it's not that simple. She flat out declares that, as a woman, no titles or lands will ever be handed to her. Everything she accomplishes will just lure in a pack of greedy men who want nothing but her money. The real reason she's so obsessed with making a name for herself is simple. She needs all the prestige she can grab to win back the noble title her ancestors lost and prove to the world she's worthy. Seeing that raw desperation in her eyes, Vel felt a jolt of sympathy, and he flipped the whole plan. He reached out, inviting her to join their expedition to the newly discovered ruin. He tells her this place is unexplored and that danger might be waiting around every corner, but she grins like that's music to her ears, eyes sparkling with pure excitement. She makes it crystal clear that escaping is off the table, and then she jumps at the chance without hesitation. Vel lets out a secret breath of relief. Bringing another powerful wizard on board is a massive win, even if she's a handful. Katharina then lays out the rumors swirling about Baron Ruckner's collapse and pins it on a failed assassination attempt against Vel. Roderick, the financial auditor, kicked off the rumor that the Baron and his whole crew had died on their mission because they never came back. Vel doesn't even try to fix the tale, he just shrugs and says he earned every bit of it. Once everything's settled, Katharina finally nods yes and joins in for real, then leans toward Vel and says she's got faith in him, and he better keep a sharp eye on her powers. Later, Katharina steps up and formally addresses the whole group. She shoots back an apology for how she acted before. With a confident grin, she boldly steps forward and declares she'll join the exploration to make sure everyone stays safe. The party stops mid-breath, trading silent looks full of doubt and worry. Ina, of all people, looks like the new addition just set her off. Louise finds that stuff fascinating, but Erwin just shrugs it off. He doesn't care, as long as she pulls her own weight. Vilma, sweet as ever, turns to Frilsama and asks if he'll be joining them. Vel snaps back, telling her Katharina is handy right now, just not forever. It gently nudges Vilma to remember one simple rule when you explore with someone. You use their proper name and show some respect, which earns Katharina a soft M. This sets off a dazzling, high-class welcome right between the two noble women, Katharina Linda von Weigel. Elise Katharina von Hohenheim and the other person traded polite, tense smiles like friendly pleasantries were hiding a knife. With the whole crew finally in place, everyone nods and agrees they're feeling strong. Brantak steps up, ready to take control, and tells them to hand the job to him. An hour later, time stretched, and everything still hadn't slowed down. He leads them to a tiny, plain stone doorway tucked deep in the jungle, hidden like a secret. Then he admits, all sheepish, that he didn't find it at all. He just needed somewhere to pee. Right before they step in, Brantak demands they check every corner for traps. Erwin snaps his trap-sensing magic into place, hunting danger in every shadow, but still finds nothing. Right in their path sits a huge, sleek, modern combination lock stopping them from moving forward. The whole crew just stares in confusion because it's not some magical ward or a fancy contraption at all. It's a plain, boring lock, and somehow that's the part that makes everything feel way more annoying. Katharina bluntly says that if you tried every single combo on a 4-digit lock, you'd be stuck there until the heat death of time. Brantak, the ultimate pragmatist, blurts that they should just blow the door wide open, but the others slam the idea down fast. They've got zero clue what's waiting on the other side, so it's basically sink or swim, like they're forced to punch in every single number, one after another, just to break through. So the real question hits hard: who's stuck doing that brain-dead job? They step back and shove the decision onto the newcomer. Vilma tosses the idea out and dares them to settle it with rock, paper, scissors. Vel and Katharina are totally thrown off turns. Out the game doesn't exist anywhere in her world. Vale tells them, I taught it to Vilma, and now it's our go-to way to settle every single thing. Poor Erwin keeps muttering that he's never once beaten her in a single game. Katharina blares that it's all just luck. Everyone gets the same shot, totally ignoring how dangerously skilled Vilma is. Erwin steels his nerves, refusing to let this moment slip away. And the whole party braces for the match that will decide everything. 3. After hours of non-stop chaos, Erwin's hunched over the lock, twisting the dials one by one like his life depends on it, while the girls kick back on a picnic blanket, gorging on sweet chocolate candies. They kicked back and chatted like it was no big deal. Erwin's clearly falling apart, but Vilma just shrugs and tells him he lost, then makes it brutally clear he'll never replace her. He groans with pure frustration, but Katharina coolly hits him with the truth as an adventurer he needs to lose with grace. At his wit's end, Erwin snaps, let out a furious yell, slams his foot into the lock with everything he's got, and with a sharp click, it finally gives way. He's totally stunned because he nailed the last combination on the very first try. Velpot slumps with his shoulders sagging, muttering that whoever built this lock must have had a nasty sense of humor. He'd bet everything on 999 as his final shot, and it still landed on the worst possible timing. Staring at that plain door, Brantak looks crushed, and he admits he's feeling pretty low right now. Explaining that places like this, ruins hiding behind an innocent-looking entrance, almost always turn out to be a total dead end. He reminisces about storming into a place like that only to discover a hollow 10,000-year-old food warehouse sitting there, dead quiet. Vil finally clicks with the pattern every big breakthrough always leads to those massive underground complexes. These tiny ruins are usually nothing special, just old storage rooms or dusty basements, empty as can be, with nothing worth finding inside. And seriously, most of the ruins nobody's found yet are sitting right in demon-blooded territories. Track this down, it's rare, but chances are it won't blow up into anything exciting. Then boom hope flickers in Brantak's eyes. What if that secret is actually a liquor warehouse? The moment he thinks about old vintage booze, his excitement explodes like a firework. With dreams of what could be, the party decides to kick off the search right now. They inch forward with white-knuckle caution, casting detection magic non-stop just in case trouble pops out. Brantak grabs first place, and just like he swore would happen, no traps show up. The first room is totally empty, just a cold, echoing warehouse with nothing inside. Erwin snaps that if there's nothing worth guarding, then there's no point in setting traps at all. Brantak fires off light magic, flooding the space with brilliant illumination. That brilliant glow blasts across the room, lighting up every inch of the chamber. At the very end, they spot it one more door, guarded by another lock. The party pushes deeper into the underground ruins, then slams straight into a massive, reinforced door that blocks their way. Staring at that ridiculously simple lock, the whole crew freezes stuck. Brantak, the king of action, cracks his knuckles like he's about to end the problem. If a key won't do it, then brute force will. He declares with no mercy that they've got no choice but to smash it down. Right when he's about to wind up for a crushing hit, Katharina's voice slices through the air. "Please, wait!" She strides forward, pride lighting up her voice, and declares she can use unlocking magic. She explains it's a rare, delicate spell that summons a key forged from pure magic, one that can unlock any lock without shattering it. The rest of the party just stands there, slack-jawed. What he pulled off is such a wildly niche skill that nobody can even process it. Wendelin, always the analyst, spots the real value of it. A magic that demands total control and deadly finesse, which is why almost no mage ever even tries to learn it. Brantak, always practical, pushes her and asks why she'd even bother learning a spell that specific. With a shy little smile, she finally admits she learned it because she dreams of exploring the ruins all on her own someday. Brantak, renowned wizard that he is, finally spots her gift, and her whole face lights up with pure, unstoppable joy. He confirms he's heard the rumors about that prodigy from the West, because that kid went from nobody to a top-tier adventurer in just one wild year. Then he whips his gaze to Wendeland, smug smirk on his face, and teases her like it's hilarious that he's totally clueless about how famous she is. Wendelin just shrugs it off, basically admitting he's been buried in his own duties so deep that he hasn't had a second to catch up with what's happening in the adventurer scene. The girls add that he got shut out of all the usual networking chances because he never set foot in the prep school in the capital. Huffing to catch up, Wendelin peppers Katharina with a question how long she's been an adventurer, and she answers that it's only been about a year. And with zero social grace, he blurts out, "Wait, I thought you were older than me." Then he pauses and adds, "Surprise, you're basically the same age as us." Katharina freezes for a beat, then blows up. She screams that the crushing stress and the brutal responsibility of trying to revive her fallen noble family, the Weigels, are what's aged her. Her voice breaks mid-sentence as she spills how she worked herself to the bone, practicing magic alone since she was a kid, fighting every day just to keep her family's name standing. Right then, Wendeland catches a reflection of himself, and the loneliness hits like a punch. He remembers that grind, the outsider feeling, the way he shoved himself to the limit. And the crazy part, he sees the same fire in her. Hit by a rush of empathy, he shoots his hand forward and softly pats her head so gently she's totally blindsided. And he tells her she's incredible, not just for her magic, but for seeing ahead enough to master a skill she might need the moment she finally finds her people. Red-faced and panicking, Katharina whips around, stares at the door, and snaps it open unlocked in a flash of light. She tries to play it cool, bragging that some cheesy lock is no match for someone who's been trained for solo ruin diving. Wendelin flashes a warm smile and dubs her a trustworthy big sister, and that nickname makes her blush like crazy while the other girls burst into giggles behind their hands. Now that the way's clear, the party barrels inside. They stumble into a long, silent corridor, and right when it feels like the path should keep going, it slams to a stop against a single blank wall, just a brutal dead end. But Brantak thrusts up a hand, grinning like he knows a secret. "Nah," he says. "This is a magic elevator." Wonderland's eyes blow wide. An elevator. The same one from his old life, still humming, and when the panel lights up, the truth hits hard. This ruin drops a full 20 floors underground. This place is way bigger than any of them could have imagined. So when they cram into the elevator, Wendelin starts guessing out loud that even if this ruin is only an old warehouse, that elevator could be a surviving chunk of lost ancient tech, and finding it would be absolutely priceless. Brantak says this elevator isn't just better. It's wildly more advanced than the one in the royal castle, with technology that's on a whole different level. The ride down is so cramped you can barely move. Katharina suddenly shrieks, "Did she just touch my butt?" Wendeland finally fesses up, sheepish as ever, then apologizes for squeezing everyone by not leaving enough space. Chaos erupts again when another person yells that they've been groped, and just as the doors finally slide open, Louise grins, still cheerfully asking permission to beat Brantak up. They spill into another long hallway, and it screams standard underground storage from the very first step. Then Brantak suddenly spots a special door. This isn't some ordinary storeroom. It's a magical warehouse. Wendell quickly breaks it down. It's a room-sized magic bag. Slam the door shut and time itself freezes, perfectly locking everything inside in place. To drive the point home, they spot a bright gleam waiting inside. It's a magic crystal still blazing with insane power after more than 10,000 years. "This is it, jackpot time." Elise gasps and swears this whole complex had to be carved by some legendary master from the ancient magical civilization. Everyone can sense it. This ruin is about to turn into a legendary discovery. The party barges into the magic warehouse and the lights snap on by themselves, bursting to life and uncovering glowing magic circles etched all over the walls and ceiling. They stumble on wooden boxes that look and smell like they've just been made, like they were still warm from being packed yesterday. Wendelin finally figures it out every time the door swings open. Time kicks back on. Then the door's own preservation magic reawakens when it shuts, snapping everything inside back to the start. Lewis spots a glaring flaw. If you're storing perishable food, every time you crack the container open, it's still doomed to spoil no matter what. So tell me, what's the real reason this place exists? Hunting for a clue, Wendeland stumbles on a dusty old document, an inventory list that might finally hold the answer. But trust me, this place is way more than that. It's crammed with everyday junk, and right there in plain sight, it screams like an ad for some giant department store. Deja vu slams into him. He snaps the puzzle together and lays out his theory to everyone meanwhile. Back in that ancient world, magic tools were everywhere and dirt cheap, until the market got swamped. Businesses started collapsing from overproduction, and the big players swept up the wreckage by buying their stock in bulk. He grins, and I'm like, yeah, this place is basically the warehouse version of an outlet mall from my old life. If their find is truly massive, 20 floors, 20 rooms each, that's 400 storerooms packed to the brim with perfectly preserved goods from a dead and gone civilization. For Katharina, this isn't just money, it's the spark that'll rebuild her family's honor. Sure, other countries might take a female noble in, but her loyalty burns only for her own people, and she's hell-bent on reclaiming her rightful place back home. And once Wendeland realizes he has to catalog and clear out this mountain of treasure, he can only let out a heavy sigh because, yeah, his other projects are getting shoved on the shelf for a long, long time. After tearing through the sprawling underground ruins of the enchanted forest, Wendelin and his party finally stop in front of a towering stone gate, the moment they've been hunting for this whole time. This place is a relic from some ancient magical civilization, an enormous maze of underground warehouses stretching for miles. They already busted open 7 of these vaults, now they've finally uncovered the 8th. The only thing blocking them is a ridiculously complex combination lock, and Ducker, poor guy, looks utterly drained. He whines about having to dial through thousands of possibilities, and it's a patience test he's failed 8 times in a row. They pop the final lock and shove the massive doors wide open, dreaming of piles of gold and jewels. Then reality hits hard. It's shelf after shelf, mile after mile, packed wall to wall with boring household stuff. Ducker and Irwin can't even pretend disappointment pours off them, because this sure isn't the romantic adventure they were praying for. But as Wendelin and the others go over the goods, the whole ugly truth hits them like a punch to the gut. Elise points out that each item's price may look small, but the sheer number of them is unreal. This isn't some little treasure chest. It's a massive stash just begging to be cashed out. They've dug up a massive stash of seeds, so many kinds it might even include rare plants or species everyone thought were gone for good. From furniture and tools to barrels of liquor and even kids' toys, it was all stacked there. Then Wendeland trips into the real prize right in the corner. Magical appliances sit waiting, and they look way too familiar: a magic oven, a washing machine, even an air conditioner. Like a whole chunk of his old life's household gear somehow got smuggled into this world. And right when you think it can't get crazier, he stumbles onto a magic mobile communicator, basically a smartphone that somehow still works, even after all this time. Staring at a flyer, he suddenly feels that weird wave of déjà vu, like he's seeing 0-cent contract ads again, and it hits him. Even in this ancient world, the cell phone industry was already a battlefield, complete with magic cars, motorcycles, and farm machines. Not just random gadgets, but tech treasures that could flip the whole world. Sure enough, the moment word hit about that mind-blowing discovery, it spread like wildfire overnight. The area around the enchanted forest exploded into a loud, chaotic boom town, packed with thrill-seekers from everywhere, all chasing rumors of their very own hidden warehouse. The local adventurers guild is crammed to the rafters. Then the population boom hits, and suddenly public safety takes a brutal nosedive. To tackle the mess, they slap a brand new security chief into the role: Cornelius von Armstrong, the muscle-bound Master Armstrong's third son. Wendell pumps his hand and a wave of relief surges through him. Cornelius might not have his father's physique, but when he flexes, Wendelin catches the exact same bloodthirsty glare in his eyes. Yeah, this is the right man to whip unruly adventurers into shape. Once the guards were squared away, the new settlement exploded into life and started thriving. The more adventurers pour in, the more Wendeland grows, and once that growth hits, tax revenue starts gushing like a river for its whole domain. Back in his office, Roderick, his retainer, practically explodes with joy, throwing down a fresh schedule for Wendeland that juggles lordly duties and adventurer grind like it's all perfectly under control. Roderick can't hide his joy. This fresh income cuts the money stress on the Baumeister estate way down. Wendelin's development projects, powered by his magic and built from the ground up by sheer force, cost a fortune. Yeah, they still have to juggle the full-on logistical nightmare of hauling every single shipment. So Wendelon lays out his plan and swears he'll use his magic bag to carry everything straight out of the warehouses. But the city they're in can't fit everything, so they're forced to build brand new storage facilities right there on site. They decide to split the warehouses: one ships to the kingdom, one heads for Breitsburg, and the rest gets carved up for the party. Katharina laughs and asks for one back to rebuild her family. And Wendelin grins, warm as sunlight, telling her she'll get one in her share. He swears he'll make it happen, and for one heartbeat Katharina's eyes soften like she's truly been moved by his sincerity. Back at the mansion, things have finally settled into a steady rhythm, so Irwin's thrown for a loop when Katharina dives into the household like it's nothing, hauling baskets of fresh produce all on her own. She lays it out plain she's staying behind to watch her cut of the profits from the ruins like a hawk, so nobody gets the numbers wrong. Even after falling from noble rank, she digs in and insists on paying for her own room and board because pride won't let her do anything that could spark gossip. But this pride doesn't touch dirty work when they tell her to peel vegetables. She shuts that down instantly, claiming she's too high-born for anything like it. Wendeland. Riley points at Wilma, and the noble with a knife moves with ruthless precision, shutting down Katharina's complaint cold. Later on, Wendelin bursts onto the balcony right in front of the lease. He finally blurts out that he's been stuck wondering if there's more to why Katharina's staying with them. Elise blurts out that she's been itching to know the real story too, especially how the Weigel family crashed and burned. They both admit it's a touchy subject and they can't just barge in and ask her straight up. Right as they're whispering, they freeze when Katharina is suddenly standing right behind them. She's been listening the entire time. But instead of snapping, she just shrugs and says it's not a secret at all. She herds everyone into the parlor, and the moment finally comes, she's about to spill the whole truth. She finally blurts out the real reason she's staying with them, and it's the brutal truth behind her family's downfall. Cold flames burn in her eyes as she snaps that she's here to squeeze the loathsome Marcus Rookner family until they break. He snaps the clues together, and then he presses, like was it the Rookners' conspiracy that dragged her family down? Katharina confirms it. Marcus Rookner framed the Wajals, then swept in and stole their lands, their mansion, and even their place as nobles. Katharina kicks off her family's story, and the past starts snapping into place. The Wajals were a thriving Night Baron family, and their tiny slice of land sat perfectly on the highway to the capital. They fed the capital from their fertile lands, then exploded into a thriving town rolling in massive tax revenues left and right. But their sudden win lit a fire under everyone's envy, turning them into the next target. Elise remembers a royal order that demanded minor lords uproot their domains only for the Wajals to thumb their nose at it. Everyone swears it was just some reckless act of defiance. But Katharina cracks the truth open. Her grandfather was ready to accept the order without hesitation. So what went down? It all boiled down to noble protocol. Back in Helmut's kingdom, a nobleman could deny a royal order once, like it was tradition. Wendelin is utterly stunned by what he just heard. Katharina breaks it down. This is all about prestige. She says no, then lets the deal get sweetened, and suddenly the order feels way easier for their citizens to swallow. It's a full-blown political song and dance. The Marquis Rookner didn't just admire it, he turned that custom into a weapon. The moment her grandfather broke protocol and refused the order just once, his rank vanished on the spot, permanently, for straight-up disobedience. It looked like justice at first. Then the truth hit. It was really a cold-blooded political assassination. A vicious scheme brewed by Marquis Rookner to smash his rival out of the picture. She lays it out. This wasn't random. It was a brutal power clash between Lord Rookner and Count Lilienthal, the finance minister back then. The Weigel family rode in alliance with Count Lilienthal, and together they held a massive war force right near the capital. Rookner eyed them like a deadly piece on the board, something he had to rip out before he could finally make his move. Wendelin remembers hearing that the Rookner and Lilienthal families were at each other's throats, but somehow the hatred looks like it's melted away. Katharina confirms that those old grudges died off with the last generation. The new generation chased their own dreams, and suddenly the Weigel family's troubles were shoved so deep into the past, they might as well be legends. The Lilienthals, who used to stand beside them, snapped and ditched them for good. Through all of it, the Weigel's vassals stood their ground, stayed loyal, and kept backing them right up to this day. She snaps, eyes blazing with determination she's doing this for them, because she'll claw back the nobility her family lost. Later, Wendeland corners Roderick and grills him about everything that's going on. Rebuilding a noble family that's been stripped of both land and honor is almost impossible, because the only real way forward is for a child to inherit it all. Roderick, always the pragmatist, slices straight to the point. So why don't you just claim her as your wife and make her yours? With a sly grin, he shoots the idea out. Then Wendelin freezes up, completely flustered. Roderick brushes the other candidates aside, and Erwin's turned into a full-on playboy, all because his mentor, Brantak, poured the influence into him. Like Wendelin keeps replaying a few days back when Katharina spotted them training shirtless and shrieked, and that reaction felt weirdly naive for someone who's supposed to be an adventurer. It looks like Erwin just might not be the guy who fits her. With every other choice shut down, Roderick whips around and heads back to Wendeland. So my lord's a candidate. He blurts it out, then jabs his finger straight at him. Toss me that key because this one fits the bill perfectly. He lays out the logic, and then bam, Katharina proves she's a top-tier adventurer, ready to throw down side by side with him. From her side of the story, a child with Wendelin, one of those powerful nobles, meant one thing, a guaranteed path into the royal palace. It's a win-win deal for both of them. Wendelin isn't sure she could do it, but Roderick won't let it go. He swears a real heart-to-heart is the only move to tighten up both the Baumeister and Weigel families. Right as the serious talk finally wraps up, Roderick gets distracted by something totally different. He leans in and asks, "So what's going on with that mark on your cheek?" Wendeland brushes his fingers over the faint lipstick print, letting out a heavy sigh. Then he says it's from what happened that morning, and somehow Elise refuses to heal it. But she won't let him heal it himself. She's punishing him for his mistakes, and Roderick is left completely stunned. Like, what on earth did he do wrong? After finishing his morning magic training, Wendelin exhales like he can finally breathe. Sweat drenches him, proof he just put his body through an absolute brutal grind. A brutal smack crashes through the whole mansion when her hand slams into his face. From his office, Roderick catches the chaos in full blast, and he lets out a heavy sigh as he calls it a clear mishap, because for all of Mullard's insane power, he still couldn't dodge a simple slap. Roderick just nods. In a moment like this, you read the room, then you take the punishment, because that choice is pure wisdom. Back inside the room, things have turned into full-blown chaos. Katharina is sobbing and screaming that she can't marry anymore. Elise rushes in to comfort her, and then glares daggers at Vel. Seriously, are you two freaking out for nothing? Viltbleeds was totally lost, because it was over in just a minute. But the death stares from both women hit him like a slap. Yeah, he'd messed up again. He can't stop thinking that in his old life, this wouldn't even be a problem. But this world runs on totally different rules, and that hits hard defeated. He drops his head, I'm sorry. So yeah, once the future headwife steps in, this is the moment his sentence comes down, and it's Wendell and San who take the full blame, full stop show remorse, and keep that face like that for the rest of the day. Vel tries to protest, panicking about how he looks to the vassals, but Elise cuts him off with one sharp no, and he shuts down instantly. Is absolute, but he's got no choice. He has to swallow his fate and accept it. Later, all the other fiancés huddle together, trading wild gossip about what happened. Then the real question hits, so Vo, what about Katharina's figure? Still clutching his cheek, he mutters that she's got a seriously busty figure too, and yep, he knew it. Just like when he remembered the sight. The girls buzz with excitement, trading comments and sizing her up as if she's Elise. Right then, Vilma slams the brakes on the tension she's just spotted something Velsama, and it looks exactly like that starfish pancake they sell in the royal capital. Her eyes gleam with one burning mission. She's determined to try that legendary starfish pancake. Vel couldn't stop herself from smiling at her pure innocence. All right, I'll bring some next time I'm there. Her honest joy cut through the morning chaos like a breath of fresh air. When they finally spill the whole story to Roderick, everything clicks into place and the mystery starts making sense. My lord is getting completely dominated, Roderick says with a wicked smirk, watching Elise closely because her reaction wasn't a fluke. He insists Garina's trying to bring her family back, so she has to play the part of a proper no-blue woman. That kind of scandal could have burned her reputation to the ground, so Alyssa's public reprimand wasn't punishment at all. It was armor to keep her safe. Roderick then spells out the smartest play Katharina would marry into the family like a son-in-law, and her and Vel's kid would step in as the new head of the Weigel household. Talk to Katharina about it. She's the one who'll lay it out and tell you what to do. He can't believe how much Vel's grown, and he's already thinking, with a wizard like this, we've got a treasure, we just need to slot him into the nobility the right way. The plan gets laid out in front of everyone. Wendelin and Katharina are set to have a child, and that baby will carry on the Weigel name and title. Katharina admits this is the most realistic path, but she can't seal it by herself. She declares she'll talk it over with the others, the former vassals still loyal to her family. Even after the Weigel family got stripped of their lands and title, a bunch of people still clung to her grandfather's memory. This was a man everyone respected for his pure, unwavering virtue. She grabs Vel and begs him to go with her to meet them for their consult. He watches her and sees a real leader, someone who honors her people, carrying her grandfather's spirit in her bones. Got it, he snapped back, and with that firm voice he promised, I'll go with you. A few days later, they roll up by carriage in the old Weigel territory. The town is alive with noise, light, and non-stop energy, like something big is about to explode. Before they can even settle in, an elderly man named Heinz barrels out, grinning so wide his face practically shines. Katharina-sama, you're back. He's the one holding the line as the leader of the vassals she still has left. He whips his gaze to Vel in an instant. Yup, that's the famous Count Barmeister the Dragon Slayer. He's clearly blown away by the powerhouse ally she just dragged in. Heinz drops that it's a total rarity for her to bring someone home at all, because ever since she split off for adventurer prep school at 12, she's been a lone wolf in everyone's eyes. Valise muttered to himself, sure she was still a loner. But Louise leaned in and whispered, even with all that constant whining, she said she's actually thrilled to be with us, right? Vel has no choice but to agree. He remembers how she, born into noble status, would chew through the dull civil engineering grind without a single complaint, and somehow nail every detail flawlessly. He realizes she's his kindred soul, another lone wolf who finally tastes the real joy of having friends. Katharina lures Heinz and the others to his house for a crucial, can't-miss showdown. As they stroll through town, she stops to proudly point out the towering mansion of the governor who's in charge right now. It used to be the Weigel family's main residence, she spits out, bitter as acid. Then the governors, all blood related to the corrupt Ruckners, rip away their home and even their paychecks. The whole party stares in disgust, like they can't believe what they're seeing. Inside Heinz's home, the descendants of the old Weigel vassals pack in together, ready for whatever comes next. They rush over to greet Katharina with open warmth and stare at Vel like he just dropped from the sky, pure awe in their eyes. Katharina steps up and fires off a confident speech to everyone, her voice cutting through the room like it's finally her time. I'm here right now because this part matters. Listen up, because she starts. IV found a way to bring my whole family back to life. Hope and pure adrenaline surge through the crowd like a roaring wave. She admits her old plan was broken from the start, because no matter how brilliant she is, as a woman, she'll never be allowed to become the head of the family. So that's it. I'm switching plans. I'm going to marry Count Baumeister, and whatever kids we have will inherit the Weigel family. The room explodes with cheers. While Vel's already drowning in his own workload, he gets it through her eyes. This is the only move that makes sense. Katharina then lays it on the table. Come with me, she says, and if you can't, don't worry, I'll still reward you for all that loyal service. Her compassion hits Heinz like a punch, and tears well up in his eyes. He spills the heartbreaking story of her family, then admits she's been battling for this revival solo since she was only 5 years old. Their cheers spark a blaze in every vassal's chest. I'm with you. Wherever you go, just say the word and I'll follow. Catherine swallows her emotions as their loyalty hits her like a punch, clapping a hand over her mouth while tears spill hot in her eyes. Vel slides a comforting arm around her like, don't worry, looks like you've got company coming with you. Once her people were locked down and safe, Vel leaned in and laid out the plan. Tomorrow is when it all goes down for real. We're heading to the capital and making it official. The very next day, they're marched right into the presence of the terrifyingly powerful Cardinal Hohenheim. He greets his future grandson-in-law with open arms, then nods to Katharina like she's earned her spot as the daughter of the legendary Weigel family. The second he clocks the political stakes, he wastes no time. He pledges his support right then and there. While they talk, the Cardinal drops a bombshell. Another suitor has already gone to Katharina, Count Lilienthal's third son. She told me, he bragged he'd brought the Weigel family back to life and then asked me to be his wife. I snapped back, in your dreams, and sent him packing. Then she turns to Vel, and her face softens instantly. Wen Lansan is dependable as they come, with a heart that's bigger than anyone's, and honestly I can't imagine choosing any other man to be my husband. She blushes hard and adds, I love being with Wendell in the sand, and you've always been so kind to me too. The rest of the party just stands there, totally stunned, while stoic wildcat Katharina suddenly goes all soft and melts into lovey-dovey mode. Even the Cardinal has hauled him back, so tell me, is this dare actually a hit with the younger crowd? He blurts it out, completely stunned and confused. First, the whole crew is huddled together, but shockingly, they're not marching for the royal palace. Cardinal Hohenheim lounges with his tea like he's already thinking 3 moves ahead and tells Wendelin that their first stop is Finance Minister Ruckner's mansion. Wendelin gets blindsided because he truly thought marching straight to the king would be the easiest path. But in the world of aristocrats, nothing ever stays simple, so the Cardinal bluntly tells him that sure, His Majesty would probably grant anything the golden boy Wendelin asks for, but crashing in like that would definitely stir up a whole nest of powerful people. You've got to set everything up first, win over the key players, pull them to your side, and remember this is a game of favors and raw influence. Wendelin gets it, and it slams him with memories of his old salaryman life, where smug, stubborn bosses crushed every idea. No matter what world he's in, he's convinced some people and some attitudes never change. They storm up to the finance minister's absurdly lavish mansion, and Lord Ruckner himself is standing there looking like he hasn't slept in a whole week. He spots Wendelin, the kingdom's rising star, standing beside Karina, the last heir of a fallen noble house, and his face instantly blurts, "Why does this become my problem?" Wendelin tapped into his inner corporate shark. No small talk, no delays. Straight up, he said, "I'm marrying Katharina, and I need your permission so our future child can inherit and revive the Weigel family." Ruckner looks like he's about to pop a blood vessel, like you can hear him cursing his father, the cardinal, for always yanking him into these disasters. His first move, slam the brakes and refuse. With Cardinal Wendelin and his whole party glaring at him like a firing squad, he realizes too late there's nowhere left to run. A defeated sigh rips from his chest, and he mutters, "I can allow it." But Wendelin's only just warming up. This isn't some simple request. It's a full-on negotiation, and he's rolling in with a list of demands. First, he wants Katharina made an honorary baronet right away, until their child is born so she has the proper standing. He even drags out the old precedent like, high noble daughters have pulled this off before, and now he just needs one thing, a recommendation letter from the finance minister. Right when Ruckner barely catches up, Wendelin slams down the second condition. He'll carve the land for the new Weigel domain straight out of his own territory. It's a genius play. He's talking straight to the crown, swearing they'll pay nothing, since he's already developed the land with his own hands and is handing it over to them as a gift. Ruckner's strength keeps slipping away, but he finally nods and agrees to lend his name to the cause. Is that it? He's basically begging still. Wendelin keeps going, like there's more, way more of it. Oh, wait. There's more. Wendelin vows that every original vassal and every person from the old Weigel lands will pack up and ride with Katharina into the new territory. This is a power move on a legendary scale. He's not just bringing a name back, he's transplanting an entire loyal populace. And right before the final strike, Wendelin leans in and asks for one last favor straight from the Lord Treasurer of the Kingdom of Helmet. A tiny development fund to jolt the Weigel family back on their feet. Ruckner hesitates. Then Wendelin snaps out his trump card. "If this is a problem," he says, ice calm, "I can always appeal to the Countess of Lilienthal." The room suddenly turns freezing, and in the capital, the Ruckner family and the Lilienthal family stand as two colossal political rivals so evenly matched, it feels like the city is holding its breath. If the Lilienthal family gets credit for patching up the Weigel house, it'll forge a political link between Ruckner's rivals and the very family he's supposed to be keeping under his watch. Losing this would be a total disaster, destroying his reputation and shattering his power for good. Ruckner panics. "Please don't let them get involved." And he practically begs, his voice cracking. Checkmate done. Wendelin breaks into a smile and Ruckner declares, voice cracking with defeat, "I'll provide the aid." Once the deal's locked in, Wendelin leans in and dares silent Katharina to finally speak. She steps forward, and her expression gives nothing away. She thanks Lord Ruckner with icy, diplomat-level politeness, promising she won't nurse a grudge against the Marquis of Ruckner-Alanin for her husband's sake, even as she makes it painfully clear it's still there, then shrugs like she'll be practical. "Let bygones be bygones," she says, but her eyes scream the truth. It's a brilliant power play. Everyone already believes the Weigel family got screwed, so when Ruckner helps them come back, he saves face, and Katharina looks like the bigger person who can't hold grudges. Wendelin makes one last peace offering. He proposes a marriage alliance. Katharina's heir would wed a daughter from Ruckner's family, binding them to years of cooperation instead of hatred. And just like that, the deal snaps into place, securing the Weigel family's revival, right there in front of everyone who's watching. From the overlook above the capital, Wendelin lets out a breath of satisfaction because, yeah, everything went exactly according to plan. At the Cardinal's place, the whole house is buzzing with celebration. Katharina finally sits down and gives Wendelin the proper thanks he's been waiting for. The Cardinal straight up confirms the deal is unbreakable. And the very next day, a royal envoy is set to show up, slamming an official order into place that confirms Katharina's temporary title of baronet. Once the deal is done, the crew calls it a night and decides to stay put and sleep there. They shove them into a lavish room fit for royalty. But the second they get settled, Katharina suddenly buckles. Emotion hits her like a wave. Relief smashes through her like a wave, crushing every ounce of stress she's carried for a lifetime. This is the moment everything finally peaks, and she drops into the chair, gripping her ring so hard it aches, murmuring, "I can't believe it tomorrow. I'm finally a noble again." They just stand there watching in disbelief, because you can see how much this moment mattered to her. They can't forget it. She's been toting this crushing hope to fix her family ever since she was just 5 years old. Of course she's overwhelmed once all that weight finally lifts off her shoulders. It hits like a wrecking ball, and anyone would drop to the ground. When Dylan locks eyes with her, a warm smile blooms on his face as he watches her radiate tears, and all with pure, beautiful joy. The very next day, the ceremony kicks off. Kneeling before the royal envoy, Katerina rises with a formal bow and accepts her new station. She's become the heart of her house's comeback, because she'll soon be the future mother of the next Baron of Weigel. At last, her dream finally snapped into reality. Later, in a quiet courtyard, Katerina pauses in the calm and realizes just how shockingly simple her ceremony really was. Wendelin nods along, laughing that most succession ceremonies are nothing more than a fast oath and straight back to business. It all swings the talk straight to his brother, Herman, because his own crown is stuck in the mud, trapped by the ruthless politics of picking a concubine. Because Herman's wife comes from a lower status family, tradition forces him to take a concubine from a more powerful house to forge connections, but neither he nor she is willing to go along with it. It's the perfect example of how a noble man gets crushed under the weight of his troublesome duties. While they're still chatting, Erwin strolls right up and praises their hard, focused practice. He's talking about Wendelin's wild magic meditation, something he built from the knowledge he dragged back from his past life. Even Master Armstrong and Brantark can't resist. It's so effective they've added it to their own training routines, too. Erwin seethes with jealousy, while Wendelin is still barely out of his youth and his magic is exploding upward by the second. Katharina's running on fumes, and she can feel her limit closing in fast. Erwies flashed a grin. "So come on, tell me why you and Wendell wouldn't slip into a vessel that's built to match." Katharina's cheeks ignite. In an instant she whips her face away, utterly flustered. Wendelin, though, he's totally clueless. His master never taught him a thing about it. "What even is vessel matching?" he blurts out. Erwin starts explaining this is some ritual between a man and a woman to sync their magic, and the moment Wendeland hears it, the image that flashes in her head is definitely not SFW. He finds out it's a ritual usually saved for married couples or those in a master and disciple bond, and doing it with some random guy screams romance clear as day. Louise and Ina burst in out of nowhere, totally casual, and drop the bomb that they've already matched vessels with Wendeland. Louise figured it was basically automatic once they were engaged. And that's exactly why it makes everything even more confusing, especially when Erwin whips back to look at Katharina. "So you're not telling me you still want to do it, right?" But he tells her this is exactly how she can blow past her limits and sharpen her magic control. Shyly, Katharina blurts, "It's not like I don't want to," then snaps that she's going to take a bath, change up real quick, and before anyone can even react, she dashes off. Everyone freezes, mouths hanging open, words dying in their throats. Wendelin tries to get a grip on the chaos, then drops the real question, "So vessel matching is basically just holding hands, right?" And Erwin locks in its core knowledge for any wizard. And that's when the wildest horror meets hilarity bomb drops on Wendeland. Katharina's weird blushes, her sudden panic, and sprinting off to go bathe. Don't tell me he's thinking it. She's saying you can get pregnant just by holding hands. An hour later, Katharina bursts back in, draped in a breathtaking silk gown and wrapped in the sweet scent of roses right as the ritual is about to begin. Wendelin fights to keep a straight face, then just blurts, "Okay." They lock hands and boom, magical energy crackles between them. Katharina goes wild because her power swells in an instant. "Thank you so much." She beams and then whispers, "I swear, I feel like I'm doing something way too naughty." The others just let out a tired sigh, because that clueless, innocent side of her is exactly what makes her so damn endearing. As the day winds down, a classic misunderstanding detonates later. Katharina storms over to the other girls and yells that the Bindelin's magic is vanishing, leaving everyone utterly mortified. Back in the capital, Wendelin's aide Rodrich kicks things off with a plan that's been sitting untouched forever. Their dream of building an inn-town for adventurers right beside the enchanted forest. Vel totally freezes. He remembers drawing up the plans himself, but right now it feels like they happened in a distant dream, like everything got paused forever. These days, his whole schedule has been swallowed up by helping Katharina build her new domain, so he hasn't had a single second to even think about his own development projects. That's when Roderick drops a total bombshell. Thanks to Katharina-sama, we can speed up our plans. Velsma just goes blank. What? Thanks to Katharina. How the heck could she've helped? But Roderick cuts in fast. This isn't about her construction magic, even though it could help, because the real problem isn't there. He tells you the real problem isn't the plan, it's the manpower. If they want to run a whole town just for adventurers, they'd have to hire and train an insane army of people. Vel gets the logic, but the answer keeps slipping away until Roderick spells it out for him like it's obvious Katharina's vassals will take care of it. Heinz, the ex-head of the Weigel family, is now steering things from the shadows, serving as Roderick's consultant. This was a total game changer. Heinz was a whiz at those running-ins, a skill the Weigel family built its whole business on, and he had the kind of deep connections inside the traveler guilds that could open any door. Suddenly, this ambitious plan doesn't just feel possible, it feels wildly promising, and right after that talk, Heinz sets up a meeting for Vel in the royal capital. He's about to pitch this guy to the Travelers Guild's top leaders. When Vel and his crew finally roll up, unease hits him like a wave. He's hit this exact moment before, like the universe is forcing deja vu on him. That man Heinz drags them to is loud, flashy, and way too familiar Rinnenheim, the very noble Vel once helped salvage from his own messed-up property. Rinna and Heim practically beam with pride, shower Vel with non-stop praise, and can't wait to jump in and offer their help. Even with that shady aura hanging off him, Vel decides to hear the guy out anyway. Rinnenheim wastes no time. 2 huge, spotless properties stand there ready to be used right away. The rest of the party stares in total disbelief. Why would anyone ditch perfectly good buildings like that? It feels like a huge, unforgivable waste. Vel knows the capital plays by brutal rules. There are a ton of cheap, convenient, freshly built inns run by rich travelers, and he's making it clear in a cutthroat market like this, if you don't keep innovating and winning over customers, you don't just fall behind, you go bankrupt. They're not sticking these buildings in the capital, they're hauling the whole things in, piece by piece, and dragging them to their new home. Dornan, the ultimate pragmatist, just can't wrap his head around it. Why not hand the entire operation over to some huge commercial firm instead? Heinz shuts the idea down on the spot. If they do this, he roars, every last profit will bleed out of the Baumeister domain, and the whole point is to strangle the local economy, not fatten some outside merchants' pockets. The party finally sees just how deep and deadly this plan really is. Heinz lays it all out. The Weigel and Baumeister families will mash their capital together to form an association, and they'll rope in innkeepers under one unified system. Vel instantly gets it. It's a modern business playbook shoved into a fantasy world, like a full-on franchise being born right in front of him. Heinz breaks down how the Weigel family's innkeepers were getting shoved out by bigger merchant associations, so he goes for a genius play before they even move into their new domain. He sells the prime land their old inkstand sat on to a wealthy merchant for a fat price, cashing in the capital they need to launch the whole operation. Vel can't believe his luck. This is pure business genius, and the team he's got is ridiculously capable. Soon after, Rinnenheim hustled them out of the city and swore he'd show them even more properties out in the suburbs. They ride in a banged-up carriage across endless open fields, with nothing but rolling hills stretching as far as the eye can see. The whole party is totally baffled. There's nothing out here at all. Rinnenheim just smirks and points out that the buildings are waiting just past the trees. After a brief stroll, they top the hill and the whole crew stops dead, stunned out of their minds. Right in front of them stretches a whole pristine town. No, not just a couple of buildings. It's a full-on resort village, spotless and somehow untouched. Vil clocks the guy from Rinnenheim Treasurer Ruckner. Rinnenheim points out that this place is all that's left of a resort development plan that crashed and burned in his cousin's territory. This is one of those classic disaster stories. One local lord decided to build a tourist town, convinced people would flock in, but the land had nothing worth seeing. So the whole plan collapsed before it ever took off. They built the whole village on nothing but a half-hope that money would magically show up, and now the upkeep fees are dragging them under. The Lord is panicking to sell this monument fast, dumping his bad investment just so he can claw his way out of debt. For Vel, this isn't a loss, it's a jackpot. He's got the perfect play for this ghost town with his teleportation magic. He'll yank the whole village into his domain and turn it into an instant-in-town paradise. He nods on the spot and orders Rinnenheim to take over the negotiations, then to buy everything. 1 week later, the whole plan absolutely smashes expectations. Now the newly relocated town is already buzzing with non-stop energy, right up near the enchanted forest. Vale pauses, staring at the brutal truth his thriving town is basically a monument to other nobles' failed dreams and disastrous investments. When he clocks Katharina's grim face, he realizes she knows that blow from aristocracy falling. She's felt it in her bones. With his first project finished, Heinz wastes no time and hatches a new plan, building hot springs right away. Belle's eyes flare up. Hot springs. In this world, he's instantly all in. Heinz spots a promising spot right nearby. Steam is billowing up from the ground like the world's hinting at something big. But instead of staying stuck in the grind, Vel decides to blend business with pleasure, so he books a tiny vacation to scout an already existing hot spring resort and take notes like it's research time. A few days later, the crew finally barrels into the legendary Rekart Hot Springs, the kind of spot that shows up in every tourist guide and makes people swear it's real magic. Vel can barely contain his excitement, counting down to his very first hot spring in this brand new life. As they roll into town, a creepy silence slams down on them streets bare, and every shop shut tight. First, a local manager storms up with grim news. No hot springs left, they'd dried up a month ago. Curious as hell, Will asks to get a look at the excavation site. As they close in, a deafening crash tears through the trees and a booming voice screams out. Vel's jaw hits the floor because blasting into the ground like that is none other than his own master, Armstrong. He was a regular at the resort, and when he heard the news, he jumped in to hunt for a fresh spring using his own wildly unmissable style. Sure, for all that power, he still tore through everything and came up empty. This whole situation screams hopeless, and even Armstrong, the mighty one, looks genuinely crushed at the thought of losing his favorite vacation spot. A few days later, right back in his own turf, Vel and his crew storm the spot Heinz marked for them. Steam's bursting up from the rocks just like that. Realizing this is going to take everything, Valen rips out a brutal earth drilling spell, an earth-shredding vortex that plunges straight into the ground. As the spell sinks deeper, earth starts shaking like crazy, and he has no choice. He slams up a magic barrier to protect everyone from the deadly flying debris. His hard work finally pays off, and the hot spring experts he dragged along are over the moon, already sketching out their brand new hotel like it's a done deal. Everyone in his party is buzzing with excitement until one of the girls drops the big question, "So is mixed bathing allowed?" Elise calmly makes it crystal clear. Married couples can bathe together. A spark flares in Vel's eyes. Bam, this project instantly becomes his top priority, and pure drive takes over like a wildfire. Or a Sprawby. With the biggest threats smashed, it's finally time to start building something that lasts. Wendelin rolls up with Katharina at his side, itching to kick off construction on their brand-new hot springs resort. Katharina clocks that he's more fired up than ever, and for a second, it looks like he might accidentally spill that he's dreaming about a mixed bath. Both of them shot back quickly, insisting that hot springs are awesome in every single way, scraping by, just barely dodging an insanely awkward conversation. Katharina, though, locks onto the strategy hot springs have always been where people meet, talk, and build bonds back since ancient times. They trade laughs in a warm soak, then cool down with an icy drink, and she immediately says it's a brilliant idea. Wendelin can't stop grinning. She's convinced she snagged onto his tail for the same reason he did, because she also has the loner attribute, and she knows exactly why people need a real place to connect. With both of them fully fired up, they bulldoze through construction at a superhuman speed because their magic power stacks and drives everything forward. And just like that, almost like it was instant, a glorious hot spring resort rose from the ground, even snagging the staff from a place that had just shut down. The guys go first, and everyone instantly agrees this thing is pure, mind-blowing magic. For the older fellas, a hot soak hits like pure magic, easing every ache in their tired bones. But for the younger ones, their thoughts instantly sprinted off somewhere else. They all snapped their heads toward the wall, the one standing between them and the women's bath. Whispers hit the room right away. Someone demands he touch something he can't even see. Eru, the ultimate troublemaker, dares him to sneak a peek. Then the other guy shuts it down fast, warning them they'd get fired the second they get caught staring at the Lord's fiancé like that. But Eru shrugs it off like it's nothing, saying Vel would probably be totally fine with it right as the tension snaps tight. And then boom! A massive splash detonates out of the water. Armstrong bursts out like a wrathful sea god, roaring that he'll shut down anyone who dares to peep on his nieces, Elise and Katharina. Clocked him dead in the head, hit him clean, and he never saw it coming. Armstrong, always the dependable friend, steps in and heals that painful bump with his signature holy healing. Eru panics the second he realizes it because that can only mean one thing. Armstrong is about to wrap him up in one of those bone-crushing hugs. After their bath, Eru gets a well-deserved roasting for his big mouth, but he still tries to act like he has no clue. Meanwhile, Wendelin is already geared up for the age-old post-bath ritual. He chugs a glass of delicious juice. While the others get drunk and lose themselves in booze, Wendelin looks around like, "I'm starving," and declares he's about to unveil a special snack. A massive basket overflowing with eggs. Yeah, everyone's scrambling with confusion, but he just shrugs and tells them, "Relax, just watch." He leans in and tells you these are eggs from a horo bird, and says the boiling time is the one thing you can't mess up if you want them perfect. With an hourglass ticking down, he dips the basket straight into the scalding hot spring water, steam roaring around it. When he yanks them out, the whole room freezes in shock. Every egg is pitch black, and they all assume he's totally failed. But Wendelin shot back with total confidence, telling them the inside was totally fine. He pops it open and bam, a perfectly soft boiled egg spills out, its yolk glossy, jammy, and impossibly smooth. It tastes even more unreal than it looks. One quick sprinkle of salt and boom, it turns into the perfect savory bite. Everyone shovels in like it's pure gold, stunned by how insanely delicious it tastes. The resort managers clocked the opportunity right away. Hot spring eggs. That was it, their next big specialty, and they could feel it. Wendelin nods along, then adds, "And we can use the steam to cook up even more meat, fish, and veggies." The whole crew digs into the new cuisine and laughs through every bite, while Wilma and the other big eaters absolutely demolish it like it's their personal feast. The managers burst with joy, swearing they'll pour everything into building up the resort with these fresh ideas. So the hot springs tucked by the enchanted forest exploded in popularity, and soon the whole kingdom was raving about them for one thing, those wildly unique foods. Then, sometime later, Wendeland climbs onto his balcony and surveys the whole domain. Everything's coming together perfectly, and it's finally starting to look like a real town. Roderick nods and says Ballberg is destined to turn into something amazing, but then he shrugs off the praise and hands every bit of credit to Wendeland. Work on the Lord's mansion is already blasting ahead of schedule. Later, as Wendland lounges with his fiancée, he clocks Elise's silence. Then he sees the distress underneath it. She finally drags up the courage to tell him because her mom is about to fly in for a visit. Katharina reacts on the spot, and the moment she calls the whole situation interesting, you know it's a very bad sign. Elise's mother, Nina Meyer von Hohenheim, sounds like she's got a wild, unforgettable personality. Ina flat out admits it. She's not a bad person, but dealing with her is a nightmare. Wendelin senses something bigger and presses her, "So you're only here for fun?" And Elise smiles, admitting it she's come as her father's representative to check out the church's condition in the new domain. With a heavy sigh, Wendelin snapped through teleportation and landed at the Viscount Hohenheim mansion in the royal capital. Sebastian, the butler, steps in and greets him with a proud grin, congratulating him on his promotion to Countdown. Just as Sebastian, the young mistress is about to be ready any moment. She suddenly closes the distance, greets him with warmth so intense it totally throws him off guard. She snaps at him for being painfully formal, then tells him he can drop the act and just call her Mum. Wendelin, cheeks burning, finally blurts that he'll do it right after he and Elise tie the knot. She can't help but find his serious side totally adorable. Before he can even catch his breath, she's already set on storming his domain. The second she clamps her grip on his arm, Wendelin's brain starts racing, fully overwhelmed, because yeah, this is exactly why he struggles to deal with her. He knows she's not really trying to seduce him, and somehow that truth hits him harder. Now his own reaction makes him even more mortified and totally flustered. Even though the butler can only shoot Nina a quiet, guilty look, Nina insists they cross their arms anyway for the teleportation. Right before they head out, she shrugs at the butler and casually warns him she might miss dinner. The whole thing feels like a twisted date then. The second they pop up in his mansion, Elise is already there, glaring at her mom. Why are you crossing your arms with Wendell and Sama? Didn't she just ask, totally suspicious, like she already knows something? In the blink of an eye, Nina flips the whole switch. She drops Wendeland and snaps into a crisp, professional voice, telling Elise not to stress about appearances inside a private home before they dive straight into work. Handed him a letter packed with the details for the new church construction, explaining that as the community expands, the church needs to grow right alongside it. She even showed up with gifts for every construction worker on the site. Wendelin's completely thrown. He can't stop asking if that obsessive attention to every tiny detail is exactly why she got sent. But he just can't make the two sides of her click, the sweet, way too comfortable woman from moments ago, and this razor-sharp, ice-cold noble who's all control. He finally admits it. He's just awful at handling people who can flip their attitude on a dime. The moment the business wraps up, Nina snaps back in and demands how it went. But Elise cuts her off fast, saying her mother only gets mad when her stomach's empty. At lunchtime, Wendelin gets marched into the dining room and it's totally empty. He slowly realizes horror sinking in that everyone else cooked up an excuse to vanish, and they ran off, leaving him behind. Before he even has time to feel the betrayal, Nina is already there, pushing food into his hands. Elise stares at her mother with a stone-cold face, while Nina raises a spoonful of food toward Wendelin's mouth. Nina then whips around to her daughter and warns, "Work hard to be lovable or your husband will slip away to some other girl." Blushing hard but refusing to back down, Elise treats it like a challenge, grabs spoon, and even offers to feed a mortified Wendeland. Nina grins wide, practically bursting to show her daughter exactly how it's done. Sometime later, the rest of the party stumbles back to find Wendell sprawled out on a sofa because the mother-daughter duo straight up stuffed him until he passed out. They line up for a proper introduction to Nina, and she lights up the room with a charming smile. Katharina clocks that she's basically Elise's twin, while Wendala's trying to survive her smooth-talking charm offensive from the inside out. The rest of the day drifts by in total peace. No alarms, no chaos, not a single thing goes wrong. And now it's Wendelin's turn to escort Nina straight back to her home. As they head out, the whole group sends them off, but Elise is clearly freaking out that her mom is so close to her fiancé. They snap back through teleportation right to the entrance of the Hohenheim mansion. As they tear up and say their goodbyes, Nina leans in close and hisses one final tip. "Yeah, I'm saying it's fine to keep your hands on Elise in secret, even before you two are officially married." Wendelin goes totally mute as she waves goodbye, and he lets out a heavy sigh again, realizing in the most painful way possible that he's absolutely, positively terrible at handling her. Vel finally gets a rare, calm sip of tea. Then Ina and Louise crash the moment like a thunderclap. Their moms want to meet him. The question hangs there, heavy as a threat, and he can't stop thinking it. "Why?" he blurts, but confusion knots in his gut like it's tightening with every heartbeat. Erwin, the one advisor you can always trust, is about to lay out the wild political maze they're trapped in, because once Vel's power in Baalberg keeps exploding outward, they'll need a truly ruthless, capable military to keep up. Erwin's logic is crystal clear. A strong defense is everything, and you don't leave a huge domain wide open, peace or not. Vel nods along, and yeah, the logic checks out. But the moment conflict creeps into his mind, unease hits him hard. He'd rather dodge a fight than start one. But Erwin pushes for a more formal way to teach martial arts training to forge strength without hunting war, and the idea catches fire fast, especially with big-shot nobles like Margrave Brithhild already running their own specialized vassals. Aina and Louise proudly brag that their own families are legends, one for spearmanship, the other for magic duels. Then it finally hits Vel. If he wants to become an upper lord, he'll need retainers with a whole mix of skills. And right then, Erwin drops the bombshell. Construction is already rolling for special dojos built to forge these future vassals. But as Louise lays out that they have to pick people to run these brand new facilities, Vel can't shake the feeling it's way too blown out of proportion. Is it really that big a deal? He snaps. It's just a dojo. He immediately regretted every word because Ina and Louise were all over him, eyes blazing, indignation pouring off them, and they basically yelled it together, "Of course it is." After all, if you're trying to live off martial arts, this isn't just training. It's life or death. Vel recoils, apologizing on the spot like he didn't just learn his lesson the hard way. Once again, the same truth hits him. This world runs on different rules entirely. Back home, martial arts was just a hobby. Here, it's a full-on calling and a career. The girls break it down. These dojo spots are solid, coveted jobs that are going to pull in tons of applicants. They can't just fling the doors open with no plan, and that's exactly what they finally admit their moms are coming to step in with gratitude and full-on support for this brand new venture. But Vel's still completely lost if nobility runs on strict rules. Shouldn't the fathers, the heads of the family, be the ones to set up this formal visit instead? Erwin's massive frame plunged back into the murky depths of noble etiquette because their fathers are sworn vassals to the Margrave, and if they dared bow to Vel, it'd be a deadly insult to their own lord, like switching sides on the spot. It's a political minefield, so they slip in a clever workaround, let the mother hum her tune, and ride their daughter's engagement like cover, using it as the official excuse to get away with it. They'll even roll in with their sons, the concubines' kids, not the legal wives, because those heirs are chained to serve the Margrave straight from the start. Then it gets even crazier because even the legal wife's kids are begging to come to Balberg too. Vel is completely stunned our territory is that popular. He blurts it out, like he can't believe it, because getting involved is a careful, high-stakes dance meant to dodge any political blowback. By going straight to the mothers, Vel dodges a massive diplomatic disaster before it can explode. He lets out a tired, heavy sigh. Noble scum are exhausting, always smuggling their real motives behind a curtain of fake smiles. A few days later, they finally roll into the provincial city of Breichberg, ready to greet their guests in style. As expected, the mothers look effortlessly elegant, and Ina's mom, Suzanne, plus Louise's mom, Irina, sweep in and welcome them with open arms. After the stiff introductions, Vel steps forward and starts shaking hands like it's go time. Suzanne jumps in and starts fussing over Ina, but Ellis steps in like a pro, calmly telling her that Ina is a steady, sensible woman who takes care of everyone. Irene, though, doesn't even flinch when it comes to Louise. She and Suzanne trade playful banter like they've known each other forever, proper old friends, and then Vel can't stop staring at Irene. She's got that Louise's older sister vibe more than mom, easy. When he says that, she bursts into laughter and sheepishly admits she's almost 40, and Vel's convinced she's secretly got some kind of age-defying magic up her sleeve. Now that the pleasantries are done, Vel shuts it all down and readies a teleport, sending the whole party straight into his domain. The moms are blown away by how effortlessly his magic makes everything so easy. Louise pulls him aside in a hurry and warns him, "Don't fall for my mother's trap." She whispers it like a curse, like she's more witch than Mother Velgulp. His stomach drops, and he almost walked right into it. They crash onto the dojo construction site for an epic tour. It's a total heartwarmer. Moms spot their sons grinding hard, and they wave back with bright, happy smiles from out in the distance. Later, as tea steamed in their cups, the mothers traded their story like secrets meant to spark the whole room. They'd grown up as childhood friends from low-ranking vassal families, then got pulled into court life as concubines, still sneaking time to master their own martial arts. Ina and Louise don't sugarcoat it. Your moms aren't that great, and our talent blows theirs out of the water. Irene bursts into laughter, grinning that her daughter is just so lucky to have it all. Then the vibe flips to serious mothers step in to run the dojos behind the scenes, but it all has to stay hidden. Irene leans in and hits Vel with a ruthless warning when he hires instructors. He should only trust the ones her husband personally recommends. There's an official decree from the Margrave only specific families can claim instructor roles under Vel, and his fiancée is the rare exception. Vel's thoughts spin out of control. He never saw politics this vicious, not even inside a simple dojo. The mothers shoot him a warning. Other nobles, especially the ones cozy with the Margrave's legal wife, are going to try to worm their own people into position. He has to double-check everyone's origins down to the smallest detail. Vel feels a sharp pang of sympathy for anyone just trying to find a job. But Louise slams the whole thing down fast, because this isn't about help at all. It's about saving face and keeping the political balance intact. It's a brutal world out there, Valmuses. The talk finally swings over. Everyone leans in and starts grilling each other about their parents. Erwin shrugs through everything. His real mom died when he was little, and his stepmother and him can't stand each other. Wilma shrugs it off as normal, and everyone's quick to agree that's exactly how it should be. Then the conversation snaps to Katharina, and with a heavy heart she admits her parents are gone. Then her mind goes off the rails, picturing them as absurdly proud, high and mighty nobles while everyone else just stands there, frozen in stunned silence. Right when everything starts to feel calm, a message bursts in from Vel's brother Herman. Class's family's scheming retainer is pushing for an urgent meeting right now. A heavy dread creeps into the room, and Herman's panic spikes so hard that he grabs Vel and demands she go with him. Elise calls out the obvious, and Klaus doesn't make peace until his assassination attempt on Vel blows up. So yeah, they've got every reason to be suspicious. Terrified of what might be waiting, the whole party rallies up and heads out as one, leaving Erwin utterly shocked. They finally roll up to the Baumeister estate. Then his brother Eric steps out to greet them like the crowd isn't even there, totally unbothered. The mansion got a full makeover like the domain's been busy leveling up fast. Eric tells them he's planning a new home right in the heart of the territory, but his real focus is getting immigrants the help they need and growing the local industries, and he insists all of it is only possible with Vel's help. He also thanks Elise for lining up a priest to come to their church, then gushes that Vel's fiancée is pure fire for real so capable. When Vil presses him about civil administration, Eric's expression darkens in an instant. They've got soldiers? Sure, but only Klaas has what it takes to lead them for real. Katharina sharply calls out the real risk of handing over your money to a guy like him. The talk spins to Klaus's grandkids. Turns out they're also Vel's half-brothers. Give them preferential treatment. Do it now to calm the class down. But the moment they get it, the whole scheme clicks. If they play along, he'll yank the strings and turn them into his puppets, so it can poison. A little might be useful, but get the dose wrong and it turns lethal fast, and this one feels brutally deadly. Because the villagers don't warm up to Klaus, a new plan gets tossed out. Herman should take a concubine, then use the children they have to climb into power and cancel out Klaus's grip. Herman instantly panics when that idea gets brought up. Vel slices through the guesses and fires the real question: what does Klaus want? Louise blurts out right away, "Don't move, it's a trap," and she's dead sure they're trying to assassinate you. The others shoot that idea down, saying it's probably hopeless because sure, Klaus is a schemer, but he's not stupid. Someone floats the idea of a honey trap, but Vel shuts it down instantly like nope. With a totally blank face, he stares at his 5 fiancées and asks, "Why would I even be tempted?" Then he leans into it. "You're all younger, prettier, so what's the catch?" That blunt, out-of-nowhere compliment hits like a punch, and the girls instantly blush while the whole room freezes into an awkward, stunned silence. After hearing them talk long enough, Vel finally stands done with the guessing. There's only one way to figure this out. Klaus has to be confronted in person, and they'll have to dig up his real intentions for themselves. Vel shows up expecting a laid-back tour, but the air is so formal it hits him like a wall, right as Klaus, the guy now running his old family's territory, steps in and ushers him through a whole line of strangers. Vel nods politely but keeps his distance, while his thoughts spin at full speed. Klaus starts calling them out Walter, Carl, and every husband tied to his half-sisters, Agnes and Corona. Vel just gives an awkward little smile because he's got zero real connection to any of them. Sure, they're his family by blood, but to him, they might as well be total strangers. Vel barrels past the awkward small talk and straight up asks, "Is the tour ready to start?" Klaus nods and with one sharp gesture ushers the whole crew forward. First, they slam into an apiary bees swarm and buzz like it's alive, and everything there is non-stop action. Klaus tells him how the yeoman family he married into once hogged all the honey and mead production in this place. Now he's cranked the operation into full gear, pulling the whole community into skyrocket productivity, while Valub hands the workers their protective gear, watching everything run so smoothly it feels suspicious, like it hardly needs him anymore. Then Klaus leans in like he's caught a clue because the bees are gigantic, nearly twice the size of the last generation. Just as Vel tries to wrap his head around magically boosted insects, the world yanks him away to the next stop, the honey wine factory. Just when everyone's hopes are soaring, the brand tax tasting gets slammed shut hard. The factory goes stone quiet, the barrels empty. Klaus steps in and says production is paused for now because they've got to refill the honey supply before they can even dream of brewing it again. They slam the industrial buildings behind them and stride straight into the endless open fields. Klaus grins and proudly flaunts the shimmering rice stalks, saying this new crop has taken over as the main meal for the fresh villages just like that. Vel's eyes light up because everyone knows how obsessed he is with rice, and even the party can't stop smiling as they start plotting the feast they're about to devour. But the tour's not done. Klaus still has one final spot to reveal to them. He ushers them straight to the edge of the developed lands and tells them face to face that they've got to push into the wild wilderness to scout the site for the next new village. Vel, trusting his guide, just tells him, take the lead. The whole crew trails Klaus into the thick forest, and the vibe flips in an instant from relaxed sightseeing to pure hair-raising tension. The light fades under that dense, looming canopy. Right out of the tree shadows, figures burst into view. An entire platoon of soldiers in heavy, unfamiliar armor swarms in around them, weapons raised and ready to strike. As soon as Vel's party clocks it, the whole group snaps tense hands, shoot to their weapons in a split second. They're hopelessly outnumbered, and bam, a flawless ambush snaps shut around them. While his friends gear up to fight for their lives, Klaus stays unnervingly calm, voice rock steady as he tells them, don't worry. He says these guys are just adventurers who hunt Hun dragons, and they're only passing through from the east. Vale's eyes narrow. Dragon hunters, armed to the teeth, and that disciplined. It screams, something's off, so he grills Klaus, asking if he knows who they are. This question cracks the door wide open to a messy political mess. Klaus lays it out. The east is run by Margrave Braua, and Braua's locked in brutal tension with her own ally, Margrave Brighthild. He even admits he once fought with Broward's forces when he was younger, and back then, their gear was nowhere near this level. Klaus presses on, painting the political world in blood-dark shadows. The Baumeister domain keeps to itself, so Vel's basically flying blind about what's going on. He drops the bombshell Margrave Braua is gravely ill, and his sons are already trapped in a brutal succession war tearing their whole territory apart from the inside. They're slipping further back, staring at Vel's lands thriving while their own borders rot in place, breeding resentment that keeps bubbling over. Then Klaus drops a chilling question on Will. What do you think a noble family would do when it's drowning in trouble from the inside and getting crushed from the outside? Vel weighs it out cold and clear since they all belong to the same kingdom. He shuts down the idea of open war right away. The only way out was a deal, but with the Margrave clinging to life on his deathbed, negotiation is out of the question. Klaus nods with a grim face. Yeah, that's usually how it goes, he agrees. But then his eyes harden and he fires back. Just because it's common doesn't mean there aren't other ways. Vel's mind races what other choices could even be out there. Klaus spits out the terrifying alternative. Ignite a full-blown conflict, spark a fire in the south to pull everyone's eyes away and pressure them into giving you concessions. So they could pressure Margar of Brighthild into surrendering the profits and development rights to the exact lands they're standing on. That realization slams into Vel like a brutal body blow, like starting a war just to prove a point. That he cranes his neck, staring at the adventurers closing in around them. And then it all clicks into place. These aren't dragon hunters at all. They're Margrave Braua's soldiers, here to light the fuse of a rebellion. Klaus blurts out, Will! But the old man stays stone calm and shuts that down, saying he has nothing to do with Braua. The soldiers don't hang around for the talk to end. Then their commander screams a guttural order, and the attack erupts. Damn it! Will snaps, furious that he's been yanked into yet another cold-blooded aristocrat showdown while his companions brace for spells, swearing that this whole mess is only getting worse. Before anyone can even swing a blade, Vel's crew unleashes a blast of pure magic that smothers the whole area. Then the soldiers hit the ground like puppets with strings cut, frozen solid mid-advance as they crumple to their knees. Silence crashes over the forest. Every last one of that once deadly platoon is wiped out, and they're totally neutralized. Vel scans the chaos, then whips his blazing rage at Klaus because this wasn't an ambush for him at all. It was a snare meant to crush these soldiers. "The real reason you dragged me here," Vel spits, voice like ice, "is to catch those rebels before they can kick off their plan." Klaus stays stone still, saying nothing at all, and his face gives away nothing. But his men vouch for it. There's no denying they don't have the manpower to crush a rebellion, this massive by themselves. Trying to take them on would have shattered the domain's progress for years. One of them even throws out a straight-up apology for leaving Vel's brother, Hearn, in the dark, and admits they needed Vel's unbiased eyes to make it right. If this rebellion had truly ignited, it would have ripped through everything, and the death toll would have been catastrophic. When Vel finally faces that cold, brutal logic, his rage drains away, and grudging respect takes over. He lets out a heavy sigh and admits the class gets every bit of credit for that flawless plant. Even after the win, dread crawls into his gut like he just won a round in a giant game, and he's only one move on the board. Before long, the fallout hits word flies that Count Braua's vassals tried to rebel, and the crackdown wiped it out so cleanly, not a single soul was lost. Klaus, the forever strategist, tries to play it down, but Vel knows this wasn't luck. It was a masterstroke, and it screams for a huge reward. Right as they're still trying to process everything, a frantic messenger bursts in. He's got word from Margrave of Brithhild. Margrave Braua's real army is on the move, marching hard from the east straight toward the southern territories. No one knows what the force is for or how big it really is. But Brithhild didn't sit around. He started building his own army for a full-on counterattack. Then the real plot finally shows its teeth, turning everything terrifyingly clear. The rebellion was just a tiny smokescreen, a diversion meant to trap Vel and his forces in place while the main army struck somewhere else. But now, thanks to Klaus, they've got the upper hand every card, every prisoner, and Klaus orders the captured soldiers hauled straight to the border as proof that Braua betrayed them. He blurts out how those men must feel after being duped so completely. His own men stood firm, eyes locked forward, swearing they'd never waver. Klaus, looking older and worn out beyond belief, finally admits he's running out of time, straight up saying he's carried this whole fight just to keep the younger generation from getting dragged into a bloody war. He offers to shoulder the whole scheme himself and leaves his fate hanging in Vel's hands. Choosing how to deal with the class isn't a small call. It's a weighty decision that hits hard. One of Vel's retainers lunges forward and snaps that Klaus's behavior is unforgivable since he never warned his lord. Then he reveals the twist. No exile, no execution, he's getting a promotion. Vil blares the news the whole class is heading to the capital to measure Baumeister's domain. His grandsons, Walter and Karl, are about to be named the leaders of brand new villages. And on top of that, the husbands of his granddaughters will get snapped up for important key positions too. With domains starving for skilled administrators, this is the exact solution they've been hunting for. Klaus is hit with a wave of emotions so strong it knocks the wind out of him because this is beyond even his wildest hopes, and his family's legacy is finally locked in for good. The very next day, a magic airship swoops in piloted by Vilma's brother Moritz, and the look on his face says it all. He's furious he got stuck missing the action. As the prisoners get shoved onto the transport, they howl curses at Klaus, yelling that he betrayed them. The old man just stares at them with tired, hollow eyes, then hits them with the blunt truth. Life isn't fair, and maybe, just maybe, down the road those are the ones who end up winning. They just call him a liar, and deep down, everyone's convinced he's steering them straight into doom. Now that the mess is finally settled, Vel turns to his brand new vassal, Klaus, and delivers one last icy command. From this point on, you'll work in my domain until you're completely done. Klaus drops his head so deeply it's almost a bow, swallowing the truth like a bitter pill. He can't change a thing, he admits, but then he steels himself and vows, I'll do my best to serve you right up to my last breath. And just like that, the shrewd old strategist snaps into place now Vel's loyal vassal through and through. As Vel watches him, defeat claws at his chest. Yeah, he won. He stopped the war, and he secured a terrifying ally. But somehow, deep down, it all feels like it was always Klaus's plan from the start. We kick things off at Margrave Braua's grand estate, but inside the air feels like a storm, heavy silence. tense whispers that never get spoken, and dread packed into every corner. Carla, a young woman with trembling hands, sits by her sick father's bedside. This once mighty ruler now looks like a ghost. Then the silence snaps as he forces out the one question that lands like a blade. Do you hate me? Carla won't answer. Her mind is sprinting, flashing back to an old man, to her father, one of the 3 great margraves of the Helmet Kingdom. He's lying on his deathbed, and the one thing he won't do is name a successor. She knows that if she dares to defy him, it'll spell disaster for her mother and her whole family, so she swallows every scream and endures in silence. His legacy isn't just a name, it's a sprawling estate so huge it could swallow a small country. And the vultures are already circling overhead. Her brothers, Philip and Christophe, are caught in a brutal fight, both clawing to become the next head of the family. Even battered and worn out, the Margrave finally gets it. This whole mess is pointless. What the hell? He rasps. There's no time to waste arguing succession. Carla has no choice but to nod along. This family's got too much on the line to start tearing into each other. The Brawa name is crumbling power, leaking away after the disaster wars with their rival, Margrave Brithhild. Where so many lives were lost, it left a permanent scar. Carla clocks the sick logic behind her brother's ambition, then blurts out to her father that the only reason her sons are acting so desperate is because they're in a desperate, critical mess. Each of them is convinced they're the only one with the charm and power to flip their family's fate, becoming the great leader who'll save them all. Her father locks eyes with her, and in his tired stare a jolt of surprise flashes. Then he admits, "You're way smarter than I ever guessed." It's an odd compliment, too, since they've only really known each other for a year after being ripped apart for 15. You can almost see the razor-sharp political mind spinning behind her calm, quiet mask. Then his voice drops with heavy patriarchal regret. "I wish you were a man." Then he paints a brutal future, one of those succession storms that usually detonates into war, and to smother their own chaos, he might just turn their weapons outward, cooking up a fresh fight to grab unclaimed land. A clean military win would be the perfect flex to prove which one of them is the real heir. Carla sharply calls out the hole in the plan because her brothers are so paranoid that neither dares to leave on an expedition. Terrified the other will swoop in and steal their power while they're gone. Sure, the Margrave's size is a silly, petty reason, but once those two are involved, it's way too likely. This is the bro a family will fall. Then, a spark of fire ignites in his eyes. The Margrave locks onto Carla and hurls his last, desperate gambit at her. "I'm going to be the most vile, rotten aristocrat imaginable until my very last breath." His plan is pure madness. He'll poke the fast-rising Count Ballmeister on purpose, baiting the young lord into grabbing the bro of the family's development rights. He knows his own sons are still too fresh and too clueless to survive a power that brutal. He's convinced that he has to smash the family's pride if he wants to save every last one of them. But he's too sick to do it himself. He jabs a trembling finger at Carla, then locks it on you. "The Broa family's got you," he says, voice ironclad. No hesitation, no debate. She's not going to Gammaster's domain for a quick visit. She's going there to stay, forever. With a calm, steel-hard resolve, Carla accepts her fate. As she storms out of the mansion that never really felt like hers, she can't help thinking her father is the worst human being she's ever met. But that could have turned into an absolute nightmare. Something far worse. Meanwhile, inside Count Baumeister's domain, Wendelin, a.k.a. Vel, gets blindsided when a strange visitor shows up. Roderick, with his retainer at his side, wears a look of pure worry. The guest walks in as Carla von Braua, the very daughter of the Margrave they swear is their enemy. And get this, she showed up totally alone, with 0 guards anywhere in sight. And this whole thing makes 0 sense. Someone just wiped out a rebellion backed by Braua's knights, and right now he's locked in a Cold War standoff with another Margrave. Why would he dare to drop his daughter all alone straight into the lair of his enemy? Vel bursts into the receiving room and freezes before him. Stands a young woman with breathtaking elegance. She introduces herself, and suddenly Vel's whole world tilts off its axis. It's not only that she's drop-dead gorgeous, she looks and talks just like the girl he loved in his past life in Japan. He's left utterly off balance, his thoughts tangled like a storm, old memories crashing into his present confusion. He blurts out a compliment about her beauty, and it genuinely catches her off guard. She insists nobody's ever said that to her before, and as Vel struggles to get his footing again, he shoots back that every guy she's met must have had awful eyesight. Right as he moves, Louise, standing right behind him, pinches him hard. No words, just a silent, get it together warning. Once Vil finally steadies her breathing, she leans in and demands why she's really here. Carla lays out the real reason she's come. She's here to inspect how his domain is developing, sent by her father. They chased answers, praying those same solutions would save their own lands. She clocks the tension between their houses, then insists her visit is the start of mending everything. Then she finally hits the truth because of all the recent chaos. She knows Vel's domain is running on fumes, critically low on development materials. She just nailed it, and Roderick confirms her judgment is 100 spot on. Their non-stop brawls have torn apart the supply routes for construction materials, the very same stuff they need to wage war. Hunting for a new supplier is a gamble because once they switch, the whole kingdom will sniff out their weak spot in an instant. Roderick was seconds away from unveiling a brand new plan that would crank up everyone's overtime, and Vel looked absolutely sick with dread. Carlos moved with pinpoint timing. She lays it out for them. She can hook them up with a merchant from the east, with the Braua family playing the middleman. This isn't some desperate cry for help. It's a ruthless, smart business offer. Vel spots a lifeline for his development projects and, without wasting a second, snaps up her offer. He sets up a room for her and nods like, stay for a while, no questions. Later on, Vel sinks down with his wives and lays out what just happened, and every single one of them is left staring in total disbelief at this bizarre twist. A noble lady from hostile territory shows up alone, no escort, no protection, like that's even possible. That's unheard of. They're convinced she's a secret messenger, and that she's on some kind of high-stakes mission. The chat turns intense as they dig deeper, trying to figure out who she really is. Roderick finally shuts it down, confirming she really is the Margrave's daughter. But this situation is a total mess, and it gets complicated fast. She's his real biological daughter, but he didn't even claim her until just barely, painfully recently. Years ago, Braua got caught up in a scandal with a lowly barmaid, and that one reckless affair birthed Carla. Terrified of his wife, he kept their daughter hidden in silence, giving her just the absolute bare minimum to survive. For him to suddenly give her the time of day now, that's wildly suspicious. Elise locks in with her razor-sharp instincts and snaps the truth into place. Margrave Braua is using his brand-new daughter as a bargaining chip. He's pushing for a political marriage to forge an alliance with Vel and keep his crumbling house from going under. Vilsize realizes they just tossed him a political live grenade, and he wants nothing more than to stay as far away from it as possible. Even his parents and his wives all agree if he does this, it's going to spark trouble with their other powerful allies. And deep down, Belle can't deny it because she looks way too much like his ex. Getting close again is basically asking for disaster. But the real question is screaming right now, who's stepping in to be her caretaker? Not a single one of the wives seems cut out for something this delicate, this twisted, and this complicated. Right then, Erwin strides forward with a smug grin and instantly throws his hand up, volunteering for the job. The whole crew stares at him, glances around at each other, and boom, something clicks, and a plan ignites. Everyone in the domain knows it. Carla is the enemy lord's daughter, and from their side, that's all it ever is. And that's why naming Erwin as her official escort and caretaker is the perfect move. He'll watch over her, shut down anyone who tries to harass her, dodge a nasty diplomatic incident, and keep her safely away from Vel. The decision hits Erwin will be Carla's official escort. And let me tell you, calling him happy would be way too small. He's practically vibrating with joy, already picturing every single second he'll get to spend with her. The rest of the crew is still scratching their heads, and Elise cuts in fast. She lifts a hand to slam the celebration to a stop. Hold on, she snaps. Eru, tell me you don't think he'd try to Carla-san up, right? And yeah, the message is crystal clear. So is Eru really the guy for this job? Eru immediately deflates, thrown off by that doubt. No way, no way, he blurts, waving his hands like he can swat the thought away, insisting he's nothing but a loyal vassal, just a basic knight in the Baumeister family. In his head, one job burns brighter than everything else shield Ms. Carla while she's here on her diplomatic mission. The girl watched his sudden rush of professional dedication, and her eyes still didn't quite buy it. Vel, the ultimate realist, jumps in to set things straight. "It's not that far. It's in the same kingdom," he says, shutting down Eru's over-the-top talk about some distant foreign land. And Katharina just locks eyes with Eru and bluntly asks, "Are you really okay?" The others swarm in fast, grabbing his forehead to hunt for a fever and firing off questions about whether he ate something weird, and yeah, you can tell this kind of panic is totally out of character for him. Vel finally spills her true reason. Putting Eru as her escort makes it way easier for Vel to get the info she needs and keep eyes on her at the same time. With that, he seals the deal. He pulls Ms. Carla's escort back, and Riru's finally all yours. Later, up on the balcony, he soaked in his victory like the whole world was celebrating him. He can't hold back his excitement. No matter that it's just as her escort, he still gets to stand right by her side. He flashes back to the instant he first laid eyes on her, and a rush of emotion slams into him, stunned, speechless by her beauty, like a revelation cracking open his heart. This has to be his first love, but reality slams in fast. She's Count Brawa's daughter, and their families are basically mortal enemies. The divide is huge and the politics are about to explode, but Butiru won't back down. "No success comes without a fight," he tells the night sky, gripping his resolve tighter than ever. Fueled by fresh determination, he strides up to Carla's door, ready to introduce himself properly. He drops his full name, Erwin von Arnhem, and then, all business and zero hesitation, he tells her he'll escort her. The moment she answers, her voice hits him like a dream, exactly as beautiful as he pictured, and then she smiles and tells him, "I'm Carla von Brawa." Up close, he's absolutely spellbound. He's got tunnel vision, completely swallowed by her presence. Then she catches him off guard and asks, "Call me Carla like my close friends do," and sweetly demands, "And you can call me Eru in return." Eru's joy is bursting out of him from the inside. He can't stop himself from comparing this calm, gentle soul to the sharper, more aggressive types he's used to, like Katharina. The fact that she invited him to call her by her first name like it was something personal, not official, has his thoughts sprinting a mile a minute. A hot blush spreads across his face as he wonders, maybe I've really got a shot. He clenches his fist and vows to push harder. He's going to get closer to her no matter what. The very next morning, Eru spots Carla in the hallway, wide awake, fully dressed, and already geared up for archery. She tells him, "It's just my habit." The second he hears she's going to practice with Count Baumeister's permission, he jumps in right away and begs to join her. Her reply beams with pure cheer, and Eru's heart jolts because the moment it hits, his mind snaps into place like, wait, this is basically a date. As they stroll along, Carla finally loosens up. She tells him her story before her family went rich. She and her mom lived the hard, humble life, and for a while she wasn't even officially recognized as the Count's daughter. To stay alive, they always teamed up and went hunting together. Eru finally gets it. This is where Carla the Hunter all started, and where her deadly skill truly comes from. At the practice range, she shuts everyone up one smooth, practiced motion, and she looses the arrow that nails a perfect bullseye. Stands there in pure, trembling awe. She waves off the compliments like they mean nothing, saying it all just came from surviving day to day and doing whatever it took to make a living. Eru steps up, slams his arrow into the bow, and releases it perfectly on target. It thunks in with power, just not quite the bullseye. Carla praises his talent anyway, and he instantly turns bright red, stammering that she's wrong, and he's nowhere near as good as her. He can't help but beg her to teach him a few tricks, and she lights up and gladly agrees. Man, things couldn't possibly be going any better for him. Later, he drags her to the cafe he swears by, and the moment she tastes that cake, she's instantly obsessed. Sitting there, Carla leans toward the window, stunned by how huge Vel's territory has grown. She nails his magic right on the spot, and then her smile dies. A heavy truth slips out. She's only here because her father ordered it, and she can't go against him. She blurts out that she never wanted to come in the first place yet. Anything's better than getting stuck at home, because she feels like nothing but a pawn, with Vel watching her every move. She makes it crystal clear she's not helping Count Brawa. Period. The feud between their families has already sharpened to a knife, and marrying Vel won't fix a single thing. She drops her gaze, her voice turning soft. "I have no intention of building the kind of relationship that would satisfy Count Baumeister," she says. and you can hear just how deep her despair really goes. Eru finally gets it. She's been through the ringer. Then Carla drops the bomb she's heard. Well, Vel and his fiancé are getting along great, and the worst part? Carla's secretly jealous. She suddenly stops, mortified she might have overshared. Then she flashes a shy smile and admits the truth. She only opened up because Aru is kind and super easy to talk to. For Aru, this is the ultimate compliment. He's practically floating on cloud 9, fully convinced they're a perfect match. Back in the war room, Eru strides up and delivers his battle report to Vel and all his advisors. He confirms Carla's here for one reason only. She had no choice but to obey her father's orders. He's convinced she's got no hidden agenda toward Vel, but deep down, a tiny voice insists she might be so good at acting, it's basically scary. Vel stays on guard because she just can't believe she hasn't tried to win him over. Then Klaus, the old and battle-worn strategist, finally speaks up and the whole room shifts. He fires off a brutal question with Carla having been pushed aside for most of her life. Would she really throw herself away for the Broa family now? Eru's report hit hard. She's convinced she's nothing more than an unnecessary extra in her own family. Roderick still just doesn't get it. He's convinced it's a total waste not to use her status. Eru bursts in with fire in her eyes because right from the start, Carla refuses to be tied to the Broa family. Klaus nods hard, fully buying what Eru just said. So Vel shrugs it off and decides she can stay because it keeps one of Count Brau's nasty potential trump cards locked off the board. As Eru turns to leave, his heart starts wrestling itself. How is he, just a lowly knight, supposed to chase a high-born lady? Klaus clocks his troubled face, then slams on the brakes and stops him right there. Eru tries to shake it off, but Klaus cuts in, offering his guidance, telling him that after living so long, he's probably got a few hard-earned lessons worth hearing. Saying it out loud could actually help. The roof finally caves in. Klaus drops a jaw-dropping story because, yeah, he's been through it too. A romance that shattered social class lines. With his late wife, his world already torn apart. He tells them, I didn't even start out trying to become the village headman. Back then, he was already pledged to the woman he loved most, the farmer's second daughter from right down the road. But then tragedy smashed his world. His older brother suddenly died, and Klaus was forced to step into the role of heir, while the village elders immediately crowded in, demanding he find a wife. So what went down? Eru blurts out, totally locked in like nothing else exists. A blaze of fire flashes in Klaus's eyes. I rebelled, he declares. Then he marries the girl he originally chose, Marta, and Eru just stands there, shocked and wildly impressed. But the story turns tragic. Klaus reveals that the pressure and strain of her new role crushed Marta's health, and illness took her life when she was still young. He glanced down and a heavy sadness sank deep into his eyes. He admits he spent years convinced Marta was miserable because of him, until the day she told him on her deathbed that she was happy. But I was happy, Klaus says it with a soft smile tugging at his lips, because Marta was his partner, and the only one he'd ever have for his whole life. Peru finally gets it now, so that's why none of those classes ever got remarried again. It also spells out the nasty history that's kept the hate burning between Klaus and Vel's father. Klaus locks eyes with Eru and in a calm but crushing voice tells him, Erwin Dono, please make damn sure you'll never have regrets. The words slammed into Eru like a thunderbolt, and regret came crashing down. Right then, his resolve turned to unbreakable steel. His fists clenched, and a silent vow snapped into place. He'll confess to Carla, and someday, she's going to be his wife. He doesn't even know how yet, but one way or another, he's going to pull off the impossible and finally make his first love come true. A full week slams by, fast and relentless. The Margrave's non-stop war has started choking the flow of materials into Vel's domain. One huge headache he absolutely did not have time for. And that's not even the worst part. Roderick keeps reminding him that the wedding ceremony with Elise and the others is coming up fast. The one they planned for the day the new mansion was finally finished. And the mansion is almost finished, like it's one step from being ready to unleash something big. But the Margrave of Blickradar, one of the important guests, gets trapped right in the middle of the chaos, so he can't make it. We're gonna have to hit pause delay it for now. Velu slumps in his chair and lets out a heavy sigh. Being a noble is seriously exhausting. Right when he's spiraling in pure frustration, Klaus storms into the room with a proposition. He leans in and drops a wild suggestion, one that could wipe out most of their problems. Vel's curiosity flares up, then he snaps into full guard at once, because this is Klaus, the master strategist, and you never know what cold schemes are already cooking behind that mind. Klaus wastes no time. He bluntly calls it Lord Wendelin should jump into this fight. Vel just stands there, totally wrecked by that idea. What the heck? The War Council is roaring into session, and Wendelin suddenly finds himself right in the center of a political storm he never wanted, while his advisors argue heatedly over whether the kingdom should even jump into the ongoing war. Now it's crystal clear. Everyone agrees they're throwing Count Baumeister's army straight into the chaos. But Klaus, the ultimate strategist, makes it crystal clear they don't need some huge force. Why drag out an entire army when Lord Wendelin has a living, breathing tactical nuke at his fingertips? His magic, a force of nature, can flip the outcome of a battle all by himself. One power that's worth 1,000 soldiers. But this isn't a battle where everyone goes down. Wendelin makes it clear in these noble fights, killing is off limits, so a tiny elite crew is the smart move. The real aim isn't to wipe out Margrave Broig, it's to beat him so thoroughly that he has to fold. Klaus lays out the master plan, crushes their resolve into a surrender, kicks off negotiations, and snags massive concessions for his side. Winning this would do far more than end the fight. It'd shatter the Broig family and send the Margrave's bedroom and his whole house into chaos. This is where Wendel's discomfort finally erupts. He's got no personal beef with them, and the idea of beating them for political leverage just doesn't sit right in his bones. "Do we really have to do this?" he blurts out, basically praying for a different answer, but Klaus won't budge. "Yes, it has to be done." This isn't just pride. It's a full-on warning shot. It's payback for what happened before, and it screams to the whole kingdom, "Don't mess with the Baumeister family." Then it happened, one magic word that cracked everything open: military merit. Roderick practically rockets out of his chair, eyes blazing with pure fire, because for nobles who live on the edge of politician and soldier, military victories are the one currency that buys real respect. Wendelin insists that killing 2 dragons ought to be the ultimate brag, but Klaus shuts him down because that's adventurer work, not noble legacy. This is about carving out a reputation as a truly terrifying force of power. Right now, both armies are frozen in a face-off, locked in a brutal staring contest, too scared to move, so they've turned the battlefield into a deadlocked stalemate. They're just sitting there on purpose, baiting Margar of Brithild to snap and make one reckless move. The Broig faction is in full panic. No one can lead them because their leader is sick. Their expansion dreams collapsed, and now this war is their final desperate shot. Now it's time for Wendelin to step in and smash this deadlock wide open. But then the talk snaps into something personal because they admit this whole clash is also the perfect golden chance for Wendelin's vassals. It's all about Erwin and his twisted, complicated heart that keeps getting tangled with Lady Carla. Everyone knows Eru is secretly, hopelessly in love with her, but the brutal gap between their social status makes that dream feel totally out of reach. This is Wendelin's real reason he fires the key question. Is winning this war tied to Eru being with Carla? Klaus answers, and the truth hits hard. Yes, there's a connection. With a fire burning in his chest, Wendelin finally knows his next move. He has to talk to Lady Carla himself. He spots Erwin posted as a guard in the hall, then marches up and demands a private word with Lady Carla while he orders his friend to keep them from being disturbed. Inside Wendeland, they get straight to the point, no delays, no excuses. He lays out his intentions. He'll join the war to back his foster father, even if it shoves his own wedding and his land plans way down the line. Carla, sharp as ever, takes one look at him and instantly gets it. She stares, face unreadable, then fires back. "So you're going to war? What can one Carla possibly do?" Her answer knocks everyone off guard, cool as ice. She just smiles and says, "I pray for your success." Wendelin and Klaus are left frozen in shock, utterly speechless. Carla rips off the act she's been living as the poor banker's daughter for over 15 years, and she makes it crystal clear she has zero interest in being anything else. Then boom, the bombshell hits. "I don't care if the Broig family loses this fight." That icy bite in her voice hits like a punch. Wendelin can't help but wonder what kind of man Margrave Broig is. that his own daughter carries this kind of resentment. Then she goes even bolder. "Count by Meister," she calls out and asks, "Can I join you in this fight?" Wendelin's flustered panic spikes, and he whips around to Klaus for help. The strategist's mind is already racing, and Carla siding with them doesn't even feel that weird after all. Her mission was to negotiate with them. Keeping her close is the safer move. Dumping her behind could unleash trouble you don't want. Her mere presence is a game changer, and the Brugid command is already unraveling while the Margrave sons bicker non-stop over who gets the throne. With Carla backing them, her brothers will be thrown into chaos. No idea if she's a traitor or their only shot at negotiation. Either way, Wendala's knowledge slips past the chaos and hands her a straight shot into the enemy's mind. And after the war, the Broig family is almost certainly going to cut her off as a traitor. Wendelin's pieces snap together, and suddenly it all makes sense. This plan fixes everything, and best of all, Eru's going to be thrilled. "Lady Carla," he snaps the order, "I need you by my side. Come with our army." She smiles at me and graciously accepts. And just like that, the whole stage explodes into position. In a rare pocket of silence, Wendeland leans in and drops the news to Iru. If they win, Carla's finally free, and his friend's dream can actually happen. And then Iru erupts with a fury Wendeland has never seen before, swearing that he'll be the one to hit the final blow. As Wendelin's tiny but terrifying army gets ready to leave, he suddenly hits a brick wall. He's never been to the Echo Grasslands, so teleportation is totally off the table. Out there, the magic airships are stuck in limbo. Every one of them is chained to development back home. Right when it looks like they're about to march, a colossal airship roars down from the sky like a royal omen. The Armstrong family carved out the whole trip by chartering a vessel just for themselves. Wendelin's forces are stacked with Lady Carla, his own party, 50 loyal soldiers, and then boom, 20 former enemy prisoners join the fight, totally out of the blue. Wendelin stays on edge, but Klaus leans in and swears their loyalty is locked in. These guys got tossed in as cannon fodder and left behind by their old lord, and you can forget it. They've got zero love for the Broa family. Klaus's plan is pure genius. He's offering them a fresh start, a shot at becoming official vassals of the rising Ba Meister family, and trust me, that prize is worth going to war for. Klaus didn't just recruit them, he earned their respect, slammed the door on any chance of retreat, and proved he's a downright cunning strategist. To crank everyone's spirits sky high, Klaus dangles the biggest prize of all. He announces that the massive matchmaking event meant for the nobles has been expanded even wider. He swears on Wendelin's name, earn military merit, become a proper vassal, and you'll win yourself a seat at the event. The thought of marriage sparks a wildfire in the soldiers, and they burst into loud cheers, chasing dreams of glory, land, and love that fired up crew charges straight into war. They burst into the endless Akago grasslands, and right there they hook up with Margrave Brayfield. The Margrave finally lets out a breath of relief as he sees them, and the second his eyes land, he spots their special guest, Lady Carla. He reads the political tension like a live wire, so he doesn't dare question why she's here. Instead, he tilts toward Wendeland with a sly grin, and he whispers like he's sharing a dangerous secret. "You're plotting something nasty, aren't you?" Wendeland doesn't dodge the truth. He clenches his jaw and says, "If we're doing this, then we're finishing it the right way. Now that the new arrivals are here, the whole war is about to tip right in your face." Inside a war tent, the air feels like it could explode. Wendelin gets hammered with a briefing on the latest military situation, and the numbers are absolutely staggering. They've already thrown their combined forces into the thousands, and more reinforcements are still racing in, but the enemy's numbers are just as monstrous. This isn't some tiny skirmish. It's the warm-up for a brutal war. Velt wastes no time, cutting straight to the question. Has there been any movement from the other side? The answer is loud and clear, absolutely none at all. It's a standoff, two massive armies squared off, and if this turns into full war, everyone's doomed to pay in devastating bloodshed and shattered armor. Vil snaps everything into place. This isn't the start of a war at all. It's just a brutal political stalemate, and both sides have dragged their armies out purely to flex. It's a deadly game of chicken, and neither one dares to blink. Right when he's still processing it, an advisor swoops in and drags up a whole new issue. He slams open a map, and suddenly a whole other battlefield hundreds of kilometers away comes roaring into view. It's a fiery fight over a copper mine. Baronet Ransel and Baronet Henkel are duking it out like rivals with swords drawn. Vel realizes this isn't a brand new fight. It's an ancient war, a wound that's been torn open and stitched back up over and over for years. Right now, Henkel's troops have taken the mine, and Ransel's men are stuck in a tense standoff, clawing for a way to get it back. All right, Vel's first move is crystal clear. We've got to force a perfect even split, no losses, no casualties. The advisor lets out a deep sigh and says that for nobles, these little dust-ups are a twisted tradition. Backstabs, power plays, and a way to blow off steam and settle grudges with straight-up force. The talk snaps into something practical. Bill panics, realizing he needs non-lethal options, and he can't shake the fear that he never prepared a single training weapon. Then a newcomer slides into the seat Sir Tristan and tells him, calm as ice, not to worry at all, Lord Henrik's airship already has the weapons loaded and ready to go. Tristan, the Minister of Military Affairs' son, turns out to be a total pro at handling the kingdom's wars, and he wastes no time, taking the lead first. Tristan then drags Vela through a wild crash course on how nobles settle wars. First rule, don't kill the enemy. Capture them instead, so you cut their numbers down. Then you dive into negotiations, and in the end, everything gets settled with a crushing ransom payment. It hits Vel like a punch. This isn't war. It's a money game. Grab people, ransom them, rake in the profits, and keep the casualties low. The kingdom has a strict law against noble-on-noble fights, but everyone skirts it with the loophole everyone swears they totally didn't mean, a messy little rule nobody ever dares to say out loud. And here comes the real gut punch. An advisor drops the bombshell that more than 80 noble houses are locked in border disputes. Vel can't believe what he's seeing, and it only spirals harder right now. About 40 of those fights have already erupted into full-on small-scale battles. It slams into him like a wrecking ball. This whole fight won't be truly done until all 40 of these clashes are finally settled. And yeah, the enemy's been on the move. In nearly every one of these places, they've already sprung ambushes, wiped out the local forces, and taken full control. Luckily, the big noble houses haven't started any full-on wars yet. But these are just the kind of petty arguments about who owns the land and who controls the water. But Tristan lays it out if they don't strike with troops right now. They're basically waving a white flag and handing the enemy control, and a noble's honor is hanging by a thread. Vale stares into the past, remembering how back on Earth this whole territorial power play wasn't rare at all. It was the kind of posturing that nations fought over constantly. He finally gets it now. Being a noble isn't some fancy title. It's a non-stop, wallet-draining battle for power and prestige. Plenty of houses have managed to blunt the enemy's push, but now they're frozen, staring down arbitration as their land sits occupied. Resolve hardens into something unbreakable. He tightens his fist, eyes locked on the choice he has to make, because if he doesn't take back the territories they stole by force, this war will never end. Later, up on his airship, one of his retainers spots it. Master Armstrong isn't hopping on this mission. Vale lays it out. This isn't just trouble. It's a brutal clash simmering between the kingdom's southern and eastern regions. As the chief court mage, Armstrong stands like a pillar for the neutral royal palace, because picking a side would be a political disaster. His son cracks a joke that his dad would probably leap right in anyway, just for the laughs. And Vel can't stop laughing, basically admitting he'd do the exact same thing. They break through to the first battlefield fast, an all-out showdown over a disputed copper mine. From a nearby cliff, Vel peered out and estimated the enemy army at about 300 soldiers. Down on the ground, they're confronted by Baronet Lancel, the same man who lost the mine. With a solid handshake, they lock eyes and agree to team up. Without even a blink, Vel de Clares grabs the moment. Come on, we're taking the copper mine back. Baronet Lancel freezes at Vil's bluntness, and Vil wastes no time scanning the moment, firing off a quick question. Is Lancel worried about sparing needless casualties? The baronet leans in and declares that this is his main target, the thing he's been driving for. As long as neither side takes a crushing hit, they can finally settle this in a peaceful way. Vel shot him a comforting grin and promised she'd pull the same trick she perfected during the rebellion, blasting a massive area with detection, then chaining stuns to drop every last one of them without a single miss. Just as they're about to move forward, a man steps in and introduces himself, Rupert Brewer, the military overseer. But his official job is to log every single detail: land deals, captured soldiers, ransom cash, and every other piece of war loot. He's stepping in to stop a nasty pattern those powerful nobles show up to help, then snatch every achievement and reward for themselves. He grits his teeth and realizes war spoils don't just sit there, they stir up trouble everywhere. Once the pleasantries are done, Vel lays out his plan. He'll use his magic to freeze every soldier in that mine in place. Lancel freezes completely stunned while everyone else stares on, spellbound. Then Vilcom locks it in and spells it out. Lancel's forces will haul in the captives and stand guard, defending the mine they just reclaimed. But there's one brutal rule: Lancel can't strike back by taking over his opponent's turf, because that would just spiral into an endless revenge loop. If the fight spirals out of control, the kingdom could jump in and shut it down, and seized everything from both of them, leaving nothing behind. Bill snaps that he's got no senile interest at all. He's here for the mine's rights, and that's the whole point. Lancel's pay is going to be the ransom cash pulled from the captured soldiers and every bit of what they're carrying. The Ballmeister household will do the talks, but later, Lancel gets hit with the tab for all the costs of keeping those captives alive and managed. Once they settled the terms, they slapped their signatures on the official contract. Vale fires a final question. "Do you have any mages?" And Lancel nods, saying they've got a few hired adventurers, but the best they've got is just a basic fire arrow. So for Vel, it means nobody in the world can stop his magic. The plan's locked in now. We storm the copper mine and reclaim it, Vil declares. His forces surge forward and storm up the path, pressing onward without mercy. Then boom, a lookout perched on the cliff spots them out of nowhere. The alarm blares now we're under attack, but it's already over, Vel's eyes glowing with raw magical energy. He screams his spell. Area stun, and a bolt-streaked wave of lightning crashes across the whole cliff top, knocking every enemy soldier to the ground in an instant, frozen solid and helpless. Vil whips around to his own crew. Yeah, a few got hit by the blast, but they're already clawing their way back. All right, everyone, move in. He dumps the cleanup on them. His own part of the battle is already done. Back at the camp, something weird and wonderful happens. Baronet Lancel gets whisked in for tea service, like the whole place is suddenly on edge. By Vale's own fiancée, Elise. The baronet is completely rattled, stammering that it's an absolute honor to be served personally by Count Baumeister's wife. Vel leans in and reminds him they aren't married yet, but Lance can't shake the feeling that he's worthless, just stuck there watching everyone else fight his battles. Sips slurps up his tea like it's pure comfort. He's basically asking whether fights over that mine pop up all the time. Lancel leans in and says it's turned into a bizarre ritual. Both sides send 5 representatives to clash, and whoever wins walks away with the mining rights until the next fight erupts. But this time, things went nuclear in unannounced full-scale occupation with zero warning. Elise immediately blurts out what they've both been thinking, and the way it's unfolding screams one name: Count Bloy. Wells' face hardens as my suspicions hit. 2 hours later, the report hits like thunder. Vel and his crew crushed the mission, snatched every last person at the copper mine, and not a single soul went down. With the copper mine conflict finally settled, Head Squire Felix snaps off a sharp salute to Viscount Lancel and reports, loud and clear, everything's under control. The defenses are locked down tight, and for one wild second it looks like they've got this clean win. But Felix isn't done. He drops the bombshell that they've also caught Viscount Henkel, the mastermind behind the attack. The moment the staff hears it, a shockwave hits, and Henkel himself can't even hide his gasp of disbelief. He can't wrap his head around it all. That intelligence said Henkel was calling the shots from the safety of the rear, and Wendelin. He doesn't even flinch at the news. An aide swears their intel checks out, and that makes the whole thing even creepier because it still begs the question, why was Henkel on the front lines? Wendell stays cool and muses that he was probably sent to inspect and got swept into the mess. Then he smirks and zeroes in on the real prize. Capturing a Viscount means a ransom so massive it's basically a jackpot. And to him, that's nothing but great news. With command in his hands, Wendeland barks out the orders. He puts Viscount Lancel in charge of guarding the mine and watching the prisoners until the court hands down a proper judgment. He grabs the other guy's hand tight, hands over control of the area, and his mind is already sprinting to the next hotspot. Several hours later, Wendeland's magic airship shoots through the clouds, blasting past the settled dispute like it never even mattered. From above, he drops his gaze and spots their next target. Two armies glaring at each other in a full-tent standoff across the wide river. Brewer, the military overseer tagging along with them, leans in and points down at the factions below. On their side of the riverbank stands their ally, Sir Becker, while across the water, troops of the Boy March family face them down. Wendelin is blown away right off the bat by Brewer's encyclopedic knowledge. Then Brewer lays out exactly why he's a herald, a role from ancient days where you had to spot nobles on the battlefield by their crests. In a rare pocket of peace, they're still stuck with one mission: creep into allied noble circles and drink in every detail family ties, political leanings, everything, then committed all to memory. For Wendelin, who has no clue how brutal the politics of this region get, having Brewer at his side is a huge game-changing advantage. He cuts right through the noise, leaning in and demanding to know what sparked this disaster. Brewer explains that the river used to be the border until a fresh flood slammed through and a new sandbar rose right in the middle, ripping the territory lines straight out of order. Wendelin figures it's some nasty land feud, but Brewer snaps it into focus. This land's got no value at all. The real war is about who gets to fish, and both sides start pointing fingers, screaming that the other one's poaching. Wendel's just staring at it, shaking his head like, "Are you kidding me? Two armies are mobilizing over something this petty that's a full-blown overreaction?" Their airship glides down and kisses the ground on a nearby patch of grass. Wendeland strides out with his brutal party at his sides, swivels to them and growls, "So are we doing this the same way as last time?" It's obvious they've got a system this time. Ellipse surges forward and declares she'll take it from here. With one smooth, effortless flick of her hand, she unleashes a crackling surge of energy. A spell tears across the enemy line and boom, every soldier freezes on the spot, collapsing where they stand, fully knocked out but totally unharmed, and it's finished in a blink. And just like that, it becomes their new routine, hopping from one brutal conflict zone to the next aboard their airship. A lightning-fast magical task force always racing to the next disaster. Wendelin, Katarina, and the legendary dragon-slaying hero Brantak take turns blasting ruthless wide-area stun magic, and together with their local allies, they pin down enemy forces with jaw-dropping, no-fail efficiency. In the middle of that chaos, a lone enemy mage burst onto the scene like a thunderclap. Trying to rally his troops, he snapped into a dramatic pose and started chanting, "I am Firewall." But he never even gets to finish his grand introduction. 1 second he's talking, the next he's instantly neutralized and crumples to the ground. Wendeland's crew isn't even impressed. Katarina just shrugs that they shouldn't have let him go that far, and Wendeland quietly agrees it wouldn't have mattered. Everyone's basically saying the same thing: that guy's painfully weak, barely even a beginner. Out here, you don't see intermediate mages and advanced ones. Forget it. Alice points out that mages are crazy rare from the start, so a family like the Blois would be scrambling to hire whoever they can get their hands on. Getting even a brand new mage on their payroll would be a wild stroke of luck for them. Still, Wendelin couldn't shake the feeling that this guy was dead weight, just like a foreign pro athlete who grabs a massive signing bonus and then rots on the bench all season. During a fight where dozens of soldiers clash, a mage who can conjure a wall of fire becomes a total game changer. But his own party points out the truth. This mage wasn't just weak. He was cursed with bad luck, because he straight up collided with two archmages who fight on a totally different plane of existence. Elise pushes the truth further, and it's chilling. For the last 10 years. The number of mages in the eastern region has been shrinking, year after year. Freshly spawned mages with mid-tier or above power levels have barely been spotted at all. This mage's shortage has left the Blois family desperate enough to risk everything in war, especially once the Brithilde family pulled Count Baumeister out as their ultimate trump card. Brantak laughs and says none of this would have happened if Wendeland hadn't been harassing them just by existing on the enemy's side. And Wendeland can only sigh because one look at his own presence tells him he'll get dragged into this mess sooner or later. He's fully aware that trouble somehow always finds him. Brantak just ruffles his hair and tells him to knock it off because this is who he is. Wendelin's face tightens, his fists slam shut, and the tired look vanishes as grit takes over because no matter why they're on this battlefield, the Baumeister household will not swallow a defeat. So yeah, because of that, he vows he's not holding back for a single second. For more than half a month, they tore through the world like a magical storm, hitting skirmish after skirmish, crushing every last problem connected to the Brithilda family. At last, with their mission finished, the airship tore back toward the main encampment. Count Brithhild steps out to greet them himself, smiling wide like he's been waiting for this because he's already read every detailed report Brewer sent. He leans into Wendeland and admits the Blue A family. Yeah, they nearly fall out of their seats from what he did. That ransom money, pulled from every captured noble, is about to roll in and make a fortune beyond belief. Heard they'd used magic to net a mountain of prisoners, and Wendelin confirms it, saying 3 mages meant they could trade off duties, pull off the capture cleanly, and never burn out. But what blows Count Brithhild away most of all is the final report. 0 fatalities, and he calls it downright splendid. Wendelin humbly thanked their allies, and the whole crew exhaled in relief, proud as hell of what they just pulled off. The Count thrusts out his hand and pours out his deepest, most sincere thanks. With Wendeland backing them up, the war's balance flipped fast and hard straight in favor of the Brithhild family.